It was just a worn-out ancient coin, yet it drove countless people to kill for it, because each coin represented a golden finger, a special ability. However, the fusion of the golden finger takes a full 3 days. If the holder is killed during this time, the golden finger will be stolen. Moreover, when encountering others who also possess golden fingers, if the function of one's golden finger is guessed correctly, they will die instantly. At this moment in the Divine Selection City, after the divine bestowal of golden fingers ended, some young people took out masks to hide themselves, waiting for the city's random teleportation. Others headed outside the city, seeking protection from their respective factions. Half an hour passed quickly, and everyone in the Divine Selection City vanished in an instant. After a bout of dizziness, I was teleported to a park. I found an inconspicuous corner and walked into it. A few minutes later, a disheveled middle-aged man in his 30s emerged from the corner. Nearly 20 years of planning had finally paid off. I touched my chest, where only I could see the ancient coin, a mark exclusive to the chosen ones. Disguised as a middle-aged man, I left the park and noticed people flying on objects in the sky, while others darted through the streets as if teleporting. I knew what they were searching for. People from the Divine Selection City had recently been teleported away and could appear anywhere in the Divine Land. If the major factions found these individuals, they could seize their golden fingers. I ignored all this and instead reached out to hail a taxi. Inside the cab, I took out my phone and quickly scrolled through a short video app, as if searching for something. A few minutes later, I stared at the screen, conflicted. The display read, "If you could have an indestructible body, but with one fatal weakness, once it's hit, you'll die instantly, would you take it?" The reason for my hesitation was that my special ability was quite intriguing. Whenever I encountered a multiple-choice question framed as if, but, I could choose whether to accept the ability or item described in the question, with the option to use this power once per day. In this world, special abilities were categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier involved physical objects, the second tier was logic-based, and the first tier was conceptual. Conceptual abilities defied logic and were absurdly powerful, though such abilities were exceptionally rare. Based on my judgment, the ability I possessed belonged to the first tier. After wrestling with it for a while, I ultimately swiped away from that video. While a fatal weakness might be well hidden, in the face of widespread attacks, it could easily be hit, and that would mean certain death. When something guarantees death, no matter how small the probability, it's not worth the risk. So I kept scrolling and soon came across another question. If you could earn 100 yuan every time someone lied to you, but would also incur a debt of 10 million yuan, would you take it? Without hesitation, I activated my special ability. This power might seem mediocre at first glance, requiring 100,000 lies to break even on the 10 million debt, but I had no regrets. I didn't choose this ability for the money, but for the power to discern truth from lies. This was a conceptual ability, and no conceptual ability was ever weak. My phone buzzed with a text message showing I owed 10 million in loans. Deciding to test my ability, I suddenly asked the taxi driver, "Hey driver, do you think I'm handsome?" Caught off guard, the driver replied dismissively, "Sure." The moment he spoke, my phone chimed with a notification, "Payment received, 100 yuan. Soon, the taxi pulled up in front of a noodle shop. I glanced up at the sky. People were still flying on objects overhead. The hunt for the chosen ones had only just begun. The next 3 days would escalate, especially the third day, when all chosen ones would be exposed. With that in mind, I took out my phone and sent a text, 76, Wutong Street, Kunzu. I sent it to an unlisted number, and the reply came quickly, "Understood." After reading it, I immediately deleted both the sent and received messages, then walked into the shop at 76, Wutong Street. I found a corner seat and told the owner, "1 large plate of spicy chicken noodles, please." Then I opened my phone's map to check the distance to Qianzhou, my hometown. Over 700 kilometers away, about a full day's drive. The boss quickly brought out the big plate chicken mixed noodles, and I put away my phone to wolf them down. Just then, 2 men in their 30s walked in, wearing uniforms printed with the words Sihai Express. Sihai Express is the largest logistics company in the Divine Land, with branches across all 9 continents. It's no exaggeration to say they can deliver to any location within them. The 2 men scanned the shop and eventually approached me. One of them called out, "Boss, 2 orders of big plate chicken mixed noodles. Please hurry, we're in a rush." After speaking, he sat down across from me. The other tossed me a jacket with Sihai Express printed on it. "There's a tight delivery today. Once you finish eating, make a trip to Qianzhou." I took the jacket and asked, "Any instructions from the boss?" The other replied, "The boss only mentioned one thing, the shipment must reach Qianzhou by midnight tomorrow. Someone there is in urgent need." I answered, "Got it. Tell the boss I'll deliver it safely and on time." With time pressing, I quickly finished the remaining noodles, put on the Sihai Express jacket, and left the noodle shop. A Sihai Express van was parked outside the noodle shop. I opened the passenger door and got in, and the vehicle immediately started moving. None of this drew any attention, such scenes were far too common, and it was well known that Sihai Express employees loved big plate chicken mixed noodles. As time passed, more and more Sihai Express vehicles gathered together, reaching 7 in less than half an hour. With our truck in the middle, 7 nearly identical vans driving on the highway was quite a sight. But upon seeing the lettering on the vehicles, everyone thought nothing of it. A fleet trip was completely normal for Sihai Express. When we reached the highway checkpoint, we were stopped by a group of police officers. At the front of the convoy, a man in his 50s got out and asked, "Officers, is there a problem with stopping our Sihai Express vehicles?" The lead officer replied, "A violent murder suspect has appeared in Kunzu and is currently at large. We've been ordered to block all checkpoints for routine inspections. Please cooperate and show your ID cards and work permits." Hearing this, I laughed inwardly. What violent murder suspect? They must be searching for the chosen one. But we had to cooperate with the police questioning because the police represented the official authority of the divine land. So everyone in the Sihai Express vehicles got out to show their documents. And I was no exception, having disguised myself this way. I was fully prepared. Just as the police finished checking the documents and were about to leave, a loud explosion suddenly rang out in the distance. A car had blown up, and a figure sprinted away at high speed. The officer in front of me flashed into motion, leaping into the air to give chase. I stared at the distant figure, guessing it might be another chosen one since all chosen ones were competitors. I wanted to see what abilities he had, so I'd be prepared if we ever crossed paths. The surrounded chosen one stood atop a car, arms crossed in an X shape, as thick white smoke billowed from his body, enveloping him. The next moment, a figure burst out of the smoke and dashed eastward, with the police in hot pursuit. Just as an officer grabbed the chosen one's arm to subdue him, his body suddenly dissolved into white smoke. Immediately after, another figure rushed out of the smoke, heading southeast, prompting the police to give chase again. But before the police could catch up, figures began pouring out of the smoke one after another, so many that in the blink of an eye, the area was densely packed with hundreds of them. Good fellow, the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers. Song Tianli marveled in his heart. He saw that there were a few detachments that actually sped towards the direction he was in. Kill them all. Faced with such a situation, the police officer in charge shouted loudly. Immediately, all of the police officers, either using their matching guns or feats of strength, attacked the many detachments of the chosen one of God. Pooh pooh pooh. All the doppelgangers that were attacked all turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Only, at this time, not only did the doppelganger disappear, even the real body disappeared. This made everyone, all of them, frown. Because none of them had seen exactly how this chosen one had disappeared. Sure enough, none of the chosen of God are good to deal with. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. To say that the most special thing about the chosen of God was not the powerful strength, but the 1,001 strange undercurrents. Trying to kill or capture a chosen one was no easy task. If the realms were equal, then only the chosen of God could deal with the chosen of God. The others, only to be wildly abused. Everyone spread out and looked carefully. The police officer in charge shouted. He could be sure that the chosen one hadn't fled, but was hiding right in the middle of the crowd. However, there was a huge crowd here, and it wasn't an easy task to find the chosen one from among the hidden people. Officer, we're still in a hurry? It's taking too long to line up here, isn't it? That is, if you can't catch anyone, are you just going to keep us here? Maybe people just escaped a long time ago. Officers, you're a bit incompetent, people are running away under your noses. For a moment, all the people blocked at the highway intersection shouted. There is no shortage of people with power and background. In the face of these people, these police officers really didn't dare to keep blocking them. Those who have just checked their IDs can leave first. In desperation, the police officer in charge could only say so. When they heard him say that, those who could leave, cheered, and got into their respective cars. During this time, the police officer in charge stared unblinkingly at the men, looking for suspicious persons. But there was nothing to be found. Song Tianli and the others also got into the car separately. The fleet of 4C's express vehicles stopped as they passed through a service area. What's the matter, want to refuel? Song Tianli asked this time. There's an extra uninvited guest in the convoy. Li Chang replied. Li Chang was the driver in the same car as Song Tianli. Also the squad leader of this convoy. Hearing this, Song Tianli's eyes lit up. It's him? The first thing that came to his mind was the chosen one from earlier. He hadn't thought that so soon, he would have to cross paths with the chosen of God. Come out, do you still need us to do it? After getting out of the car, Li Chang kicked the bottom of the car with his foot and said. A few seconds after his words fell, a figure got out from under the car. A few of you are so strong. I hid so deeply, but I didn't expect that I was still discovered by you guys. That chosen of God said. Then, do you think that you can escape from a few of us? Li Chang asked again. Before he said that, several other employees of 4C's Express Delivery had already surrounded the God-chosen person in the midst of them. Chapter 5 Naruto Skills Shine into Reality. Chapter 5 Naruto Skills Shine into Reality. Facing Li Chang's encirclement of them, that chosen of God's face became extremely ugly. Because he was able to sense that these people were much, much stronger than the police officers. He really wasn't sure that he would be able to escape from being surrounded by so many people. He had taken advantage of the chaos to hide in the caravan in the first place, thinking that he could leave unnoticed. The result was a fall from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. If you all have any conditions, just ask. How can I be let go? That chosen of God looked at a few people and asked. As long as he could leave today, any condition, he could agree to. As a chosen of God, what he needed most right now was to have enough time to develop obscenely. What's your name? At this time, Song Tianli stepped forward and asked. Li Ziki. The chosen one said. One can't have a man without a vest. Payment wallet arrives at $100. As soon as the chosen one's words fell, the headphones worn on Song Tianli's ears rang with a cell phone beep. What's your name? He asked again. Lying in front of him would be kind of ridiculous. Li Ziki. Payment wallet arrives at $100. I'll ask you one last time, what's your name? Song Tianli asked again. Yi Fan. Seeing Song Tianli's serious eyes, the divine chosen changed his name. Payment wallet arrives at $100. If you really don't want to talk about it, then forget it. We don't necessarily want to know what your name is. Seeing Song Tianli's expression, the chosen one of God knew that the other party had a way of determining whether he was lying or not. My name is Aberdeen. When the divine chosen spoke the name out, Song Tianli almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. His first thought was that the name must be another vest. However, what he didn't expect was that the cell phone beep didn't ring. In other words, the other person's name is really Aberdeen. Why don't you call it Kishimoto? Sung Tenri spat inwardly. The name Kishimoto may not be familiar to the people of God's own country, but the secondary fans of the people of the Blue Planet couldn't be more familiar. That's right, Song Tianli is actually a shameless traveler. However, he wasn't a turtle-dove kind of traveler, but one who had traveled directly into his mother's womb. It's been 20 years since then. The reason why he seemed so subdued when confronted with divine providence. That's because, ever since he heard about the chosen one, he's been making preparations. Enough to prepare for more than a decade. And having done a double take, if one could also become a chosen one, then naturally everything would be fine. If he can't be the chosen one, then he will be the hunter. He would use his preparations of the past 10 years to hunt down one, if not more, chosen ones. He knew all too well how powerful the person with the golden finger was. Are you a chosen of God? Song Tianli asked again. No. At this point, Aberdeen denied without even thinking about it. Payment wallet arrives at $100. Hearing the cell phone beep, Song Tianli's mouth smiled slightly. He didn't pursue the question any further, as the beep was already able to identify the other party. Brotherly, I'm done asking. Song Tianli turned his head to Li Chang at this time. You want to leave, it's simple. Become one of our 4Cs. Although Song Tianli didn't say anything, Li Chang was able to understand in Ben's identity through his expression. For a divine chosen, if one could take them under their wing, the benefits would naturally be unquestionable. I'm sorry, I'm not in the habit of being a dog for others. Aberdeen said, and a large amount of white smoke came out around his body again. In the next second, just like before, countless doppelgangers rushed out from the white smoke and sped around. In response, Li Chang didn't even lift his eyes. An employee of the 4Cs next to him waved his palm, and countless thin golden threads spurted out. These thin golden threads turned into a large net, enveloping all of Inoto's detachments. When Yasumoto's doppelganger touched the golden net, it instantly turned into white smoke and disappeared. And the remaining momentum of the golden net continued to shrink towards Ben. Seeing this scene, Yasumoto was instantly shocked. He hadn't expected that his move would be so easily neutralized. Seeing that the golden net was about to completely envelop him, he hurriedly clasped his hands in front of his chest. Bang! In the next second, his figure disappeared. In its place, a trash can. And Yasumoto's figure appeared 20 meters away from where he was just now. This is the substitution technique. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli's eyes gave a lurch. If it was just a mere substitution technique, he wouldn't think anything of it. After all, the Divine Land was originally a world dominated by cultivation. Having a wide variety of skills is considered normal. However, the Yasumoto from before had used a technique similar to the multiple shadow splitting technique. The combination of these two skills had to remind him of a possibility. The skills of Naruto have come to life. This, of course, he couldn't confirm 100%. He needs to be observed again. After appearing 20 meters away, and Ben hurriedly increased his speed to the extreme and sped off into the distance. In a head-on confrontation, he was definitely no match for these people from the Four Seas. The only thing left to do was to perform a means of escape. He wasn't slow, but the people of the Four Seas, they were faster. One of the employees, whose body suddenly split into 6, instantly blocked Aberdeen's path. Faced with this situation, Yasumoto placed the fingers of his right hand in front of his mouth, and instantly, a huge fireball erupted from his mouth. The art of magnificent fireball. Song Tianli said hurriedly in his heart. He was now certain that Inoto's golden finger was to materialize the skills within Naruto. 1 or 2 skills are a coincidence, but when a third comes along, it can't be a coincidence anymore. Thinking of this, Song Tianli suddenly reached out his hand and touched his chest. At his chest position, there was a black ancient coin. This ancient coin had a portrait of none other than Song Tianli himself on it. Every chosen one of God has one of these objects. It is a symbol of the identity of the chosen one. The object is called the Divine Ruler coin. When a chosen one guesses another chosen one's golden finger, he or she can use the Divine Ruler coin to unleash the Divine Ruler table. Once the Divine Torture table was activated, it would envelop the 2 divine chosen in it and perform divine torture. When Goldfinger is guessed correctly, then the chosen one dies. Thus, they are stripped of their status as the chosen of God. The chosen one who guesses the golden finger correctly will receive the golden finger of the dead chosen one, thereby having 2 gold fingers. For the chosen one, the golden handshake is stackable and has no upper limit. But guessing wrong will be extremely costly. Minor injuries can lead to serious injury or death. Chapter 6, The First Invitation to the Divine Judge. Chapter 6, The First Invitation to the Divine Magistrate. It was for this reason that the Divine Chosen would not unleash the Divine Ruling Table until they were 100% sure. Because all the chosen ones, they're the old 6. One by one, a hiding is extraordinarily deep. Maybe, what you see is what someone else wants you to see. Guessing someone's golden handshake by what they've shown is likely to fall into a trap. But Song Tianli could be sure at this time that Yasumoto's golden finger was to materialize the skills from Naruto. Because they, the chosen of God, had just come out of the chosen of God city, they hadn't had enough time to lewdly develop. And now it's time to fight for your life, and then hide it. That's not looking for your own death. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. He was torn between activating the divine ruling table or not. Because he hadn't performed divine ruling either, he didn't know what would happen once he activated the divine ruling table. He was worried about moving too much and exposing himself. Killing the enemy, of course, was important, but preserving oneself was even more kingly. After thinking about it, he decided to wait. If these few employees of the Four Seas were able to kill Yasumoto, then there would be no need for him to make a move. By this time, Aberdeen had really started to put up a fight. All sorts of skills that Song Tianli was familiar with were constantly being performed by Ben. It was just that, probably because the time that Inoto had gotten the golden finger was too short, the skills that he had cast were not very powerful. He had, by this time, been cornered by a few of Four Seas employees. At this moment, he was panting as he looked at the several employees of Four Seas who were getting closer and closer, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He also has a powerful skill that, once performed, is sure to get him out of trouble. It was just that this skill was too powerful, and he was only in the initial stages of mastering it, so he was afraid that once he performed it poorly, he would bring danger to himself. He didn't want to do that until it was absolutely necessary. But now, there's no way around it. He was seen pulling out a black round piece of iron from his pocket, which had a black mark on it. This is the Flying Thunder God Seal. When Song Tianli saw the seal on top of the iron piece, he instantly understood what the other party was trying to do. This round piece of iron could fly a long way if thrown with force. This way, once he successfully executed the Flying Thunder God, he would be able to easily escape from the crowd. Thinking of this, Song Tianli slashed his palm from his chest, and instantly the divine ruling coin appeared in his hand. He threw it at Aberdeen. "Invite God to judge." He mouthed the words. In the next second, the divine ruler coin erupted in the air with two beams of blinding light that only Song Tianli and Yasumoto could see. Soon enough, the two beams of light enveloped the two. The two men were in a trance for a moment before their consciousness left their bodies. When the two opened their eyes, they realized that they appeared on top of the palm of a giant statue. Song Tianli clearly felt that his body was unable to move, as if he was tied up with 5 flowers on top of a tiger bench. "How dare you unleash the divine ruling table?" And Ben looked at Song Tianli with an incredulous look. He looked closely at Song Tianli's appearance and realized that he didn't recognize him. "I don't know where he came from, but he directly unleashed the divine ruler's table." "Sorry, you're game over," Song Tianli said indifferently. The two of them couldn't move their bodies, but they could talk. "Game over, are you sure you can tell what my golden handshake is?" Aberdeen said in a dismissive tone. He had checked before, but there was no Naruto in God's own country. There was no way Song Tianli could know what his golden finger was. "The divine ruling begins. Please tell what his golden touch is?" At this moment, the huge statue spoke. His words were naturally addressed to Song Tianli, as he was the one who had unleashed the divine ruling stage. Visualize the skills in Naruto. Possessing the skills of the characters in Naruto. Song Tianli was afraid that he could not express himself clearly in one sentence, and purposely told it in another way. In fact, at the moment, he was quite nervous. For, though he had a great deal of certainty within him, he did not know whether he could express himself in this way or not. If it doesn't work, he's the one who's screwed. And Ben's face instantly turned ashen when he heard Song Tianli say that. "How could you? You possibly know that?" he asked in an incredulous tone. "Correct guess. Divine ruler activated, Goldfinger stripped," the idol said. "Ah!" The next second, Aberdeen let out a scream. Immediately afterward, the divine ruling coins on his body flew out from his body and flew towards Song Tianli. At this time, Song Tianli realized that he could move. He reached out and took Aberdeen's divine ruler coin in his hand. In this instant, he was once again in a trance, and it felt as if he was falling rapidly down from a high place. Song Tianli in the service area seemed like a sleeping person having a nightmare and hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw that Yasumoto, who was preparing to unleash the Flying Thunder God, suddenly fell down with his eyes lifeless. That period of time just now on top of the divine ruler's table, in reality, was only 3 seconds at most. As Song Tianli said this, he glanced down at his palm. He realized that there was an additional divine ruling coin in his palm. "I won the bet, from now on, I will have 2 golden fingers," Song Tianli said with a bit of excitement. He admitted that there was an element of gambling in his previous launch of the divine ruling table. Hooray, he gambled right. A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a gamble that the car turns into a Land Rover. Now he has a single bike to a motorcycle. And nothing earth-shattering happened during this period. It couldn't have been better for Song Tianli. Anoto's sudden collapse, which caused the Four Seas employees who were fighting him to be startled and hastily retreat a few meters. They thought Aberdeen was getting ready to unleash some big move. After all, they could have seen just now that Anoto had taken something out of his arms that seemed to be very powerful. "He's dead." At that moment, a man stepped forward to check Anoto's breath and turned his head to the others. "How come he died for good reason?" the other man asked suspiciously. "Clean up, let's hurry and leave," Li Chang said hurriedly at this time. The fact that Aberdeen was the chosen one was only known to a few of them though. But the battle just now had made many people notice. In the event that someone with a heart of gold discovers Anban's identity, it would be a great trouble for them, too, in the Four Seas. Goldfinger, after all, is too tempting. So, the people of the Four Seas cleaned up the battlefield, as well as Aberdeen's body, as fast as they could, and left the service area. Next, they traveled all the way south in the direction of Qianzhou. During this time, Song Tianli had his eyes closed and looked to be sleeping. In fact, he was working on his newly acquired Goldfinger. Chapter 7, The Rank of the Golden Finger. Chapter 7, The Rank of Goldfinger. Song Tianli was still quite interested in the skills of the characters within Naruto. Especially the art of multiplication. After some research, he realized that while he could have the skills of these characters right now, they were not unlimited. Depending on the realm of the chosen one, there are different abilities that can be materialized. For example, the multiple shadow doppelganger technique that Yasumoto had used before. To open a divine deposit, you can only split 10 bilocations at a time. Opening 2 divine treasures can split 100 bilocations at a time. Opening 3 divine treasures can split 200 bilocations at a time. Opening 4 divine treasures can split 500 bilocations at a time. Opening the 5 divine treasures can split 1,000 bilocations at a time. The path of cultivation in the divine land has only one sentence: condense the divine essence, enlighten the 5 Tibetans, gather the 6 mansions, and step on the path of the gods. The meaning is also very simple: after condensing the divine element, opening the 5 divine reservoirs in the human body, and condensing the 6 chi mansions in the body, one is qualified to embark on the road to becoming a god. For each divine deposit that was opened, 3 layers of shackles needed to be broken, so the 5 divine deposit realms were further categorized into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. This golden finger is very good. It can definitely be considered a second-class golden finger. Song Tianli said silently inwardly. The chosen one's golden handshake is not all the same. The people of the divine kingdom have divided these golden handshakes, in total, into 3 classes. The third class, for the item class, is Goldfinger. For example, a sword, a tower, a monument, a tripod. The second class, for the logic category, is Goldfinger. There is no specific point to this type of Goldfinger. As long as it is logical, it could be a Goldfinger. The first class, for the conceptual type of Goldfinger. Conceptual Goldfinger is illogical and sometimes outrageously powerful. These types of Goldfingers, of course, are exceptionally rare. From today on, I'll be a pretender. He, Song Tianli's face broke into a grin that reeked of an old 6. For the rest of the way, there were no words. The fleet of 4 Seas Express delivery arrived in Qianzhou smoothly at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Everyone, hard work. The one who came to greet the crowd was a man with a big belly who looked a bit naive. This person's name was Qian Shang, and he was the general manager of 4 Seas Express delivery. No hard work, just doing my job. Mr. Qian, since the goods have been delivered safely, I'll go home and rest first. Song Tianli stepped forward at this time and said to Qian Shang. Not many people knew exactly what he meant by goods. Good, I'll give you guys a bonus tomorrow. Qian Shang said with a smile on his face. Afterward, Song Tianli gave him a slight nod and turned to leave. He called a cab and headed for his house. It all seemed so sparse that it didn't attract anyone's attention. Song Tianli's home is in a small bungalow courtyard in the old city of Qianzhou waiting to be demolished. When he got out of the car, he didn't go straight home, but walked into a pine forest. 10 minutes later, a young face came out from the other side of the pine forest. Song Tianli regained his original form. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Song Tianli shouted after walking into the small courtyard of his family's bungalow. However, there was no response from the house. Regarding this scene, it was as if Song Tianli had expected it. He looked around warily for a moment, then entered his room. Multiple shadow split technique. He then split off a doppelganger. And his essence came into the closet in the room. In the middle of the closet, with only 2 pieces of clothing hanging, he gently tugged on the hook. At once, the base of the closet, under his feet, began to fall downward. Eventually Song Tianli arrived in a passageway. He passed through the passageway to a room in the small courtyard next to him. From this room, one could just about see every move in their yard. He leaned over the window for a few moments and realized that no one was indeed following him, and inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. As the old saying goes, a sly rabbit has 3 holes. Song Tianli wouldn't let himself be caught in a jar. There were quite a few people who knew about their home, but there were not many who knew about this secret base of theirs. Dang dang dang. Just at this moment, suddenly the courtyard door of Song Tianli's house was knocked on. He hurriedly looked through the glass and saw that it was one of his neighbors. What his first name was, Song Tianli couldn't quite remember, but he remembered that the other party's nickname was Ironhead. It's not really accurate for the 2 of them to say they're neighbors, as the 2 sides are only known to exist and are not on much of a relationship. Moreover, the yards where the 2 families live are hundreds of meters apart. Bureau of Song Tianli know, this Ironhead is a small gangster, bullying men and women, stealing chickens and dogs, do everything. Not a very good reputation in this part of the world. Song Tianli didn't know what the other party had come to see him for? So, his doppelganger walked out of the house and opened the courtyard gate. Something wrong? Song Tianli asked with an expressionless face. Something good, something heavenly. Let's talk inside. Ironhead said, and walked into the courtyard on his own. Song Tianli frowned, but didn't stop. He wanted to see what this Ironhead was going to do. Tell me straight what's going on. After coming to the courtyard and sitting down, Song Tianli said. Do you know the Song family, one of our 3 great families in Qianzhou? Speaking of which, it's still in the same family as you. Ironhead asked. I've heard that. What happened to the Song family? Song Tianli asked with a puzzled expression. According to the reliable information I've received, the young master of the Song family, Song 13, will face the entire Qianzhou 2 days from now to recruit doglegs. As long as we can be chosen, we'll be rewarded $1 million on the spot, and from now on, we'll be able to eat and drink. Moreover, with the Song family's wealth, in the future, if young Master Song casually rewards us with a little, it will be enough to feed and clothe us for the rest of our lives. The 2 of us will go together when the time comes so that we can take care of each other. Ironhead said as he looked at Song Tianli. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli's brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he was frowning because of the Song family's young master's strange behavior, but given his relationship with Ironhead, there was no need for the other party to drag him into something like this. They're not that close. That's fine, I happen to want to get a job. Song Tianli agreed with his mouth. That's fine, we'll go together then. By the way, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? I came to look for you twice and you weren't home. Ironhead asked casually. Foresee's Express Delivery had a job that was quite urgent, so I went to work for 2 days. Song Tianli replied. Why don't I think so? You've been absent for the past 2 days, you couldn't have traveled to God's chosen city, could you? Tianli, tell me the truth, have you become a high and mighty chosen one of God? Ironhead asked in a careless tone. Sure enough, things aren't that simple. Song Tianli said silently in his heart when he heard this. He knew that Ironhead definitely wouldn't come to him just because of the Song family's young master recruiting a dog's leg. Chapter 8 3 Kingdoms Card Skills. Chapter 8 3 Kingdoms Killing Card Skills. Do you think someone like me can become a chosen one? This kind of good thing that goes against the grain, how can it be my turn? There's no smoke coming out of our family's ancestral grave. Song Tianli said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. The birth of the chosen of God has always been without any pattern, it could be anyone. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that you happen to be away for the past 2 days? Ironhead asked with a smirk. No coincidence. If I do become the chosen one, there's no way I'm coming back here. I should find a place to hide in a hurry to save myself from being discovered. Song Tianli explained. When you put it that way, it's true. I'll leave then, we'll apply for the job together at the Song family in 3 days. With that, Ironhead stood up and prepared to leave. However, his body, which had just turned away, turned back the next second. By the way. Meanwhile, something else was going to come out of his mouth. What Song Tianli didn't expect was that Ironhead had a dagger in his hand, instantly slashing across his neck. You. For? Why? Song Tianli asked in an incredulous tone as he covered his neck. You make a good point, but I don't believe it. Based on my observations over the past few days, I'm guessing there's a chance you're the chosen one. If I kill you, I'll get the golden finger and thus change my destiny against the heavens. It doesn't matter even if you're not, killing someone for the chance to get the golden handshake is nothing. Ironhead looked at Song Tianli, who was covering his neck, and a trace of madness flashed across his face. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he was willing to kill Song Tianli to try. Once the guess was correct, then he would truly be going against the grain. Only, just as he finished saying this, Song Tianli, who was covering his neck in front of him, suddenly turned into a white smoke. At the same time, a dagger came from behind Ironhead and plunged into his heart. You're good at guessing, aren't you? It's just that, if you guess right, you won't die? It was accompanied by an icy voice. You. Ironhead still wanted to say something, but the vitality in his body was getting weaker and weaker, and he didn't have the strength to finish the rest of his words. With that, Ironhead slowly fell to the ground. Looking at the dead Ironhead, Song Tianli's face was devoid of any expression. It wasn't his first time killing, and in the last 20 years, the deaths at his hands had been in the double digits. So, he doesn't have any psychological burden. Although there was technology in the Divine Land, it was, after all, based on cultivation, so it couldn't be as peaceful as the Blue Planet. It's always been the underdog here. If you don't kill someone else might kill you. After killing Ironhead, Song Tianli very skillfully took out some potions and dripped them on top of the other party's corpse. Quickly, the body burned. In a matter of seconds, Ironhead's body disappeared without a trace. As an oldest of the oldest six, Song Tianli deeply understood a truth. After you kill someone, you must destroy the body. Otherwise, it would be easy for some people with special abilities to follow the trail and find themselves. After destroying the body, Song Tianli didn't just end it. He once again used the multiple shadow split technique to manifest a doppelganger, and then had the doppelganger use the transformation technique to take on the appearance of Ironhead. He wondered if anyone had seen Ironhead come to the middle of his family's small yard. In case someone saw it, then wouldn't it be easy to get yourself in trouble when you saw that the Ironhead had an in and out? Therefore, he made his doppelganger take the form of Ironhead, walked out of the courtyard, and headed in the direction of Ironhead's house. Along the way, the doppelganger also deliberately passed by a few crowded places so that everyone else could see his presence. Finally, after waiting until a place where no one was around, he undid the diversion. In this way, no one will be able to connect Ironhead's disappearance to him. This golden finger came at the right time, otherwise, it would have been a bit of a hassle to deal with. Song Tianli whispered. After returning to his room, he swiped his phone again. Today was the second day, and he had one more ability choice to make. It's just that such but multiple choice questions are not so easy to come across. Sometimes it was hard to come across them, and their abilities, or side effects, were unacceptable to Song Tianli. For example, a multiple choice question like this. If you were given $1 billion, but there will be a snail that will hunt you forever, refreshing the location at 12 o'clock every day, randomly appearing in any place, and once touched by the snail, you will die. Faced with such a multiple choice question, Song Tianli could only choose to give up. $1 billion was certainly coveted, but this certain death was not what he wanted. Although the chances were very small, Song Tianli, as a veteran old six, was naturally not willing to take any chances at all. What if he was unlucky and that snail randomly refreshed in his face one day? Wouldn't that be cool on its own? He now possessed a golden finger, earning $1 billion should not be difficult, there was no need to take this risk. Thus, Song Tianli could only continue to brush and brush, looking for multiple choice questions. Finally, an hour later, his eyes lit up. If you are allowed to have the skills in the three kingdoms, but need to be in debt of $100 million, and if you can't pay it back within a month, you will die, are you willing? For this multiple choice question, Song Tianli chose willingly without hesitation. He knew the skills in Three Kingdoms kill, there were so many very interesting but extremely powerful skills. With Song Tianli's choice, he had an additional deck of skill cards in his hand. He spread out the skill cards and looked at them for a moment, realizing they weren't too far off from what he knew. For example, base cards, Kill, Thunder Kill, Fire Kill, Flash, Peach, Wine. Weapon cards, Zhuge Crossbow, Xinglong Crescent Blade, Xinglong Sword, Fengtian Painted Halberd. Horse License, +1 horse speed, +2 horse speed, 1 speed, 2 speed. Defense cards, in King's Shield, Vine Armor, Silver Lion. The Brocade cards, Take the Hand, Cross the River, Be Impeccable, Kill with a Borrowed Knife, Make Something Out of Nothing. When Song Tianli saw these skills, he simply burst out laughing. These skills are fantastic to use against enemies and to save your life. With these skill cards, tomorrow, even if his identity as a chosen of God was revealed, he wouldn't be in too much of a mess. Tenri, we're back. Just then, there was the sound of a door opening outside, and a man's voice talking. Hearing this voice, Song Tianli put away his deck and walked out. The people who entered the door were a middle-aged man and woman who looked ordinary and proper. These are Song Tianli's parents, Song Qian and Yang Jia. Dad, Mom, did you guys just get off work? Song Tianli went up and asked. They had a strange rule in their house that whoever came back, whether there was anyone in the house or not, had to shout when they entered. For example, when Song Tianli came back earlier, he shouted, "Mom and Dad, I'm home." And his parents would shout, "Tianli, I'm home." This rule was set by Song Tianli. Chapter 9: The Identity of the Chosen One is Revealed. Chapter 9: The Chosen One's Identity Revealed. Song Tianli had begun to plot long after he had crossed over and learned about the Chosen of God. This strange rule is to differentiate between those who come back and those who are not their family. In case someone is pretending to be someone else, you'll be able to tell the difference at first glance. Did you guys just get off work? That, too, was a tentative remark. Got off work early, ran into your Uncle Wang on the way and chatted for a while. Song Qian replied. Hearing this answer, Song Tianli nodded and returned to the house with his parents. As long as the words Uncle Wang were mentioned in the speech, it meant it was true. I'll go cook. Song Tianli's mother, Yang Jia, said and walked towards the kitchen. 40 minutes later, the three of them were watching TV and eating their meals. During that time, not a single person spoke. Song Tianli's parents also didn't ask him how his harvest was this time and whether he had become a chosen of God. Tianli, what are you going to do next? When they finished eating, Song Qian asked. The Song family, one of the three great families, is hiring in a couple days, and I'm planning on applying. Make some money and subsidize the family. That's fine, something has to be done. This concludes the conversation between father and son. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely feel that Song Tianli and his family were all a bit strange. Their exchanges with each other give a nod to the other. This is a situation that, by definition, should not exist between a father and a son. There might be guests coming tomorrow, so you and mom should take a day off and entertain the guests. Song Tianli suddenly said at this time. Good. Song Qian nodded. And after that, Song Tianli returned to his room. The exchange between father and son ended completely at that point. During the night, Song Tianli didn't sleep, but stayed in the middle of his secret base and cultivated. He has been for the last 20 years. When you can practice, you never slack off. The land of the gods is a world of the weak and the strong, although the golden finger is important and powerful. However, the most important thing is still its own strength. If one's own cultivation was strong enough, even without a golden finger, one could still stand tall. Soon the time came to 12 o'clock in the night. When the clock struck 12, Song Tianli suddenly felt that where his chest was, the divine coin of sanctification became hot. No good, the final test is coming. On the third day of departure from the chosen city, all the chosen are exposed. Only after you've broken through this level can you truly have the golden handshake. It's just that Song Tianli didn't expect to be exposed past 12 o'clock on the dot. Thinking of this, Song Tianli's figure flickered and hurriedly appeared inside the courtyard before taking out a cloud-piercing arrow. Swoosh! Snap! Very quickly, the cloud-piercing arrow rose into the air, creating a grand sparkling firework in the air. The fireworks formed the appearance of a mask, and it was beautiful. At this moment, many people were awakened from their sleep. An arrow through the clouds, 1,000 armies come to meet. Only, where Song Tianli was, nothing happened. He hurried away from the house and sped off into the distance. He was as fast as a phantom. But he still felt slow. So, with a flip of his palm, he brought out a 3 Kingdoms horse card. Speed +1, he said, slapping the horse tag on himself. Instantly, his speed doubled. Speed +1 is to double your speed, and speed +2 is to triple your speed. In the midst of running, Song Tianli felt that his chest area was getting hotter and hotter. In the next second, a 7-colored haze suddenly flew out from the divine ruling coin at his chest. This 7-colored haze rose up into the sky, towering over the clouds and exceeding 2 meters in diameter. Not to mention the people around here, even the entire Qianzhou could see it if they raised their heads. Of course, scenarios like this were not only on Song Tianli. The entire divine great land above, all the chosen of God, was like this. To say that the previous Goldfinger fight was only a minor one. It is now that the real tussle begins. Because now the locations of all the chosen of God were all exposed. Many people from many forces, waiting for this moment, were also waiting for this moment. Not to mention other places, there were many people in the middle of Qianzhou, heading in the direction where Song Tianli was. None of them revealed their identities, clear of their night clothes, not even their eyes showing. Song Tianli used the transformation technique as he sped forward. He couldn't let his likeness be exposed. Otherwise, even if he escaped this time, once his appearance was memorized, he would easily be counted in the future. That was why he was in a hurry to get away from the small compound he was currently living in. Just didn't want anyone with an eye on him to see where he appeared from. The 7-colored haze on Song Tianli's body was simply too obvious, hundreds or thousands of times more dazzling than a bright light in the middle of the dark night. So, very quickly, someone in royal flight appeared above him. And, more than one person. Kill! Immediately, one person let out a soft cry and came towards Song Tianli. Faced with this situation, Song Tianli also knew that he couldn't escape, so instead of sprinting forward, he stopped and prepared to face the enemy. Since there was nowhere to run, there was no choice but to fight. Very quickly, a person appeared above Song Tianli's head and chopped down with a sword. This sword was loud enough to open mountains and break rocks. Ran Wang's shield. In the face of this sword, Song Tianli took out a defense card from the Three Kingdoms and threw it out. Instantly, the card transformed into having an immense black shield in front of him, blocking him. Boom! The sword above his head landed on top of the shield with a loud boom. The Ran Wang shield didn't show any signs of shattering, while the one who launched the attack was bounced out tens of meters. His body stumbled and twisted in the air several times before he stabilized. However, very quickly, the Ran Wang shield dissipated as well. These cards are one-time items that disappear after being used once. Hand over the golden finger and I can spare your life. At this time, above Song Tianli's head, he was already surrounded by dozens of men in black. Every one of them can fly imperiously. And above the ground, there were people who were constantly speeding in that direction. You couldn't know better what this golden finger represents. It's not impossible to want me to hand over my gold finger. I want $10 billion. Song Tianli said, stretching out a finger. 10 billion is fine. However, you have to give me the golden finger first. The black-clothed man in the lead said. 10 billion is nothing compared to Goldfinger. As long as he was able to obtain the golden finger, not to mention $10 billion, even if it was $20 billion, he was willing to pay. However, he didn't know that Song Tianli was just saying so and really had this idea. However, he was willing to deal with Song Tianli. Anyway, in his opinion, Song Tianli was now a turtle in a jar. Chapter 10 Cards Stiffen the Man in Black. Chapter 10 Cards Stiffen the Man in Black. There is no such thing. Pay with one hand, deliver with the other, this is the rule of the Jianghu. Song Tianli said. He was stalling for time at this time, as the seven-colored haze on his body only lasted for 3 minutes. For those 3 minutes he was like the sun in the middle of the night, there was nowhere to hide. As long as he could survive the 3 minutes, then he could find a way to, well, hide himself. I have the money, but for a moment, I simply can't get that much. If you hand over the golden finger to me first, I will definitely give you $10 billion with both hands after dawn. The black-clothed man in the lead said. Asking you to come up with $10 billion at once does seem a bit strong. Let's do it this way, give $1 billion deposit first, and the rest will arrive tomorrow. How? Song Tianli said in a seemingly reasonable manner. That's fine, give me your account. The black-clothed man in the lead agreed without even thinking about it. Once we can know Song Tianli's bank account, then we can follow the trail and know his identity. Once we know who he is, it won't be hard to put him in his place. Here. Song Tianli said, flinging out a piece of paper with a bank card number and name written on it. Of course, the name on it wasn't him. Being an oldest of the oldest sixes, it's naturally impossible to use a real vest. He has many more bank card numbers like this one. The deposit will be here soon. Can you hand over the golden finger to me now? The black-clothed man in the lead said. I haven't gotten the text alert yet. I repeat, the deposit is due immediately, now hand me Goldfinger at once. I said I haven't gotten a text alert yet? You want to backtrack? Then don't blame me, kill. The black-clothed man in the lead didn't dawdle any longer and once again killed towards Song Tianli. 1 minute and 45 seconds, only 1 minute and 15 seconds away. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. At the same time, a Zhuge crossbow appeared in his hand. He took aim at the many men in black and just pulled the trigger. Shoo shoo shoo. At that instant, countless arrow feathers glittering with cold light were headed towards the many black-clothed men. Only, for those arrow feathers, those black-clothed men easily blocked them. However, the corner of Song Tianli's mouth was slightly upturned at this time. The biggest feature of the Zhuge crossbow is not the damage of the arrow feathers, but the stacking of damage. In the next second, nearly 10 cards appeared in his hand. Kill. Thunder kill. Fire kill. Kill kill kill. Instantly, a large amount of flames appeared with Song Tianli as the center. The flames were interspersed with lightning, and some unseen attacks. This flame swept a number of black-clothed men within it. The black-clothed man in the lead retreated quickly, so he wasn't swept away. But there were some men in black who weren't so lucky. When they were caught in the wave, they directly perished on the spot. This scene had scared the many black-clothed men out of a cold sweat. Worthy of being a chosen of God, it's true that the means are superb. But that's as far as it goes. Meteor catching the moon. The man in black waved his arm and a blue stream of light flew out from his waist. This stream of light was like a dancing spirit snake, heading towards Song Tianli. The illusory blue streaming light of the Zhang clan. At the first moment, Song Tianli recognized his opponent's attack. The Zhang family was one of the 3 great families in Qianzhou, with extraordinary strength. It was no wonder that they would also, in the first instance, seek out the 7-colored haze. In the face of this manifestation, Song Tianli threw out another card. Impeccable. The impeccable cards formed a transparent shroud of light around him, blocking the stream of light. The stream of light then disappeared along with the shield. This was the frightening thing about infallibility: no matter what kind of attack appeared, it would all disappear together. It's really hard to deal with. Seeing this scene, the black-robed man in the lead's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected that he had already used his family's best techniques, but he still hadn't been able to take down Song Tianli. He knew that God's chosen were not easy to deal with, but he hadn't thought that it was so bad. One must know that this time, in order to deal with the divine chosen, the Zhang family had dispatched a large number of people. Strike together, no need to hold back. The black-clothed man in the lead said to the other black-clothed men. Before, in order to hide his identity, he didn't dare to use the family's mastery. But now that it's been exposed, there's no point. Thus, the many black-clothed men who were still alive no longer had any reservations. A stream of blue light came spreading towards Song Tianli. 30 seconds to go. Song Tianli calculated the time. At the same time, another card was made. Silver Lion. Only to see it appear around him, a huge silver white armor. This armor shielded him in the middle, blocking all the blue streams of light. Unlike the impeccable attack, the Silver Lion had not disappeared after blocking the many streams of light and had been protecting Song Tianli. One strike missed, and the Zhang family, once again, attacked. For a time, all sorts of attacks were spread out towards Song Tianli. All of a sudden, smoke and dust rose in all directions and debris flew, blurring the crowd's vision. A few breaths later, when the dust cleared, the crowd turned their gazes to where Song Tianli was. They noticed that the Silver Lion armor protecting him was slowly disappearing. However, Song Tianli didn't take any damage. Most importantly, the 7-colored haze on his body had completely dissipated. They saw that Song Tianli slowly raised his hands and crossed his fingers into a cross. In the next second, a large amount of white smoke rose from where he was. Immediately after that, there was a constant stream of Song Tianli flying out of the white smoke, scattering in all directions. The 7-colored haze disappeared, so naturally, Song Tianli had to flee next. He couldn't afford to get tough with these men in black. The total number of cards he had on him was only 100, so he would be out of cards when he ran out. That's a dozen used up in just 3 minutes. Once all of them were used up, then he would surely die when facing these black-clothed men. Now that there was no more 7-colored haze on his body, he could escape with abandon. Looking at Song Tianli, who kept rushing out from the white smoke, the Zhang family was confused. Kill them all. The black-clothed man in the lead launched an attack. Only, at this time, Song Tianli used the speed +2 card. His speed directly tripled. This made the black-clothed man, who was already a bit of a killjoy, even more frazzled. In almost the blink of an eye, hundreds of Song Tianli scattered in all directions, unable to catch up for a moment. However, the Zhang family, as one of the 3 great families of Qianzhou, since they wanted to snatch the golden finger, then naturally they wouldn't only be prepared for this. These black-robed men in imperial flight were just the vanguard, in order to stall Song Tianli. Before, it wasn't just Song Tianli who was stalling for time, but likewise, they were also stalling for time. At this moment, the Zhang family's large force had already arrived. Chapter 11, The Masked Man. Chapter 11, The Masked Man. The Zhang family's large troop numbered in the thousands. Although they couldn't fly imperiously, they were able to gallop quickly on the ground. Therefore, the hundreds of Song Tianli that were originally scattered in all directions were quickly surrounded. This time the siege was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The preparations are really complete. Song Tianli said indifferently as he looked at the people around him. You won't be able to escape today. Say it again, hand over the golden finger and I can spare your life. The black-clothed man in the lead said. Spare my life? It's not really certain who spares who. Kill, leave no one behind. At this time, Song Tianli said in an icy tone. His words caused the Zhang family to look puzzled, they didn't know to whom it was addressed. Soon, however, they understood. As Song Tianli's words fell, countless masked men wearing masks suddenly poured out from the surroundings. Without uttering a single word, they launched strikes at the people who surrounded Song Tianli. Each of these men was well trained, as if they were born to kill. The moment you make a move, it's a killing move. The Zhang family's men wouldn't last a single move in front of these masked men. Who are you people? The black-robed man at the head of the Zhang family said loudly. He had no idea, at all, where these masked people were coming from. He was even more unaware of when such a terrifying group of people existed in Xinzhou. Each and every one of them from the Zhang family is also well trained. But in front of these people, there was surprisingly no resistance. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli expressionlessly glanced at the many black-clothed men and prepared to quietly leave. When these people tried to kill him, the end was already predetermined. Where to go? Seeing Song Tianli preparing to leave, the black-clothed man in the lead wanted to step forward to stop him. As long as we can get the golden finger today, losing more manpower will be worth it. However, just as the black-robed man in the lead was heading towards Song Tianli, a powerful attack suddenly came towards him. In response, the black-clothed man in the lead could only quickly retreat while launching his defense. Boom! A huge fist print landed on his body. In an instant, the black-clothed man in the lead flew out tens of meters in the air. He hurriedly turned his head towards the direction of the attack on him and found a man with a white smiley mask, his eyes staring at him with ice-cold eyes. So strong, who is this person? Could it be that the appearance of the divine chosen this time has lured out some hidden powerhouses, all of them? Before the black-robed man in the lead had time to think more, the man with the white mask once again struck. His speed was extremely fast, causing the black-robed man in the lead to only see a little bit of stubble. It was as if he could flash, appearing one moment on the left and the next on the right. In the next second, he appeared in front of the leading black-robed man and blasted out with a punch. Even though the black-clothed man in the lead defended as fast as he could, he was still a step too late. The fist of the man in the white mask landed on top of his chest. Bang! In an instant, the black-robed man in the lead had his chest burst open. His life breath rapidly drained away, and eventually his body fell towards the ground. In response, the man in the white mask didn't even look at him more than once and headed towards the other men in black. Apart from him, there was also a person wearing a black mask who was also killing those men in black. These two were extremely strong, and the so-called battles were basically seconds. Song Tianli saw all of this scene in his eyes. He wasn't surprised. Because the appearance of these people was completely unexpected. The cloud-piercing arrows from before were not released for nothing. After no one stopped him, Song Tianli continued to sprint forward, away from the battlefield. What he was afraid of was never these black-clothed men of the Zhang family. There were countless strong people in the Divine Land, and truly strong people never appeared easily. He didn't know if this place was already being watched by strong people, so he had to hurry and escape from here. His priority was not to kill, but to get through the day in peace. That way, Goldfinger could truly be his. After leaving the place where the battle took place, Song Tianli found a remote place, lifted his transformation technique, and then came into an internet cafe. There were noisy people in the middle of the internet cafe, and not too many people cared at all about the people coming and going. He was a regular at this internet cafe and had a membership, so he didn't need to recharge. Only to see him walk straight to a windowed corner of the internet cafe and turn on the computer. This position, in case of any emergencies, he could escape from the window in the first place. He took out his cell phone as his computer booted up, and sent another text message, to an unfamiliar number. Smooth internet cafe, all is well at the moment. Quickly, the message was answered. Understanding. The program starts tomorrow. After seeing this reply message, Song Tianli didn't reply again, but deleted the message altogether. Then he turned on his computer's video player and put on a TV show called Who Am I? However, at this moment, his mind was not focused on the drama at all, but rather, he was observing his surroundings. Meanwhile, think about the next plan. Not surprisingly, the dust has settled on Goldfinger. It's just that the Goldfinger is only used to assist, and cannot directly enhance strength. It's useless to have a strong supporting ability, you still need to find a way to improve your own strength. As of now, the 2 golden fingers he had obtained, although they were able to enhance his combat power, they could not be used for cultivation. So, in terms of cultivation, he would have to rely on himself. The sky, gradually brightening, Song Tianli's heart slowly settled down. Not all chosen of God, however, were as lucky as he was to have survived. The Chosen One's gold finger was powerful, but too weak to escape the hunt. The moment they were exposed by the seven-colored haze, the end was doomed. So, it was a night of joy for some and sorrow for others. When the night was over, basically the dust had settled as well. In the near future, the pattern of the divine lands would change because of these chosen of God. However, the competition between the chosen of God would also become more and more white-hot as time went on. Now that these chosen ones are just settling down, they all need to meddle for a while. Song Tianli stayed from the time he entered the internet cafe until 12 o'clock the next night. By this time, Goldfinger was truly his. Be a man, or be meticulous. Live a little, live a long time. Song Tianli walked out of the internet cafe, raised his head to look at the starry sky, and took a deep breath. The sky is so clear, tomorrow will be a great day. The dust had basically settled on the Goldfinger thing, and it was the end of something he had been planning for almost 20 years. Next, it's time to return to the life that belongs to him. Chapter 12 Conditions for Becoming a Lapdog. Chapter 12 The Conditions for Becoming a Lapdog. Today's Qianzhou was bustling with activity as the three great clans of Qianzhou released a message almost simultaneously. The entire Qianzhou in front of him, recruiting talented and strong disciples. God's chosen are preferred. When the crowd saw the words chosen one priority, they all burst out laughing. If you're really a chosen one, you wouldn't go and be a doormat for someone. This is equivalent to the fact that when certain ordinary companies on the blue planet recruit, they will write a sentence that Qingbei is preferred. That's basically a load of crap. You see people, they don't necessarily see you. At the same time, Song 13, the young master of the Song family, released a message to the outside world. Recruitment of dog legs starts today. Anyone who passes the test will be rewarded $1 million on the spot. The people who heard this news were all nonplussed. They knew that Song 13 was a famous loser in Qianzhou, but they didn't expect it to be so loser. And, how dare they directly say that they are recruiting dog legs? It fits his persona too well. This would make people feel, more or less, insulted if someone else from the three great families said this. However, when this was said by Song 13, they felt that it couldn't be more normal. Because, as everyone knew, the Song family's young master, Song 13, was not only a loser, but also more or less abnormal in the head. Yesterday at 12 o'clock in the night before last, when the whole Qianzhou was searching for the chosen of God, he stood on the street with a loudspeaker and shouted, "Chosen of God, come and join this young master, who will protect you in safety." All the other great clans that searched and hunted down the divine chosen were hiding as much as they could, fearing that it would be known that it was their clans that had done it. As a result, Song 13 could be so blatant. That's a bit arrogant. However, when the crowd determined that the news was released by Song 13, there were still many people who traveled to the Song family. If you can pass the test, you'll get $1 million on the spot. Although Song 13's reputation as a loser was bad, his reputation was extremely high. If he says something, no matter what, he will do it. Song Tianli also traveled to the Song family, and he planned to become Song Xii's lapdog. That way, you can disguise yourself better. Who would have thought that a hallowed chosen one of God would actually become the lapdog of a loser? Although the Song family was not the strongest among the three great families in Qianzhou, it was indeed the richest. Therefore, the Song family's mansion was extremely large, covering an area of nearly 1,000 acres. When Song Tianli arrived at the Song family, he found the place gated and crowded. The reward of $1 million, coupled with Song 13's reputation as a loser, was too tempting. It was no exaggeration to say that there were at least 100,000 people who had come to serve as Song 13's lapdogs this time. 100,000 people staying in one place, even if each one makes only a tiny bit of noise. Those 100,000 voices add up, and it's enough to make one head turn. Butler Qian has arrived. Right at this moment, an underling of the Song family suddenly said loudly. As his words fell, a large-bellied, somewhat naive-looking man was walking unhurriedly from the distance. Seeing this person, the Song family, which was originally a bit noisy, instantly quieted down. Some knowledgeable people knew how high this Butler Qian's status was in the Song family. Half of the Song family's properties are taken care of by this money butler. His position in the Song family was only below that of the Song family's family head. It was even above the Song family's young master, Song 13. Since there are so many people here today, we've screened a few conditions here. Anyone who does not fulfill the conditions, please leave. Butler Qian said indifferently. His tone sounded gentle, but there was an undeniable dominance. First rule, height must be between 180-185, too tall or too short, no way. When Butler Qian's words came out, a large portion of the crowd, at once, let out a sound of regret. But there's no way, they can't question it when people make this offer. So those who did not fulfill the conditions turned away. However, before leaving they all got a small gift from the Song family, so it wasn't a wasted trip. It had to be said that the Song family was indeed rich and powerful. The cost of these little gifts alone adds up to hundreds of millions of dollars. In a moment's time, over 100,000 doglegs were left with only about 10,000 left. Number 2, you must weigh between 145-160 pounds. Another 5,000 or 6,000 left when this offer was made. Number 3, have a high school diploma or higher. In the Divine Land, cultivation was the main focus, and the status of readers was not considered high, so there were very few true readers. Many people read only to the point of being able to recognize words and then go on to practice. Only those who were less talented in cultivation would choose to continue their studies to be able to rely on their learning to make a living in the future. So much so that there are literally not many people with a high school education or higher. Song Tianli crossed over and just finished high school, not college. There is no need for college entrance exams in God's country either. You can continue your education and study as long as you wish. Except, 80-90% of people, they don't do that. As soon as this third condition came into effect, another 3,000 or 4,000 people left, and now there were only about 1,000 left. And 1,000 more? Number 4, between the ages of 18-24. Once this request was made, another half of the people walked away, leaving only 400 or so people left. Number 5, at least one divine treasure has been opened in the body. This request from the money steward was not too high. There were indeed quite a few cultivators who had opened a divine deposit in the Divine Lands. However, if you add in the age requirement, and a high school education or higher, it's a rarity. How could such a person come to be Song 13's lapdog? Sure enough, when this condition came out, there were over 300 people, and only 4 were left in an instant. One of them was none other than Song Tianli. It's just the 4 of you. You guys come with me. Butler Qian said as he sized up the 4. His eyes visibly glazed over when he saw Song Tianli. But, not saying anything, turned and walked forward. At this time, Song Tianli sized up the other 3 people who fulfilled the conditions. All 3 seemed to have quite a personality. One was dressed in all black and looked cold. One wears glasses and looks like a bookworm. If you were in Blue Star, with this getup, you'd start at least as a graduate student. The last one, with white hair, gave off a very sinister look. Among the 4 people left behind, just from their appearance alone, only Song Tianli was slightly more normal. Under Butler Qian's leadership, Song Tianli and the others arrived in the Song family's inner courtyard. Just as he walked into the inner courtyard, he heard a sound of theater coming from it, accompanied by the sound of drums. The 4 of them looked up and found that in the middle of the inner courtyard, there was a theater stage set up, and a troupe was singing at the moment. Underneath the stage, a man who looked about the same age as Song Tianli was lying on a chaise longue, the maid next to him feeding him grapes as he beat his fingers rhythmically. The 4 knew that this was the young master of the Song family, Song 13. It was indeed a look of a young dude. Chapter 13, True or False Young Master. Chapter 13, The True and False Young Master. Young Master, Butler Qian is here. Song 13 did not notice the arrival of several people, or the maid whispered in his ear. When Song 13 heard this, he sat up from the recliner in a single bound. Uncle Qian, is this the lapdog you chose for me? It all looks quite personalized. Song 13 still had quite a bit of respect for Butler Qian, addressing him with a cry of Uncle Qian. As he said this, he started sizing up Song Tianli and the 4 of them. Yes, young master. These 4 are the ones who fulfill all the requirements. Butler Qian said indifferently. Come on, report your names. Song 13 said as he looked at the several people. Lan Han. Yu Chuanqiu. Wu Zizi. Song Tianli. Cold Chill was the cold man in all black, as his name suggested. Yu Chuanqiu was the man who looked like a scholar. The name, too, is very, very literary. Wu Zizi is the white-haired man. It's a great name, but unfortunately with the last name, it's not nearly as meaningful. Your name is Song Tianli? That's a good name. I like your name. When I go out in the future, I'll yell, "Where's God's justice?" You swish and appear and say, "Young master, I'm here." How awesome is this, ha ha ha. Song 13 said and couldn't help but laugh. It's just that, in the middle of the inner courtyard, he was the only one laughing, so the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Good thing, there's the sound of a theater troupe singing opera, or it could awkwardly make one key a 3-room apartment. Starting today, you 4 are the 4 kings under me. Song Tianli, this young master likes your name. Plus, your surname is also Song, so this young master has specially made you the boss among the 4 great Vajra. In my absence, of the 4 of you, you have the final say. Song 13 casually settled on the 4. Thank you, young master. From today onwards, I, Song Tianli, vow to protect 13th young master to the death. Song Tianli suddenly said loudly. There's no need to be so loud. If you shout like that, it's easy for people to think that you're the young master. Song 13 said. When the names Song 13 and Song Tianli were said at the same time, it was indeed easy to assume that Song Tianli was the young master. Yes, young master. Song Tianli said respectfully. Uncle Qian, I'm happy to have taken in the 4 diamonds today. Reward $2 million each, this Song Tianli's name I like, reward $3 million. Song 13 looked like a loser. Yes. Butler Qian was already accustomed to Song 13's defeated appearance. The Song family is a big family, and it's not that bad for this little money of defeat. Song Tianli, come with this young master. This young master happens to have something to explain to you. After Song 13 finished speaking, he headed towards the inside of a side room. Song Tianli hurriedly followed closely behind. Shuiyu, take the 3 of them to arrange for a place to stay. Butler Qian spoke to the maid who had just fed Song 13 grapes, and followed behind Song Tianli as well. Yes. That maid said and left with Lung Han and the 3 of them. Song 13 brought Song Tianli, and very quickly, he arrived in a room. After Butler Qian from the back walked into the house, he smoothly closed the door and came to Song 13's front. Just like that, he stood in a line with Song 13. They looked at Song Tianli with a strange look. In response, Song Tianli looked at the 2 with an expressionless face, without the previous respect on his face. 13 pays his respects to the young master. Shen Shang pays his respects to young master. In the next second, Song 13 and Butler Qian, at the same time, half-kneeled at Song Tianli. At this time, both of their expressions were as respectful as they could be. Get up! Song Tianli said indifferently. Many thanks, young master. Butler Qian and Song 13 said. After the 2 of them got up, they looked at Song Tianli with an excited look. 13, it's been a long time. You're getting more and more like a young master now. Song Tianli walked over to a sofa and sat down, looking at Song 13 and said. Young master is joking, it's not thanks to young master's blessing that this has only been enjoyed for a few days. Song 13 said with a bit of embarrassment. At this point in his life, he had completely lost that playboy and loser look. Instead, there was a wise look in his eyes. Young master, are you still planning to leave after returning to the family this time? Butler Qian asked at this time. After so many years of planning, the dust has now settled on the chosen of God. I really should be back. However, it's still the same as before, I'm in the dark and 13 is in the light. Song Tianli said. As a senior-old 6, he was well versed in the ways of Go. The identity of the Song family's young master was too sensitive, and I'm afraid that many people were looking forward to his death. And it's been in action, more or less, over the years. He couldn't be clearer about that. So, when he was very young, he had his old man, the head of the Song family, start the setup. In the Song family, both he and his old man had stand-ins. There is a saying that if the wood is good, the wind will destroy it. When a person, or a family, is too good, it's not always a good thing. Because, jealousy is human nature. Once a clan was too powerful, it would cause other clans to be afraid of it, and then try to find ways to destroy it. That was why, over the years, he had detached himself from the Song family's young master status and lived alone. He had Song 13, the fake young master, disguise himself as a loser. He was the only child in his generation in the Song family. It would put a lot of people at ease if he was the loser. After all, no amount of family business can stand up to a loser's unrestrained squandering. The night before, Song 13 stood on the street and shouted, God's chosen, come to this young master's heel, this young master will protect you. It was also at his behest. Doing so serves 3 purposes. First, let Song 13 carry out the reputation of the Song family's young master as a loser and a scum to the end. Second, to see if a chosen one would actually show up. If a divine chosen one did appear, it would definitely be considered blood money. Thirdly, explain to the crowd in Qianzhou that the Song family's young master is not a chosen one. After all, at that time, a seven-colored haze emanated from all the chosen of God. There was nothing on Song 13's body, so naturally he wasn't a chosen one. The Song family's young master wasn't a chosen of God, which in turn would put a lot of people's minds at ease. In this way, the Song family would be in a much better position than before. Song 13's short sentence could be described as a 1-2 punch. This time, in order to return to the Song family in an honorable manner, he deliberately came up with such a trick of recruiting a dog's leg. Those conditions that Butler Qian had proposed before were all based on Song Tianli. Song Tianli is 182 tall, so it limits the height requirement to between 180-185. If he's 172, that would limit the height requirement to between 170-175. It's an inside-the-box operation. It's like when certain universities on the Blue Planet recruited graduate students and only admitted one person. The person came first, and then came these conditions. ID numbers don't match, none of them do. Chapter 14, Activating the Shadow. Chapter 14, Activating the Shadow. Of course, the reason why Lung Han and the three of them were left behind was also to cover their tracks. After all, it would be a bit too conspicuous if Song Tianli was the only one recruited as a dog leg. It's easy to be reminded of something. But recruiting 4 people is much more normal. Song 13's so-called liking of the name Song Tianli was also a logical way to make Song Tianli the boss among the doglegs. In this way, it was completely reasonable for Song 13, who was the young master, to come into contact with his own lapdogs without arousing anyone's suspicion. If Song Tianli really had something to do, he could also convey it through Song 13 in the first instance. The people of Qianzhou could never have imagined that just the matter of a defeated young master recruiting a dog's leg was filled with so many calculations. If they knew, they would have said. It's dark and slippery and socially complex. The city is deep, I want to go back to the countryside. What plans and instructions does young master have for the next period of time? Butler Qian asked at this time. There are 2 things you need to do. First, for the next month, 13 find every reason to reward me with some money, I'm useful. Total amount, $110 million. Song Tianli hadn't forgotten that he still owed $110 million in foreign debt. The reason why he didn't hesitate to choose to go into debt as the price when he was faced with the choice of if but was because, as the young master of the Song family, the last thing he lacked was money. It was just that he hadn't officially shown his identity now, so it wasn't good for him to directly utilize the Song family's money. The money could only be transferred to him through Song 13. Song 13's reputation as a loser was well known, and it made sense that there were various rewards for him. The second thing is to activate all the shadowy shadows that the Song family has set up over the years and observe the people around them. Collect all the various information about some people who have changed greatly and whose strength has grown extremely fast, the more detailed the better. The reason why Song Tianli had people collect information on these people was naturally because of the chosen of God. After the chosen one gets his golden handshake, he will develop obscenely for a while though. But ultimately, there are going to be changes, and it's impossible to keep a low profile forever. Take a step back and say that even if someone does get to be an old 6 all the time, that's not true of all chosen ones. Song Tianli collected their information in order to know his enemy. In the event of an encounter with them in the future, it might be possible to guess what their golden finger was through various clues. Once you guess, then you will have the upper hand. About that, too, he had begun to scheme a long time ago. He was a shameless traveler, and the greatest characteristic of a traveler is that there is an information gap between him and the people of this world. Over the years, Song Tianli had relied on poor information to make the Song family grow stronger day by day. The Song family when he was born was not one of the 3 great families of Qianzhou, and could only be considered to have a small fortune. Over the years, the Song family had made a lot more money than outsiders knew. Only, a big half of it was taken and spent by Song Tianli. Of course, he's not spending it through himself. Instead, they made various layout plans using the Song family's channels. One of the most costly items is burying the pieces and gathering information. He couldn't have known better what timely information meant. Sometimes a single piece of information can determine the fate of a person, a family. A dozen years ago, he didn't know if he could become a chosen one either. So, he also made his second plan. Once he could not become a chosen one himself, then he could only activate the shadow used to gather information, search for the chosen one, and grab the golden finger. However, this would expose most of one's layouts over the years. He didn't want to do it until he had to. He is lucky that he is now also a chosen one, so he doesn't need to do so. Yes. Butler Qian and Song 13 said respectfully at the same time. The world thought that it was due to the Song family head that the Song family was able to become one of the three great families in Shenzhou in just over a decade. But not really, the real backbone of the Song family was the unknown Song Tianli. Where's my old man? With business out of the way, it was only natural to talk about family matters. Master has gone to the Central State. Butler Qian replied. Central State? Why would you travel to the Central State for no reason? Song Tianli asked with a slight frown of puzzlement. There were 9 major states in the Divine Land, and 8 of them had various differences, but collectively, they were about the same strength. The only thing that's different is the middle states. There were too many supreme status and powerful existences in the Central State. Just by the name, you can hear it. Zhangzhou is the center of the Divine Land. Exactly what he's going for, the master didn't say. Butler Qian replied. Not even you? When did he go? Song Tianli asked. To say who among the Song family was the person most worthy of Song Tianli and his old man's trust, the butler, Qian Shang, definitely counted as one. Unexpectedly, the purpose of his old man's trip to the Central State this time was not even mentioned by the housekeeper. 3 days ago, that is, shortly after the Divine Chosen left from Divine Chosen City. The butler said. That would be after I sent him a message and confirmed it was safe. Song Tianli whispered. At first, he was teleported away from God's chosen city and traveled to Kuan State. The text message he sent in Quinzhou was to his old man. It seems that this time Pops is in a hurry. Or perhaps, this is the day he's been waiting for. Have Shadow keep an eye on Pop's movements, and if anything happens, report to me at the first opportunity. Song Tianli said with a serious voice. Yes. Butler Qian said respectfully once again. Young master, what am I going to do next? Song 13 asked at this time. The real young master had returned, and he had his backbone. During all this time playing the Song family's young master, he had always been a bit weak in his heart. After all, fake is fake. It's the same as before, keep playing your loser young master and do what you need to do. I'll let you know when there's something I need you to do. Song Tianli said. He's going to be obscenely developed for a while now that he's a chosen one. If there was nothing special, he planned to live in the Song family as a dog's leg. He had a little bit of a base card, but the base card was still not enough. Understood. Song 13 nodded. After leaving Song 13's room, Song Tianli was also arranged a place to stay by the maid, Shuiyu. It was right next door to Leng Han and the 4 of them. With regards to the various rooms of the Song family, Song Tianli naturally knew more than anything else. Because this mansion that the Song family was currently living in was still designed by him personally. He designed this mansion to be extremely secure. In the event that something happens that can't be resisted, there are at least 3 escape routes available. The room in which he now resided was seemingly unremarkable. In fact, there's a dark tunnel in there that's not well known. Chapter 15 100-fold cultivation speed. Chapter 15 100-fold cultivation speed. The dark passage was only 1 meter high, and usually, when the average person entered it, they could not straighten up and could only crouch forward. In order to facilitate the escape, Song Tianli had designed slides inside to ride on. The top speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. Trying to give chase, in the middle of a dark tunnel, was impossible. Once something happened to the Song family, Song Tianli could completely save his life. In that respect, it had to be said that Song Tianli was just too meticulous. At this moment, he was sitting on his bed, absorbing the spiritual chi from heaven and earth as he cultivated. Such things have been going on uninterruptedly within the past decade or so. Therefore, at only 20 years old, he had already opened 2 divine treasures within his body. However, his talent wasn't exactly top of the line. There was still a big gap compared to those top geniuses. Those peerless heavenly prides were able to open 4 divine treasures at his age. However, compared to most people, his talent was good enough. Many people at his age would have opened at most 1 divine deposit. The cultivation speed is still too slow. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. It was a pity that the 2 golden fingers he had now were not aids to cultivation. I remember that the multiple shadow split art seems to be able to superimpose the senses of the split body, its cultivation, on top of the main body. Suddenly, Song Tianli seemed to have thought of something. In Naruto, Naruto used a doppelganger to gain experience in order to refine the attribute variations of the spiral pill. Then, could he not also utilize his doppelganger to cultivate? Thinking of this, he hastily used the multiple shadow split technique and split out 2 doppelgangers. The 3 Song Tianli then sat down together and began to cultivate. Half an hour later, all 3 opened their eyes at the same time. Song Tian understood in addition to the diversion. Instantly, he felt that the aura he had absorbed in the past half hour had increased twofold. In other words, all the energy absorbed by the 2 doppelgangers was fed back into the main body. Ha 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 ha. After thinking about this, Song Tianli suddenly laughed out loud. He had now opened 2 divine treasures and was able to split into 100 bilocations. If, at the same time, these 100 bilocations cultivated at the same time, then one's cultivation speed increased by 100 times. This is not a disguise to open the door. Steady. Steady. Just ask who else is there. Song Tianli suppressed his voice and said excitedly. He had opened 2 divine treasures now, so he could only split into 100 bilocations, and his cultivation speed could only be increased by 100 times. Once he opened the 3 divine treasures, then he would be able to split into 200 bilocations, increasing his cultivation speed by 200 times. Opening the 4 divine treasures increases the speed of cultivation by 500 times. Opening the 5 divine treasures increases the speed of cultivation by 1,000 times. In general, the stronger one is, the slower one cultivates. After Song Tianli relied on his detachment to cultivate, the stronger he got, the faster he cultivated instead. Quickly, however, another thought occurred to him. The side effects that arise after the split is lifted will also be fed back to the main body. For example, exhaustion. Therefore, Song Tianli was going to start experimenting with how many times the cultivation speed he could withstand at most at one time right now. If the fatigue generated by the doppelganger was too much, it could easily cause damage to the main body. Wanting this, he began dividing his time in half-hour increments. Each time, add 10 detachments. And so, time passed slowly. After a few hours of trying, Song Tianli realized that with his current physical condition, he was able to use up to 80 doppelgangers for cultivation at the same time. Once this amount is exceeded, it affects the ontogeny. Normally, even if it affects, it's nothing, at most it's just more time off. Only, Song Tianli was more meticulous, and he didn't want to leave himself in a weakened state for no reason. He would rather his cultivation speed be slower than to leave himself in a weakened state. This way, in case there are any emergencies, you won't be unable to cope with them. Moreover, 80 times the cultivation speed wasn't exactly slow. Everything is still about stability and safety. It seems like there's a need to find a way to improve the strength of one's physical body. If the physical body is strong enough, then the stronger the ability to withstand the negative effects brought about by the disintegration of the doppelganger. Song Tianli said to himself. And he also thought of one more thing. If his physical body was strong enough, then if he used the 8 gates of evasion in the future, it would also be more powerful. Therefore, it was very necessary to enhance the strength of the physical body. As far as Song Tianli knew, there were 2 ways to enhance the physical body. The first type, cultivating techniques to enhance the physical body. The second type, using heavenly materials to temper the physical body. With the Song family's financial power, it was very simple to find a cultivation technique that enhanced the physical body. However, the grade of the feats that could be given to those who could be bought with money was usually not high. Because, truly high-grade techniques were priceless treasures, even if one had money, one might not necessarily be able to buy them. We can only use heavenly materials and treasures for quenching first. Song Tianli made a decision. The thing about feats, this depends on chance. But heavenly materials, if you have the money, you can totally buy them. Thus, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Song 13 walked out of the Song family with the 4 great Vidra that he had just recruited today. Of course, besides the few of them, in the shadows, there were also some people following to protect the Song family's young master. In the past, these people were protecting Song 13. Now, it could be protecting Song Tianli. Very quickly, Song 13 brought his 4 great Vidra with him and walked into a store called the Pavilion of Curious Treasures. This Chi Treasure Pavilion had a total of 5 floors, and everything that cultivators needed to use was basically available here. Techniques, elixirs, weapons, protective gear, heavenly materials. If it isn't young Master 13, what do you want to buy today? Shu Yao, the manager of the Chi Treasure Pavilion, saw Song 13 and was the first to welcome him. She wore a pink cheongsam, and when she walked, her body twisted in a way that could twist a man's heart. And the cheongsam slit is quite high, which can make people think. She looked up to 27 or 28 years old and had an indescribably unique flavor. Sort of a rare and great beauty. Among the Qianzhou, there might be some people who didn't recognize Song family head Song Sihai. But there were hardly any people who didn't recognize Song 13. The first time Song 13 appeared, Xu Yao recognized him. I've been feeling a bit weak for the past 2 days, so I've come to buy some heavenly herbs to replenish my body. Song 13 said unapologetically. Hearing him say that, the people amongst the Qi treasure pavilion instantly came to a realization, and then looked at him with a scrutinizing look. Rumor has it that the Song family's young master is a flirt and spends his days either losing money or spending money. It makes sense that you would be emptied of your body by booze and sex. A lot of people don't despise Song 13 for spending their days drinking, they just hate it more, and why aren't they the ones who are spending their days drinking? Chapter 16, Pretending to have a kidney problem. Chapter 16, Pretending to have a kidney loss. Good point, we just happened to arrive at some great tonic in the past 2 days. 13th young master will see which one he needs. Xu Yao said in a soft tone. You're a woman, don't you know which one this young master needs the most? As Song 13 said this, his fingers traced over Xu Yao's back. In response, Xu Yao did not dodge, instead, her body took the initiative to move a little closer to Song 13. The surrounding guests were all kinds of envious and jealous when they saw this scene. I can't wait to yell at Song 13, let go of that woman, let me do it. There were many guests that came to the Qi treasure pavilion every day, but there were not many that could allow Xu Yao to personally receive them. And there are even fewer who can make her fawn so much. Among the guests coming and going, there were many people who thought about Xu Yao, but those who could really take advantage of the situation were almost none. Now Song 13 was able to be so close to Xu Yao. This made them feel that this loser was really too good at casting. Indeed, casting is a skill. 13th young master, follow me. This is the king of wolfberry, which is born by the 1,000-year-old wolfberry tree, and can nourish the kidney, moisturize the lungs, nourish the liver, and brighten the eyes. I think it's most suitable for 13th young master. Xu Yao said. It seems that you've misunderstood this young master a bit. This young master is going to purchase something that cures the root cause, although this king of Lyceum is good, this young master doesn't need it. Song 13 said with a disdainful glance at the goji berry king. Something that cures the root cause? What does young master 13 mean? Xu Yao didn't understand what Song 13 was trying to convey for a moment. I told you to read more and you just wouldn't listen. Can't you have a high school education like this young man? How else can you do business if you can't even understand what this young master says? What is the body? One's own body, of course. The cure is that this young master has decided to have an extremely powerful physique, and in the future, he won't need these external items to enhance himself at all. Song 13 said with a proud face. 13th young master is planning to quench his body? Hearing his words, Xu Yao took a long time to react. Of course, didn't this young master express himself clearly just now? When his words came out, Xu Yao was speechless for a while. Shouldn't I have just said I was going to have my body hardened, talking so much nonsense? That was something she only dared to spit out in her mind, not say it out loud. 13th young master, please come this way. Thus, Xu Yao led Song 13 and the others to the area of heavenly materials and treasures, and began to introduce them. This is the thunder light grass, which contains a large amount of lightning power. This is yang yin milk, containing the power of earth fire. This is the fruit of strength, after taking it you can increase your strength. Xu Yao was working very hard to carry out the introduction to Song 13. No need for an introduction, wrap it all up. Song 13 was too lazy to listen anymore and interrupted Xu Yao's introduction. Alright, please wait a moment, 13th young master. Xu Yao froze for a moment and said. It had to be said that Song 13 was really rich and willful. Without even inquiring about the price, they just packed it all in. If there were a few more such patrons, it would definitely be a blood profit for their Qi treasure pavilion. Very quickly, all the heavenly materials that could be used to quench the body were all packed up. 13th young master, a total of $28,650,000. You can just give $28 million. Xu Yao said. This young master has bought so many things, shouldn't you gift me something? Song 13 said at this time. Hearing him say that, Xu Yao gave him a somewhat surprised look. Because he had never heard of Song 13 buying something and asking the store for a freebie. That doesn't fit him. I don't know what kind of giveaway young Master 13 would like to order? Shu Yao still asked patiently. If it's something cheap, she's perfectly capable of making a gift. I see that the king of wolfberries just now is quite plump, won't you give me some to taste? Song 13 said in a very serious manner. Hearing him say that, Shu Yao almost laughed out loud. After all that, it's back to the goji berries. No problem, I'll give 13th young master a complimentary £2. Shu Yao forced a smile and said. This king of wolfberries is worth a lot of money, but it's only $20,000 a pound. It's nothing compared to the big $28 million bill. This is something you yourself wanted to give to this young master, not something this young master bought. Song 13 emphasized. The more he did this, the more he gave Shu Yao a feeling of covering his ears. She felt that Song 13 had come here today just to buy the king of Lyceum. As for those heavenly materials used to quench the body, it was 80% for the purpose of covering up. It's just that he's too embarrassed to outright say he has a kidney loss. Yes, this is what I gave to 13th young master. Shu Yao also said seriously. There are some things you can't just say outright, even if you know them by heart. Doing business, very often, is to do as humane, is the emotional intelligence. Donkey Kong, swipe your card. Upon hearing this, Song 13 laughed, then said loudly. Hearing Song 13's shout, Song Tianli stepped forward and took out a card. His current status was Song 13's lapdog, so he naturally had to do what a lapdog should do. During the period of time just now, he had been observing Song 13. Even he had to say that Song 13 embodied a smartass loser to the fullest. He was certain that after they left, a story about the Song family's young master's kidney loss would definitely appear in Qianzhou. After propagation, different versions will appear. By then, Song 13's reputation would be even more stigmatized. However, the more he did, the safer he would be. It was now that Song Tianli saw that there were already quite a few people whispering in the middle of the Qi treasure pavilion. There was a playfulness in their eyes as they looked at Song 13. Before Great Vajra, bring the stuff, we're going back. Song 13 actually heard the whispers, but didn't pay any attention to them. Those people were talking about the Song family's young master's kidney loss, and he wasn't really the Song family's young master, so what did it have to do with him? Thinking of this, he glanced at Song Tianli with a little bit of weakness, then walked towards the outside. Just as they were about to walk out of the door of the Qipao pavilion, two people walked in from outside the door. One of them looked about the same age as Song 13. The other person was in his 50s, his breath was internalized, and at a glance, he knew that his strength was not weak. Little octopus, why don't you greet your grandpa 13 when you see him? Song 13 looked at the person who came in with interest. Song 13, why are you here? That young man looked at Song 13 and asked with a bit of surprise. If you can come here, as your grandfather, naturally, you can come too. Grandpa asked you something? Why don't you answer? Or do you intend to be a turtle who goes back on his word and goes back on his word? Song 13 asked. Song Tianli recognized the visitor, the third young master of his Zhang family, named Zhang Yu. Because Zhang Yu and Octopus were homophones, Song 13 had always called him an octopus. Chapter 17, The Four Vajra's Joint Attack. Chapter 17, The Four Vajra's Joint Efforts. As far as Song Tianli knew, half a year ago, the two had friction over grabbing an item at an auction. Of course, people from the same three big families in Qianzhou were not on good terms in the first place. At that time, Zhang Yu issued a challenge to Song 13. Go back 6 months. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Song 13 asked as he looked at Zhang Yu. Definitely. Zhang Yu said with extreme certainty. He couldn't know better how much weight Song 13 had. It would be a handful for him to deal with Song 13 without any difficulty. And what if you lose? Song 13 asked. If I lose, do whatever you want. Fine, if you lose, then from now on, no matter where you see me, you have to call me Grandpa 13. And what if you lose? Me too. With that, a challenge was agreed upon. Octopus, you set the time and place. Song 13 then said. Time now, place, outside the auction house. Zhang Yu said loudly. Okay, you set the time and place, so naturally it's my turn to set the challenge. Do you dare? Song 13 asked. What do you dare not do? Come and fight. Zhang Yu had a fearless face. Hearing him say that, a hint of triumph flashed across Song 13's eyes. Song 13 had someone drive in 2 game consoles. I'm going to solo with you in a game, 1 game to win. Hearing Song 13 say this, Zhang Yu's expression stiffened and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had been too busy cultivating and improving his strength since he was a child to touch the game at all. His family, moreover, would not allow him to waste his time on such meaningless things. And Song 13 is good at eating, drinking, and having fun. Definitely better at this game stuff than myself. Soloing with him, one was bound to lose. Who wants to play games with you? I want to compete with you. Zhang Yu said as he looked at Song 13. As I said earlier, you set the time and place of the challenge, and I set the challenge. This is what you agreed to, with so many people witnessing. Do you want to renege? I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't come forward to solo with me, then it'll be considered that you lose. Song 13 said loudly. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face became ugly. Because he knew that going up to solo was a loss, there was no way he could foolishly go up and be humiliated by Song 13. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time. Octopus, you've been given a chance, and you're no good. Then now I announce that this young master, Song 13, is so wise and powerful, and so imposing, that he has made the Zhang family's 3rd youngest, Zhang Yu, not dare to meet him in battle. Finally, without a fight. Then, the ultimate winner of this challenge is me, Song 13. Octopus, remember, when you meet your 13th grandfather in the future, take the initiative to go up and say hello. If you don't ask, you're ungrateful. If you are unfilial, I, as a grandfather, will teach you a lesson for your parents. Song 13 said in an excited tone. After saying that, he didn't give Zhang Yu a chance to speak and directly left at top speed. The bargain has been taken, and it's a bit of a sellout if you don't leave. It was naturally impossible for Zhang Yu to call Song 13 his grandfather, but this matter was destined to become the after-dinner talk of the Qianzhou crowd. It was also true that in the past 6 months, Zhang Yu had been reduced to a laughingstock because of this matter. It's been made fun of by a lot of people. If Zhang Yu was being teased like this by others, the others wouldn't think anything of it. The person who favored teasing him was the most famous loser in Qianzhou. It would be a great shame to be teased by such a person. Well, half a year had passed, and people had pretty much forgotten about the incident. I didn't expect to meet Song 13 again today at the Strange Treasure Pavilion. Seeing the grim-faced Zhang Yu, Song 13 extended his palm to the side. Song Tianli tacitly handed over a bottle of mineral water that had already been opened. After Song 13 took a sip of mineral water, he sprayed it directly at Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu simply did not expect that the young master of the hallowed Song family would use such childlike tactics. For a moment, he was off guard and got sprayed. If Song 13 had launched an attack on Zhang Yu, with Zhang Yu's perception of danger, he would definitely have been able to notice it at first. Favorably, Song 13 didn't launch any attacks, but chose to spit. This behavior is negligibly damaging to chapters, but insulting to pull full circle. Good grandson, not greeting your 13th grandfather when you see him, this is the consequence. Remember, if you don't take the initiative to greet your grandpa 13 when you see him again in the future, you won't be sprayed in the face, it's that simple. Song 13 said in a tone that was arrogant to the extreme. That look made Song Tianli want to go up and beat him up. Not to mention, Zhang Yu who was sprayed with saliva. Song 13, you seek death. Zhang Yu was furious by this time. He roared as if he had lost his mind, and charged at Song 13. He must let Song 13 know the consequences of messing with him today. Murder, octopus murder. The grandson is going to kill his own grandfather. Song 13 shouted. Although he shouted this, there was no fear on his face, and he didn't even move his feet a bit. The 4 diamonds he recruited are not for show. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yu rushed towards Song 13, the 4 great Vidra moved. As a lapdog, it's natural to behave. The one who acted first was not Song Tianli, but Long Han, who was dressed in black. When he strikes, it's a killing move. Only to see him flip his palm and take out a long sword, stabbing it at Zhang Yu's heart. Not only is it fast, accurate and ruthless, but it has no intention of showing any mercy. What a strong killing aura, this has killed a lot of people. Seeing Long Han's performance, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He had only thought that Long Han was a bit cold in nature before, but he hadn't thought that Long Han was so decisive when it came to killing people. When Long Han made his move, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji also made their moves at the same time. Both of their attacks weren't as harsh as Lang Han's, but they weren't bad either. Yu Chuanxiu took out a huge black iron ruler with a big D engraved on it. Wu Zizi took out a large fishing net and spread it towards Lun Han. Only Song Tianli didn't make any movements, instead hiding behind Song 13. It's better to leave such dangerous things to other people. Zhang Yu's hands were busy for a while as he faced the attack of Lun Han and the three of them. He had also only just opened 2 divine treasures and was not too strong. When Wu Zizi's fishing net came down on him, he had nowhere to hide. In an instant, it was sprinkled with fishing nets. At the same time, Cold Chill's long sword came in front of his heart. The iron ruler in Yu Chuanxiu's hand smashed down on his head. Right now, Zhang Yu was about to lose his life. Chapter 18, Venerable Spring. Chapter 18, Venerable Spring. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli and Song Xii's hearts were simultaneously shocked within them. As the third young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Yu could die, but he could not be killed by the Song family. As the same 3 great families of Qianzhou, everyone's explicit strength was similar. If Zhang Yu was killed, then the Zhang family would surely not rest until they were dead and would launch a frantic retaliation against the Song family. When the time came, the Song family would definitely pay a heavy price. In that case, the end result would definitely be a lose-lose situation for both the Zhang and Song families. Sandpiper. It's a situation neither family wants. Therefore, all along, although the 3 great clans had friction with each other, no one would lay their hands on each other. At most, he would be like Song 13, who used various means to insult Zhang Yu without any martial virtues. Just as Song Tianli and Song 13 were planning to tell the 3 to stop, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Zhang Yu. It was the man in his 50s who had come with him. With a wave of his hand, the attacks of Lang Han and the 3 of them were dissolved. At the same time, the 3 were forced back several meters. Lang Han and the 3 of them didn't continue to attack, they just looked at him vigilantly. However, the murderous aura on Lang Han's body, not only did it not disappear, but it became even more intense. The 4 great Vajra, let's go home. At this time, Song 13 said hurriedly. He could see that the man who had just struck out had extraordinary strength, and he was afraid that his own 4 great Vajra were no match. It would be a mistake to let the people who were secretly protecting you take a shot. Take advantage of the situation and get the hell out of there. Song 13, do you just want to walk away like this? Zhang Yu said in an icy tone. Good grandson, remembered to greet your grandpa 13? Song 13 turned his head and asked unwillingly. Many thanks to Venerable Spring for his help. Zhang Yu first expressed his gratitude to the man before turning his head to look at Song 13 and the others. Hearing Zhang Yu address the man, Song 13 and Song Tianli, they, at the same time, widened their eyes. The 2 words honored one were not something that could be addressed casually. Because, only messengers from the 10 great divine realm cave heavens would be addressed as such. It was just unknown which of the 10 great god realm cave heavens he came from. As far as they knew, people from the 10 great divine realm cave temples would not easily appear in the 9 great states, so why would this venerable spring appear? Is it because of the chosen one? It was the only reason they could think of. According to the records, after every divine providence appeared, the messengers of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens would appear. Now that I think about it, the timing was just right. The so-called 10 great divine realm cave heavens were existences that transcended the 9 great states. The so-called clans of the 9 states were nothing to them. They didn't know why this exalted one would appear with Zhang Yu. A show of hands, you're welcome. You've shown hospitality to this reverend is also considered to be returning the favor. Venerable Spring said indifferently. His expression was very bland, neither condescending nor amiable and friendly. One can feel a sense of distance. Song 13, I'll make a note of this today. We'll see in the coming days. Zhang Yu forcibly suppressed the anger within himself and said to Song 13. If it were normal, he would have fought for this breath no matter what. But today, he had to accompany Venerable Spring. As the son of a worldly family, he knew what was more important. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he made a pleased gesture to Venerable Spring. Here we go. The 4 Vajra, you guys performed well today, this young master will heavily reward you. Song 13 said happily. It was as if he hadn't placed any importance on the appearance of Venerable Spring. He was playing the role of a loser now, and these things weren't something he should be thinking about. The one who should really be thinking is Song Tianli. And at this moment, Song Tianli did not focus on Venerable Spring, but rather on Lang Han. He could see clearly just now that when Zhang Yu called out the 3 words Venerable Spring, there was a large change in Lang Han's expression. This meant that Lung Han should have heard of the other party. This kind of hearing, unlike theirs, is not known from among the information. Rather, it's the familiar kind. It seems that this Lang Han's identity is not simple. The Shadow's investigation of them is not over yet, have to be a little careful of them. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Song 13 was now nominally the young master of the Song family, and his dog's legs were considered to be people who were closer to him. It was possible for them to know some of the secrets of the Song family through Song 13. Their current identities were unknown, and it was likely that they were spies sent by other clans in order to infiltrate the Song family. Therefore, it is natural to find out more about their origins. When the people of the Four Great Vajra were first selected, Song Tianli had already asked Butler Qian to look into their details. It's just that the investigation is still short and nothing has come out of it yet. It smells so good. Just then, Song 13 suddenly took a deep breath and said. Hearing his words, the crowd also sniffed their noses, and there was indeed a peculiar fragrance. It's the aroma of rice. Wu Zizi said with extreme certainty. Meals? What kind of meals has this young master not eaten in this Qianzhou's territory? What kind of meal that can have such an aroma? Song 13 asked in disbelief. His words were true. During the years of pretending to be the Song family's young master, he had been in and out of all the major hotels and restaurants, and had eaten countless delicacies. It's no exaggeration to say that there really isn't much that appeals to him when it comes to food. Young master, this is definitely the aroma of the meal, I guarantee it with Yu Chuanqiu's life. Wu Zizi said with conviction. Yu Chuanqiu rolled his eyes and said, You're amazing, you're noble, you vouch for my life, why don't you go to heaven? Let's go, and see what kind of delicacy is capable of emitting such a tantalizing aroma. Song 13 said, and walked towards the source of the fragrance. However, before he walked off, he glanced at Song Tianli. Only after realizing that Song Tianli did not intend to stop it did he say so. Soon, the crowd sought the scent and arrived in an alleyway. The scent here is even stronger than it was a moment ago. A simple egg fried rice costs 588, why don't you go and grab it? If I had that kind of money, wouldn't it be nice to eat at a 5-star hotel? Song Tianli and the others saw a man in his 30s, cursing, walking out of a courtyard with a blue gate. The crowd raised their eyes and saw a newly made plaque hanging vertically next to the gate. It says, Tasty Bistro. Let's go, young master will bring you down to the restaurant. Song 13 said and headed inside the delicious bistro. After walking in, Song Tianli and the others realized that the decoration in this bistro was very ordinary, and the furnishings were also very simple. Both tables and chairs and dishes are most common in small restaurants. The only difference is that the scent emanating from the inside is so tantalizing. Chapter 19, The Suspected Chosen One's Chef. Chapter 19, The Cook Who Suspected the Chosen One. Song 13 did not show any dislike for the environment of the delicious bistro. Boss, order. Song 13's words had just fallen, when a woman who looked 17 or 18 years old walked up with a recipe book. The recipes are small and loose leaf. Song 13 briefly flipped through it and realized that there were at most 10 dishes on top of this recipe. However, the price on it is extraordinary. The most common egg fried rice is $588 apiece. Kung Pao chicken is $888 a serving, shredded pork with fish is $888 a serving, and returned pork is $1,888 a serving. Even Song 13, who wasn't short of money, couldn't help but marvel when he saw this price. That's more expensive than a 5-star hotel. No more reading, come on, fry a book. Song 13 said with great bravado. Fry a book? What does that mean? The waiter asked with a confused look on his face. It's the dishes on the top of the menu, all of them come one. Song Tianli explained. As a lapdog, it was basic to understand what the young master was trying to say. Yes, please wait. The waiter said hurriedly after freezing for a moment. Tianli understands me very well, you few follow him well. Song 13 said to Lung Han and the few of them. Lung Han and the few of them also looked at Song Tianli with a bit of surprise. They realized that Song Tianli always had a very accurate comprehension of what Song 13 was trying to convey. This is not the first time. No wonder he was able to become the head of the Four Vajra. Boss, how did you understand what the young master was trying to express? Wu Zizi asked with a bit of curiosity. The reason you don't understand what the young master is trying to say is because you have yet to fully substitute yourselves. It is said that if you do something, you love it. Our current status is that of young master's lapdogs, so everything should be considered from young master's perspective. This involves observing the young master's demeanor, the tone of his speech, his habitual movements, and the relationship of the person who is talking to the young master, Ask yourselves, have you done all of this? A hint of self-satisfaction flashed in Song Tianli's eyes as he said this. This caused Wu Zizi and the others to burst into contempt. This was a dog's leg, not some proud status, which deserved Song Tianli to be so smug. The dog-legged clan is a vast and profound one, and you have much to learn. I'll slowly teach you guys later. Song Tianli said. He chose to ignore the contempt of these people. The more these people despised him, the safer his identity would be. You guys were a little less than convinced when we made Tenri the boss of the Four Diamonds. In hindsight, it was the wisest decision I ever made. For this spirit of love and dedication of his, you few are far behind. Song 13 said appreciatively as he looked at Song Tianli. These words made Wu Zizi and the others unable to refute. Because, in this aspect, they really couldn't compare to Song Tianli. Since ancient times, those who do practical work are never better than those who can talk and know how to skate. When they faced Zhang Yu before, it was the three of them who were fighting, with Song Tianli hiding far behind. It was Song Tianli who was now being praised. Where is this going to be justified? While the few people were talking, the staff of the delicious bistro brought up the prepared dishes. The dishes served were impeccably colored and flavored. There's something satisfying about just looking and smelling. Smells good. Song 13 said, and then he picked up a chopstick and tasted it. After one bite, he looked a little dazed. At the same time, closed his eyes as if he was savoring it. Seeing him like this, Song Tianli and the others glanced at each other, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. From the selling appearance alone, they knew that the dish couldn't taste bad. But Song 13 hadn't tasted any delicacies before, so it wasn't as if he had such a big reaction. Really? Delicious. After a while, Song 13 opened his eyes and said in an exaggerated tone. You all taste it. Song 13's words were mainly addressed to Song Tianli. Hearing him say that, the four great Vedra all picked up their chopsticks as well. After they put the dishes into their mouths, they looked just like Song 13 just now. They all closed their eyes and savored it. Song Tianli felt at this time that the bite of the dish was insanely stimulating all of his taste buds. Take a bite and it's full of flavor. No wonder Song 13, who had eaten all sorts of delicacies, was a bit out of sorts. Soon after, Song Tianli tasted another dish. The result was the same, indescribably delicious. Only, Song Tianli frowned at this time. It's not that the meal was bad, but because, well, it was so good. As the young master of the Song family, he was not in the Song family even though he disguised himself most of the time. But since I was a child, I have eaten all kinds of delicacies. The kind of food that comes in millions of servings, and not a lot of it. However, those meals made from top ingredients and made by the best chefs in the Divine Lands were inferior to this dish he was currently eating. Not to mention, these dishes are some of the most common ingredients. As the saying goes, anomalies are demons. Song Tianli could be sure that there was something wrong with the owner of this store, or rather, the chef of this store. Most likely the chosen one. It is the consensus of many that the chosen are destined to be different. When a person suddenly has a great transformation, then there is a 95% chance that he is the chosen one. Therefore, most of the chosen of God, in the early stages, would choose to develop in an obscene manner. These are the people who aspire to carry out the go way to the end. Hello, can we meet the chef of this store? Right at this moment, Song Tianli suddenly said to the store's waiter. I'm sorry, the chef in our store is extremely social and afraid to meet outsiders. The waiter in the store said. Then help me convey that our young master is willing to pay him a monthly salary of $2 million to become our young master's full-time chef. Song Tianli said. When he said that, it was actually a test. Although he still didn't know the turnover of this delicious bistro, he was certain that the other party's net profit for a month would definitely not exceed $2 million. Now he offered a salary of $2 million a year, and if the other party opened a restaurant for the sake of money, then he certainly would not refuse. After all, being one's personal chef is a lot of money and a lot of work. If there was some other purpose for opening a restaurant, it would be natural to reject it. Yes, as long as he is willing to become this young master's full-time chef, not to mention $2 million a month, even if it's $5 million a month, this young master is still willing. By the way, this young master Song 13. Song 13 made his identity known. Although he didn't know why Song Tianli would suddenly say this, he knew that Song Tianli must have his own reasons for saying so. All he could do was to cooperate with Song Tianli. By saying this, he would give the others the illusion that it was his wish to have the chef of this restaurant as his own personal chef. Chapter 20 Song Tianli's Successive Temptations. Chapter 20 Song Tianli's Successive Temptations. Hearing Song Tianli and Song 13 say that, the waiter in the store glanced at the two. She had naturally heard of who Song 13 was. So don't think, the other guy is joking. It's out of my hands, I'm going to ask. The waiter said and turned toward the restaurant's kitchen. It didn't take long for her to return. I'm sorry 13th young master, our chef said he doesn't want to be constrained. Just want to run a quiet little restaurant by myself. The waiter said. If 5 million doesn't work, this young master will raise the money. $10 million a month. Song 13 displayed the broad-mindedness of a loser. For a chef to be able to get $10 million a month is pretty bombastic in the entire chef world. I'm really sorry young master 13, it's not a matter of more or less money. The waiter said again. Gutsy, your chef has a lot of personality. He's still the first person to reject this young master. After Song 13 said this, he didn't say anything else, but focused on starting to dry his rice. His persona is that of a loser, not a bully. So, whatever it is, if it doesn't work with money, forget it. He wouldn't do anything to force the issue. Song Tianli didn't say anything either and joined in the dry rice. If you don't eat more of such a delicious dish now, you might not be able to eat it later. So, a few people started winding up. Check out. After eating, Song Tianli said. As a dog's leg, something like settling the bill could not be said by Song 13, who was the young master. Hello, the total is 18,642, the waitress said as she stepped forward. This number, in a 5-star grand hotel, is nothing. But, put in a bistro like this, it can be astronomical. However, Song 13 didn't say anything. He's not bad. Help us pack a kung pao chicken and a shredded pork with fish. Song Tianli said at this time. The moment his words came out, Yu Chuanqiu and the rest of them all looked at him. Butler Qian hasn't eaten yet. He has so many things to worry about every day, so such a delicious dish, he definitely needs to be allowed to try it. Song Tianli hurriedly explained. As soon as he said this, the crowd came to a realization. Born to be a lapdog. The crowd murmured in their hearts. To Yu Chuanqiu and the others, Song Tianli not only kissed Song 13's as well, but now he had even started kissing Butler Qian's ass. However, they also had to admit that Song Tianli was indeed thoughtful. As the Song family's butler, Chen Shang's words were still above Song 13's, so patting him on the back would only do good, no harm. However, what they didn't know was that Song Tianli's request to pack the dishes wasn't to kiss Chen Shang's ass. Or, rather, embodying your own dogged persona. Rather, it was to test the store, or rather, to test the chef of the store. I'm sorry, but we don't allow packing for the dishes in our restaurant. The waiter said. We add money. Song Tianli asked undeterred. I'm so sorry, I can't pack it for extra money. Our chef says that packing away dishes destroys the flavor of the food. He's someone who is a bit strict about what he cooks and doesn't want the dishes he cooks to be greatly compromised by packing. If a few of you really like the dishes in our store, then patronize us more in the future. Hearing the waitress reject it so reasonably, Song Tianli didn't force the issue. However, he was more certain in his heart about the identity of this bistro's chef being a chosen of God. If he had refused to become Song 13's personal chef before, he was only 10% sure. Now, then, without letting it be packed away, that raised his certainty to 30%. Of course, based on those 2 points alone, he wasn't 100% sure, he needed more evidence. Night, creeping in. When night fell, Song Tianli sat on the sofa, with Chen Shang and Song 13 sitting across from him. At this moment, Chen Shang's hand held a stack of information and handed it to Song Tianli. Young master, this is all the information the three of them could find out. The three people Chen Shang had mentioned were none other than Long Han, Yu Chuanqiu, and Wu Ziji. If you want to stay in the Song family, you naturally need to be of clean birth. The first thing Song Tianli flipped through was Yu Chuanqiu's information. Yu Chuanqiu, male, 21, father Yu Shanchuan, mother Zhao Wan. This piece of information in Song Tianli's hand was a clear investigation of everything Yu Chuanqiu had done from childhood to adulthood, even when he was 5 years old and still wetting the bed. Among them, there are also his 7 aunts, 8 aunts, the girls he had liked as a child. All the relationships, too, were investigated. What Yu Chuanxiu's profile shows, everything about him is still normal. Love to read and believe in reading for truth. That's why he likes to convince people with reason. If truth doesn't convince, then use physics. To say his favorite, it was invisible pretending. Because that's handsome enough. Yu Chuanxiu was a bit of a middle child, ever since he was a child. This, to Song Tianli, was nothing. Everyone has their own personality. Wu Zizai's parents died and he grew up in an orphanage. A bit of a rebel because of his environment, and extremely dark inside. If someone offended him, he never fronted him hard, he did it behind his back. A pure old six, so to speak. The character wasn't considered much better, but Song Tianli could still accept it. Lastly, there's Cold Chill's profile. From the Middle Kingdom. Nothing? Seeing that Lung Han's message was just this sentence, Song Tianli turned his head to look at Qian Shang. Regarding Lung Han, we investigated for a long time and only found out that he is from Central State. Other than that, nothing checked out. Shan Song said. It seems that this Lung Han is a lot more mysterious than I thought. The name, it's not even necessarily true, I'll try and test it tomorrow. You guys pay more attention to him. Song Tianli said to the two. It is indeed difficult to gain his trust from someone who does not know where he is coming from. However, if it came from the Central State, it shouldn't be involved with the Song family. Of course, that's not necessarily true, it's still a trial and error. What about their information? Song Tianli said again. At that moment, Shan Song handed over another pile of information. This piece of information was even thicker than Yu Chuanxiu and the three of them combined. It's no other than the profiles of all the people at Tasty Bistro. When he had eaten at the Delicious Bistro earlier, Song Tianli suspected that the chef of the Delicious Bistro could possibly be a divine chosen. Therefore, in the first instance, he had Qian Shang mobilize his shadowy shadow and investigated all the information on the personnel of the Delicious Bistro, as well as the events that had occurred over this period of time. Whether or not there was a chosen one among them was quickly figured out. Chapter 21 Determining the Identity of the Chosen One. Chapter 21 Determining the Identity of the Chosen One. Song Tianli took the information and flipped through it. The first one to see it was the waiter who had received them during the day. The woman's name was He Xiaoqin, a very common name. Song Tianli read her information back and forth twice, and there was nothing out of the ordinary, as well as out of the ordinary. Just an ordinary guy who couldn't be more ordinary. He then looked to the next person's profile. He Tianrui, 22 years old, He Xiaoqin's own brother. Opened a divine treasure and grew up pretty good. Last year, he was cuckolded by his own girlfriend and has been devastated ever since. Smoked and drank all day and was supported by He Xiaoqin. 2 days ago, suddenly re-energized, he took over the restaurant run by his parents and started business. As soon as it opened, it received rave reviews from all the customers. In just 2 days, Tasty Bistro has become a little known. Young people are too young after all, revealing their tales so quickly. Song Tianli said to himself. He was now 99% certain that this He Tianrui was the chosen one. A decadent person, even if he suddenly returns to his senses as a prodigal son, cannot suddenly possess some extraordinary ability. Unless, of course, it suddenly opens up. For example, becoming the chosen one and having the golden finger. Although the 3-day risk period has passed and Goldfinger has completely identified the owner. The major powers wouldn't hunt down and kill the chosen of God anymore, instead they would try to recruit them by all means. However, this does not mean that the chosen one is absolutely safe. As an oldest amongst the oldest six, in Song Tianli's opinion, He Tianrui had already exposed himself with this move. That's why he said the other guy was too young. I just don't know, what exactly is He Tianrui's golden finger? Song Tianli said to himself. What he was able to guess was that He Tianrui's golden finger was related to food, but exactly how, he couldn't guess. After all, the information he knew now was still very limited. The reason he had brought it up during the day, to pack it up and have the chef be Song 13's royal chef, was all to get more information. It is now certain that He Tianrui opened the Delicious Bistro not for money or to sell food. It's supposed to get people to spend money at his Delicious Bistro. In the future, every so often, try his strength. Look at his progress. At the same time, record the number of people who consume at the Delicious Bistro every day, as well as the amount of money spent, all of them. Song Tianli said to Qian Shang. When there is enough data, big data can be utilized, patterns can be extrapolated, and a conclusion can be drawn. With this conclusion, it was able to project what He Tianrui's golden finger was. That's the beauty of having power on your back. If Song Tianli was a loner, this information could not be gathered. Yes, young master. Chen Shang nodded respectfully. How is the investigation of the matter of Venerable Spring going? Song Tianli asked again. According to the news we've gotten, this time the 10 great God realm cave heavens all sent messengers to the 9 great states. For what exactly, we haven't found out yet. But based on the information we have gotten, the conclusion is that they should be recruiting disciples for the sake of it. Qian Shang replied. Recruiting disciples? Rather likely. The matter of the divine chosen has basically settled, and it is indeed time for the 10 great divine realm cave heavens to draw in fresh blood. After all, they haven't appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. Song Tianli analyzed. Then is the young master prepared to participate? It's natural to attend. The 10 great God realm cave temples hold the secret of becoming a god. Only by becoming their disciple can one's strength rapidly become stronger. 13 will join me then. The 10 great divine realm cave heavens were above the 9 great states. The status is transcendent and belongs outside the world. If one could be chosen by the 10 great divine realm cave temples to become a disciple, then one would also soar to the heavens. If anything, the chosen one's choice is the first opportunity for ordinary people to change their destiny. That 10 great divine realm cave heaven recruiting disciples was a second chance for ordinary people to change their destiny. When faced with such an opportunity, it would be otherworldly not to participate. Young master, then if I'm really chosen, do I go or not? Song 13 looked at Song Tianli and asked. If you can be selected, naturally. But wouldn't that disrupt young master's plans? Song 13 was originally an orphan who was picked up and raised by the Song family. Therefore, he was carrying a sense of gratitude towards the Song family. My plans have settled just as much as the dust of the chosen one has settled. Other things, even if there are changes, it doesn't hurt. Song 13's biggest role was to make the people of Qianzhou think that the Song family's real young master was him. Which, down through the years, he accomplished very well. The only reason he still let Song 13 continue to be the Song family's young master now was so that he could remain hidden behind the scenes. It doesn't affect this if Song 13 is gone. Because he had more than just Song 13 in his arrangements over the years. Early the next morning, Song Tianli walked out of his house. He realized that the other 3 Vajra, surprisingly, were up. Lang Han had a long sword in his hand and was practicing with it. He moved slowly, but it looked like every move was extremely difficult. Just by looking at it, Song Tianli could determine that this sword technique was not simple. However, I'm afraid that only Lang Han himself knows the mystery of this. Other people can't see any names just by looking at them. It was no wonder that Lang Han wasn't afraid to expose himself in front of so many people. Yu Chuanqiu was holding a book in his hand, flipping through it. Wu Zi was holding some bottles and jars in his hands, tinkering with them, and he didn't know what they were. Song Tianli put on his headphones, stretched, and walked toward Lang Han. Right now, only Lang Han's origin was something he hadn't figured out, so he had to find a way to snare his words. Although young master made me the head of the 4 Vajra, I know how much weight I have myself. I'm just a little bit better at kissing ass than a few of you. If we're talking about real skill, I guess I'm a lot worse. So a few of you don't have to take the matter of the head of the 4 Vajra seriously, we'll talk about each one. Brother Lang Han, watching you fight yesterday, so powerful. You scared the piss out of that young master of the Zhang family with a single strike, can you teach me? Song Tianli said as he came to Lang Han's side. All the while, there was an ingratiating smile. You can't learn. Lang Han said coldly. Hearing Lang Han say this, Song Tianli froze for a moment. It wasn't because of Cold Chill's attitude, but because there wasn't any voice beeps coming out of his headphones. In other words, Lang Han's statement that he couldn't learn was a true statement, not something he said casually to get rid of him. In that case, it could be interesting. Chapter 22, For Seasons of Peng Lai Recruiting Disciples. Chapter 22, For Seasons of Peng Lai Recruiting Disciples. Song Tianli's talent in the cultivation path was not very good, but it was still in the middle of the pack. Lang Han surprisingly concluded in one breath that he couldn't learn. This showed that his fighting style was extraordinary and far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just forget about it if you don't want to teach, say something like that. Song Tianli said, pretending to be unhappy. In response, Lang Han didn't explain too much. There are some words, just know it in your own heart, without explaining so much. Is your real name just Long Han? This is the first time I've heard of someone with the surname Lang. Song Tianli looked at Long Han again like a chatterbox and asked. This is what he is trying to do. Yes. Long Han said still coldly. Payment wallet arrives at $100. After Cold Chill's words fell, a cell phone beep came from Song Tianli's earphones. Sure enough, it's a vest. I wonder if Long Han is a chosen of God. Song Tianli's heart said silently. Although Lang Han gave off a feeling of rejecting people, otherwise, there was no abnormality, so he couldn't tell if the other party was a divine chosen. Honestly, he was tempted to open his mouth and ask directly. In this way, as long as Lang Han answered, he would be able to determine whether he was a chosen of God or not. However, it seemed too presumptuous if he just asked directly. If Cold Chill isn't, that's fine. If so, it's a bit of a snitch and tends to alert him. Now that Lang Han was staying in the Song family, he had plenty of time to observe the other party. In order not to arouse Lang Han's suspicion, Song Tianli sought out Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zzz for another chat. He gives the impression of, like, ingratiating himself with everyone, intentionally or not. This was what Song Tian ideally wanted. Just then, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Instantly, it caught everyone's attention. It's him! Song Tianli and his group secretly said at the same time in their hearts. This silhouette that appeared in the sky was none other than the venerable spring they had seen earlier. I am 4 Seasons Panglai Emissary Chun, and this time I have descended to Qianzhou to select disciples for the 4 Seasons Panglai. Anyone under the age of 25 is eligible for selection. If you pass the selection, you will be a disciple of my 4-time Panglai. That shadowy figure said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout Qianzhou. Every single one of them heard it loud and clear. At this instant, the entire Qianzhou was abuzz. Although the 4 Seasons Panglai hadn't been in existence for nearly 100 years, the legends about it had never been interrupted. Many people say that if one can become a disciple of the 4 Seasons of Panglai, one can enjoy immortal bliss forever. At the very least, it was able to gain 500 years of longevity. Not to mention, any random item from the 4 Seasons Panglai was worth a fortune to the people of the 9 great states. Now that they heard that 4 Seasons Panglai was recruiting disciples, for a moment, many people put down their work at hand and prepared to go forward to try their luck. The big 4 were out the door. Go to the selection. Right at this moment, Song 13 walked over and said loudly to a few people. Coming, young master. Song Tianli was the first to respond. The other 3, too, stopped what they were doing and walked towards Song 13. Only, when the crowd stepped out, they found the street a bit waterlogged. There were simply too many people traveling, and Qianzhou was experiencing a great congestion unprecedented in 100 years. Are each and every one of them crazy? We don't even know where the selection site is yet, and they're this crazy. Song 13 said with a bit of cursing. At this moment, Venerable Spring in the Sky spoke again. For this selection, I will ensure absolute fairness and openness. Next, those who qualify, climb the mountain. As soon as Venerable Spring's words fell, a huge mountain descended from the sky. This scared many people so much that they thought they were going to be smashed to death by this mountain peak. However, very quickly they realized that although the mountain peak had fallen, it seemed to be a mirage, causing no damage either to them or to the buildings in Qianzhou. This selection is divided into 3 main levels. The first level, mountain climbing. Whoever climbs to the top of the mountain within 1 hour, passes. Those who exceed 1 hour are eliminated. Climbing time is counted from the moment your feet touch the steps. Now I announce that the first level of selection begins. After Venerable Spring said these words, the huge silhouette disappeared. However, above the sky, a huge cloud mirror appeared. In the cloud mirror, what was displayed was exactly the scene at the top of the mountain. Anyone who climbs to the top of the mountain can see it through a clouded mirror. This definitely counts as fair and open. What a great deal, no less than the legendary 4 Seasons Panglai. Song Tianli said in awe when he saw this scene. This kind of tactic is unbelievable. Although he knew that cultivators existed in the land of Kyushu, and he himself was a cultivator. But never have I seen that anyone can do that. It was even more unbelievable than the divine means he had known in Blue Star. Worthy of being a legendary existence in the land of God. Once this tactic of Venerable Spring came out, anyone from Qianzhou was able to climb the mountain. Ah! Just then, as one person was preparing to climb the mountain, he was suddenly catapulted off by the light curtain on the mountain, letting out a miserable scream. This startled the crowd, who didn't understand what was going on. Those who do not fulfill the conditions may not climb the mountain. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. At the same time, Venerable Spring's voice came. Hearing his voice, the crowd came to a realization. Previously, Venerable Spring had said that anyone under the age of 25 could participate in the selection. That means that anyone over the age of 25 is not eligible for selection. If you have to climb a mountain, you are sure to be ostracized. This means, it's really something, it can even detect age. My 2 lives combined, I'm over 40 years old, I don't know if I can detect it. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The 4 great Vajra, let's climb the mountain. Song 13 glanced at Song Tianli, then said loudly. After saying that, he walked towards the peak. Very quickly, Song Tianli and the others passed through the light curtain around the mountain peak. At this time, they felt that the scene in front of them changed, and their bodies appeared at the foot of a huge mountain peak. The originally illusory mountain peaks became real at this time. As the day wore on, the foothills became more and more crowded. All of them are under the age of 25 in Xianzhou. This tactic is a bit unreal. Young master, let's climb the mountain. Song Tianli said. Let's go, mountain climbing. After Song 13 finished speaking, he headed towards the steps leading to the top of the mountain. Only, he had just ascended the steps when his body stumbled and he almost fell on his ass. This caused Song Tianli and the others, who were following him, to all stop and look at him with a puzzled expression. Chapter 23, Old Six is by my side. Chapter 23, Old Six is by my side. After stabilizing his body, Song 13 turned his head to look at Song Tianli and the few of them. It's okay, my foot slipped. After he said this, he continued on his way to the steps of the mountain. This time, there were no surprises. In response, Long Han and the few of them didn't think much about it and continued walking towards the steps. However, Song Tianli and Wu Ziji had a tacit understanding and slowed down at the same time, their eyes watching Long Han and Yu Chuanxiu. Under their gaze, of the 4 great Vajra, Long Han was the first to ascend the steps. He was expressionless and nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Song 13's eyes widened. Just now, when he suddenly ascended the mountain, he could almost be directly crushed by the sudden pressure. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have been humiliated. Why was it that not only was Long Han's face expressionless, but his body didn't show any reaction either? That's not scientific, is it? Is it possible that the steps are different from person to person? Bang! Just as this thought of Song 13 had just risen, Yu Chuanxiu suddenly fell to the ground, his entire body sprawled on top of the steps. The look was like a turtle crawling on its face, and it looked very funny. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Song 13 finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hadn't said anything earlier, waiting for this moment. A few of them came together, he couldn't be the only one to be embarrassed. Seeing Yu Chuanxiu fall, Song Tianli and Wu Ziji stopped in their tracks at the same time. They knew it wasn't that simple. Just now, Song 13 almost fell down, it definitely wasn't a slip of the foot. It seems so now. Lao San, what's wrong with you? Song Tianli asked with concern. He didn't come forward to help him up, despite what he said. Because he hadn't figured out what was going on yet, he couldn't act rashly. After Yu Chuanxiu climbed up from the steps, he looked around and realized that he was the only one who had fallen. Why am I the only one injured? You bunch of old sixes. Yu Chuanxiu said with a bit of anger. He was even more furious when he saw Song Tianli and Wu Ziji who were hiding far behind. What makes him the only one who came along and got hurt? It's fine, my foot slipped accidentally. Yu Chuanxiu stood up and said to Song Tianli and Wu Ziji with a smile. After he said that, he walked forward. At the same time, he looked at Cold Chill with a bit of suspicion. Long Han was in front of him, so why would he be okay? Nothing? I'll believe you, it's true, airplanes are the fastest in the sky and glasses are the worst underground. Song 13 said that his foot slipped, and there was still that slight possibility. After all, he was the first. But Yu Chuanxiu said that his feet slipped again, and if he believed it, he was a mallet. All 4, quickly follow them and protect the young master. Thus, Song Tianli turned his head to Wu Ziji and said. According to what Song 13 had previously settled on, Song Tianli was the head of the 4 great Vajra. Long Han was the second of the 4 Vajra, Yu Chuanxiu was the third, and Wu Ziji was the 4th. Boss, where are you going with this? You're the head of our 4 great Vidra, it's better for you to invite first. How can I steal Big Brother's thunder? Wu Zizi said very politely. He also didn't figure out what was going on right now and didn't dare to move forward. What are you talking about? Since I'm the eldest brother, it's only natural that I should take care of my little brother. Old 4, you have a simple character and have not comprehended the essence of being a dog's leg. Now Big Brother teaches you. Young master almost fell just now. If you were around, you would have held him up at the first opportunity. Then the young master will surely remember you well. The past cannot be changed, the future is still possible. Now is the chance for you to perform. Song Tianli said. He looked like I was doing you a favor. In order to pit Wu Zizi a little, he even said such nonsense as having a simple personality. But he knew that Wu Zi was extremely dark inside. Big Brother, little brother is a stupider person, and is still not quite able to comprehend many things. I'm still tired of Big Brother demonstrating it himself. Things were already so clear, Wu Zizi wasn't stupid, so naturally he couldn't be fooled. Then we're together? Song Tianli suddenly pulled Wu Zizi and said. I can't fool Wu Zizi, so I can only act together. That way, even if he did lose his face, he would have someone to keep him company. Yeah. Wu Zizi agreed. There was nothing he could do about it. He could see that if he didn't agree, Song Tianli definitely wouldn't stop. So the 2 old sixes, hand in hand, walked forward. When one of their feet was about to step onto the step, they suddenly retracted it at the same time. Seeing this scene, the 2 men looked at each other. Trying to punk each other, I didn't realize that both were thinking the same thing. My feet were a bit numb just now. Wu Zizi explained. My leg is numb. Song Tianli said, and pretended to wrong his calf. Are you done? There. Together then? Yeah. That was it, the 2 pulled at their limits for a moment before finally lifting their feet and stepping towards the steps again. This time, neither of them played any tricks and stepped on top of the steps at the same time. In this instant, they clearly felt that a huge pressure fell on them. It was as if a big fat man of 300 pounds had suddenly jumped on their backs. Luckily, both of them were mentally prepared, and this pressure only caused their bodies to sway slightly, and they did not fall on the steps like Yu Chuanxiu did. It was only at this time that they realized why Song 13 and Yu Chuanxiu looked like that. The pressure wasn't very strong, but it descended too suddenly. It was fine to be mentally prepared, but if you weren't, you'd be in such a sorry state as Yu Chuanxiu. I hate old 6 the most. Yu Chuanxiu couldn't help but say. Young master, I've come to protect you. After Song Tianli figured out what was going on, he hurriedly said loudly to Song 13. After saying that, he quickened his pace and headed towards Song 13. The sudden appearance of stress is not enough to make a person move an inch. Seeing this scene, the other 3 Vajra, once again, looked contemptuous. Shell? Why didn't you have any reaction when you walked up the steps? Wu Zizi asked as he came to Lang Han's side. I knew the steps would look like this. Cold Chill replied indifferently. Then you don't tell us. Yu Chuanxiu said hurriedly. If he had known what was going on the steps, he wouldn't have been embarrassed. You guys didn't ask either? Lang Han said rightfully. He wasn't a person who liked to talk too much, and naturally he wouldn't say anything if others didn't ask. Hearing Lang Han say this, Yu Chuanxiu was suddenly speechless. He didn't even know how he should refute that statement. Because, indeed, he didn't ask. When Song Tianli heard Lang Han's words, he glanced at him with a bit of surprise. It had been nearly 100 years since the 4 seasons Pang Lai had appeared in the world, and many people's understanding of the 4 seasons Pang Lai was very limited. But now, it seems like Lang Han has some knowledge about the 4 seasons of Pompeii. Chapter 24, Opening the 8 Gates of Transportation and Ascending the Heavens' Remarkable Ladder. Chapter 24, Opening the 8 Gates of Transportation and Ascending the Ladder of Heaven's Remarks. Song Tianli did not ask much about whether or not Lang Han knew about the 4 seasons Pang Lai. It's too deliberate to ask now. Find time later to try it out slowly. So, the next thing you know, the crowd was under pressure and began to climb the mountain. They find that the higher up they go, the more stressful it gets. By the time they arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, everyone except Lang Han was out of breath. Even Song Tianli was no exception. He realized that the pressure was not based on one's cultivation level. Some ordinary people who hadn't practiced were instead as fit as a fiddle. If I'm not mistaken, the pressure on this step is based on each person's talent. The stronger the talent, the less pressure one has to bear. Song Tianli said to the person next to him. In fact, his words were mainly for Cold Chill. Because it was possible that Cold Chill knew something about this. This step is called the Heaven's Pride Ladder, and it is indeed used to test talent. The stronger the talent, the less pressure one has to bear. Lung Han said indifferently at this time. He showed great calmness from start to finish and didn't pant like Song Tianli and the others. This showed that he was talented, far above the crowd. What do you guys say? If the Divine Chosen were to ascend the Heaven's Pride Ladder, would there be any pressure? Right at this moment, Yu Chuanxiu suddenly asked. As soon as his words came out, Song Tianli turned his gaze to Lang Han for the first time. Lang Han's answer, combined with his lie detector ability, could clearly determine whether Lang Han was a chosen of God or not. I don't think so. The Divine Chosen are 1 in a million, they must be the dragons among men, how can they feel pressure when facing a small Heaven's Pride ladder? Wu Zizi said. This young master doesn't think so, the chosen of God is only there because of the golden finger. Without Goldfinger, they are no different from ordinary people. It might not be as good as an ordinary person. Song 13 voiced his opinion. Such things are known only to the chosen one himself. Elder, what do you think? Song Tianli looked at Long Han and asked. With the previous padding, it was much more logical for him to ask this. I don't know. Long Han said indifferently. Hearing him say that, a trace of color flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. Cold Chill's words didn't make the phone ring with a beep. That is to say, he was genuinely unaware of whether or not the chosen of God would feel pressure when they ascended the Heaven's Pride ladder. This means that he is not, in fact, the chosen one. Song Tianli himself was a divine chosen, and he couldn't be more clear about whether divine chosen would feel pressure to ascend the heaven's remarkable ladder. The answer is that it will. If Cold Chill isn't the chosen one, then who is he? Why did he come to Qianzhou from Central State and change his name to the Song family to work as a lapdog for Song 13? Song Tianli had these questions popping up in his heart. The fact that Long Han was not a chosen of God rather complicated things. Well, don't say anything that isn't in the sky. Let's seize the moment and hurry up to the top of the mountain. This young master doesn't want to lag behind the others. Song 13 said loudly at this time. He saw that there were already a few people who were about to ascend to the top of the mountain, so he voiced a reminder. With his reminder, Song Tianli and the 4 of them, without any more dilly-dallying, all began to climb the mountain desperately. Not a lot of time left for them. Huffing and puffing. Just as there was less than a tenth of the journey left, Song Tianli had begun to pant heavily. At this rate, it was still unknown whether he would be able to make it to the top of the mountain within the allotted time. I didn't realize that amongst my peers, my talent is so poor. Song Tianli raised his head, glanced at the dense crowd at the top of the mountain, and muttered to himself. He had always known that he was not considered exceptionally talented. He possessed the strength he had now, relying solely on years of diligent cultivation. But he didn't realize that there were so many people who were more talented than him. He roughly calculated that there were at least 50,000 people who had now ascended to the top of the mountain, as well as those in front of him. In other words, among the people in Qianzhou who were under the age of 25, there were more than 50,000 people with better talent than him. If you added in the other several states, then there were at least 500,000 people with better talent than him. And that's just a rough calculation. If you break it down, it's only going to be more. There were more than 1 billion people in the entire Divine Land, and among the younger generation, talent could be ranked in the top 500,000, counting as 1 in a million. But the path of cultivation is to be exclusive, not 1 in a million. With that kind of talent, it's possible to make a modest living. But it's basically impossible to fly high and rely on yourself. Good thing, Song Tianli had a golden finger. At this point in his life, he was tempted to use the infallible deck to combat the pressure of the Heaven's Pride ladder. But in plain sight, he could easily be seen if he used the deck. As an old 6, that's not the kind of thing he wants to be seen doing. We can only use this trick when it comes down to it. 8 gates of evasion, open the door, open. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. In the next second, his forehead was bruised with anger. The pressure on him was instantly much less, and he felt as if he was as light as a swallow. Thus, he climbed towards the top of the mountain with great strides and chased after Yu Chuanxiu and the others. At this moment, Yu Chuanxiu, Wu Ziji and the 2 of them had about the same amount of talent, with less than 1/20th of a percent left from the top of the mountain. Song Xii's talent, a little better than theirs, was less than 100 meters away from the top of the mountain. The one with the best talent is still cold chill. He stood at the bottom of the last step at the moment, a tangle flashing across his face. He pondered whether he should become a disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai or not. After a few seconds of agonizing, he took the final step and ascended to the top of the mountain. It was obvious that he had figured something out. Song Tianli calculated the time as he climbed the mountain. Finally, he made it to the top of the mountain within the final time limit. Huffing and puffing, he fell straight to the ground, panting heavily. Half of this is really tired, the other half is an act. If he didn't use the 8 gates of evasion and relied on his own talent, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to climb to the top of the mountain within the allotted time. Ha 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 ha. Well, you have not disgraced this young master, all of you have climbed to the top of the mountain within the stipulated time. Reward, $1 million each. Song 13 carried out his loser persona to the end. Congratulations, everyone, for passing the first level. Next, we begin the second level. He who reaches the other side of the river passes the second level. Right at this moment, Venerable Spring's voice rang out from the sky. As Venerable Spring's voice fell, the scene in front of the crowd began to change. After about 10 seconds or so, they realized that they had appeared at the edge of a river. The water in this river is a light green color and looks a little spooky. However, the depth wasn't very deep, only about half a meter. Only, when Long Han saw this river, his face instantly changed abruptly. Chapter 25, Merit Water Discerning Merit. Chapter 25, Merit Water Discerns Merit. Song Tianli and the others next to Lang Han noticed the sudden change in Lang Han's face. This surprised them extraordinarily. One must know that the previous Lang Han had always had a breezy face no matter what situation he faced. Nothing seemed to cause him to change his mood. But now, in the face of a river, there was a sudden change of face. This shows that the river is definitely not an ordinary river. Brother Han, what kind of river is this river? Yu Chuanxiu couldn't help but ask. I don't know what the river is called, but the water inside it is all meritorious water. The so-called merit water can detect the merits one has accumulated in the past. In simpler terms, discerning between good and evil in a person. The kinder you are, the more soothing it will be to walk among the rivers as if you were in a hot spring. Those who have done evil will walk in the river and suffer as if they were cut by 1,000 cuts. If you don't quit in time, there's a chance you'll die of pain alive. Hearing Lang Han say that, Song Tianli and the few of them all changed their faces. They are not, by their own admission, good little white rabbits. Song Tianli has killed people, and more than one. Of course, the people he killed were the ones who tried to kill him, not so much the innocent ones. Wu Zi has a dark heart and did not do a lot of bad things when he was a child in order not to be bullied in the orphanage. Lang Han couldn't even remember how many people he had killed himself. This was why a cloudy person like him would have his face suddenly change when he saw the merit water. I'm hard to answer if I ask, good understanding. Not right, good understanding. A life of brightness and reason. This merit water shouldn't harm me, right? Yu Chuanxiu didn't know if he was saying this to Song Tianli and the others, or if he was comforting himself. No one else on the river, no one else was being a standout, all watching the people next to them, waiting for the first warrior. Many people had already suffered losses when they climbed the Heaven's Pride ladder before. A mere merit water, what can it do? Watch this young master. Right at this moment, Song 13 said with great bravado. After saying that, he walked towards the middle of the river. Hearing him say that instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. With someone being the first to test the waters, they were naturally happy to watch. Don't look at Song 13's grandiose words, but he was still a bit weak inside. He came to the edge of the river and tentatively put one foot into the water. If the situation was not right, he would, at the first opportunity, draw his foot back. No feeling? A flash of joy appeared on Song 13's face. He said, striding directly into the river. Alas, this young master is indeed the chosen one, and I can't believe I don't feel anything. Just ask, who else? Ha 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 ha. Walking in the water of merit, Song 13 said loudly in a tone that was arrogant to the extreme. This caused Wu Zizi and Yu Chunxiu to look at each other in dismay. Regarding this, Song Tianli did understand what was going on. Song 13 was disguised as the young master of the Song family. The Song family's young master's persona is that of a loser, not a bully. He hadn't done anything in the past years to bully men and women and kill people. Instead, every now and then they do a good deed or two. In the matter of merit and virtue, it is a matter of signs and not of mind. No matter what Song 13's intentions were, the good things he did could be real. This, then, can be considered his merit. If Song 13, the loser, can do it, so can I. The others who were hovering on the shore were also heading towards the middle of the water of merit. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Soon there were screams. Ah! I'm out, I'm out. Everyone else let out various screams one after another. The sound was creepy to hear, and it felt like death by 1,000 cuts. They had thought that if Song 13 could do it, they could. As it turns out, they overestimated themselves. It was only when he heard the screams of these people that Cold Chill felt normal. That's what he imagined the scene would be like. Are we still going into the water? Wu Zizi asked as he looked at a few people. It's come to this, where can we retreat? A man's death is like a bird facing the sky. If he doesn't die, let's put up a fight. Yu Chuanxiu said and prepared to go into the water as well. Song Tianli and Wu Ziji looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Indeed, it's come to this, it's always a good idea to get in the water and try it out. So the two headed straight for the river. After a few seconds of silence, Lung Han followed suit. When Song Tianli and his group went into the water, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had been mentally prepared, when it actually happened, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ha ha ha. Doesn't hurt. I knew that I, Yu Chuanxiu, who is bright and open and has lived a blameless life, would not be targeted. Yu Chuanxiu said with a big smile at this time. It hurts a little, but not as much as I thought it would. Totally tolerable. Song Tianli also let out a long sigh of relief inside at this time. The merit water made him realize that he wasn't a good person in the traditional sense of the word. But, not an unmitigated bad guy either. In such a world of the weak and the strong, the so-called good guys are not as good as the fish. Being a bad person who isn't bound by morality isn't necessarily a bad thing. Behind Song Tianli was Wu Ziji, whose expression was similar to Song Tianli's. Song Tianli was not surprised about this. He had investigated the other party and knew that although Wu Zizi was not considered a good person, he did not do much evil. What he didn't expect was that Lung Han's expression at this time looked extremely painful. During the first level of mountain climbing, Lung Han was cloudy from start to finish, as if nothing could make his mood change. This second pass presented him with the other extreme. His expression was so pained that his features were on the verge of twisting together. He gritted his teeth and walked amongst the water of merit, his body constantly trembling, and it was obvious at a glance that it was enduring great pain. What on earth is Lung Han? How many bad things has he done here? Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He had never found out any useful information about Lang Han, and now he saw him in the water of merit, suffering so much. This made him even more wary of Lung Han inside. He was pondering whether to find an opportunity to let Cold Chill leave. Such an uncertain person to keep around could be a ticking time bomb. No one can guarantee how many people will be hurt once this bomb goes off. Let's see if he can pass the second level of the test. After thinking about it, Song Tianli said inwardly. If he could pass the second level of the test, then the Four Seasons Pang Lai would be able to take him in as a disciple, and it wasn't like he couldn't let him stay on. Compared to Song Tianli and the others, the behavior of the others in the merit water was much more interesting. All kinds of wailing kept coming. I want out, I want out. Mom, just carry me away. Such voices kept ringing out. Chapter 26, the third level of the test. Chapter 26, the third level of the test. As soon as someone yells I quit, then he quickly disappears into the water of merit. Unsurprisingly, they were eliminated. The number of people who passed the first hurdle was over 50,000. But there were less than 5,000 people who could pass the second level. What these people didn't know was that the second level tested more than just one's merit and mindfulness. As long as you can endure the pain, you will be able to pass the second level. Except, that's something 99% of people can't do. The only one who did was Cold Chill. When Lung Han passed through the river of meritorious water, his entire face was as pale as if he was deflated. No one knew what kind of pain he had just endured amidst the water of merit. It seems that Lung Han must have a very moving story on his body. Seeing this scene, Song Tianli said inwardly with extreme certainty. A person cannot be so tough-minded if he is simply evil. Only by experiencing unseen pain can one be so open to such trials. Congratulations on passing the second level. Next, we proceed to the third level, and once you successfully pass the test, you will be a reserved disciple of my 4 seasons Pang Lai. With the sound of Venerable Spring's voice, the scenery in front of Song Tianli and the others changed once more. They realized that a huge labyrinth had appeared in front of them. He who passes the maze within 2 hours, passes. The countdown has begun. After Venerable Spring's words fell, the crowd looked at each other for a moment. In the next second, the crowd sped towards the labyrinth at top speed. It was just that this labyrinth was so big that 5,000 people going in made it seem extraordinarily sparse. Are we going to break through the barrier separately, or together? Wu Zizi asked as he looked at the several people. Of course we're going to break through the barrier together. You're my young master's 4 great Vajra. Are you still planning to leave my young master behind? Song 13 was the first to step forward and said. He said this mainly to stay with Song Tianli. This way, in case there were any accidents, he would be able to protect Song Tianli. There's strength in numbers. I think it's better for us to be together. Song Tianchi thought about it and said so. He felt that this third level of the test was definitely not just for them to pass through the labyrinth. There must be many unknown difficulties in the labyrinth. The power of one person, after all, is limited, or we must work together. I agree. Wu Zizi said before him. I agree. Yu Chuanqiu didn't have much to say either. Afterward, the crowd all turned their gazes to Long Han. Good. Long Han nodded indifferently. Just like that, Song Tianli and his group of 5 people chose a fork in the maze and headed forward. They had just advanced less than 100 meters when suddenly the wall on one side collapsed, and dozens of hungry wolves with red eyes poured out from inside. These vicious wolves left their foul-smelling saliva and pounced towards the several people. Let's go back to back. Yu Chuanqiu said hurriedly. As he spoke, the crowd moved in. Long Han was holding a long sword, and a cold light kept flashing. Those hungry wolves that came to him were instantly split in 2, their limbs and arms scattered all over the ground. It was no exaggeration to say that cold chill killed wolves as if they were vegetables. Wu Zizi quickly escaped from his pockets and threw various bottles and cans towards those hungry wolves. Those bottles and cans exploded in the air, spewing out a cloud of powder that landed among the wolves. Immediately, those hungry wolves that were affected by the powder waves staggered as if they were drunk and eventually fell to the ground. Yu Chuanqiu saw how swiftly the 2 attacked and took out a slate made of iron. On top of this slab, there is a big D engraved. He swung his slate and smashed it towards the wolves. Any hungry wolves that he smashed into, one by one, directly splattered their brains. Song Tianli's eyes widened as he watched the trio's actions. He suddenly realized that these 3 were more or less out of sorts. He took out a deck of cards in his left hand, just in case. Raising his right hand in a fist, he began to attack the hungry wolves. Song 13 played up his scrappy young master persona and hid behind the 4. There weren't many of these hungry wolves, so it didn't take long for a few people to take care of them all. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being my 4 great Vajra, in times of danger, each shows their abilities. At this time, Song 13 said with a big smile. The others glanced at each other as well, a flash of surprise in their eyes. Previously, they had only dealt with the time against Zhang Yu when they had struck out together. But that time was too short to tell much. For once, they had a deep understanding of each other. There was no doubt that Long Han was the strongest and had the heaviest killing heart. And at a glance, it has not experienced a lot of killing, fighting steadily and ruthlessly. Yu Chuanqiu appeared to be gentle, but in reality, he was the wildest in character, as evidenced by his weapon engraved with the word virtue. Wu Zizi is the most sinister, and various means are endless. Only Song Tianli was moderate and didn't look like he had any features. Are we going to continue forward along this path, or are we going to change directions? Wu Zi asked at this time. I think it's important to continue down that path. Since there are obstacles on this path, it means that we have chosen the right path. If it's wrong, then wouldn't it be a waste to set up a block? Yu Chuanqiu said after some thought. That makes sense, so let's move on. Song 13 said. Everyone knew that this hungry wolf attack was just an appetizer, I'm afraid. Wait. Just then, Song Tianli suddenly said. The moment he said this, several people all turned their gazes to him. Just now, the examiner said that within 2 hours, as long as we pass through the maze. But he didn't limit what method we use to get through the labyrinth. That means that we can, by all means, not have to use this dumbest method of breaking in, bit by bit. We can create another path. This point was also what Song Tianli had just thought of. Breaking new ground? How do I break new ground? Yu Chuanqiu asked. Like, from above. Or go around the outside of the maze. Song Tianli said as he pointed to the wall above the maze. Hearing him say this, Yu Chuanqiu and the few of them immediately stared in disbelief. Will this work? Wu Zi asked. This third level's test definitely can't just be a test of our combat prowess. If it's simply a test of our combat prowess, then wouldn't it be better to have us all together in a pandemonium? The winner takes all, so why bother? And this labyrinth is too big, relying on the normal way, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time getting through it in the allotted time. I think, since it's a maze, the test should be our ability to adapt, to work together, and to be brave. This time, the crowd did not retort. Because they felt that what Song Tianli said was somewhat reasonable. Chapter 27 Becoming a Prospective Disciple of the Four Seasons of Panglai. Chapter 27 Becoming a Prospective Disciple of the Four Seasons of Panglai. You can give it a try. Lung Han said. It won't hurt to try anyway. I agree. Song 13 said loudly. Then let's give it a try. Wu Zizi and Yu Chunxiu had no comments. In that case, let's hurry. Once it doesn't work out, we still have time to get back here and continue to break into the maze. Tell you what, let's split up. 2 people go through the top of the maze. The remaining 3 go from the outside of the maze. Song Tianli said. I'm going to walk outside. Song 13 said. He actually made the choice for Song Tianli. They had agreed that if he was present when Song Tianli presented 2 options. That meant that Song Tianli himself wanted to choose the latter option. At this time, it was up to Song 13 to make the decision. This would clear the air with Song Tianli. Then I'll follow young master outside. Song Tianli said immediately afterward. I'm going to walk outside too. Wu Zizi said hurriedly. He felt that Song Tianli was an old 6, and it was always right to follow him. The 2 of us go above. Long Han said with a nod. With that, the crowd made its choice. If it doesn't work, we'll use the fireworks as a signal and come back here. If it works, it keeps going. Song Tianli said, taking out 2 things similar to cloud-piercing arrows and handing one to Long Han. They didn't waste any time and hurriedly split up into 2 groups. Long Han and Yu Chuanqiu rose up into the air and began to scamper high up the wall. Song Tianli returned the way they came and came to the outside of the labyrinth, intending to go around from the outside. The maze was huge, so a few people had to run. It seems really feasible, ugh. After turning the corner of the labyrinth, Wu Zi said with a bit of delight. For he saw that the side of the labyrinth dealt with a flat, unobstructed view of anything. So, a few people picked up the pace. In less than an incense stick of time, Song Tianli and the others bypassed the labyrinth and arrived at the other side of the maze. They saw that Venerable Spring was standing and waiting. Seeing Song Tianli and the 3 of them, a hint of surprise flashed in Venerable Spring's eyes. He also didn't expect a few people to take so little time. Pass the test. In the next second, Venerable Spring said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Passed, really passed. Song 13 laughed out loud. Wu Zizi and Song Tianli were also elated. Soon enough, they saw that Long Han and Yu Chuanqiu had also jumped down from the walls of the labyrinth. When the 2 of them saw the Song Tianli trio, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes as well. Pass the test. Venerable Spring said as he looked at the 2 Long Han. This delighted the 2 men. They didn't expect that, after listening to Song Tianli's words, they would pass the test so easily. For a while, the way they looked at Song Tianli was a little different. Earlier, they all felt that Song Tianli was someone who only knew how to sneak around. Now it seems that Song Tianli still has a bit of wisdom in his body. In the midst of the wait, slowly someone came out of the maze. At this time, it's really a case of the 8 immortals showing off their skills. Some rely on their extreme speed, some on their intelligence, some on their great strength, some on their experience in getting through the labyrinth, and some simply because they are lucky. In short, there's something for everyone. When the 2 hours were up, Venerable Spring waved his hand, and everyone else disappeared into thin air except for those who passed the 3rd level. Only Song Tianli and the others were left. There weren't many people who passed the 3rd level, just under 200. This was 1 in a million compared to the vast selection army in Xianzhou at the very beginning. From today onwards, you are my prospective disciples of 4 seasons Panglai. Here are your credentials. Venerable Spring said, waving his palm, and hundreds of jade tags flew out from his hand. These jade tiles fell into the hands of everyone who passed the 3rd level of the test. The reason why I say prospective disciples is because you have not yet formally worshipped under my 4 seasons Panglai sect. You will be given 3 months to take care of worldly matters. 3 months from now, I will come to fetch you to the 4 seasons of Panglai. Now, you will recognize the owner by dropping your blood on top of the jade tablet. If you encounter a force majeure danger, you can take out your jade tablet to deter the curmudgeons. However, you must not rely on your status as a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai to bully men and women and do wrong. Once found, kill without pardon. When Venerable Spring said this, his tone was thick with a murderous aura. The aura on his body instantly enveloped everyone. All of them, including Song Tianli and the others, all winced. The murderous aura on Venerable Spring's body was simply too dense. He really didn't know how many people he had killed to form it, and it was already nearly substantial. Yes. The crowd said almost simultaneously. I hope to see all of you again in 3 months. Venerable Spring also said something very profound and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Song Tianli and the others realized that the scene in front of them began to change. When they came back to their senses, they found that they appeared in the place where they had disappeared in the first place. This kind of means unthinkable. Song Tianli said to himself. Ha 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 ha. This young master is from now on a disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai. Go go go, follow this young master to celebrate. Song 13 said loudly at this time. I could hear that he was really excited. While he was talking, Lung Han looked at the jade tablet in his hand, a bit out of focus. His eyes were complicated and he didn't know what he was thinking. Young master, let's go to Delicious Bistro to celebrate. Song Tianli proposed. There were still 3 months before he left for the 4 seasons of Panglai, and within those 3 months, he fought to figure out what exactly was the golden finger of that chef at the Delicious Bistro. Fine, this young master is happy today, go anywhere. Without any hesitation, Song 13 agreed. Just like that, Song Tianli and his group once again headed to the Delicious Bistro. After arriving at the Delicious Bistro, the few people found that the guests of the Delicious Bistro were quite a bit more than before. I think that the fame of the Delicious Bistro has increased a little bit in the past few days. Boss, fry me a book. Song 13 was still like last time. When he opened his mouth, he was frying a book. Alright, please wait. The waiter had a previous experience and instantly understood. After a few people casually found a table and sat down, Song Tianli began to survey the guests around him. After his investigation of this chef, he could be sure that the other party's gold finger was related to the customers in the store. I'm going to the bathroom. Song Tianli made an excuse and headed towards the bathroom. For that, no one doubts. After all, people have 3 urges. White eyes, open. After pretending to be convenient, Song Tianli opened his white eyes. Chapter 28, Assassination in the Night. Chapter 28, Assassination in the Night. The function of the white eye is to be able to see through 360 degrees without any dead angle, and to see through the lines of operation of the energy. After Song Tianli's observation, he realized that all the guests of the Delicious Bistro had an energy emanating above their heads. Which, in turn, includes him. All of this energy, which is not generally perceived, flows in the direction of the kitchen. Eventually, it converged in the body of a man who was cooking in the middle of the kitchen. This man Song Tianli had investigated was none other than the owner and chef of this store, He Tianruwei. As this energy flowed in, He Tianruwei's strength slowly began to increase. In a short period of time, it doesn't enhance too much though. However, he was absorbing the energy emanating from these guests all the time, and as the days and months accumulated, it would converge into an extremely large mass of power. Sure enough, his golden finger is related to the customers in the store. Song Tianli said with great certainty. This time, not only did it solidly establish the identity of the other party's chosen one, it also determined the general direction of the other party's golden finger. It wasn't a wasted trip. Luckily, only one divine reserve has been opened in his body at the moment. No threat to me. Wait for the night to test a wave. Song Tianli inwardly made up his mind. Having made his decision, he walked out of the bathroom. It was still the same as last time. Song Tianli and his group ate to their heart's content. This time, Song Tianli didn't make any more attempts. What is to be known is known, there is no point in trying. It's a life full of promise when you pass the 4 seasons pomp and circumstance selection and eat a meal that's as good as it gets. By the time Song Tianli and his group left the delicious bistro, night had already fallen. A few people walked under the streetlights, their shadows drawn long. However, right at this moment, several black shadows suddenly flew out from the middle of the night, heading straight for the several people. Their speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of several people. "Protect the young master," Song Tianli shouted, then he took out an infallible card, ready to use it at any time. "Also be prepared to cast a double. Once you encounter an attack you can't avoid, activate the substitute spell." Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Zizi also both leaned in and took out their weapons in front of Song 13. Only Lang Han, holding a long sword, took the initiative to meet the man in black. And with that, a tussle began. Song 13 took out a cloud-piercing arrow and released it into the sky. The cloud-piercing arrow exploded in the air, forming a number 1. Only the Song family knows what this one means. Lang Han's attack showed no mercy, and very quickly, 2 black-clothed men were beheaded by him. But the black-robed men around him, undeterred, came at him again. The black-clothed man who was open 2 divine treasures actually couldn't last more than a single move under him. "Just how strong is Lang Han?" Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He used his white eyes to observe Lang Han, but he realized that there was a special kind of energy on the surface of Lang Han's body that blocked his survey. Therefore, even if he used his white eyes, he was unable to see Lang Han's true strength clearly. At this moment, Lang Han was like a god of death, his body transformed into a phantom, harvesting the lives of those black-clothed men. In less than 10 seconds, almost all of the black-clothed men were cut down by him. There was only one person, who sped off into the distance as fast as he could. Lang Han's figure flashed and hurriedly chased after him. His speed was so fast that he caught up with the fleeing man in black in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, he once again slashed out with his sword. As long as the man in black was hit, he would surely die. "Stay alive!" Seeing this scene, Song Tianli hurriedly shouted loudly. Hearing his words, Lang Han twisted the long sword in his hand, allowing his attack to land on the thigh of the fleeing black-clothed man. "Ah!" The man in black screamed miserably and fell to the ground. At this time, Wu Zizi took out a fishing net and netted the injured black-clothed man. In the midst of battle, fishing nets are, many times, extremely useful. This fishing net of Wu Zizi is specially made, extremely tough, and it is difficult to be injured by ordinary swords. Seeing that the man in black was caught in the net, Song 13 hurriedly ran to him in large strides. He raised his foot and kicked it toward the man in black. "Dare to assassinate this young master? Do you know how to write the word death? Say, who sent you?" Song 13 asked loudly while kicking. Young master, calm down, I'm good at this kind of interrogation, let me do it." Song Tianli pulled Song 13 and said hurriedly. "Okay, over to you. If he doesn't talk, he's going to die trying. I'd like to see, looking at the entire Qianzhou, who the hell has eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dares to touch me, Song 13? Song 13 huffed and puffed at the nationalist Erlian. After pacifying Song 13, Song Tianli walked towards the man in black. At that moment, a very strong murderous aura flashed in his eyes. He didn't know if this man in black was just trying to kill Song 13, or if he was trying to kill the Song family's young master. If it was to kill the Song family's young master, then it had a lot to do with him. The person behind this thing has to be figured out. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. He didn't want to be undermined at any point. This is no place for an interrogation, let's take him back first. You guys be careful, don't let him kill himself. Song Tianliang would love to interrogate now, but this really wasn't the place. The situation is unclear now, and there may be other black-clad men ambushing in the shadows. It's safer to return to the Song family first. About 2 minutes later, there was a sudden influx of men dressed in 4C's Express clothing from all around. Also accompanying it was a motorcade. They surrounded the area. "Greetings, young master." Afterward, these people said respectfully to Song 13. "Clean this place up," Song 13 said in an icy tone. No one in their right mind would be in a very good mood when it comes to this kind of thing. It's normal for him to behave this way. "Yes." Those who rushed behind said respectfully. After Song 13 said this, he bent down and entered a car. Song Tianli hurriedly followed. As for Lung Han and the few of them, they could only take the car in the back. The convoy came and went quickly. Escorting Song 13, he headed towards the Song family. At this moment, Song 13's poker face was at the extreme. Those who stayed behind began to dispose of the bodies of the men in black. When Song 13 released the cloud-piercing arrow, many people in Shenzhou saw it. Everyone in the neighborhood, too, saw the Song family's vast crowd. They were all speculating about what had happened to make the Song family send out such a big battle. After the Song family's people brought the living man in black back to the Song family, he was detained in a room that was specially used for interrogation. A few similar things have happened over the years. That's why the Song family built a special room for interrogation. Song Tianli walked in alone and began the interrogation. Chapter 29 Song Tianli's Interrogation. Chapter 29 Song Tianli's Interrogation. For interrogation, Song Tianli was still quite good at it. It wasn't just because he had read the 10 Great Tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty and some other ways of using torture when he was in Blue Star before. On top of that, he had studied some psychology and knew how to break down a person's mental defenses little by little. In the year when he was 10 years old, when the Song family was growing by leaps and bounds, there had been the assassination of the head of the Song family. He was the one who, at that time, conducted the interrogation that made the man who assassinated his old man spit out the man behind it. After 10 years, he walked into this interrogation room once again. He looked at the man in black, and without saying a word, he picked up a nearby whip and lashed it. "Say it or not, say it or not?" he inquired as he thrashed. Nothing more, just to simply beat up the black guy. Otherwise, his heart was clogged. "We are assassins, taking people's money and taking people's lives," the man in black said loudly. Such an interrogation was expected of him, and he was completely unafraid of it. Hearing the man in black say that, Song Tianli frowned slightly. Because there was no beep coming from inside the headphones he was wearing. This means that what the man in black said was true. "Who is the employer?" Song Tianli asked. "I don't know." Ding, the payment wallet arrived at $100. Hearing the beep in the headset, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. He was really worried just now that the other party didn't know who the employer was either. In that case, even if he did perform the 10 Great Tortures all over again, it wouldn't help. "There's no one else in this room, and I'll tell you a secret. I'm able to easily tell when someone is lying. You just said that, and I know you lied. In order to suffer less, you'd better give an honest explanation," Song Tianli said indifferently. Hearing him say that, the black-clad man's eyes froze. He hadn't thought that Song Tianli still had this kind of ability. "So what if you can tell if I'm lying? As an assassin, I have put life and death at risk from the moment I joined the profession," the man in black said without fear. "Death is never the worst. Terrible as life is. I have too many tactics for tough talkers, and I'll recount one to you first. I'll catch a nest of mice and put them in an iron pipe. Light a fire in one end of the iron pipe, and the other end, against the top of your belly. This way, the rats will desperately try to burrow toward the other end of the iron pipe because they fear the flames. Do you think they will live to drill a hole in your belly?" Song Tianli narrated in a seemingly gentle tone. As soon as his words came out, the black-clothed man's face suddenly changed. It's insane that anyone could come up with such a perverted penal code. "Come on if you have the guts." The man in black gritted his teeth and said with a little trembling lip. "I'm afraid that no one can endure such torture. But he can't betray his employer. He has to be ethical. Pretty tough bones. But do you think it's over? After the rats drill an eye in your belly, I'll pull them out, and then I'll treat your wounds with the best medicine I can find. Subsequently, the same method was used to get the rat into your chest, your anus." The more this was said, the more fearful the man in black became. Without saying a word, he directly blew up his dantian and chose to die. Seeing this scene, a cruel smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. "Want to die? Ask me no." As he said that, he flipped his palm and took out a card. He threw the deck toward the man in black. The cards emerged in a cloud of light and wrapped around the black man who had blown up his dantian. Slowly, as if everything was going backwards in time, the injuries on the black-clothed man's body began to be repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. In about 5 seconds, the man in black, who had been dead, came back to life. "What kind of tactics are you using?" the man in black asked in an incredulous tone. It wasn't really a time rewind just now, he had memories of everything. It's amazing how people can be brought back to life when they're dead. I don't want to say anything extra. Bringing you back to life is just to let you know that I won't let you die, and that even your death is a luxury. Give an honest account and I can give you a pain in the ass. Song Tianli said indifferently. The card he had just used was the peach among the three kingdoms. A single peach can revive a person who has been dead for no more than an hour. Even Song Tianli didn't have a few. It's arguably one of his more valuable cards. It was a bit of a waste to use it on such a black-clothed man, but in order to figure out who exactly was targeting the Song family's young master. Or rather, against the Song family, he could only endure the pain of using it. You are a chosen of God? The man in black looked at Song Tianli as if he had suddenly thought of something and asked. In his perception, only the chosen of God had such unimaginable means. I'm the one asking you, not you asking me. I'll give you one more chance to explain who the employer is? Song Tianli asked. It's the Dongfang family of Central State. The black-clothed man's mental defense was shattered, and he hurriedly said. There was no beep coming from Song Tianli's headphones, which meant that the man in black wasn't lying. Central State's Dongfang family? My Song family and this Dongfang family don't seem to have any interactions. Why did the Dongfang family hire assassins and deal with my Song family? Song Tianli said to himself. It is not you we are assassinating tonight. Rather, it's Dongfang Hikaru. The man in black said suddenly at this time. Who is Hikaru Tagusa? Song Tianli was dumbfounded, he had never heard of this name before. It was the man who wounded me. Hearing the man in black say this, Song Tianli suddenly came to a realization. Lung Han kept saying that his name was Lung Han, and although Song Tianli knew that the name was fake, he didn't know what Lung Han's real name was. Now he knew, Hikaru Tagusa. The name sounds quite domineering, like a character in some novel. He had checked before, and Lung Han was indeed from the Central State. Moreover, he had always known that Lung Han was full of stories. Hikaru Higashimiya, the murder for hire of the Higashimiya family, that sounds logical for certain stories. In other words, this one was a complete misunderstanding. After figuring this out, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. As long as someone wasn't secretly targeting the Song family's young master and targeting the Song family, it wasn't a matter. Since things have been explained clearly, you can go on your way in peace. Song Tianli said to the man in black. After he finished, he flipped his palm and took out a dagger, and without hesitation, stabbed it into the heart of the man in black. Thank you. The black-robed man said to Song Tianli and cut off his life. Song Tianli didn't torture him like he said he would, and he was indeed kinda grateful inside. After something like this happened, Lung Han always has to give the Song family an explanation. Song Tianli said this and turned around to walk out of the interrogation room. Chapter 30 Lung Han's Past. Chapter 30 Lung Han's Past. At this moment, in the middle of a pavilion in the Song family's courtyard, Song 13 was sitting on a stone bench, Xian Shang was standing behind him, and Lung Han was sitting across from him. Song Tianli leaned against one of the pillars of the gazebo, playing with a nail clipper in his hand. He still had his Bluetooth headset plugged into his ear. Lung Han, or Dongfang Yanlong, shouldn't you give this young master an explanation for what happened this evening? Song 13 looked at Lung Han and said indifferently. At this time, he didn't have the defeated look he had before. From his expression alone, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Before this, Song Tianli had already told Xian Shang and Song 13 about the results of the interrogation. Hearing Song 13 utter the words Dongfang Yanlong, Lung Han raised his head and glanced at him. The Song family was more powerful than he had imagined. Surprisingly, he was able to find out his true identity. Those men in black tonight are indeed coming for me. They are not trying to assassinate the young master. Lung Han said indifferently. Is this your explanation? Song 13 asked. After he finished saying this, dozens of people suddenly poured out from the surroundings and surrounded Lung Han. Lung Han clearly sensed that there were a few more powerful auras locked around himself. Even he, I'm afraid, is no match. Then I don't know what kind of explanation young master still needs from me? Lung Han wasn't too intimidated by this and acted extremely calm. The strength of these people was indeed not bad, but it wasn't like he hadn't experienced such a scene before. This matter tonight, although it was directed at you, everyone in Shenzhou saw that it was my Song family that solved it. Once this matter is pursued by the Dongfang family, it won't be a good thing for my Song family. So we need to know what happened. Without further ado, at least give an account of where you came from. And why they're after you. If this is not explained clearly, then we can only take your head and give the Dongfang family an explanation. The person who said this was not Song 13, but Qian Shang. It wasn't that they were afraid of the Dongfang family, but they didn't want to put the Song family in danger because of something that had nothing to do with the Song family. Hearing Qian Shang say this, Lung Han inwardly sighed. Indeed, this matter was a complete unmitigated disaster for the Song family. I wonder how much you guys know about one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, Liuli Shoucheng? Lung Han suddenly asked. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to inform the Song family of what had happened. Don't know much about it. Shansong said, shaking his head. The 10 great divine realm cave heavens had a supreme status, and the world's understanding of them was extremely limited. Even if the Song family had continuously gathered this information over the years, what they had learned now was just a name. This time, Song Tianli also stopped clipping his nails and quietly waited for Lung Han's next words. He didn't know why Lung Han would suddenly bring up Liuli Shoucheng. Although the Liuli Shou city is one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, in reality, it's made up of a number of clans. These families are divided into the main family and the side families. The main family stays in the middle of Liuli Shoucheng, and the side branches stay in the central state to serve the main family. The Dongfang family, where I am from, is the same. I was originally a descendant of the Dongfang family's main family, but because both of my parents died when I was a child, and because of some turmoil in the Lulishu city, I was sent to a side branch of the Dongfang family's home state. Perhaps because of my status as a descendant of the main family, or perhaps because of other reasons, my side branch in the central state is highly regarded with indifference. Everyone sees me as an alien, no one wants to befriend me or be near me. I am so like the plague. When I was 12 years old, the main family of the Dongfang family, as if they had finally remembered me, picked me up and brought me back to Rurani Shoucheng. I thought that my fate had changed, yet what I didn't expect was that my treatment in Lulishu city was inferior to that of a side branch in the central state. Although the side branches in the central state are highly indifferently treated, at the very least, there is no worry about food and warmth. In the middle of Liulishu city, I was highly ostracized, not to mention the cultivation resources, and many times I didn't even have food. I can only eat food that has expired, or has been thrown away. And to be bullied, beaten, and teased from time to time by the children of other families, who always say I'm the wild child no one wants. Almost every day, I'm all over the place. At that time, I swore that I would make myself strong and trample all those who had bullied me, under my feet. However, I have no one to guide me in my cultivation at all, and I can only rely on myself for everything. So I figured it out on my own, or stole it. Once you're caught stealing from the master, there's no shortage of beatings again. Luckily, I have good talent, and even without guidance, my strength has progressed quickly. In the end, it stood out amongst the younger generation of Lulishu city. At that time, I naively thought that my hard life was about to come to an end. Who would have thought that just because both of my parents were dead and I didn't have any backing, all the perks I should have had were taken away from me by others? Whether it's the city lord of Luridshou city or the head of the Dongfang family's main house, they know all of this, yet they don't listen to it. I later realized that it was because my father's talent was too great, and with his own strength, he made the entire Liulishu city of his generation unable to raise their heads. Wherever my father appears, he is the absolute center of attention, and everyone else is only reduced to a companion. They hate, they're jealous, but there's absolutely nothing they can do about my father. Later on, something happened in Lulishu city, and my father sacrificed himself in order to protect Lulishu city, as well as some of the people in Lulishu city. That's when those who had long been kept down by my father began to flaunt their power, targeting everything at me, so as to want to pay back to me double the humiliation they suffered from my father. In regards to what happened to me, those who were saved by my father, as well as the higher-ups of Lulishu city, not a single one of them stood up to speak up for me and make a stand for me. When I learned of all this, I killed those who had long bullied me and rebelled against Rurani Shaozhou. Liuli Shoucheng has a superb status, it's not good to directly launch a hunt for me. Because I'm a member of the Dongfang family, they let the side branch of the Dongfang family in Central State take action. That's why the people from the Dongfang family in Central State are hunting me down. It's just that those years in Liuli Shoucheng taught me to be patient and hide my clumsiness, and they underestimated my strength. I killed them and escaped to Qianzhou. Lung Han recounted a lot in one breath, and as he did so, his words were filled with hatred. That, in turn, is understandable. Anyone who suffered such a thing would not look kindly on those people. Chapter 31 Flesh Body Enhancement, 90 times cultivation speed. Chapter 31 Flesh Body Enhancement, 90 times cultivation speed. All this happened like a protagonist in a novel. It's just that, this protagonist has blackened. Song Tianli said silently in his heart from the side. In terms of what happened to Cold Chill, it is entirely possible to write a novel with ups and downs. And the plot is absolutely brilliant. I don't know if you shouted out, "I'll definitely come back," when you left Liuli Shoucheng in the first place. Or 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't kid yourself. Song Tianli looked at Long Han at this time and asked. He had been wearing a headset, and no tone ever sounded when Cold Chill said this. This showed that everything Long Han had said was true. In response to Song Tianli's words, Long Han didn't take any notice and only turned his gaze towards Song 13 in Xianshang. He wanted to see what the Song family was going to do to him after they found out what had happened to him. It's to kill him and sell a favor to the Tobong family. Or let him leave the Song family and be a stranger from then on. Xianshang and Song 13 also frowned at this time. Because they didn't know, either, how they should deal with Cold Chill. If he was allowed to stay in the Song family, then the Dongfang family in Central State would definitely still send people to kill him. When the time comes, the Song family will definitely be involved. An assault like the one before, the Song family could not put it in their eyes. But they didn't believe that the Dongfang family of the Central State, which had the support of the Liulisho city, had that little strength. The last attack was unsuccessful, and the next one will only get stronger. Even if the Song family could withstand the next attack, what about the next time? What about the next time? Not to mention, behind the Dongfang family, there was also the Liulishu city. Therefore, it was extremely unwise to allow Lang Han to remain in the Song family. Well, there are only two ways for the Song family to handle this. First, find a way to kill Long Han and befriend the Dongfang family. Second, let Cold Chill leave as if he knows nothing. I apologize for involving the Song family in this matter. I will leave the Song family. Long Han stood up at this time and said. After that, he was ready to leave. Wait. Just then, Xianshang said hurriedly. Hearing his words, a murderous aura filled Long Han's body. Does the housekeeper not want to leave me behind? Long Han asked. If that was really the case, he didn't mind killing the Song family. He will never be polite to those who want to kill him. The Song family can let you leave, but they can't let you leave just like that without a word. It has to be known by everyone. Shan Son said. He had just seen Song Tianli hold out two fingers, which meant that they were going to activate the second precaution. Everyone knows about it? What do you mean? Lang Chen asked. Everyone in Xianzhou knows that you're one of the 4 great Vajra selected by my Song family's young master. If you leave quietly, everyone will think that you are still in my Song family. At that time, if the Dongfang family's people come to my Song family to ask for someone, and my Song family says that you've already left, do you think they'll believe it? Xianshang asked. Then what does the housekeeper want? Long Han asked. We can leave you alone for involving my Song family in things, but when tomorrow comes, you must accompany us in a play. Acting? How? This you will naturally know tomorrow. All of what Xianshang said was planned by Song Tianli before. He thought of all the possibilities, all of them. At the same time, the method of response was also said to Xianshang. What he's talking about is pre-proposition 2. In the dead of night, Song Tianli got up naked from one of the bathtubs. In this bathtub, all of them were the heavenly materials that Song 13 had bought earlier, those that could refine the body. Afterward, he secretly gave it to Song Tianli. Song Tianli was doing this now to strengthen his physique. In this way, he would be able to, as much as possible, withstand the negative effects that came with cultivating with multiple shadow doppelgangers. The physical body has strengthened quite a bit, and now I feel like I'm able to withstand the negative effects of 90 bilocations. Song Tianli moved his body and said to himself. Enhancing the strength of the physical body can be beneficial. Not only would he be able to withstand more of the negative impacts that came with detached cultivation, but he would also be able to utilize more power if he used the 8 gates of transportation in the future. Tonight, Song Tianli had planned to go forward to the delicious little shop to explore He Tianrui's reality, but it turned out that there was a black-clothed man attacking and killing him, so he didn't go. The good thing is, it's not an emergency. So, he went back to his room and practiced. Once he finished quenching his body with heavenly materials, Song Tianli once again used his multiple shadow split. 90 doppelgangers were split at once and began to cultivate. He was already able to feel the existence of the third divine stash, and according to this trend, in at most 3 days, he would be able to open the third divine stash within his body. After using 80 times the cultivation speed for a few days before, he had indeed made rapid progress. Otherwise, if he wanted to touch the barriers of the third divine deposit, it would take him at least half a year. There was no talk all night. When the sun had just cleared the next morning, Song Tianli woke up from his cultivation. He disengaged the diversion. Instantly, a great pain and exhaustion, accompanied by a powerful energy, surged into his body. This was the side effect of cultivating with multiple shadow doppelgangers. Luckily, after the previous hardening of his body, such a side effect would not affect him much. Pain and pleasure. Song Tianli said faintly. Today was the day that Lung Han left the Song family, and he had a heavy part to play. After Song Tianli walked out of his room, the others hadn't woken up yet. He sat down in his chair and took out his cell phone and swiped it. Strangely enough, he hadn't been able to brush up on the multiple choice questions to his satisfaction for several days in a row. I hope it's okay today, Song Tianli muttered. Then there was a quick swipe of the phone screen. Time passed by, and Song Tianli still hadn't swiped any multiple choice questions. It left him a bit helpless. This gold finger of his was always full of uncertainty. It feels like it's completely random what you can brush up on. At this time, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zzz were both up as well. Good morning, boss. The two greeted Song Tianli. After the previous selection of the 4-time Panglai disciples, these two had also recognized Song Tianli. Although it seemed to them that Song Tianli was just a little smart, it did help them. If it wasn't for Song Tianli's proposal at that time, they really wouldn't have been able to pass the third level of the test. Good morning, Song Tianli said faintly as he swiped his cell phone. Boss, why do you look so tired? Did you go off and do something shy behind our backs last night? Being nearly drained by some abrasive little goblin? Yu Chuanxiu looked at Song Tianli and asked curiously. Song Tianli already knew very well that Yu Chuanxiu, who fancied himself a scholar, was actually very stuffy. Chapter 32 Another Conceptualized Ability. Chapter 32 Another Conceptualized Ability. You may not believe it when I tell you, last night the sky descended 2 peerless fairies, one of them called herself an empress and the other an empress, and they must have negative distance contact with me. I tried hard to persuade them that they must be clean, but they wouldn't listen. Just want it. I'm helpless too, Song Tianli said, pretending to look embarrassed. Luckily bragging doesn't lead to jail time, otherwise, you would have been in jail long ago, Yu Chuanxiu said. Song Tianli was about to retort when he suddenly saw a light in front of his eyes. Because, finally, he had brushed up on a multiple choice question. If you were to make all your errands 10 times more efficient, but every week, you would be randomly transported to a certain place in the divine continent, would you be willing to do so? When Song Tianli saw this multiple choice question, he chose willingly without hesitation. All errands are 10 times more efficient, and that's a conceptualized ability. There is no weakness in the ability to conceptualize. Of course, the side effect is pretty serious. Randomly teleporting to a place in the divine continent was indeed quite dangerous. Other places were fine, but once you teleported to some dangerous place, a Jedi, then maybe, your life was in danger. However, it's worth taking a little risk for this conceptualized ability. Song Tianli will be prepared for anything, considering all possibilities. Taking a step back, if he did get randomly teleported somewhere dangerous, he still had plenty of skills at his disposal. As long as you can hold out for a week, you'll be able to teleport again. Take a step back again, even if you do die by accident. He also has cards like Peach that can come back from the dead. He didn't believe that the vastness of the divine land would be so unlucky that he would be transmitted to the land of the dead for many times of teleportation. When Song Tianli chose willing, a 7-day countdown appeared in his mind. Fortunately, it wasn't a sudden teleportation. Song Tianli said a bit thankfully. There was a countdown, which gave him more than enough time to prepare. Sudden teleportation is very delayed in case you are doing something important and suddenly disappear. The efficiency of all the errands have increased tenfold. I wonder if my power has increased tenfold, Song Tianli said silently in his heart. However, he felt that it should not be calculated that way. Doing things 10 times more efficiently has different algorithms for different things. It doesn't matter how it was calculated, it doesn't affect the results anyway. Where's second brother? Wu Zizi asked at this time, looking at Song Tianli and Yu Chuanxiu. I don't know, doesn't he get up the earliest every day? Yu Chuanxiu also looked puzzled. Lang Han, I didn't expect you to be such a person, how dare you steal from this young master? Right at this moment, Song 13's voice suddenly came. Hearing this, Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Zizi looked at each other, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Lang Han stole something? That can't be right. They felt that Lang Han should not be that kind of person. Thus, the three of them hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sound came. Soon, they saw that Song 13 had brought Xian Shang, as well as some people from the Song family, to surround Lang Han. I repeat, I didn't steal anything from the Song family. Facing the encirclement, Lang Han said loudly. You didn't steal it? Then why is the red moon Xian Rui missing from my room? I've just asked the others, and you're the only one who has come to my room. Song 13 said loudly. I traveled to the young master's room only to inquire about the young master's attack yesterday. Never saw any red moon Xian Rui. Lang Han said in a very resolute tone. You expect me to believe that? Speaking of which, you're talented and strong. If you don't have any other purpose, why did you come to be a dog's leg for me? If you ask me, I'm afraid that you already knew that I possessed the red moon Xian Rui, so you took the opportunity of being a lapdog to steal it. This is your true purpose of coming to the Song family. Song 13 said in a very certain tone. You guys think I took the red moon Xian Rui, show me proof. Catching a thief and taking the stolen goods, you can't just plant the goods randomly with empty words. Lang Han said loudly. Whether you have taken the red moon Xian Rui or not, a search will tell you. Search for me. Song 13 said loudly. A body search? Is that an insult to my character? If you guys insist on searching yourselves, you'll have to blame me for not being polite. Lang Han said, taking out his long sword. Being a thief, huh? Take him down for me. Song 13 said to the Song family. Come if you're not afraid to die. Lang Han swung his long sword. Lang Han. Just then, Song Tianli let out a shout. His voice caused both sides that were ready to make a move to stop in place and simultaneously turn their gazes towards him. Young master has been so kind to us that when he just selected the four of us, he rewarded each of us with $2 million. In the past few days, many more rewards have been given one after another. How could you do such a thing? Seeing as we have these few days of friendship, if you bring out the young master's red moon Xian Rui, I'll beg the young master not to make things difficult for you. Otherwise, even if you are strong, you will definitely die under the siege of so many of us. Song Tianli said loudly. Yes, as long as you take out the red moon Xian Rui, this young master can let you off the hook. Otherwise, this young master will let you perish on the spot. Song 13 followed closely. You've got a point. Come over here and I'll give you the red moon Xian Rui. Lang Han said after a moment of silence. If you hadn't said so, give it to me. A smile appeared on Song Tianli's face before he hurriedly came to Lang Han's side and extended his hand. At that moment, cold chill reached into his arms. The crowd also couldn't help but look into Lang Han's arms, wanting to see if he would really take out the red moon Xian Rui. However, right at this moment, Lang Han suddenly swung the long sword in his hand, placing it on top of Song Tianli's neck. What are you doing? Song Tianli stammered and asked. I just said that I didn't take the red moon Xian Rui. But you've just reminded me that I'll definitely die if I get into a bloodbath with the Song family. So I need a hostage to keep me safe. Lang Han said. Lang Han, do you have a conscience? I've poured my heart out to you, afraid you'd get hurt, and this is what you do to me? You turtle. Song Tianli couldn't help but curse loudly. The reason why he acted this way was to make people think that the relationship between him and Lang Han was completely broken. In the future, if the Dongfang family did come, it wouldn't affect him. Everything Song Tianli does has its own deeper meaning. He basically doesn't specialize in things that don't make sense. Chapter 33, adding drama to himself, yelling at Song 13. Chapter 33, adding drama to himself, cursing Song 13. You guys don't believe me anyway, so you can curse if you want. I just want to leave alive. Lang Han said in an icy tone. Then what are you hijacking me for? I'm just the young master's lapdog. Do you think the young master would give up the red moon Xian Rui for me? You want to hijack, you should hijack. Not only are you an ungrateful turtle, but your brain is so out of whack it's not even good. Although Song Tianli's words were unspoken, everyone understood what he meant. To hijack it, it really should be a bit more reliable to hijack Song 13. Hijacking a lapdog doesn't seem to do much. Young Master's side is followed by Butler Qian, who is not weak if I'm not mistaken. There's no chance of me succeeding in hijacking the young master. So, I'll just have to hijack you. You are now favored by the young master, so I decided to take a gamble. Hearing Long Han say this, the crowd all turned their gazes to Song 13, wanting to see what he would choose. When Song 13 saw the gazes of the crowd, he was on fire. Long Han, you are challenging this young master's patience. You don't really think that your hijacking of Song Tianli will be useful, do you? How can a dog's leg compare to my red moon Xian Rue? This young master has plenty of money, as many dog legs like this as he wants. Song 13 said without a care in the world. Speaking from an onlooker's perspective, Song Tianli had only followed him for a few days, so it was impossible to have too deep of an attachment. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with him saying that. We'll see if it works, just try it. Even if it's useless, there's still someone to accompany me on the road. Long Han said without a care in the world. Who the hell wants to accompany you on the road? You want to die, you die, what are you dragging me for? Young master, save me. After Song Tianli cursed twice, he looked at Song 13 and said in supplication. However, in the face of Song Tianli's prayers, Song 13 paid no heed. Take down this dog eating, dead or alive for me. Song 13 pointed at Long Han and said loudly. After his words fell, the crowd of the Song clan rushed towards Long Han. It looked like it didn't pay the slightest attention to Song Tianli's death. Song 13, you turtle, old me is loyal to you, you even disregard my death. Old me is really blind. At this time, Song Tianli suddenly cursed loudly. When he said this, the crowd was all baffled. Including Song 13. This wasn't in the script we discussed before, was it? Why would young master scold me all of a sudden? Song 13 frowned with a puzzled expression. Today's act was something they had discussed before, in order to let everyone know that Long Han had stolen something from the Song family and then left the Song family. And there was a lot of trouble with the Song family. Only, Song 13 didn't know why, but Song Tianli had suddenly added drama to himself. Luckily, there was already a strong understanding between him and Song Tianli. With Song 13's understanding of Song Tianli, he knew that he would never do anything without meaning. Since he chose to curse, he must have had other intentions. The only thing he could do was cooperate. Song Tianli, have you eaten bear heart and leopard gall? How dare you scold this young master? Take Lang Han for me, it doesn't matter if Song Tianli is dead or alive. After Song 13 said this, he stared tightly at Song Tianli. He wanted to see if that was what the young master meant. Sure enough, after his words fell, a trace of appreciation flashed across Song Tianli's eyes. It had to be said that Song 13 was getting smarter and smarter, able to comprehend his meaning very quickly. What's wrong with cursing? You don't even care about my death anymore, what's wrong with me cursing you twice? Song Tianli said loudly. Is this the world of the rich? Straw men. You guys want me to kill Song Tianli, but I prefer not to. He'll leave it to you. Long Han bellowed and directly threw Song Tianli towards Song 13. In the next second, his body transformed into a phantom shadow, passing through the Song family's crowd and speeding toward the outside. His speed was extremely fast, and those guards of the Song family, who couldn't stop him at all, could only watch as Long Han left in style. As Song Tianli flew towards Song 13, Shen Shang's figure flashed and blocked in front of Song 13, catching him steadily. Let 13 find an excuse to kick me out of the Song family later. As Qian Shang caught Song Tianli whispered in his ear. This caused Shansong to look at him with a bit of surprise, but didn't say much. Song Tianli was the young master of the Song family, and his decisions were fine for others to carry out without questioning them. Oftentimes, even the Song family's family head had to listen to Song Tianli. Hey, young master. After Song Tianli landed on the ground, he looked at Song 13 in a pleasing tone and said. His expression at this point was filled with embarrassment and a hint of remorse. What are you all waiting for? Give chase. Long Han this eaten, I want to see people alive, I want to see corpses dead. Song 13 shouted loudly as he looked at the rest of the Song family. For a while, the entire Song family moved and began to chase after Long Han. What about the two of us? At this time, Yu Chuanqiu looked at Wu Ziji and asked. It's not for us to get involved in, let's just pretend it didn't happen. Wu Zizi is an old 6, naturally will not be at this time, rushing up to touch Song 13's mold. Song Tianli, how dare you scold this young master? When the Song family's people went after Long Han, Song 13 looked at Song Tianli and said, "Young master, just now it was a matter of necessity. Young master is an adult, surely he won't see eye to eye with me." Song Tianli said fawningly. His behavior at this point does fit the dodge persona very well. This young master is going to be general with you, what can you do to me? Those who dare to scold this young master to his face cannot be found in the entire Qianzhou. Song Tianli, I really underestimated you before, you really do have guts. Men, give me the opportunity to beat Song Tianli out of the Song family. Song 13 said angrily. He had already received a message from Qiansheng just now, and although he didn't know why the young master had asked him to do so, it would be right for him to carry it out. After Song 13's words fell, several of the Song family's guards walked towards Song Tianli. You guys are for real, don't do it, I'll leave on my own. There's no place for a man here, there's a place for him. Everywhere you go, you can't stay idle. Song 13, I've also become a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai, and my future accomplishments may not be inferior to yours. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't kid yourself. We'll see. Song Tianli dropped this vicious sentence and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the Song family. Chapter 34 10 times more powerful in efficiency. Chapter 34 The mighty tenfold efficiency. This caused Yu Chuanxiu and Wu Ziji to look at each other once again. How in a moment's time, of their 4 great Vajra, only the 2 of them were left. What do we do? Yu Chuanxiu asked as he looked at Wu Ziji once again. This has nothing to do with us, we still pretend that nothing happened. Wu Zizi said. Speaking of which, they didn't have too deep a friendship with either Song Tianli or Long Han. It's not worth losing everything you have now for the sake of the 2 of them. That's how it is with people. It's in times of crisis that one's character is revealed. Wu Zizi grew up in an orphanage, and has long understood that things are not a matter of concern. Since the beginning of time, people who meddle in other people's business basically don't have a good ending. After Song Tianli ran out of the Song family, he took a long breath. Originally, he thought that this time he could always stay in the Song family as Song 13's dog's leg, secretly presiding over everything in the Song family. I didn't realize that after only a few short days, he was compelled to leave. Of course, this is not because of external factors, but because of himself. The reason why he changed the script midway was so that by doing so, he and the Song family would completely draw a line in the sand. In the future, even if he caused any trouble, it wouldn't affect the Song family. It all started with that multiple choice question he chose when he got up in the morning. In the future, he randomly teleports every 7 days. Teleporting to some rare and ordinary places was fine, in case you teleported to another power's forbidden places, secret rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, and so on. When the time comes, there will inevitably be a big battle. Though, he's definitely going to be in disguise. But who knows if there are some people that will see through his disguise. Once they saw through his disguise, they might be able to follow the trail to the Song family. And he was Song 13's lapdog, something that the Song family wouldn't be able to say when the time came. So, take this opportunity to leave the Song family. The commotion was so big that anything that happened to either him or Long Han in the future would have nothing to do with the Song family. Before sunset today, everything that happens in the Song family will spread throughout Qianzhou. By then, everyone in Qianzhou would know that Long Han had stolen Song Xii's Red Moon Xianrui and escaped. And he insulted Song 13 and was kicked out of the Song family. It seems that I'm still better suited for the ghetto. Song Tianli said indifferently. With that said, he headed for his ghetto home. To be precise, it couldn't be called a home, just a residence. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After walking into the courtyard since, Song Tianli shouted as he always did. However, there was no response. This was completely expected of him. Normally, he, the nominal mom and dad, would be at work at the moment. After Song Tianli returned to his room, he began to cultivate. He kind of can't wait to experience what it's like to do things 10 times as efficiently. He directly used the multiple shadow split technique, splitting into 90 splits. He didn't know if his guess was correct or not. 90 doppelgangers was 90 times the speed of cultivation. Stack that on top of 10 times the efficiency of doing things, and that's 900 times the speed of cultivation. Of course, it's possible that instead of 90 times 10, it's 90 plus 10. In that case, it wouldn't be 900 times the cultivation speed, but 100 times. If that was the case, Song Tianli was a bit disappointed. The ability he got to boost the efficiency of his work by 10 times could only be applied to his main body, not his bilocation. Of course, the only way to know exactly how it works is to try it. Just like that, Song Tianli began to cultivate. In order to avoid absorbing too much heaven and earth aura and attracting attention, he had arranged a large amount of spirit stones in the middle of his room. This spirit stone was a rarity in the 9 states, and ordinary cultivators could not see it at all. It was the Song family that was so rich and powerful that they were able to get some. Song Tianli wouldn't use spirit stones to cultivate in his usual time, because with his talent, the aura between heaven and earth alone was enough for him to absorb. If you use a spirit stone, you won't be able to absorb it at all. As Song Tianli cultivated, the spirit stones in his house transformed into a ball of spiritual qi that surged towards him. In just a few minutes, a storm of aura formed in the room. It's really feasible, Song Tianli said with a bit of excitement. His tenfold efficiency in doing things was not only able to work on his main body, but also on his doppelganger. In this way, his cultivation speed could be increased to 900 times. 900 times the cultivation speed. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. It's like a heifer on a rocket awesome rush. Raven on an airplane waves to the sky. Time for cultivation always passes without notice. Very quickly, most of the day passed. At this time, Song Tianli's 90 bilocations opened their eyes at the same time. Split, disarm. Song Tianli droned softly. In the next second, his 90 bilocations, transformed into a mass of white smoke, disappeared. And Song Tianli's main body suddenly frowned. He clearly sensed an extremely large amount of energy that surged into his body. This energy created a great wave of pain in his body. It's like a gutter suddenly flooded with a huge amount of water that would just wash out the gutter. So, Song Tianli felt the pain. However, such pain did not last long. 10 times the efficiency of doing things, actually even the repair speed of the body, has increased 10 times. Song Tianli said with a bit of surprise. This, which he had not expected, was a complete surprise. Suddenly, he felt that the ability was so worth it. Song Tianli didn't get excited for too long, because he felt that the aura that surged into his body had actually opened up a third divine deposit within his body. That means he's going to break through. 900 times the cultivation speed. After just one cultivation, he broke through. Of course, this was also because Song Tianli was originally close to the edge of a breakthrough. When the third divine deposit opened up within Song Tianli's body, a powerful aura surged out from his body. He clearly felt that his strength, compared to before, was several times stronger. The so-called divine reserve is actually a development of the human body's potential. The more the human body develops its potential, the stronger it becomes. One can liken the divine treasury to an enchantment. The aura flowed out of the dantian, and with each divine collection it flowed through, its power increased by one layer. The more divine treasures that flow through, the more blessings one receives. Therefore, the more powerful the attack sent out. This was also why, usually, the person who opened one divine deposit was not a match for the person who opened 2 divine deposits. After consolidating his realm, Song Tianli stood up. Multiple shadow split technique. With Song Tianli's soft bellow, his room was instantly crowded with himself. Chapter 35 The Dark and Windy Night. Chapter 35 A Dark and Windy Night. According to the message that Song Tianli had received earlier, when the 3 divine treasures were opened, he would be able to split into 200 bilocations. As it turns out, it does. At the moment, Song Tianli's not-so-large house was full of his detachment. The floor, the bed, the stools, the tables, even the cabinets, all hung themselves. Report. Song Tianli's main body gave an order. 1. 2. 199. By the end of the 199 report count, if you add Song Tianli's own body, it would be exactly 200. Disarm. After verifying the number of detachments, Song Tianli lifted the detachment. If this was suddenly seen by someone, it would be easy to suspect his identity as a chosen of God. It seems that the strength of the physical body has to be enhanced as soon as possible. If the strength of the physical body is strong enough, then I'll use 200 bilocations to cultivate. Add 10 times the efficiency of doing things, and you can achieve 2,000 times the speed of cultivation. That way, even if I'm a loser, I'll still be able to make rapid progress. Song Tianli said to himself. With his current physical body strength, he could only use 90 detachments when cultivating. The opening of the third divine deposit, although his overall strength was enhanced, it did not enhance the strength of his physical body. The enhancement of the strength of the physical body, apart from the use of heavenly treasures to quench it, was to utilize the aura in the body and baptize it over time. Both, it takes time. Thinking of this, Song Tianli took out those heavenly materials that could quench the body purchased by Song 13 at the beginning and began to quench his fleshly body. Still as before, he soaked these heavenly materials in the bathtub and began to absorb them. In the past, it would take at least 2 hours for Song Tianli to finish absorbing the medicinal effects of the heavenly treasures. But this time, 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes. The speed of absorbing the medicinal effect has also increased tenfold. 10 times the efficiency of doing things, this is simply worth it. Song Tianli couldn't help but say excitedly. To be honest, the reason why the original him chose this ability in the first place was just to go for a tenfold speed stack when cultivating. Unexpectedly, this ability had now come as such a big surprise to him. It's a blood money maker. Thus, Song Tianli soaked another bucket of heavenly materials and began to quench his body. It is natural to take advantage of this ability when it is available. In this way, the speed at which he tempered his fleshly body could also be increased tenfold. This saves him a lot of time. The most important thing for the chosen one is time. Every chosen one, given enough time, can develop. It wasn't until late afternoon that Song Tianli got up from the middle of the tub. Flesh body strength, it's increased a little more. He clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body, and muttered to himself. It's just a pity that you can't use a split body to enhance the strength of your physical body, or else you'd be directly invincible. Song Tianli thought somewhat whimsically. Because the doppelganger didn't have a solid body, it naturally couldn't be quenched. If you can quench it, 200 bilocations quench it at the same time, plus 10 times the efficiency of the errant. The rate of enhancement of the strength of his fleshly body in that one day could reach 2,000 times. This is so buggy. Even the chosen one can't be ridiculously strong. Competition between the chosen of God can be strong or weak, but it cannot be out of balance. Tenri, we're back. Just then, Song Qian's voice came from outside the courtyard. After Song Tianli got dressed, he headed outside. Dad, Mom, you're home. You're at home, we thought you'd stayed in the Song family for the last while. Seeing Song Tianli appear, Song Qian said with a bit of surprise. They had thought that after Song Tianli returned to the Song family, he wouldn't be coming back for at least a short period of time. They just shouted like that, and it was just an agreed upon code word. That friend of yours has already made arrangements to leave here. After walking into the house, Song Qian said. What he said, that friend of Song Tianli's, was actually Lang Han. Yesterday, after Song Tianli and the others learned of Lang Han's identity and what was going on with him, they didn't think of killing him and handing him over to the Eastern Palace family of the Central State. Instead, he was made to accompany the Song family in a play. It wasn't that Song Tianli was merciful, but he felt that there was a certain amount of risk involved in killing Lang Han. Back then, Lang Han was able to rebel against Liuli Shou City and survived the attack of the Dongfang family. There must be some unknown means and cards. If they were unsuccessful in killing Lang Han and he escaped, it would create a potential enemy for the Song family. Frontal enemies are often not the most feared. It's those dark arrows hiding in the shadows that are the most defensible. Instead of taking such a risk, it would be better to befriend Lang Han. By having him accompany the Song family in a play, he was able to get rid of the Song family's suspicion and not cross paths with the Dongfang family. It also builds a good relationship with Cold Chill. For this reason, Song Tianli let the people from Four Seas Express Delivery secretly send Lang Han out of Shenzhou. In this way, Lang Han always had to remember this one favor from the Song family. In the future, in case Lang Han grows into a big shot on one side because of some chance or because of his own talent. This was also a great thing for the Song family. How well did what happened in the morning in the Song family spread? Song Tianli asked. The matter of Lang Han stealing the young master's treasure from the Song family and being hunted down by the Song family is basically well known in Shenzhou. The fact that the Song family offered a reward of $50 million for Lang Han's head is also being talked about by many people. The matter of the dog-legged Song Tianli cursing Song 13 and being beaten out of the Song family has also become a laughingstock for many people. Song Qian reported. Next, I may be gone for a while. I'll let you know when it's time to leave. You guys have to keep an eye out for people coming over and feeling me up. If there is one, keep it quiet and do everything according to the plan. Song Tianli said indifferently. Got it. Song Qian nodded. After eating, Song Tianli returned to his room. He didn't practice anymore, but waited for the darkness to fall. The night gives you black eyes, you can't use them to roll your eyes. Dark and windy nights, days of murder and fire. When the darkness of the night completely drew down the curtain, Song Tianli, who had gone through a disguise, left through the passageway in the room. He had planned, during yesterday's time, to probe the owner of the delicious bistro. As a result, there was a delay yesterday when there was an assassin attack. Just in time to check it out today. Chapter 36: The Encounter with He Tianrui. Chapter 36: The Encounter with He Tianrui. Under the night, Song Tianli, dressed in black, transformed into a phantom and traveled through the streets. It didn't take long for him to arrive outside the delicious bistro. White Eyes, open! White Eyes had the ability to see through, and Song Tianli stood outside the delicious bistro, observing the situation inside the bistro. Logically, he could have left such a thing to other people. But this was about the chosen one, and he wasn't too sure about letting someone else do it. Because someone else to do it will inevitably miss something when relaying what they saw. Even if you don't miss it, some things are sideways because of your own subjective will. In this way, he had no way to get the most intuitive information. When Song Tianli opened his white eyes, instantly, all the space within a 50-meter radius was presented to him. Last time, when he opened his white eyes, the range of his white eyes was only 30 meters. Previously, he had only opened up 2 divine treasures, but now he had opened up 3 divine treasures. All the abilities that come with his growing strength follow suit. Very quickly, Song Tianli found He Tianrui. At the moment, he was lying in the house huffing and puffing. He realized that at this time, above his head, there was no energy that flowed into He Tianrui's body. Today, his status was that of an intruder, whereas before, his status was that of a customer of the tasty bistro. Identity is not the same, so it creates different results. It was now certain that only the customers of the delicious bistro would provide energy to He Tianrui. No wonder he won't leave tasty bistro no matter how much money he's offered. Being the exclusive chef for Song 13 makes more money though. But with just those few people he faced all day, there was no way for him to draw too much energy from Song 13 and the others. But among the delicious bistro, there will be a lot of different customers every day. He Tianrui can draw energy from different customers. The more customers he has, the more energy he draws. Song Tianli had already guessed 90% about He Tianrui's golden finger. Being able to guess 90%, he felt that he was able to take the other side easily. Multiple shadow split technique. Song Tianli only split off one of his doppelgangers and let it enter the delicious bistro. It was natural that he himself would not be able to risk his own life. In case there were any traps in the middle of the delicious bistro, and he went there in his real body, he might end up in the gutter. To be sure, every chosen one of God is a treacherous person. And since the delicious bistro was He Tianrui's home base, it was more than normal if there were traps. When Song Tianli's doppelganger entered the delicious bistro, He Tianrui, who had originally fallen asleep, instantly woke up. Sure enough, it's impossible for a chosen of God to be without any means at all. Song Tianli, who had opened his white eyes to observe He Tianrui, muttered. He saw that He Tianrui instantly locked onto his doppelganger after he opened his eyes. However, he didn't rush out, but hid in the shadows and observed. It was because He Tianrui wanted to see what this uninvited guest who visited late at night was going to do. After Song Tianli's doppelganger entered the delicious bistro, he started rummaging through the boxes. Looking for what? Do you need help? He Tianrui looked at Song Tianli and asked. This sudden sound startled Song Tianli. Of course, he was faking it. If you don't want to die, take out the money. Song Tianli said as he drew a dagger from his waist and looked ferociously at He Tianrui. He wore a mask and could not be seen clearly. However, the tone sounded unkind. Are you in some kind of trouble here? There's a couple $1,000s in that locker, you take it and leave. Don't worry, I won't call the police. He Tianrui said as he pointed to the cash register on the side. He didn't have a clear idea of the true purpose of the visitor and didn't dare to make a rash move. If the other party is just seeking money, a few $1,000s will be given, and it's only his turnover for an hour. He was afraid, then, that the other side had some other purpose. That's a lot of money to pay off a screamer? I've been observing you for a few days now. Your business here is particularly good, the turnover in a day is tens of thousands of dollars. Be a good boy and take out $100,000 and give it to me, otherwise, don't blame me for going in with a white knife and coming out with a red one. Or I go in with a white knife and come out with a yellow one. Song Tianli said, and waved the dagger in his hand twice. The dagger sliced through the air with 2 swish-swish sounds. Don't you give your face away? Letting you take the money and go is already considered me merciful. He Tianrui's face clouded over. The man got a little carried away. I'm going to ask you again, $100,000, will you give it or not? That waitress in the restaurant, she's your sister, right? Song Tianli said. At this time, he plays the bad guy. When you threaten someone, it's natural to use their soft spot. He had checked He Tianrui's information. After his parents' accident, it was his sister who had been supporting him for those 2 years. He and his sister were especially close. As expected, when he heard Song Tianli say this, He Tianrui's expression turned completely grim. You seek death. In the next second, He Tianrui's figure flashed, raised his fist, and slammed it against Song Tianli. Facing He Tianrui's fist, Song Tianli wasn't the least bit afraid and swung his dagger to meet it. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided in the air. A shockwave scattered in all directions. What was more surprising was that the shockwave, surprisingly, did not cause any damage to any of the items in the delicious bistro. Who exactly are you? What is the purpose of coming to my delicious bistro? After the blow, He Tianrui did not make another move, but looked at Song Tianli and asked. If Song Tianli said he was doing it for wealth before he made his move, he still believed it. But after doing it, he would never believe that Song Tianli was doing it for $100,000. Just now, Song Tianli's attack had at least the strength of the second hidden realm. The so-called 2 hidden realms meant that 2 divine hidden treasures had been opened. A person with such strength wouldn't do a home invasion for a mere $100,000. Now that you can see that, I'll stop pretending and show my cards. I came for one purpose, to collect you. Song Tianli said with a serious expression. Today, he came to Delicious Bistro, not to kill He Tianrui, but to subdue him. Killing He Tianrui wouldn't do him a bit of good, and there was also the possibility of exposing himself. Instead of that, it would be better to take him in and use him for his own purposes. Take me? Just you are worthy? He Tianrui said disdainfully. He Tianrui, the chosen one, the golden finger has something to do with food. To be precise, it has to do with the guests of the delicious bistro. It can draw energy from the body of the guest, from the body of the guest. The more guests you have, the more energy you draw. The moment Song Tianli's words came out, He Tianrui's face instantly changed. His biggest secret was unexpectedly revealed by the visitor in a single breath. If the other party was a divine chosen, once they unleashed divine ruling, then he would surely die. Chapter 37, Taking in the Chosen of God. Chapter 37, Conquering the Chosen of God. Do you want me to continue? Seeing He Tianrui, whose expression had changed drastically, Song Tianli asked indifferently. He Tianrui's expression was extraordinarily complicated at this time, his eyes staring tightly at Song Tianli. In the next second, with a flip of his palm, a kitchen knife flew out from the middle of the delicious bistro's kitchen and landed in his hand. At this moment, the aura on his body completely changed. Song Tianli clearly felt as if he was locked in. He Tianrui's figure moved, instantly arriving in front of Song Tianli as he swung out a blade. Knowing his biggest secret, it's death. Only the dead keep secrets forever. Facing He Tianrui's attack, Song Tianli used all his strength to start resisting, but he realized that he couldn't move his attack at all. This doppelganger of his was able to use the strength of the second hidden realm. But at this point, there was absolutely no resistance. Swish! The kitchen knife flashed with a cold light, slicing through the top of Song Tianli's neck. Seeing this scene, the corner of He Tianrui's mouth hung up a smile. As long as this man is dead, no one will know his secret. However, his smile soon froze on his face. Because he saw that after his kitchen knife cut through Song Tianli's neck, it wasn't Song Tianli's head that fell to the ground as he had imagined. Song Tianli turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. At this moment, a trace of realization flashed through the heart of Song Tianli's main body, who had seen this scene from outside. In the middle of the delicious bistro, once He Tianrui got serious, he couldn't exert much strength at all. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Thus, Song Tianli split into 2 more doppelgangers and headed towards the delicious bistro. Quickly, he saw He Tianrui again. This is just my illusory doppelganger, if you want to kill it, feel free to do so. But do you really want to? When my main body appears, you should know exactly what the outcome will be. Song Tianli's doppelganger looked at He Tianrui and said. When these words came out, Tianruo clenched the kitchen knife in his hand. He was tempted to launch another attack at Song Tianli, but his reason told him. Even if they did launch an attack, it would be useless. Since it's a diversion, it's natural to have as many as you want. Who are you? What exactly do you want to do? Tianruo asked the question again. The chosen one, Yu Jiho. Song Tianli spoke out his identity and also exploded his name. Of course, one can't have a mannequin without a vest. The way he looked now, he had not only been camouflaged, but he had also used a shapeshifting technique. It's impossible for the other side to recognize it. Of course, even if you recognize it, it doesn't matter. Because Tianruo has been taken by himself. Tianruo's heart instantly sank to the bottom when he heard the words chosen of God. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if he was powerful and knew the secret of his golden finger, he would not be afraid of the other party in the middle of this delicious little store. But the other party was a divine chosen, and once he unleashed divine ruling, then with the other party's knowledge of his golden finger, he would surely die. There was no resistance at all. The good news so far was that the other side didn't immediately unleash divine ruling. This showed that the other party's purpose was not to die. Then everything, there is still a chance. What do you want me to do? Tell me straight. Tianruo took a deep breath and said. He's a smart guy and knows that he knows what's good for him. My purpose, as I said before, I'm going to take you. To put it simply, from today onwards, you are my person. Song Tianli said. Do I have any other options? Tianruo asked. Yes. Can choose to die. When you die, my restraints on you, naturally, are gone. Hearing Song Tianli say this, Tianruo gently bit his lip. Better dead than alive, and he didn't want to die yet. His sister is still young, and if he dies, with her character, she will definitely be bullied. Thinking of this, Tianruo's mind moved, and the divine ruler coin in his chest emerged. He removed it and threw it at Song Tianli. Handing over the divine ruling coin also meant handing over one's life completely to the other party. The other party could take his life at any time if they wanted to. After becoming a divine chosen, Tianruo was spirited and had thought that he could do something great. I didn't realize that, so soon, I would be subjected to it. What a creation! After Song Tianli caught the divine ruling coin that Tianruo threw over, he read the gold finger laws on it. It was basically the same as he had guessed. He could raise his strength by absorbing the popularity from the guests of the delicious bistro. The more famous and high status the guests who came to the delicious bistro, the more energy he could absorb from each other. The faster his strength improves. If he was in the middle of the delicious bistro, although he didn't dare to say it, he was an absolutely invincible existence. But at least it could be invincible, and staying alive was not a problem at all. It's kind of a second-class Goldfinger. So far, Song Tianli had encountered two chosen of God. One was Yasumoto, who he had asked God to cut and had already taken out. One is Tianruo. Both of these two possessed a second-class Goldfinger. It had been more than 3 days since he had left from God's chosen city, and Goldfinger had completely fused with his master. Therefore, even if one knew what the other party's golden finger was, at most, one could only ask the divine judge to kill the other party, but could not seize the other party's golden finger. This was why Song Tianli wanted to subdue Tianruo instead of killing him outright. Accepting such a divine chosen, many things would be done in a much more aspectful way in the future. More than that, once his identity as a chosen of God was exposed, he could have Tianruo cover for himself. He can act as a stand-in for Tianruo. Playing a real, fake, After reading the gold finger laws on top of the divine ruler coin, Song Tianli threw the divine ruler coin back to Tianruo. You remain the chosen one until I seek you out. You can do all the things you want. I'll also find a way to help you grow the delicious bistro, so that your strength can rise quickly. In the future, if anyone approaches you, otter, 9-turned large intestine, original flavor. That means that this man is my man. He will relay some of my instructions to you. Song Tianli said. Good. At this time, Tianruo didn't have any heart to talk much, and just nodded indifferently. He's now become a sword in someone else's hand, so the pendulum has swung. He decided that, starting tomorrow, he would go to work casually, just like the grandpa who sold mung bean cakes. By the way, have you become a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Panglai? Become. Now, what Song Tianli asked, He Tianrui said, without hiding anything. For a guy who's already swinging for the fences, it all doesn't matter. Hearing He Tianrui's reply, Song Tianli walked towards him. He Tianrui didn't dodge, just quietly looked at him, wanting to see what exactly he wanted to do. Under He Tianrui's gaze, Song Tianli lifted up his shirt and slipped his hand inside. Chapter 38 The Chosen One Who Blocked the Way, Yi Qingtian. Chapter 38 The Chosen One Who Blocked the Way, Yi Qingtian. In this instant, He Tianrui's eyes suddenly widened. He was already prepared in his heart to become a sword in Song Tianli's hands. But that doesn't mean he's ready for anything else. Especially this man-to-man fencing. If Song Tianli really wanted to do something this excessive, then he would rather die. After slipping his hand into Yi Tianrui's clothes, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. And abs, nice body. Hearing him say that, He Tianrui hurriedly pushed him away. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. He said loudly as he looked at Song Tianli. Complimenting you on your figure, why are you still angry? Left a mark for you, which made it easier for me to find you. And don't you dare think about clearing it or running away. Once this mark is left, as long as I don't die, it can't be removed no matter what. Let's go. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the delicious bistro. The mark he had just left on Yi Tianrui's body was none other than the Flying Thunder God Seal. As long as one lives, the Flying Thunder God Seal will always exist. In the future, if Song Tianli wanted to come to Yi Tianrui's side, he could teleport at any time as long as the distance wasn't particularly far. Seeing Song Tianli leave, Yi Tianrui hurriedly lifted up his clothes and looked at his belly. He noticed that there was a 1-inch sized black mark on the skin above his waist. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was a tattoo. When he saw this mark, Yi Tianrui inwardly let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, Song Tianli was only leaving a mark, not trying to do something indescribable to him. If that was really the case, then he really would rather die. After Yi Tianrui came back to his senses, Song Tianli had already left. Destroy, he said, and turned back to sleep. It was just destined to be a sleep that he couldn't sleep well. Song Tianli's doppelganger was removed by Song Tianli after he left the delicious bistro. At this point, he was in a great mood. Taking in a chosen of God was definitely something to be happy about. At the same time, it says one thing. Between the chosen of God and the chosen of God, although they are in competition, they don't have to die for each other. This opened up a new idea for Song Tianli. In the future, if they encountered a chosen of God again, they didn't need to kill them, they could find a way to take them in. If enough chosen of God were taken in, then it would be a great help to him. In the future, when competing with other chosen of God, they would also have an advantage. Walking around, traveling, unlearned I don't fret, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and smoking, plying and stealing. Song Tianli, who was in a good mood, hummed a little tune from inside some cartoon on the blue planet as he walked. Just after he had sped forward for some time, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The man looked about his age, 20 or so. Extraordinarily handsome in appearance, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as having sword brows and starry eyes, and a face like a crown of jade. Such a man, by his face alone, can cause many women to scream and create many more brainwashed fans. Song Tianli, we meet again. At this time, the man spoke. Hearing him say this, Song Tianli's pupils contracted slightly. He was certain that he had never seen the other man before. But the other person's words were again. This means that it's not the first time they've seen it. With his memory, it was impossible to forget anyone he had ever dealt with. He could recall the time of the fight, what the man had said at that moment, what actions he had taken. But this person in front of him, he really hadn't seen him before. However, the other party was able to tell his name in one breath. It would be fair to say that the other person usually knew him or her and knew his or her name. However, he was now in disguise and had used a transformation technique. In such a situation, the other party could recognize him at once, so how familiar must he be with him? Who are you? Song Tianli asked with a frown. God's chosen, Yi Qingtian. The other party came right out with his identity and name. This caused Song Tianli to be even more shocked. The chosen of God at this time of the year were all still obscenely developing, and basically no one dared to say, openly and honestly, that they were the chosen of God. But this man in front of him had said it with honor. Is this something wrong with his brain or does he have something to go on? Song Tianli preferred the latter. As the chosen one, it was impossible to be brain dead, there must be something to fall back on. Moreover, looking at the other party's behavior so far, it didn't look like they had a brain problem. Yi Prime? Indeed, I haven't heard of it. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Do we know each other? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Yi Qingtian. Recognize it and don't recognize it. You and I are meeting for the first time, but you and I are not. I've known you for a long time. I came here today to see what it's really like to be you at this time. Isn't it true that you can't be killed? Yi Qingtian's tone was very flat when he said this. The look didn't change much either, as if he was talking about something insignificant. You're sick, I don't even know you. You're about to kill me. Song Tianli was also speechless for a while. For the first time he was so elusive about someone. What do you mean you and I are meeting for the first time, but I'm not meeting you for the first time? Shouldn't two people meeting be mutual? You don't know me now, but you will know me later. Song Tianli, I'd like to see just how much weight you have now to actually qualify as my opponent. Yi Qingtian said, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of Song Tianli. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that Song Tianli couldn't react in time. Impeccable. At the last minute, Song Tianli took out a card. Boom! Yi Qingtian's attack landed on Song Tianli's body, but it didn't cause a single bit of damage to him. Instead, it shook him back a few meters. Sure enough, a bit of tact. Yi Qingtian said indifferently when he saw this scene. Song Tianli's face at this time could be described as extremely ugly. In the short encounter just now, although he was not injured, he was filled with a sense of powerlessness when facing Yi Qingtian. If it wasn't for the special nature of the cards, he would have faced his opponent without any resistance. He didn't know when he, himself, had provoked an existence like this. It was reasonable to say that with his low-profile character, it was unlikely that he would take the initiative to provoke such a person. Taking a step back, even if he had been invoked, it was unlikely that the other party would know his real name. Multiple shadow split technique. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of the chance to catch his breath, Song Tianli split 200 doppelgangers. Instead of attacking Yi Qingtian, he fled in all directions. Chapter 39 The Power of Karma, Starlight from the Sky. Chapter 39 The Power of Karma, Starlight from the Sky. Yi Qingtian was too powerful, and it wasn't worth it at all to fight him to the death. Song Tianli planned to, after he escaped, quickly shake people and directly him to death. This is Qianzhou, his territory. He could still allow someone of such unknown origin to be a threat to himself. However, Song Tianli had underestimated Yi Qingtian too much. Facing Song Tianli's 200 bilocations, Yi Qingtian didn't have any surprise. A mere 200 detachments are really weak. Framing. Yi Qingtian let out a soft shout, and immediately a strange energy, centered on his body, spread out rapidly in the surrounding area. Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was speeding forward, instantly felt as if he had been cast with a fixation spell, and his body was fixed in the air. Yi Qingtian's body transformed into a stream of light, weaving in and out of space. Wherever he went, Song Tianli's detachment rapidly disappeared. Who the hell is he? How could he be so strong? Looking at the constantly disappearing doppelgangers, Song Tianli frowned and said darkly. Seeing that, Yi Qingtian was getting closer and closer to his own body, Song Tianli panicked a little. He realized that he couldn't resist at all, he couldn't even move his body. Trying to use the deck, can't even do it. The only thing he could do, it seemed, was wait to die. Just as Yi Qingtian's attack was about to land on top of Song Tianli's main body, a starlight suddenly fell from the sky. This starlight carried an extremely overpowering aura as it descended from the sky. It was extremely coincidental that the direction in which this starlight descended was precisely the direction in which Yi Qingtian was. As a last resort, Yi Qingtian could only quickly retreat. In doing so, he lost the opportunity to kill Song Tianli. The imprisoned Song Tianli also finally regained his freedom at this time. Boom! The starlight landed on top of the ground with a loud boom. A powerful shockwave spread out to the surroundings. Jin Wang's shield. Song Tianli hurriedly used a defense deck. Yi Qingtian also quickly retreated tens of meters. At this time, his body slowly became transparent. It made his face hard. Damn the power of karma! Yi Qingtian cursed in a small voice. At this point, he's a little pissed off, any way you look at it. Song Tianli, I didn't expect that I would be so much stronger than you and still not be able to kill you. But remember this. Sooner or later, I will kill you, we'll see.
Yi Qingtian said loudly as he looked at Song Tianli. After saying that, his body became completely illusory. Very quickly, it turned into a gale and disappeared. This made Song Tianli a bit puzzled.
He didn't get anything out of the fight. Who exactly was Yi Qingtian and why did he want to kill himself?
However, Yi Qingtian disappeared, causing Song Tianli to breathe a long sigh of relief inside. To be honest, this was the first time someone had brought him such a powerful sense of oppression. After looking around and making sure that Yi Qingtian had really left, Song Tianli then turned his gaze to the place where the Starlight had just fallen. It was the sudden landing of this Starlight that saved his life just now. He sped quickly toward the place where the Starlight had fallen. Very quickly, he saw that a large pit had appeared in front of him. The pit was so full of smoke that it was impossible to see what existed inside. With a wave of his palm, a palm wind flew out from his hand, blowing away the smoke and dust that filled the air. It was then that he finally got a good look at what existed in the pit.
This is a person? Song Tianli said to himself.
The large pit in the ground was filled with a small pit with a man dressed in rags. He should not be an ordinary person if he can fall along with the Starlight. The art of multiple shadow splitting.
Song Tianli split into two doppelgangers and jumped down the large pit to the man's side.
At that moment, he saw that the man's face was dirty and bearded. It looks like a hobo who's been wandering for a long time.
Song Tianli's doppelganger squatted down and probed his nostrils, finding the other party dying.
And many parts of his body were badly injured.
He was so badly injured that I'm afraid it won't take long for him to die.
That's just it, you saved my life, now I'll save yours.
Song Tianli said indifferently.
He was a man who did not want to owe favors. If he owes money, he can find a way to pay it back. But owing favors is a pain in the ass. Because the thing about favors is that sometimes you can't tell.
Song Tianli flipped his palm and took out a card. Wine.
The G Peach card serves to bring to life someone who has been dead for less than an hour. And the Wu Wine card serves to completely restore the injuries of a person who is on the verge of death. These were things that were used to save one's life, and Song Tianli was not willing to use them as a last resort. As the Wu Wine card landed on the man's body, the man's injuries were getting better at a speed visible to the naked eye.
However, the man did not come to his senses. I'll be the good guy to the end, Song Tianli said and had his doppelganger carry the man on his back. Alter ego, you're great, you're noble, you're good, you're making me carry it. Just like that, Song Tianli and the doppelganger carried the man on their backs and disappeared into the night.
A few minutes later, Song Tianli and his doppelganger returned to the slums. However, he did not return to his residence.
Instead, they went back to the little courtyard next to it. This small courtyard, too, was one of his secret bases. Usually, no one comes. Quite handsome, looks a bit cold.
After putting down the man, Song Tianli said as he carefully sized up the other party. Even though the other man was bearded, he couldn't stop his handsome features.
It was certain that this person's origin was absolutely extraordinary.
Seeing that the other party showed no signs of waking up, Song Tianli left behind one of his doppelgangers, and his main body returned to his small courtyard.
The man's appearance was just an interlude for him.
What he wanted to know most right now was Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian was too weird, it looked like, for him to know very well. And extraordinary strength and bizarre behavior.
Such a person is extremely scary.
I had been fighting before and hadn't had time to think much about it. Now that he had calmed down, Song Tianli could be certain that the current divine continent would not allow the existence of someone so powerful. Even if they were the same chosen of God, they wouldn't be so outrageously strong.
Then there's only one possibility. He could be from the future. It's a little outlandish, but Goldfinger is all-encompassing, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. Of course, this is only a possibility and not 100% certain. He used transformation to turn into Yi Qingtian's appearance, then took out his cell phone and took a picture. He then sent the photo to a cell phone number with no name noted. Also included is a quote. This person's name is Yi Qingtian, activate all the dark shadows and investigate all his information. Very quickly, there was a reply from the other side, received. Yi Qingtian, I'll remember you. If I meet you again in the future, I will definitely do whatever I can to kill you. Song Tianli muttered after seeing the reply. This was the first time in all these years since he was reborn in the divine continent that he had such a heavy killing intent towards a person. Chapter 40 Amnesiac Starlight. Chapter 40 Starlight with Amnesia. Yi Qingtian's appearance gave Song Tianli a very strong sense of crisis. It was then that he realized that all of his underhanded cards were so unbeatable in front of the other party. There can be a first time for something like this. But definitely not a second time. This time it was the sudden landing of Starlight that saved him. Next time, he wouldn't have such luck. Also, he was not used to trusting his life to uncertainty. So, no matter what, he must figure out who Yi Qingtian was. Even if we lose some of the manpower that we have been operating for all these years for this purpose, it is still a good thing. Taking a deep breath, Song Tianli tried to calm himself down a bit. He had to admit that Yi Qingtian's appearance had caused his emotions to fluctuate greatly. This night, Song Tianli didn't sleep, splitting off 90 doppelgangers to cultivate. Early the next morning, Song Tianli woke up. It was because he sensed that the bilocation had delivered a message that the man had awakened. What is this place? The man who had woken up looked around and looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger and asked. My name is Yu Jibo, and this is my home. When you collapsed on the street last night, it was me who saved you. Song Tianli said. Instead of mentioning that he had been saved, he emphasized that he had saved the other man. It wasn't that he was planning to hold a favor, but he wasn't sure what the other party was at the moment. Saying that he had saved him, under normal circumstances, even if the other party was a great evildoer, he shouldn't have made a move against himself. Hearing Song Tianli say that, the man frowned. Do you know, then, who I am? The man said. Hearing this, Song Tianli's eyes widened. Is this amnesia? He looked puzzled. He hadn't expected that a dog-blooded plot like amnesia would be encountered by him. Don't you know who you are? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. Don't remember, my mind went blank. Don't remember anything. I don't know who I am or where I come from. The man said, shaking his head. It's okay, I've lost my memory, but my mind is still clear. Speech is logical. You don't remember your name, so I'll call you Starlight for now. You can follow me first, I'll find something for you to do. Song Tianli said after some thought. No matter what, the other party was also his savior. Although, he had also saved the other party's life, the gift of saving his life was not something that could be offset so easily. The reason he named the man Starlight was because when he appeared, he was stepping on Starlight. Yes. In response, Starlight nodded. Sort of recognizes Song Tianli and the name. Only, as he said this, he looked at Song Tianli with a strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? You're kind of strange, like you're unreal, kind of not human. Hearing Starlight say that, Song Tianli's eyes widened once again. Because, right now, he was only a bilocation, not the main body. Starlight was totally right when she said he was unreal and a little less human. It was just that his current split was a multiple shadow split. Usually, as long as it is not attacked, there is no difference from the main body. The average person, it's impossible to tell the difference. But Starlight saw it at a glance. This showed that Starlight was extremely strong. So, practiced his extraordinary eyesight. Starlight, what realm are you in? Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity. Realm? What is a realm? Starlight had a puzzled look on her face. He had a bit of trouble understanding the term. Because there was not a shred of information about the word in his mind. Forgot you lost your memory. What else can you remember? Song Tianli asked. Don't remember anything, mind is blank, for anything, no impression. Starlight said as she shook her head. Forget it if you can't think of it. For the next period of time, you will first reside in this small courtyard. Normally, no one would bother. If you eat, I'll have someone bring it to you. The origin of the Starlight is unknown, so it can only be so arranged for now. In case there was any karma on Starlight's body, it wouldn't involve him or the Song family. Good. Starlight nodded. He looked sideways as he said this. What are you looking at? Song Tianli asked curiously. There's a guy next to me that looks exactly like you. He's not as unreal as you, though. As soon as Starlight's words came out, Song Tianli was once again dumbstruck. He knew that Starlight should be talking about his own body. However, his main body was in the small yard next door and inside the house. How did Starlight see him? Could it be that Starlight has a similar ability like white eyes? How did you know? Song Tianli asked. How did you know? I was just wondering what was in the distance and then I knew. Is it hard? Starlight looked as if she couldn't quite understand why Song Tianli would ask such a logical question. Forget I asked. Song Tianli's feeling at this time was like a discussion between a school slag and a school bully, with the school slag's extreme speechlessness. For example, a schoolboy asks a bully how he's going to get a 145 in math. Scholastic answer, not just one less multiple choice question. The scum asks again, how is that going to make the last big question in physics? Scholastic answer, first glance at the answer, then just reverse the derivation. Such things are rare and uncommon for schoolboys. So, they think that this behavior couldn't be more normal. They can never understand why the scum can't see the answer at a glance. It's not that the schoolboys are high and mighty, it's that they really don't get it. Both sides have different perceptions, so they don't understand things the same way. Starlight, you've lost your memories and should be lacking in the most basic knowledge of this world. I don't know how long it will take if I pass on my experience to you. So, to have the fastest understanding of the world, I think, brushing up on videos is the most effective way. At the same time, you can see if you'll be touching and remembering things as you swipe through the video. Take this cell phone, and next, I'll show you how to use it. Song Tianli said, taking out a cell phone and handing it to Starlight. The last thing that was missing for him was a cell phone. He carries 3 cell phones alone. In the middle of this room, there are 2 more. These were the spares he had purchased just in case. Above short videos, parents, visual effects, sitcoms, everything. There's always an aspect that ties into Starlight's previous life. It's good for him to regain his memory. Chapter 41, Terrier King Starlight. Chapter 41, The Terrier King Starlight. Starlight did not refuse Song Tianli's arrangement. No one wants to be a person without a past. If he could, he naturally wanted to recover his memories earlier. You stay in the house and play with your cell phone, I'm going out to buy something. Song Tianli said. Good. Starlight nodded. Song Tianli's doppelganger, instead of returning to a small courtyard through the secret passage, walked out through the main entrance. At the same time, his own body left the residence. He waited until he had gone out a long distance before he undid the diversion. To be honest, he was still under quite a bit of pressure when facing Starlight. Because he didn't know anything about Starlight, he didn't know what kind of powers he had. That tip of the iceberg that Starlight had shown earlier was already enough to show how extraordinary he was. Song Tianli was always worried that some of his secrets would be seen through in the presence of Starlight. It's the unknown that causes the most fear and worry. It's the same with both things and people. After he left his residence, he rode a shared bike and headed to a mall. 6 days later, he was going to be randomly teleported, so he had to make some preparations. Since he didn't know where he would be transported to, he had to be prepared for everything. The land of God is a complex terrain with all kinds of environments. Deserts, snowy mountains, meadows, rivers, forests, swamps. If it was just these circumstances, everything would be fine. Facing these environments is basically not life-threatening as long as you are well prepared. The only thing Song Tianli should be aware of is that he could be transported to some Jedi, dangerous, forbidden places. Such places, full of uncertainty, often have unanticipated crises. If you're not careful, it's true that you can die. Song Tianli must take every situation into account as much as possible. After all, his little life was at stake. The good thing was, he wasn't short of money, and he could buy any item he needed without caring about the price in any aspect he could consider. The only thing he was worried about now was that there were things he hadn't considered and there was no way to prepare in advance. It can't be helped, it's just a matter of luck. The only thing to be thankful for was that his setup over the past 20 years had spread over 9 states. Regardless of the state, there are members of 4C's Express Delivery. Once he is in need, he is not alone. At first, he had this in mind when he had the 4C's Express delivered all over Kyushu. After purchasing everything, Song Tianli then returned to his residence. This time, his real body traveled to the small courtyard next to him to meet Starlight. Just as he reached the door of the house, Song Tianli heard the sound of a short video coming from inside. When he walked into the house, he found Starlight staring unblinkingly at her cell phone. Starlight, I got you some necessities, a towel, toothbrush, change of clothes. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Starlight's gaze left the phone and looked at him. You're a man who can handle and think things through. Bolt Q. When Starlight said this, Song Tianli had a black question mark face. He just left for a little while, and Starlight, an amnesiac, learns internet hot stems? If there's anything else you want, you can give it to me. In a few days, he would be teleporting away and would have to get Starlight organized. Needles don't poke. Starlight looked appreciative. Starlight, these stems you're talking about would be fine if you were just talking about them on the internet. But those words are so much more awkward when said in reality. If it's possible, it's better for us to say this kind of words as little as possible. Song Tenli said patiently with a smile on his face. He felt, at this time, as if he were teaching a child. Leave me alone. Hate people with no sense of boundaries. Hearing Starlight say this kind of stunt again, Song Tianli's smile instantly froze on his face. He was also quite convinced that he had gone from handing over his Starlight's cell phone to him returning from a trip to the mall in a total of just over 3 hours. Why did Starlight just learn so many stems and apply them so skillfully? To be honest, even if he swiped the video all day long, so many stems were known but not always skillfully applied. Starlight, it's really kind of awkward to say terrier in everyday life like that. It's fine if you know about the stunt, but if you don't, it's easy to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Sometimes, it's words like that can cause some conflict. After Song Tianli said this, he realized that Starlight's eyes were staring at him without blinking, and he even nodded thoughtfully. Seeing him like this, Song Tianli inwardly let out a slight sigh of relief. He felt that he should convince Starlight. You want to CPU me? However, in the next second, Starlight looked at Song Tianli and said, never mind, you can say whatever you want. In response, Song Tianli didn't bother. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Starlight smiled. Ha ha ha. Broke defense and emo. This time, Song Tianli didn't pick up the conversation. Starlight can say whatever she likes. Seeing that Song Tianli ignored himself, Starlight didn't say anything else and continued to brush his short video. He had just realized the truth, as long as he wasn't embarrassed himself, it was others who were embarrassed. Now Song Tianli's performance was a good illustration of this matter. Ujibo, the game that was mentioned above this short video, it seems like it's a lot of fun. Teach me how this works. Just as Song Tianli was setting up his toothbrush and towel, Starlight suddenly came over with his cell phone and pointed at the screen. Song Tianli raised his eyes and realized that the game the Starlight was referring to was none other than King Pesticide. It's kinda a difficult game. You haven't touched games before. I wouldn't really recommend playing a game like this right off the bat. Why don't you play a demotivator first, to get the feel of it? Song Tianli asked. He had played Pesticide for a while before, but the highest segment, only silver. So, he wasn't perfunctory about Starlight, but he really found Pesticides quite difficult. That year I had my hands in my pockets and had no idea what it meant to be an opponent. A little game I wouldn't be able to play? Who are you looking down on? Play around, I'll download it for you. As soon as he heard Starlight talking about cyber terriers, Song Tianli was all over the place. So, he took his cell phone and started downloading Pesticides, and by the way, he also registered his account. He then instructed Starlight for a moment with the experience of a noble silver player. I know how to play, Bolt Q. Starlight said, taking her cell phone and heading for the couch. Seeing Starlight, who was addicted to the game, Song Tianli muttered, Starlight won't be reduced to an internet addict, right? It wasn't obvious yet, but he realized that Starlight was already showing signs of this as well. Chapter 42, The Power to Become Bald and Strong. Chapter 42, The Power to Become Bald and Strong. After thinking about it, Song Tianli felt that if Starlight really became an internet addict, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for him. After all, Starlight's origins were unknown, so letting him run around outside might cause some unnecessary trouble. This is, perhaps, one of the good aspects of MMOs. Since the birth of online gaming, the number of fights between teenagers has decreased drastically. According to studies, after the emergence of online games, teenage fights and assaults decreased by 90%. Because, once they have a conflict, they are about to resolve it in the game. This is why, although some games have some adverse effects on teenagers, the state still allows them to exist. Overall, the pros outweigh the cons. After settling down Starlight, Song Tianli's main body left, leaving behind an alter ego. After leaving the small courtyard, Song Tianli dialed Qian Sheng's number. How's the investigation into Yi Qingtian's matter going? In the past, he wouldn't have dialed Shanson's number directly. If there's something going on, there's a very vaguely encrypted way of contacting them, texting. Other people don't always understand the text messages even if they see what they are saying.
Yi Qingtian's matter had given Song Tianli a sense of crisis, so he couldn't care less about hiding. Of course, a big part of this is that the dust has settled on the chosen one. Song Tianli had the means to save his life. Moreover, after nearly 20 years of development, the Song family's secret strength was already strong enough. As long as the 10 Great Divine Realm cave temples didn't make a move, or all the other great clans joined together to target the Song family, the Song family can basically maintain the status quo all the time. We've activated all the shadows, but nothing about Yi Qingtian has been found. For this reason, we have screened all those with the surname Yi. But there is no one who can match up with Yi Qingtian. Qian Shang replied. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli's brows furrowed. There are only two possibilities if you can't find out any information at all. First, Yi Qingtian's identity, his looks, were all fake. After all, Yi Qingtian's name was said by the other party himself, so it was naturally possible that it was a vest. Moreover, if he could use transfiguration to camouflage his appearance, then so could the other party. He never believed that he was the only one in the Divine Lands who possessed a chance. However, this is unlikely. At that time, when Yi Qingtian said his name, there was no beep coming from his own cell phone. Unless, of course, Yi Prime has the ability to interfere with this ability of his own. Or, Yi Qingtian isn't called that right now. The second possibility was that Yi Qingtian came from the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens. Over the years, though, the dark shadows of the Song family had infiltrated the 9 states. But the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens had not entered the world for nearly 100 years, so with regards to the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens, the Song family did not have a single ounce of penetration. If Yi Qingtian really came from one of the 10 Great Divine Realm cave heavens, it made sense that they wouldn't be able to find out. Always don't give up on inquiring about Yi Prime. Once you find out, contact me at the first opportunity. Song Tianli exhorted. Yes. Qian Shang said respectfully. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could hear that his young master attached great importance to this Yi Qingtian. This was the first time he had heard such a solemn tone from his own young master in so many years. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. After Song Tianli hung up the phone, he let out a deep breath. He found that even though more than 10 hours had passed, he always had trouble stabilizing his emotions whenever he mentioned Yi Qingtian. Perhaps it was that everything he'd done in the last 20 years had gone too well. Whether it's secretly developing the Song family and allowing Shadow to infiltrate. Still plotting to get the golden handshake, it all went smoothly, with no hitting setbacks. Yi Qingtian's appearance was considered a blow to his head. Instead of being negative about it, he was full of fight. In some ways, that's not necessarily a bad thing. People have to have a goal to chase and surpass. Song Tianli's current goal was to find Yi Qingtian and finish him off. Thinking of this, he split off dozens of other doppelgangers and began to cultivate. As for his main body, he took out his cell phone and started swiping through the short videos. He had always thought about his main body and his doppelganger cultivating together before, but now that he thought about it, it was really silly. With a doppelganger, the main body should lie flat. Otherwise, what is the point of the split? He had practiced hard for so long in the past that he had forgotten about comfort for a while. In the past, when he was in the Blue Star, Song Tianli had thought about it. If one has a doppelganger, let one's doppelganger go to work, go to school, make money. It's kind of coming true now. Song Tianli swiped through the short videos as he searched for a multiple choice question that suited his abilities. He realized that this golden finger of his, although powerful, was still quite limited. In the original time, he thought that he could have a new ability every day. But as it turns out, that's not the case. Because ability selection is random, there are no shortcuts. The only way he does that now is by swiping short videos. But, as luck would have it, you can swipe through a whole day's worth of short videos and not come across a single competency selection class video that comes up. Sometimes, even when you meet, it doesn't always fit. Unsuitable abilities, even if chosen, are useless. Instead, they will create a crisis for themselves. It's like that option of getting $1 billion but being chased by a snail forever. It's not like he's short of money. $1 billion more, $1 billion less, no impact at all. This choice is just one more crisis for him. And sometimes, he simply doesn't have that much time to choose to brush up on short videos. I would trade my future friends being single for 10 years for the ability to meet someone I am happy with today. Song Tianli prayed before he officially started swiping the video. The reason why it was a future friend was because he didn't really have one right now. A lot of people, they're nothing more than nodding acquaintances. When we meet, we all smile on the surface and more or less exchange pleasantries. But behind the scenes, it's none of my business whether you live or die. After praying, Song Tianli continued to start swiping the short video. Time passed by, and soon, more than 3 hours passed.
Song Tianli still hasn't met the right choice of ability.
If 10 years of my future friend's singleness as a price is not enough, then 20 years.
Song Tianli said piously.
By coincidence, shortly after he said this, he finally brushed up on an ability choice that he felt was appropriate. If your workout, which can be continuously stacked, strengthens your physical body, but all the body hair on your entire body will fall out, are you willing to do that? When Song Tianli saw this ability choice, he was in a tangle. This ability is really strong, and with each workout, the body gets a little stronger. Doing 200 push-ups makes you stronger than when you do 100 push-ups. Crucially, this ability is specific to the physical body. What he lacked the most right now was the ability to enhance his physical body. It's just that the price, it's a little too high. All the body hair on the whole body, all fall out.
Chapter 43 Talented in Starlight Games. Chapter 43 Talented in terms of Starlight Games.
Human body hair includes hair, eyebrows, armpit hair, chest hair, and others. Without these body hairs, there is no harm to the person physically, though.
But mentally, it's going to take some beating.
But in the end, Song Tianli chose willing.
Because of this ability, he just couldn't say no.
With the choice of the two words Song Tianli willing, the body hair on his body began to fall off.
In less than 3 seconds, he was a rounded briny egg. I'll become stronger when I become bald. Song Tianli said indifferently. There are 2 solutions for things like not having body hair.
First, wear a wig and draw your eyebrows. As for the rest of the body, that didn't matter, with the clothes in the way, it couldn't be seen at all.
Second, let's see if new abilities will appear later to override this side effect. That was one of the reasons he would choose this ability. After choosing this ability, he sent a text message to a person. Purchase me 10 eyebrow pencils, and 10 men's wigs that fit snugly on the scalp. Be the best. He'd be too distinctive and easy to remember if he stayed in the bald look. It's not a good thing when an old 6 is easily remembered. After gathering up the shed body hair and going to take a shower, Song Tianli began his workout. Exercise stacking this ability works on the physical body. Therefore, there was no way for Song Tianli to use a doppelganger instead, so he could only do it himself in the main body. Start with 100 push-ups, then 100 deep squats and 100 high knees. Finally, run another 10 kilometers. Song Tianli said while doing push-ups. With his current physical fitness, these movements were quickly done. 10 kilometers, and it took less than 10 minutes. He stood under a tree, feeling the changes in his body. He was now able to clearly feel that the strength of his physical body had increased. With my current physical body strength, I'm able to withstand at least 110 bilocations, the negative effects of cultivating at the same time. Song Tianli muttered. 110 bilocations practicing at the same time, plus 10 times the efficiency of doing things. That's 1100 times the speed of cultivation. So, Song Tianli's takeoff was completely expected. For the next few days, Song Tianli didn't do anything other than cultivate. Soon, he was going to be randomly teleported. Now, for every point of his strength, the chances of surviving increased a little. After the past few days of cultivation, he realized that the 4th divine deposit in his body was about to open up. It was completely unexpected for his strength to increase so quickly. More than 1,000 times the cultivation speed, cultivating for 4 days. This was equivalent to more than 4,000 days of cultivation in the past, about 12 years. Taking 12 years to raise a realm, truth be told, it was quite slow. This also showed that Song Tianli's cultivation talent was, indeed, not good. In the past, it had taken him nearly 20 years to open up 2 divine treasures. After having a golden finger, a 3rd divine treasure was successfully opened. Today is the last day of the 7-day countdown. Split, disarm. Song Tian comprehended the disembodiment of his own. Still as before, as the split lifted, a powerful energy surged into his body. Boom! With the influx of this energy, a powerful aura erupted from Song Tianli's body. The 4th divine deposit opened successfully. He said with a little bit of joy. Since obtaining the golden finger, he had opened up 2 more divine treasures in just less than 10 days. This kind of cultivation speed was rare in the world.
When you get the golden finger, you get the chance to change your destiny, and this is definitely not something you can say. After Song Tianli stabilized his realm, he opened his eyes. It was time to leave, and he was going to go set Starlight up. As he walked into the small courtyard where Starlight lived, he heard Starlight's voice from a distance. Auxiliary, are you at the wake? Guarding next to her? For a wake, why don't you wear mourning? What game are you two playing? Go home and plant sweet potatoes. Starlight sounded extraordinarily grumpy, and although she didn't spit out the nationalist, she was audibly pissed off. What is it? Song Tianli asked as he walked into the house looking at the exasperated Starlight. I was straight up pissed off at a dog couple in this game just now. After the woman died, the auxiliary did nothing but watch over his girlfriend's heels. It turned out that I was surrounded by 3 people, or else I would have won this hand. This is my promotion. Dog lovers, what a harmful game to play. More Komori than Komori. Hearing Starlight say that, Song Tianli couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really easy to get cranky when playing a game with pits like this. He realized that Starlight was on the verge of becoming a cranky old man after a few days of playing the game. Who did you learn this set of little words from? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask. Some of it was learned while playing games with certain people who call themselves Zwans, and some of it was learned while swiping videos. Starlight said with a deep breath. You've been playing this game for 5 or 6 days now, have you advanced to silver yet? Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity. Silver? Looking down on who? With your highest silver segment, you can only imagine silver. The segment above silver is too far away from you. Know what a diamond is? That's a diamond. Starlight said with extreme contempt at this time. After saying this, he even picked up his cell phone and unfolded the interface of the segment, showing it off to Song Tianli. You've only been playing for 5 or 6 days and you're diamond? Song Tianli asked with a bit of disbelief. How can someone who was new to this game hit diamond in such a short time? He said, taking his cell phone and looking through the battle scores. He realized that Starlight had only just started playing this game and was losing a lot. After playing 5 games, there are losers and winners. After you've played 20 games, you lose less. After 50 innings, you basically don't lose much. Other than losing individual innings, it's basically been a winning streak. Even the one that was lost was the MVP. Seeing this kind of battle performance, Song Tianli was dumbfounded. Starlight is pretty talented for gameplay-wise. How did you get so strong? Song Tianli asked, looking up at Starlight. Get on the diamond, isn't this just a handful? After my attempts, I realized that the most crucial thing in playing this kind of game is the ability to react, the speed of the hand controlling the hero's movement, and the ability to cooperate as a team. These are requests that come easily to me. Hearing Starlight's explanation, Song Tianli suddenly came to a realization. Starlight's strength was unfathomable, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the reaction speed, and the control of the body. It's not at all surprising that he was able to do a streak after familiarizing himself with the game. Chapter 44, The Gift of Starlight on Departure. Chapter 44, The Gift of Starlight on Departure. Starlight, tomorrow I have to leave for a while for something. Are you going to stay in the house all the time and play games and swipe short videos, or am I going to help you find something else to do to fit in? Song Tianli asked seriously as he handed his cell phone to Starlight. Over the past few days, Starlight had gotten to know a bit about the community, but it was all through short videos. Not really stepping into that community and engaging with other people. This aspect of getting along with people, he is still a white boy. I'll just stay in the house and play the game. Starlight said, firing up another game of King. Good. Song Tianli nodded. It was good that Starlight could stay in the house all the time. What you're leaving to do this time, isn't there a certain amount of danger in what you're going to do? Suddenly, Starlight raised her head to look at Song Tianli and asked. Why do you ask? I see a touch of worry that won't dissipate from your brow. You've got this touch of worry that's gotten heavier and heavier as the days have gone by. Add to that what you just said about leaving, and I'm guessing that there is some danger. Hearing Starlight's explanation, Song Tianli looked at him with a surprised look. He wasn't just shocked at Starlight's observation skills, but even more so at his logical reasoning. It's amazing that you can guess this based on just a little bit of your own concern, and your own words. Starlight's intelligence should not be underestimated. He had previously thought that Starlight was just powerful. Now that I've lost my memory, I guess my brain doesn't work too well. but now it seems that he was so wrong. Although Starlight had lost her memory, memory loss did not mean that the person had become demented. The thinking he should have had, the wisdom he should have had, has not diminished at all.
Things haven't happened yet, whether there is any danger or not, I don't know. Song Tianli did not hide it. Hearing his words, Starlight frowned as if she was thinking hard about something.
At this point, he doesn't even play the game and lets the others finish him off.
Starlight, what are you thinking about? Song Tianli couldn't help but ask when he saw this look on his face.
However, Starlight didn't answer him, still tilting her head raised at a 45-degree angle, looking at the ceiling.
It looks like dementia.
And so it was, for a long time, before Starlight came back to her senses.
I remember. He exclaimed with a little glee. What do you remember? You recovered your memory? Song Tianli asked suspiciously.
The memory didn't come back, I just suddenly remembered what I was about to do just now.
By the way, do you have jade? Starlight asked. What kind of jade do you want? Pendant, bracelet, jade pendant, or what?
Both, but of better quality.
Hearing Starlight say that, Song Tianli took out a jade pendant.
The jade pendant was carved into the likeness of a person, none other than Song Tianli himself. The reason he had such a jade pendant was because he reminded himself that when things came up, it was better to ask for help than to ask for help.
Only when one is strong can everything be accomplished. Starlight took the jade pendant and glanced at Song Tianli, but didn't say anything more.
He was seen holding the jade pendant in one hand and gesturing on it with the other.
Song Tianli could feel a surge of energy pouring into the jade pendant as the Starlight was compared. Only, he couldn't see what Starlight was actually doing. After about 30 seconds, Starlight stopped and returned the jade pendant to Song Tianli. Above this jade pendant, I inscribed a kind of means. If you run into a danger you can't handle, just shatter the jade pendant and I should appear soon. Starlight said seriously. He had wanted to express what he was carving, but he couldn't even think of what he was carving, what it was called. In the end, there was only one means of saying such things. Are you serious? No matter how far away I am from you, you can appear very quickly? Song Tianli asked with a bit of shock.
The 9 states are not too big, not too small.
But anyhow, it's 10 million square kilometers. In some places, even if you fly, it's hours. How the Starlight could appear soon? How exactly, I can't recall. It's just that my gut tells me that it should be okay. I can't explain it if you ask me to, so just listen to me anyway. Well, do what you need to do, I'm going to play a game. I'm about to be promoted to Starburst. By the time you get back, maybe I'll be on King. Starlight said that and stopped paying attention to Song Tianli. He picked up his cell phone and became engrossed in the game world. Song Tianli looked at the jade pendant in his hand, and for a moment, he didn't know whether he should believe it or not. After thinking about it, he ended up wearing the jade pendant around his neck. Anyway, Starlight meant well. Add to that the fact that Starlight's origins are a mystery, and it may be true what is being said. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. If what Starlight said was true, there was a good chance that she could save her life at a critical moment. Thanks, Song Tianli said to Starlight. Regardless of whether or not the jade pendant could serve the kind of purpose that Starlight said it would, it was not a waste of time for him to take care of him for a while if he could have this kind of heart. Starlight was engrossed in the game world and paid no attention to Song Tianli's thanks. I don't know if I really didn't hear it, or if I clearly heard it and just didn't want to talk about it. After leaving the small courtyard where Starlight lived, Song Tianli returned to his residence. He didn't cultivate, didn't make any more deployments, just lay quietly on the couch and waited for the transmission. The items that should be prepared, he had already prepared. What he should have had the others do, he had long ago ordered. Looking at the countdown in his head, Song Tianli flipped his palm, took out a lollipop, and licked it. He was quite fond of sugar because he felt that life was bitter enough and he should taste more sweetness. Come on, show, 3, 2, 1, teleport. Song Tianli said to himself. As his words fell, his body suddenly disappeared into the house without warning. There was no vision either. During the process of teleportation, Song Tianli also didn't have the kind of heavenly rotation that he had experienced when he teleported away from God's chosen city. He just felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and 2 seconds later, he felt a light in front of his eyes again. The sudden appearance of bright light made him subconsciously close his eyes. Once he adjusted to the bright light and opened his eyes, he found himself across from a hairy-faced,
thunder-mouthed species looking straight at him.
Ouch, my plants!
This opening of his eyes to such a sight was a big shock to Song Tianli.
He reflexively stepped backward.
However, he felt at this time that he was falling downwards as soon as his feet were empty.
Chapter 45 Shinong Ridge, Wild Monkeys. Chapter 45 Shinong Ridge, Wild Monkeys.
Fortunately, Song Tianli was now a cultivator who had opened up 4 divine treasures. He twisted his body in a hurry as his body was falling. In the process of twisting his body, he took a quick survey of his surroundings. He found himself in the middle of a forest at the moment, and he was randomly teleported to a tree. He had just been startled and subconsciously backed up a bit, resulting in a fall from the tree.
After Song Tianli stabilized his body, he slashed out with a palm. At once, a strong reaction force slowed his fall.
Eventually, he landed firmly on the ground.
Cool pose, legs bent, one hand on the ground.
After standing up, he looked around carefully. At the same time, he looked up above him, wanting to see what it was that had just given him such a fright.
Squeak, 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 came a familiar call from the trees.
I thought it was something, but it turned out to be a wild monkey. Song Tianli said, picking up a small stone from the ground and throwing it towards the wild monkey that had scared him. The monkey was attacked and hastily swung away from the tree into the distance as fast as he could.
In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Seeing the monkey leave, Song Tianli took out his cell phone. It's over, no cell phone reception.
Originally, he wanted to see where he had been randomly transported to. As a result, it didn't occur to me that this place that he teleported to didn't have any signal at all. With no cell phone signal, not only can you not use it for location, but more importantly, you can't swipe the short video anymore. There's no way to brush up on short videos, there's no way to come across the ability to choose.
That makes 7 days, wasted. Song Tianli's body moved and rose directly into the air.
Immediately after that, his body stomped on the trunk of the tree next to him a few times, and he quickly pulled himself up. Soon enough, he was standing on top of one of the tallest and thickest trees around, looking out into the distance. He saw that it was the same in front of him and behind him, a vast expanse of pristine forest. With such a large area of forest coverage, this should be one of the primitive forests in the Divine Land. There are a total of 5 primordial forests in the Divine Land, each located in a different great state. Every big state, the geography as well as the temperature is different. The temperature here is suitable, not too cold and not too hot, and the vegetation is leafy, so it should be located in the Shinong Ridge near Zhangzhou.
Although the phone couldn't be used to locate him, but relying on his own learning, as well as his knowledge of the Divine Kingdom, Song Tianli still analyzed the approximate location he was currently in.
If you learn mathematics, science, chemistry and geography well, you will not be afraid of going everywhere.
Only, this result from the analysis did not bring a trace of joy to Song Tianli's face.
This was because the Shinong Ridge was one of the 5 major primitive forests in Divine State that covered the largest area and had the highest danger factor.
There are so many legends about Shinong Ridge.
With 1,000 steep peaks and 10,000 deep ravines, it is known as the spine of the Divine Kingdom. Legend has it that not only do many powerful spirit beasts live here, but there are also divine beings who are gods and goddesses.
Anyone who enters the Shinong Ridge with ill intentions will surely die.
Therefore, for so many years, the Shinong Ridge was known as the forbidden zone of life in the 9 states.
Anyone who went deep into the Shinong Ridge almost never came out alive. How could Song Tianli not expect that the first time he was randomly teleported, he would be teleported to the forbidden zone of life? Tough one. With that, he sat down on top of the trunk of the tree at his feet, leaning his back against it. He has 2 ways to go now. The first way, do nothing, just wait here quietly. After 7 days, he would naturally make a second teleportation. When the time comes, it will naturally leave the Shinong Ridge. The second way, try to get out and see the fabled and unbelievable Shinong Ridge. Curiosity killed the cat, and I'm not curious at all. I'll just wait here quietly for the 7 days to end. Song Tianli said, from the hands of the space ring, took out a hammock, hanging in a Y-type tree branches above, lying up. The space ring thing was a rare item. There aren't many in the entire 9 states. In order to obtain this spatial ring in the first place, Song Tianli had spent an enormous amount of money. But it was worth it, he thought. The space ring was too useful for him now. He's used everything from the original Goldfinger scramble to random teleportation. So cozy. Lying on top of the hammock, Song Tianli leisurely rocked. As an old 6, taking risks is not a risk, not in this lifetime. Why take a chance when you can lie down? It's not like he's got a serious illness.
He decided that when he'd had enough of lying around, he'd get up and work out and practice. 7 days is not a long time to say, and even if you can't play with your cell phone to pass the time, it goes by quickly. It was just that Song Tianli had imagined Shinong Ridge to be too simple. He had just been lying down for only 5 minutes when he suddenly heard a lot of squeaking and ah, and the voices were coming closer and closer to him from far away. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli himself didn't get up, but instead manifested a doppelganger. He asked his doppelganger to check out what was going on. The doppelganger looked around and realized that the wild monkey that Song Tianli had just scared away with a small stone was leading a large group of monkeys that were speeding in this direction. This group of monkeys, at least 400 or 500. Before the doppelganger could report back to Song Tianli, the position they were in was already surrounded by this group of monkeys. These monkeys were also holding a variety of sticks in their hands and looked aggressive.
Main body, get up and run for your life.
The doppelganger shouted hurriedly. Hearing the doppelganger's words, Song Tianli hurriedly sat up. This wild monkey is so heavily vengeful, I just scared it with a rock and didn't even hit it, and it even led the monkeys to surround me.
No martial virtues.
For the monkeys, Song Tianli had no fear. No matter what, he was now a cultivator who had opened up 4 divine treasures, and dealing with a bunch of monkeys wouldn't be a breeze. Squeak squeak.
Ah 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 ah.
At this time, the monkey that was scared away by Song Tianli raised its claws and pointed at him, not knowing what to say again. Only, after its words fell, the other monkeys, showing ferocious expressions, waved the sticks in their hands and rushed towards Song Tianli. They looked like they wouldn't stop until Song Tianli was beaten to death.
I can still be bullied by a bunch of you wild monkeys? Multiple shadow split technique.
At this instant, Song Tianli directly manifested out 500 bilocations. After he opened up 4 divine treasures, the number of bilocations, he would be able to reach 500. So, 500 Song Tianli rushed towards the monkeys. Once the 2 sides exchanged blows, Song Tianli was shocked to realize that these monkeys were not as simple as he seemed.
Chapter 46. Chapter 46 The Dragon. Song Tianli had now opened up 4 divine treasures.
His doppelganger also had the strength of the Sanzang realm, and under normal circumstances, dealing with a wild monkey would be a breeze. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that among these wild monkeys, there was actually a strength of the second Tibetan realm.
The second hidden realm wasn't something that could be reached so easily.
In the past, he had cultivated for a small 20 years and had only opened up 2 divine deposits. How is it that these wild monkeys, they possess the strength of the second Tibetan realm? It would have been fine if it was just 1, but instead, at least 1/5 of these hundreds of monkeys possessed the strength of the second hidden realm. There were also a few that possessed the strength of the Sanzang realm. Luckily, even the monkeys of the second Tibetan realm and the third Tibetan realm were no match for Song Tianli's doppelganger. Very quickly, the entire group of monkeys that had surrounded him were all knocked down.
Song Tianli showed mercy, just knocking these wild monkeys down and not killing them.
Of course, it wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but he felt that things were far from as simple as he thought.
Moreover, he didn't know what consequences would result from killing the animals in this divine farmer's ridge.
It would be bad if it triggered something unimaginable. So, more is better than less. I wonder, amongst this group of monkeys, if there is a monkey king.
Song Tianli muttered.
At this time, he knew deep down that he couldn't continue to stay here.
This time it's just monkeys that are coming, it's hard to say what will come after a while. This Shinong Ridge could be called the forbidden area of mankind, and it was definitely not for nothing.
Thus, with the fastest speed possible, Song Tianli packed up his belongings, and then he chose a direction at random and sped forward. In the middle of this primitive forest, he couldn't tell the direction at all and could only choose at random. After Song Tianli left, those monkeys that he had knocked over slowly stood up. They squeaked and shouted as if calling out for something. A moment later, suddenly a couple of parrots flew in the sky.
Squeak squeak. A couple of monkeys, saying something to these parrots.
While saying this, he also gestured with his paw.
After half a minute, the parrots flapped their wings and took flight. Into the humans, into the humans. The parrots shouted as they flew off into the distance. As they shouted, the entire Shinong Ridge came alive. All the animals were out in force, looking for Song Tianli. Song Tianli didn't know the slightest thing about this. Once he found a direction, he increased his speed to the extreme. Only far away from the monkeys could he feel safe. The good thing was, running like that wasn't a bad thing for him. He could work on his physical body while running. The longer you run, the more exercise your body gets, and the stronger your physical body becomes. From this aspect, it was enough to see how perverse Song Tianli's previous ability of utilizing his entire body hair in exchange for it was. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as he's not lying down and sleeping and actually moving, he's getting stronger anytime, anywhere. He turned on his white eyes as he ran, and tried not to make any noise. So, basically, it didn't attract the attention of other animals. He realized that there were just too many animals in this Shinong Ridge. He saw no less than 20 of them alone. Golden snub-nosed monkey, money leopard, white can, golden eagle, golden cat, yellow-throated ferret. All of these animals contained various energies within their bodies, and one by one, they were not weak. If he hadn't opened his white eyes, advancing like he did would definitely have been alerted to these animals. It had been running for an hour before he stopped. At that moment, he realized that he seemed to have come to a lake. This lake wasn't very big, but it gave Song Tianli a very strange feeling. This strange feeling is not a negative one, but a positive one. This lake emanated an extremely rich spiritual qi. If one cultivated here, the efficiency would be several times that of the outside world. Moreover, Song Tianli observed with his white eyes that the more he got to the center of the lake, the more dense the aura became. In the center of this lake, there must be some kind of treasure. Song Tianli said with extreme certainty. It's absolutely impossible for this to happen without some kind of treasure. I wonder, within this lake, if there are any powerful spirit beasts. He had just used his white eyes to observe for half a day, but found nothing. His strength was still weak right now, and even though he had opened up 4 divine treasures, the range of his white eyes was only 80 meters. You can't see much at all from a distance of 80 meters. In the face of treasures, Song Tianli asked himself that he couldn't do anything to turn a blind eye to them. However, he was more meticulously and unwilling to take risks. Just as Song Tianli was torn between whether or not to let his doppelganger take a look at the location in the center of the lake, all of a sudden, the surface of the lake churned. Immediately afterward, the surface of the lake rose, and a behemoth poked its head out of the water. The lake poured down from its head like a waterfall. After all the water above its head poured down, Song Tianli finally got a good look at the behemoth. The behemoth's body alone poking out of the lake was over 100 meters. Leaving the body underwater, at least 2/3 of it. In other words, the total length of this behemoth was more than 300 meters. This is the Jiao Dragon, Song Tianli muttered. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Although he had always known that the Divine Land was a world where one could cultivate. But how could he have never thought that the legendary auger dragon could exist? The snake becomes a python, the python becomes a boa becomes a jiao, and the jiao becomes a dragon. Although the auger dragon was not yet a true dragon, it was only one step away from being a true dragon. The dragon also possesses the ability to fly into the sky and enter the sea and cast clouds and rain. Roar! Right at this moment, the auger dragon suddenly let out a faint dragon roar. This dragon roar quickly spread throughout the entire Shinong Ridge. With the sound of the dragon's roar, all the other animals in the Shinong Ridge sped towards the direction where the dragon was. One by one, they raised their speed to the extreme, afraid of slowing down a step. Pilgrimage made, pilgrimage made. Several parrots shouted loudly in the middle of the forest. While shouting, he also flew in the direction where the auger was. Transformation technique. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli used the transformation technique, transforming himself into a snake and coiled selected on top of the tree trunk. With more and more animals coming in his direction. He would have been found out if he had remained as he was. The only way to stay out of sight is to become one of their kind. Luckily, Song Tianli was proficient in shapeshifting. Shapeshifting cannot, fundamentally, take the form of another creature. But from visualization alone, you can't tell the difference at all. In order not to be asked by other animals about the smell on his body, Song Tianli also spread some other animals' feces around himself. After making his disguise, he turned his gaze to the lake. Chapter 47 The Giant Crocodile That Stole Crystals. Chapter 47 The Giant Crocodile That Stole the Crystals. At this time, Song Tianli realized that the animals that had come to the lake early in the morning stood respectfully in a circle. Some animals, even in the face of natural enemies, did not hide. Their natural enemies, too, did not attack them. It's as if around this lake, it's a place of peace. I don't know if it's because of the intimidation of the auger or because of the water source. Song Tianli remembered that when he had once watched Man in Nature, he seemed to have mentioned that in the animal kingdom, when animals drink water, they don't hunt for food. It's an unwritten rule in the animal kingdom.
As Song Tianli observed his surroundings, he realized that there were more and more animals around the lake as time went on.
Tens of thousands as far as the eye can see.
He had reason to suspect that the animals in the middle of the Shinnong Ridge had all appeared here.
Roar!
Right at this moment, the auger dragon in the middle of the lake once again let out a long roar.
Roar! Ah!
Hiss!
Squeaky! Gah!
At one time, all the animals around the lake, all of them raised their voices to the sky. By the looks of it, one was more excited than the other. However, after roaring, they all prostrated down their bodies. Song Tianli knew that this action of these animals indicated submission. Just then, the auger dragon in the middle of the lake suddenly rose up in the air and circled in the air. At this time, Song Tianli finally got a good look at the entire body of the Jiaolong. His previous estimate of the auger's body length was 300 meters, and now he found that it was far more than 300 meters.
500 meters at the very least.
A 500-meter-long behemoth that gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Song Tianli felt that he was facing the Jiaolong like an ant. As the auger dragon circled, the lake began to churn once again. Another behemoth, slowly peeking out of the water. However, Song Tianli clearly saw that this behemoth was not a living thing, but a huge circular stone staircase. At the very top of the stone staircase, there was a platform, and over the platform, there was a green crystal. This green crystal, which was diamond-shaped and about a meter in size, was suspended in the air, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. It's like basking in the sunshine on a cold winter's day. When the dragon saw the crystal appear, it circled in the air one more time before landing next to the crystal. At this time, it also lowered its haughty head, and respect radiated from its eyes. The green crystals gave off a special energy at this time. This particular energy quickly spread out to the surroundings.
In just a few dozen seconds, it enveloped all the animals around the lake, including Song Tianli.
Song Tianli clearly sensed that this energy was drilling into his body. He took a deep breath and realized that all of his cultivation had increased a little. He looked around and realized that all the animals had closed their eyes and started practicing. No wonder a bunch of wild monkeys have quite a few second Tibetan realm and third Tibetan realm existences.
Song Tianli muttered.
With such a chance, it would be hard for strength not to increase. So, he also closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He practiced this, and all of a sudden, the ability to do things 10 times more efficiently came into play.
So he absorbed a lot more energy than the average animal.
Luckily, there were extremely many animals around the lake, and this particular energy was extremely large. Even if he was absorbing it at 10 times the speed, no other animal would notice. It's like, in a tub, there are only 10 buns, and if you take one, someone is bound to notice. But if in a tub, there were 100,000 buns, and you took 10, no one would notice. After cultivating for a while, Song Tianli realized that his cultivation level was growing extremely fast.
Multiple shadow split technique.
Without hesitation, he cast the multiple shadow splitting technique. However, he had only manifested 10 bilocations.
It's the small number that makes it less likely to be detected.
If 500 doppelgangers appeared at once, they would easily be noticed by other animals. 10 doppelgangers, coupled with 10 times the efficiency, could already increase Song Tianli's cultivation speed by 100 times. 100 times the cultivation speed was enough to make his cultivation level climb like a rocket.
However, Song Tianli was not satisfied.
After a few minutes, he once again used the multiple shadow split technique and manifested 10 more splits. This increased his cultivation speed another 100 times. In this way, every few minutes, Song Tianli secretly manifested 10 doppelgangers while the other animals were immersed in cultivation. Half an hour later, the doppelgangers he had manifested reached 100. This was the limit of what his physical body could withstand at the moment. Otherwise, his body would not be able to stand it when the split was lifted. 100 detachments, 10 times the efficiency of doing things stacked on top of each other, Song Tianli's cultivation speed increased to 1,000 times. Coupled with this special energy, he himself didn't dare to imagine to what extent his strength would grow after this split was lifted.
The minutes ticked by.
Very quickly, 2 hours passed.
Rumble.
Right at this moment, a sudden rumble came.
The boom woke up all the animals that were practicing.
It also woke up Song Tianli. He raised his eyes and noticed the stone staircase beneath the crystals, slowly descending downwards. He knew that this opportunity was going to end. If he could, he seemed to snatch the crystal away.
It's just a shame that there are so many powerful animals around here.
Not to mention the scaly dragon guarding the crystal, the other animals creeping down by the lake were too much stronger than him.
He was very resourceful though and had many cards. But he didn't want to risk it.
Right after Song Tianli had just raised this thought, he suddenly saw that a huge figure had already bitten the green crystal in its mouth.
It then swung its huge body and dug into the lake, disappearing. The booming sound just now, that's what it made.
All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and all of the animals, including the ogre dragon guarding the crystals, did not expect that there would be an animal grabbing the crystals. Having made numerous pilgrimages in the past, nothing like this has ever happened. So, even the ogre was not defended.
However, the ogre's reaction was extremely fast.
After he froze for 2 seconds, he twisted his massive body and dove into the lake. The pursuit of the thieves who stole the crystals began. This giant crocodile is so bold that it dares to take food from a tiger's mouth.
Song Tianli muttered at this moment.
He could see clearly just now that the behemoth that seized the crystals was a giant crocodile that was over 6 meters long. He had the same idea, he just didn't have the guts to put it into action. I didn't realize that there were animals braver than him. He was curious to know where this came from. By this time, the other animals, too, were in an uproar.
Split, disarm. White eyes, open.
Taking advantage of the commotion, Song Tianli hurriedly disengaged his detachment and opened his white eyes.
Chapter 48, Shunde, holding the crystallized stone.
Chapter 48, taking crystals by hand, holding crystals. As Song Tianli disarmed his doppelganger, an indescribably huge amount of energy surged into his body. The energy pounded his body, causing to give him agonizing pain. However, he felt that the fifth divine deposit within his body was actually being opened up rapidly.
So soon, it's going to be the 5 hidden realms?
Song Tianli said in a delighted and incredulous tone. You have to know that the later the cultivation goes, the harder it gets. However, after he got the golden finger, his cultivation speed became faster and faster. He had previously used 1,000 times his cultivation speed to cultivate for over 4 days to open up the 4th divine deposit. Now, after only 2 hours of cultivation, he was about to open the 5th divine deposit.
That kind of speed is unbelievable.
But when you think about it, it's unexpected, but it makes sense. The special energy emanating from that green crystal was originally capable of increasing one's cultivation speed by tens, if not hundreds, of times. Folding in Song Tianli's own 1,000-fold cultivation speed, 2 hours was equivalent to more than 22 years of sleepless cultivation. After more than 22 years, opening up a 5th divine deposit was a very normal thing now. Song Tianli utilized his white eyes while opening up the 5th divine stash, observing the situation at the bottom of the lake. The dragon itself lived on water, so it was extremely fast at the bottom of the lake. The giant crocodile, which was 6 meters long, was soon caught up to him. Just then, the giant crocodile rose up from the middle of the lake. Under Song Tianli's gaze, this giant crocodile turned into a large eagle.
My plants, this thing can still transform? Is this ING 100 change Sakura, or is it Bean Bastard Turtle? Song Tianli was dumbstruck. He had thought that this was just a fight within the Shinong Ridge. However, the moment he saw the giant crocodile transform into a large eagle, he knew that things were far from what he had imagined. A giant crocodile suddenly transformed into a large eagle. It's not scientific. So he came to be interested and kept his eyes fixed on the great eagle in the sky. The big eagle grabbed the crystals with its claws and flew off into the distance. However, it had underestimated the augur too much. The dragon can fly into the sky and enter the sea, casting clouds and rain, and the big eagle has no advantage at all in the air. Only the augur dragon rose up from the middle of the lake and twisted its huge body. Immediately afterward, its enormous tail, like a mountain, lashed down towards the great eagle. If this were to be smacked, I'm afraid that the big eagle would be instantly smashed into mush. Faced with such an attack, the great eagle panicked for a moment as he quickly flapped his wings, wanting to escape from the other party's attack. However, he was still a step too slow. He had no choice but to transform again. Only to see that the original big eagle disappeared and a black turtle appeared in the sky. Bang! The dragon's huge tail, without mercy, smacked against the turtle's body with a loud boom. The turtle was driven into the ground like a cannonball. At the same time, the green crystal, too, came crashing down towards the ground.
Coincidentally enough, this green crystal landed exactly 5 meters away from Song Tianli.
A heavenly opportunity, should we bet on it?
Looking at the green crystals that fell to the ground, Song Tianli began to get tangled up. Only, he dwelled on it for only a second before deciding to take a gamble.
A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle.
Take a gamble that the car turns into a Land Rover. Last time, after he took a gamble, Goldfinger went from 1 to 2. This time, if he could bet successfully, then his cultivation speed would increase many times over. In this way, he would be able to increase his strength in a very short period of time. After figuring this out, Song Tianli took action. He flipped his palm and brought out a card.
Handed to a sheep.
He threw the card toward the green crystal. The green crystals disappeared in place the moment the cards touched them. When it reappeared, it was in Song Tianli's hand. Song Tianli held a meter or so of the crystal and realized that it wasn't very heavy, probably only about 500 pounds. He was now a cultivator of the 5 hidden realms, and more than 500 pounds wasn't too heavy for him. Holding green crystals like that is too eye-catching. At the first moment, he received the green crystals into his spatial ring. To his delight, the green crystal was able to be subjected to the middle of the spatial ring. He was really worried just now that he wouldn't be able to take it in.
Multiple shadow split technique.
After putting away the green crystals, he then manifested 2 doppelgangers once again. One of the doppelgangers, using a transformation technique, turned into a money leopard. The other doppelganger, which turned into a green crystal, was affixed to the money leopard's body. With the green crystals on its back, the money leopard sped off into the distance.
And Song Tianli's main body took out another card. Speed +2.
He gave this horse card to the doppelganger that turned into a money leopard to use.
In an instant, the money leopard's speed instantly tripled.
As for himself, he continued to turn into a snake, hovering above the trunk of a tree. It's all a long story, but it was done in a flash. So much so that the other animals, as well as the augurs, just saw that a money leopard, carrying green crystals on its back, sped off into the distance at an extremely fast speed. They thought that the money leopard was the one that the giant crocodile from before had turned into.
So they went after the money leopard again.
That's when they realized that the money leopard's speed was a bit too fast.
Roar!
Seeing this situation, the augur roared angrily. A pillar of water appeared out of nowhere and fell down towards the money leopard. The money leopard increased its speed to the extreme, dodging the falling water columns.
1 or 2 water jets, it was able to dodge them.
But the falling water columns, densely packed and extremely fast, were too late to dodge. As he watched, the falling column of water was about to land on the body of the money leopard. At this time, a white light suddenly emerged from the money leopard's body, and its body instantly appeared in another place, just like a flash. This is the flash card among the cards. In order to thoroughly obtain the green crystals, Song Tianli had put in a lot of blood this time. The cards alone gave the doppelganger several. You should know that these cards can be consumable, and one used is one less.
He wouldn't want to use it if he didn't have to.
However, as long as he could get the green crystals, it was all worth it.
As the money leopard flashed, it once again sped off into the distance.
The dragon, as well as the other animals, had begun to circle. Thus, all sorts of attacks fell down towards the money leopard like rain. The money leopard did its best to dodge these attacks, and whenever it was unable to do so, a white light appeared on its body. Then it somehow dodged those attacks.
When it can't be avoided, an armor-like layer will also appear on its body. Chapter 49, Meeting the Chosen Again. Chapter 49, Meeting the Chosen Again.
In this way, the money leopard kept running out a long way with the green crystals on its back.
The dragon and other animals, too, have been in constant pursuit.
After chasing for a long time, and still failing to stop the money leopard, the Jiaolong was completely enraged. It let out a dragon's roar, and instantly the wind rose in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the entire sky became dim. There was a sense of black clouds pressing down on the city.
It gives a great sense of oppression.
The dragon's huge body tumbled through the clouds, and from afar, it looked as if it was bathed in thunder and lightning.
In the next second, countless thunderbolts interspersed with gusts of wind fell down towards the money leopard. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out.
When the lightning fell on the body of the money leopard, the vegetation within a radius of thousands of meters was all destroyed.
The ground rolled over like a wave.
Some of the animals that were chasing the money leopard were also affected by this attack.
Bang!
This time, no more armor appeared on the money leopard's body, and it didn't flash elsewhere. Its body turned into a white smoke and completely disappeared.
Song Tianli's main purpose of these two doppelgangers was to attract the attention of the Jiaolong and the others. It wasn't really to escape from the augur and their siege. And, of course, there's no escape. In this moment just now, the money leopard ran out nearly 10 kilometers. This had bought Song Tianli more than enough time. However, Song Tianli didn't flee, but stayed quietly where he was. At this moment, he opened his white eyes and observed the location where the black turtle fell down. He realized that after being lashed down by the augur dragon's tail, the turtle had suffered serious injuries even though it was protected by a turtle shell. Turtle forced himself to survive his injuries and turned into a gopher. The gopher made a quick hole from beneath the ground and began to flee. So, he didn't know what was going on above the ground. It breathed a long sigh of relief after it turned into a gopher and escaped by making a hole. It thought that the Jiaolong and the others hadn't noticed its presence, and it was inwardly grateful. Song Tianli did that just now, even though it was for the sake of being able to get the green crystals for himself. However, it also indirectly saved the life of this variety Sakura. To be honest, up to now, Song Tianli has not been able to figure out what kind of existence this 100 changes little Sakura is. Why can you turn into a giant crocodile as well as a big eagle, a turtle, a gopher? These organisms, then, are not a family and there is reproductive isolation. So he opened his white eyes and quietly followed the other man. He must find out what kind of existence the other party was. Roar! Ah! Do! Right at this moment, Song Tianli suddenly heard, in the middle of the forest of Shinong Ridge, a loud roar from those animals continuously. Especially in the augur's voice, it was filled with anger. After its attack fell, the money leopard and the green crystals all disappeared. Numerous animals searched for a long time, but did not find it again. Numerous animals thought that the leopard had used some special means to escape under their noses. The dragon felt that the green crystals were lost under its watch, and it had an unshirkable responsibility. So, it gave the order to start looking for suspicious animals, as well as humans, throughout the Shinong Ridge area. It had heard those parrots say earlier that humans had entered the Shinong Ridge. It had just thought about it, and it shouldn't be an animal from Shinong Ridge that could have this kind of changeable ability. Not to mention the fact that the animals in the middle of Shinong Ridge simply didn't have this kind of ability, and even if they did, they wouldn't do so. The animals of the Shinong Ridge couldn't be clearer about what green crystals meant to the Shinong Ridge. It's their holy relic, for their pilgrimage. To dare to rob them of their holy relics would be to make an enemy of the entire Shinong Ridge. The dragon could not only be powerful, its intelligence, too, was no weaker than that of a human. It can think of things far more thoughtfully than the average person. With this order from Jiaolong, all the animals in the entire Shinong Ridge area, all acted. Big as tigers and lions, flying eagles and big eagles, small as mice and insects. As long as the thieves were still in the middle of Shinong Ridge, they would definitely be able to find them. Moreover, they all believe in the principle that it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. All suspicious creatures are subject to their judgment. Of course, this was an afterthought, and Song Tianli knew nothing about it. He couldn't understand the animals, so he didn't realize that they were already wanted for humans. He had followed the gopher turned Sakura Hyakumo to a hidden hole in a tree. Of course, it was the gopher who was in the middle of the tree hole, and he was 50 meters away from the tree hole, observing his opponent with his white eyes. That's when he saw that the gopher had changed once more. Its limbs began to grow in length, and it slowly began to grow in size. I'm sprouting, it's really Hyaki Sakura. Song Tianli marveled. He saw that the gopher had turned into a man in his 20s. It was just that the man's face was pale at the moment, and he looked quite injured. Good thing, I extracted the cockroach gene, otherwise, I would have died for sure this time. This augur is a bit too powerful. If I can extract its genes, then my strength will change drastically. The man in the tree hole leaned on top of the tree trunk to recover his strength, while muttering to himself in a very low voice. It was a pity that he was talking to himself and Song Tianli was too far away to hear this. Otherwise, there would be more certainty about the speculation about his golden handshake. This man must be a divine chosen. Song Tianli said with extreme certainty after seeing this scene. With this kind of unimaginable ability, he couldn't think of any other possibility other than the chosen of God. It's a well-known fact that the chosen one's abilities are rare and strange. Although sometimes, the chosen of God hid deeply, if they made a move, it was still possible to determine the identity of their chosen of God. After all,
there's no hiding when you're pushed to the edge. If you don't use your skills, you can get killed. The rarer the ability, the more likely it is to be a chosen one. Song Tianli could already be sure that the man's golden finger was definitely related to animals. But he didn't have a clue as to how exactly it was relevant. This man would never have thought that he had planned for so long, but it turned out to be the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird in the back. Most importantly, even if this yellow bird took the crystals, not only did he not leave, he also stared at him.
Should we finish him off? Song Tianli was struggling with this question at this time.
Take him while he's sick, he still knows this. Now that the man was injured, if he sneak attacked, there was a high probability that he would finish off the other party. In this way, he would have one less opponent in the competition for God's chosen in the future. P.S. Brothers who see this, remember to give a 5-star review. Referrals start tomorrow, free swag, go figure. Chapter 50 The Chosen One used to take the back seat. Chapter 50 The Chosen One used to take the back seat. After thinking about it, Song Tianli gave up on that intention. Of course, he gave up, not because he wasn't sure of finishing off the other party, but because, if he did so, it wouldn't do him any good right now. In the process of taking out an opponent, if a blow misses, it will definitely make noise. Once the noise was made, it would definitely attract the attention of the other animals in the Shinong Ridge. They were now outsiders, the sacred relics of the Shinong Ridge had been lost, and those animals would deal with them once they saw them. That might even put him on the hook. Therefore, killing this divine chosen was not a wise thing to do. On top of that, Song Tianli felt that by killing him now, there would be one less person to compete with in the future though. But then again, it wasn't just him who was competing with this man, there were other chosen of God as well. He has one less person to compete with, then likewise, everyone else has one less person to compete with. By not killing him, the others have one more person to compete with. He had already learned that this chosen one's golden finger had something to do with animals, if there was more information. Then, he could slowly deduce what this chosen one's golden finger actually was. In this way, perhaps he would be able to take him under his wing as he had taken control of He Tianrui. Taking in a chosen of God would do him no harm. Thinking of this, Song Tianli settled down to observe the other party. As he watched, he realized that his opponent had turned into a cockroach. After turning into a cockroach, the injuries on the other party's body were rapidly getting better. That's a bit of an anticlimactic ability. I wonder if it can grow if it turns into a gecko if its limbs are cut off. If it was cut in half and turned into an earthworm, could it become two selves?
Song Tianli thought somewhat whimsically. If it can be done, then this ability, it's really very counterintuitive. It was no better than his peach card. How many species of animals there were in the land of God, Song Tianli didn't know. But, for sure, absolutely tens of thousands. If every animal was considered an ability, the skills possessed would be in the tens of thousands. It is conceivable that one has the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a panther, the defense of a tortoise, the strength of an ant, the vitality of a cockroach, the rebirth of a severed limb in a gecko, the splitting ability of an earthworm, and the speed of a falcon's flight. How terrifying it would be to have all these abilities concentrated in one person. What Song Tianli could be certain of was that as his own strength increased, these abilities continued to grow. Keep evolving and these abilities will be very, very scary. This ability, even if it's placed in the golden finger realm, it's still quite explosive. Song Tianli muttered to himself. The good thing is, even with these abilities, it's acceptable as long as one's own behavior isn't open-ended. Even the most fancy abilities were not enough in the face of absolute strength. For example, when the man faced the augur, he could only flee in a sorry state, not even capable of resisting. Of course, this is also because the chosen one has not yet developed. Give any chosen of God enough time to grow, and an augur is nothing at all. However, for the chosen of God, the most lacking thing is time. Time passed by minute, and soon the day was over. During the course of the day, Song Tianli had been staring at the other party in addition to eating, drinking, and sleeping. Even when he ate, drank, and slept, he would manifest a doppelganger and continue to stare at his opponent. Slowly, Song Tianli looked at the man in the tree hole and came to a conclusion. The opponent can indeed turn into many kinds of animals, and for each animal he turns into, he is able to gain the abilities of that animal. However, this requires sufficient stamina. When stamina runs out, you must turn into a person to regain it. The same is true for cultivation, which can only be done in a human body. This Goldfinger will be powerful in the early stages, but it's also very limiting.
If the host's cultivation talent is average, then one's own strength will not be able to be raised, and one will not be able to bring the power of this golden finger into full play. That's probably why this man would risk so much to grab the green crystals.
Song Tianli murmured.
He believed that this man must know that grabbing the green crystals had a life-threatening danger. But he did it anyway, and that means that he had a reason why he had to do it. Otherwise, with the old 6 attributes of the chosen one of God, he would be able to live with it and definitely not take any risks. The slow increase in strength was his shortcoming. Therefore, he was going to take a big risk to grab the crystals that could rapidly increase his strength. Once this man found a way to be able to quickly increase his strength, then he would be unstoppable. I don't know what his name is, so I'll just call him Beastman for now.
Song Tianli muttered.
And he couldn't keep that man calling each other.
So give each other nicknames. Beastly and Human, the title of orc couldn't be more appropriate.
In a day's time, the man had recovered from his injuries.
Hey, it's kind of embarrassing that I've been watching you for so long without something going on.
The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli said, manifesting 10 doppelgangers. Immediately afterward, all 10 of these doppelgangers used the transformation technique and turned into monkeys. The appearance of these monkeys was basically the same as the group of monkeys that attacked him before.
In the next second, these monkeys picked up some sticks from the deep forest and went silently towards the orcs in the tree holes.
The orc had recovered from his injuries after a day of healing. But this time of year he was a little tired. He was leaning against the top of the trunk of the tree hole taking a nap, completely unaware that a group of monkeys, which old 6 had turned into, were slowly approaching him. After the monkey that Song Tianli's doppelganger had turned into came above the tree hole, he raised the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it against the tree hole. The monkey just aimed at the hole in the tree and swung the stick instead of aiming at the orc.
Because Song Tianli was worried that it would be bad if this stick injured the orc again. He had other plans he wanted the orc to assist with, and he couldn't afford to have him get hurt. Boom! The wooden stick smashed into the top of the tree hole with a loud boom. This caused the orcs who were taking a nap to instantly wake up. He knew he'd been spotted when he saw the stick-wielding monkey. Without saying a word, he burrowed out from among the tree holes, turned into a leopard, and chose a direction at random and fled away. Those monkeys that Song Tianli's doppelganger had turned into launched a chase. Several of them chased after the orc turned leopard while using the sticks in their hands, frantically knocking on the trees. Several of them are not so much in pursuit as to attract the attention of other animals. Sure enough, the surrounding animals were attracted to the loud noise. They also saw the leopard that was galloping. So, at the first opportunity, they, too, gave chase. Good luck, backstabber. Song Tianli said and sped off in the opposite direction of the orcs. Chapter 51, Eating Some Wild Game. Chapter 51, Eating Some Wild Game. During the period of time spent observing the orcs, Song Tianli also noticed so many animals carpet searching for something. Without having to ask, he knew that he must be looking for the thieves who stole the green crystals. The thief who stole the green crystals, he didn't recognize it as him. It's not like he snatched this crystal from under the eyes of the augur, but he picked it up on the ground. His dad said that anything thrown on the floor is what other people don't want. Others don't want it, what's wrong with him taking it? As for deliberately forcing orcs out of tree holes, that's orc karma too. The green crystals were originally snatched by him from under the eyes of the Jiaolong, and it is not right for him to be chased. There's a saying that a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. If he escaped on his own, he might attract the attention of other animals. After all, there were simply too many animals in the middle of the Shinong Ridge, and there might be a few old 6s that he hadn't noticed cats in a corner somewhere. However, it would be different if he had an orc to help draw attention to him. If the Beastman knew what Song Tianli had done, he would definitely open his mouth and curse. He had been arranged in a clear way without even meeting Song Tianli face to face. A backstabber when nothing is gained. He's wrong, he's more wrong than Sinus. However, the animals in the middle of Shinong Ridge didn't know about this, and only Song Tianli was clear about it. This may be a case of the saying that the person who has wronged you knows, better than you, how wronged you are. After Song Tianli fled in the opposite direction of the orcs, he ran out a long way in another breath. He wasn't really letting the orc take the fall for nothing, while at least he had indirectly saved the other's life before. This was considered to be a reward for him. This time, the two of them are even. As for the matter of whether the orcs could survive, Song Tianli didn't even think about it. Being the chosen one is not so easy to kill. Unless, of course, the gold finger is guessed correctly by another chosen one.
At this moment, Song Tianli appeared on top of a cliff. Above this crag, there is a cave of about 3 meters.
There were no other signs of animal life in the caves.
He did not hesitate to occupy it and act as his temporary residence. After utilizing some rocks and partially blocking the cave's opening, he began to sit down and cultivate. Instead of cultivating, it was more like consolidating the realm. A 5th divine deposit had now opened up within his body. Only, having just opened up the 5th divine stash, he was busy opening his white eyes and stealing the green crystals. And then, he had been observing the orcs, and hadn't even had time to consolidate his realm.
Now, finally, it's restful.
Cultivation has no years. In the midst of cultivation, the sky darkens and dawns, another whole day passes by quietly.
Throughout this entire day, Song Tianli had always consolidated his realm. Phew!
After consolidating his realm, Song Tianli opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. After a full day of consolidation, his 5th divine stash, completely stabilized.
Next, it's time to condense the Chifu.
On the path of cultivation, one condenses the divine element, cultivates the 5 Tibetans, gathers the 6 mansions, and embarks on the divine path. Once all 5 divine deposits in the body had been opened up, it was necessary to utilize these 5 divine deposits to condense the Chifu. The so-called condensation of Chifu was to bring together the essence of the 5 divine collections in one place.
Open up a new, different venue. This venue is known as the Chifu.
It's kind of like being in elementary school and learning subjects like language, math, and English.
Now it's time to take the test. Only after the examination is completed can you be promoted to junior high school.
There is a fundamental difference between 1st and 6th grade, even though there is only 1 grade difference.
One for elementary school and one for secondary schools.
The same is true after condensing the Chi house, which will undergo a radical change.
The most notable feature, after condensing the Chifu, one could fly.
When the human body had condensed 6 Chi mansions, it would be able to embark on the divine path. Being able to step onto the path of God, one had the qualifications to become a god. This was also the purpose that many cultivators in the divine lands had pursued.
However, wanting to condense the Chi mansion was not an easy task.
Luckily, Song Tianli had now gotten his hands on the green crystals that could rapidly raise his cultivation level. Plus multiple shadow doppelgangers, and 10 times the efficiency of doing things. His cultivation speed will only get faster. Moreover, he had just opened up the 5th divine deposit and was in no hurry to condense his Chi mansion now. After taking out his cell phone, Song Tianli found that it still had no signal.
However, it is possible to look at the time and date.
It was now 5 days until the next teleportation. Within 5 days, it was basically impossible for him to walk out of the middle of the Shinong Ridge. Let's not talk about the animals searching for suspicious people in the middle of Shinong Ridge. As soon as he gets out, he might be spotted by the other animals. Even without these animals, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Shinong Ridge. The Shinong Ridge covered tens of thousands of square kilometers, and it was basically impossible for him to traverse it in just 5 days. Unless he broke through to the Chifu realm and relied on flight to leave. Song Tianli walked out from the cave and stood halfway up the mountain, looking into the distance. I have to say, Shinong Ridge is really beautiful and just looking at it makes you feel relaxed. The beauty of the Shinong Ridge ranked among the best even when looking at the entire land of the 9 states. It would be great if there was a cell phone signal here.
Song Tianli muttered.
With a signal, he could enjoy the view while swiping through short videos and choosing new abilities. That's just not beautiful.
Hey, there's no signal, but there's game here.
No one cares about me when I eat some wild game.
Suddenly, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. If this was in Blue Star, hunting wild game for food would probably put you in jail. But this is the divine continent, there are no animal protection laws. In that case, all you cute little creatures, I'm sorry. White eyes, open.
Song Tianli said, and opened his white eyes, searching for animal sounds. Soon enough, he spotted several wild animals halfway up the mountain. There are gazelles, black bears, sika deer. This black bear is only at the Sanzang realm. With my current strength, I can completely kill it in seconds. I'll try the bear's paw today.
Song Tianli said, and licked his lips.
In the next second, his figure flashed and he headed towards the black bear. The black bear, at this time, leaned on a rock, holding a beehive, and was enjoying the honey, and did not notice the approaching danger. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli manifested several doppelgangers, intending to encircle the black bear.
That way, it's foolproof and there's no fear of the black bear getting away.
Once Song Tianli and his doppelganger surrounded the black bear in a triangle, they launched their attacks at the same time. At that moment, the black bear instinctively sensed the danger and hastily stood up. It chopped the bear's paw, and its entire body leapt high into the air, trying to escape. Only, by this time, it was too late. Chapter 52 Dungeons, as if they were another civilization. Chapter 52 Dungeons, as if they were another civilization. As if Song Tianli had anticipated this situation, an alter ego descended from the sky and the attack landed on the black bear's body. Boom! A loud boom came from the black bear's body, which had just jumped up and slammed hard onto the ground. Song Tianli didn't notice that when the black bear chopped the ground with its paw and leapt high above the ground earlier, a crack had appeared above the ground. The cracks in the ground widened as the black bear's body slammed hard into the ground. Braced bear paw, here I come. Song Tianli excitedly ran towards the black bear. Ka-ching! At that moment, the sound of stone breaking came from the ground. In the next second, suddenly the ground collapsed, and Song Tianli, along with the black bear's corpse, fell downward at the same time. This sudden scene was something Song Tianli had never expected. Even with his strength of the 5 hidden realms, he was too late to react otherwise. His main body, along with his several doppelgangers, fell directly towards the ground. In the midst of falling, Song Tianli saw that what appeared below him was a pit that was too deep to see the bottom. There was no light in the pit, just like a bloody mouth. If this falls, I'm afraid I'll die for sure. Another card to waste. Song Tianli said with a bit of reluctance. He had a total of just over 100 cards of the 3 kingdoms. It's all disposable, and when it runs out, there's no way to replenish it. If you use one, you can have one less. The cards he had used up over this period of time were already more than 20. He really didn't want to use it until he had to. Silver Lion. Sung Tenri, in a mood of reluctance, made a defense deck. Instantly, a huge light shield appeared around his body. This shroud of light was like armor that protected him. After free falling for some time, Song Tianli felt that his body hit hard on top of the ground. Thanks to the protection of the Silver Lion, he was not harmed in any way. Rumble. At the same time, Song Tianli heard that many stones fell around him. He clearly sensed that his several detachments, all of them, had dissipated. At the moment, it was pitch black in front of him and he couldn't see anything. Although the white eyes have perspective, they do not have night vision. Luckily, Song Tianli had long been equipped. With a flip of his palm, he took out a large searchlight from within his spatial ring. The moment the searchlight was turned on, everything around Song Tianli was like daylight. It was only at this time that he saw that the location he was in now seemed to be in the middle of a huge city. What puzzled him was that the place where he fell, but the ground, why was there a city dungeon? Upon closer inspection, he realized that only a little bit of the buildings in this dungeon remained, and the rest, all of them, were buried. Moreover, the buildings of this underground city were completely different from the current style of buildings in the Divine Continent. This seems to be another civilization. This thought popped up in Song Tianli's mind. His emotions told him it was quite absurd. But his reason told him that it could be true. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why there was a dungeon here with a completely different architectural style. He looked up from where he had fallen, a glint of helplessness in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to be too curious. Because he knows that curiosity killed the cat now. However, the big pit he fell from was too far away for him to get up to, and now he couldn't get out of this hellish place at all. The only thing to do, it seems, is to explore. Multiple shadow split technique. It was impossible for his main body to venture ahead, so he could only go in a separate body. Holding a searchlight and walking in the middle of this unknown dungeon, Song Tianli looked cautious. When his doppelganger accidentally touched the buildings of the dungeon, he realized that the buildings collapsed into a pile of sand. Is this all weathered? Song Tianli guessed. Only, there was no one to answer him on this question, and he could only step on the rocky sand and keep going. This dungeon was so big and huge that you couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. After walking for a long time, Song Tianli suddenly saw that a high cliff appeared in front of him. The crags seemed to be studded with pillars of stone. Because the distance was too far and the light was too dim, Song Tianli was a bit unable to see clearly what these stone pillars looked like. So he had his doppelganger come to the stone pillar with a searchlight and took a closer look. However, after just a quick glance, he was dumbfounded. It's a mouthful of coffins. Song Tianli muttered. These exposed stone pillars were not really stone pillars, but coffins half set into the crags. The coffins, in size, shape, color, and distance set into the crag, were all the same. This glance was densely packed with tens of thousands of people. Why are there so many coffins here? Song Tianli said to himself. A dungeon with countless coffins. What had happened here, he wondered. Judging by the amount of time these buildings have been weathered, this place has been around for at least thousands of years. Even tens of thousands of years. These coffins have also existed for more than tens of thousands of years. However, as far as he knew, the history of humans in the Divine Continent was less than 10,000 years. If everything here had existed for more than 10,000 years, wouldn't that mean that it was even longer than the history of the human race in the Divine Continent? And the buildings here, who built them? It's hard to believe that this other kind of civilization really existed before the current civilization of the Divine Continent. It's just that there are some special reasons that caused this civilization to disappear. For all this, Song Tianli began to think. The more he thought about it, the colder his back became. The destruction of a civilization is often not a long process. Rather, it's a very short period of time. For example, the extinction of the dinosaurs back on the blue planet. Some experts have suggested that the dinosaurs became extinct because of an asteroid impact on the Earth. And the asteroid impacts on the Earth all happened in a very short period of time. Song Tianli could be certain that the situation in this underground city was definitely not an asteroid impacting the Divine Continent. Otherwise, those buildings just now could not have been preserved. If it wasn't an asteroid hitting the Divine Continent, then what was it that could destroy a civilization? Since that unknown being could destroy this civilization, wouldn't that mean that it could also destroy the current civilization of the Divine Continent? If that was really the case, then the hundreds of millions of humans on the Divine Continent were all equivalent to a sharp sword hanging above their heads that would fall at any moment. Once this sharp sword fell, then the current civilization of the Divine Continent was instantly destroyed. Regarding all this, the more Song Tianli thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and even a bit of cold sweat broke out. Cough. Just then, suddenly not far from him, a coughing sound rang out. P.S. I went to take an exam today and came back late, just one chapter, I'll start working on updating tomorrow. Chapter 53 The Coffin Bearer. Chapter 53 The Coffin Bearer. This sudden coughing sound caused Song Tianli to be instantly startled. He had originally thought that there shouldn't be any other people in this dungeon. Even if there were creatures, they would have been some of the animals that had made their home here. But now there was a surprising coughing sound. He was certain that what he had just heard was definitely a human cough, not an illusion. Who is it? Come out? Song Tianli said loudly. As he spoke, he shone his searchlight around, looking for the owner of the cough. At the same time, he also took out 2 cards in his hand. Once the situation was not right, he would, at the first opportunity, use the cards. Day. As Song Tianli's voice fell, a burst of heavy footsteps came from the distance. Song Tianli hastily raised his eyes. He saw that a behemoth was coming in his direction. The behemoth, over 2.5 meters tall, was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. What exactly it looked like was a bit far away, so Song Tianli couldn't see clearly for a while. But a creature that looked like this, he could be sure that he hadn't seen it before. It's the unknown that scares people the most. Song Tianli was ready to strike at any time. And, of course, ready to run away. As the distant behemoth got closer and closer, Song Tianli finally got a good look at the other party's true appearance. As it turns out, the other side wasn't some behemoth or strange creature. Instead, a man, carrying a coffin, was walking towards him. The look, however, was scary enough. After all, coffins are not nice objects. I hope it's just passing through. Song Tianli said, his body slowly walking towards the side. He wanted to see if this coffin carrier was just coincidentally walking in the direction he was in, or if he was really walking towards him. Song Tianli moved 20 meters to the side, avoiding the direction of the coffin carrier. And the coffin carrier reversed direction and continued to come towards him. Unbelievingly, Song Tianli moved again. He realized that wherever he went, this coffin carrier followed him. It was a bit of a creepy scene. If I can't afford to mess with you, I can't afford to hide from you. Song Tianli said, his figure flashed and sped off into the distance. This coffin-carrying man is just too weird, it's better to stay away from him. However, after he sped forward 2 meters, he suddenly realized that the coffin carrier had appeared in front of him. still walking forward as before, unhurriedly, his feet still weighing.
Every now and then, there was a cough or two.
The first time he turned around, he looked in the direction he was heading before and realized that the previous coffin carrier was no longer there. In other words, the one who appeared in front of him now was the same coffin-carrying man he had seen earlier. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Without even thinking about it, Song Tianli directly manifested hundreds of doppelgangers.
These doppelgangers sped off in different directions around them as fast as they could.
His main body mingled among these doppelgangers, trying to escape from the coffin carrier.
However, he realized that he had sped forward less than 20 meters when he saw the coffin carrier appear in front of him again.
After he disarmed the two doppelgangers, he gained access to everything they had just seen. He realized that there was no back coffin man appearing in the direction where the diversion was. In other words, the coffin carrier had completely recognized him. Split might be enough to use against the average person.
However, it was useless against a strong practitioner.
Before, Starlight was able to see the illusory nature of his doppelganger at a glance, and now this coffin carrier, again. Life is like a bow though a woman's stem, and since you can't hide from it, face it head on. Someone Joe said it, a true warrior dares to face up to a miserable life.
Song Tianli didn't dodge anymore, but instead, he had his doppelganger quickly close in on him. He wanted to see what this coffin carrier was up to as he kept chasing after him. Day.
The coffin carrier was still as heavy-footed as before, coughing twice now and then.
However, he was getting closer to Song Tianli.
Finally, he stopped 2 meters away from Song Tianli.
It was at this time that Song Tianli really got a good look at the coffin carrier. It was an old man with a stooped body, looking thin and weak, with empty eyes, just like the Walking Dead. From his body, Song Tianli couldn't feel any vitality. It seems like it's been dead for a long time. This was Song Tianli's most intuitive feeling. The coffin carrier didn't know what Song Tianli was thinking as he gently lowered the coffin on his back. Bang!
Even though the coffin carrier's movements were already very light, the heavy coffin still made a heavy crashing sound when it landed on the ground. When the coffin landed on the ground, Song Tianli felt it very clearly. A chill came over him. The feeling was as if he was wearing short sleeves and all of a sudden appeared in the middle of a cold room. Not shivering with cold, but cold all over.
"Senior, is there something you want?" Song Tianli looked at the coffin carrier and cautiously inquired.
"Please.
You. Help. Help me. Take care of. Goo. Her."
The coffin carrier said with great difficulty. He said those few short words for nearly 10 seconds. It sounded like he hadn't spoken in a long, long time. After the coffin carrier said this, he gently patted the coffin he had put down. In the next second, his body turned into flying ash as if it had weathered and disappeared.
This.
For a moment, Song Tianli was confused. He had previously thought that the coffin carrier had approached him to do something to him. But I didn't realize that it just tapped the coffin behind me, said a word, and dissipated.
What a thing to say.
However, what the coffin carrier had just said was a bit slower, but he heard it clearly.
"Please take care of her for me." Take care of who? The man in the coffin? If Song Tianli's understanding wasn't wrong, that meant that there was someone in the coffin.
Thinking of this, he had the two doppelgangers head to the coffin seal to check it out. The doppelganger was also careful, as if he was afraid of disturbing the person in the coffin.
Ka-ching!
When the two doppelgangers arrived next to the coffin, ready to check it out, a sudden crisp cracking sound came from it. This caused the two doppelgangers to hastily stand still and look at the coffin in silence.
Song Tianli hid behind his doppelganger and waited quietly.
He heard clearly that the shattering sound just now came from above the coffin.
White eyes, open!
Without any hesitation, Song Tianli opened his white eyes at the first opportunity.
He wanted to see what was in the coffin. It was just that the white eyes, which had been invincible before, did not see through the coffin at this time. Above this coffin, there was a mysterious power that resisted the view of the white eyes. Chapter 54, The Man in the Coffin, Emperor's Words. Chapter 54, The Man in the Coffin, The Emperor's Words.
This made Song Tianli frown. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation.
Clack clack clack.
The sound of shattering on the coffin became more and more intense as time went on.
Bang!
Finally, with the sound of a boom, the coffin boards above the coffin instantly all shattered. It turned into pieces and fell inside the coffin. Song Tianli's doppelganger hurriedly looked inside the coffin, and he realized that there was actually a woman dressed in white lying in the coffin. This woman was all snow white. The hair is white, the eyebrows are white, and the skin is white. Her whole body looked as if she were a snow child. The broken pieces of the coffin board, after falling on her, were actually slowly absorbed by her body. With the absorption of these coffin board fragments, the woman in the coffin finally changed. Her eyebrows slowly turning black, and her skin slowly reddening. But her hair was still snow white.
It's a bit weird, Song Tianli's doppelganger muttered.
The woman in the coffin was beautiful, like a woman out of a painting. However, he didn't have any thoughts of appreciating a beautiful woman at the moment, he just felt a chill on his back. Currently, all of this was beyond his knowledge. He didn't know what kind of person the coffin carrier was just now, let alone the woman in this coffin, and what kind of person she was.
He kind of can't describe his feelings right now. And I don't know if I should turn around and leave, or if I should stay here.
Just as Song Tianli was torn, suddenly the woman lying in the coffin opened her eyes. This caused Song Tianli's doppelganger to instantly retreat several meters away.
The next second, Song Tianli saw that the woman in the coffin floated out. That's right, it floated out.
Her body first floated horizontally out of the coffin, then her whole body rotated 90 degrees and stood upright in the air.
This scene, no matter how you looked at it, looked like the female ghost that Song Tianli had seen on the Blue Star back then.
Momyo, can't afford to mess with it,
Song Tianli said, turning around and running. He couldn't care less about what the other person actually was.
It's right to run in the face of the female ghost. If you don't run, you might get drained of your essence blood. At least, that's how it plays out in the movies. After Song Tianli had just sped forward a few meters, the woman in white instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. It was still the same as earlier, she was floating in the air.
It was like instantaneous transportation, appearing without warning. What are you running for? The woman in white looked at Song Tianli and asked with a puzzled expression. What are you chasing me for? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. I only chased after you when you ran. You chased me before you ran. Obviously you ran first, not me chasing after you. You chased me first and I ran. No, you're the one who ran away first and I chased after you. For a moment, the two began to pull at their limits. In the process of pulling at the limit, Song Tianli realized that the IQ of this woman in white didn't seem to be very high. And a little childish. He used to say that when he was at Blue Star, with kids a few years old. Then I won't run, and you're not allowed to chase after me, Song Tianli said. Good. The woman in white nodded. Seeing the woman in white nod her head, Song Tianli stood still. He knew that if he ran, he definitely couldn't outrun his opponent. Then use your strengths to attack your weaknesses. He decided that he would crush his opponent with his intellect. What's your name? Song Tianli tried to make his attitude as friendly as possible. Name? Hearing him ask that, the woman in white suddenly frowned as if she was thinking hard about something. No way, another amnesiac? Song Tianli said silently in his heart. There was already an amnesiac Starlight in the house, and with another one, his residence, wouldn't it turn into a shelter? My name is T-Whisper. Emperor's emperor, language is language. Just then, the woman in white suddenly said. Imperial language? That name, it sounds extraordinary. Song Tianli murmured. Emperor was a surname he had never heard of. Not just anyone, methinks. Is it unusual? I don't think it's much. My sister's name is D-Yen, my brother's name is D-Lin, and my father's name is D-Xin. D-You said while thinking. I don't know if she's been asleep for too long, or if she's just slow to react herself. She was thinking very hard when she said that. It seemed like the only way to remember what I was going to say next. What, Tyson? Are you sure the name is Dixin? Song Tianli said suddenly. It was a name that he had heard so much about when he was in Blue Star. Dxin is the last human emperor. The other emperors since him have been merely sons of heaven. Yes, my father is called Dxin, do you know him? D looked at Song Tianli and asked. I wonder if it's the same Tyson I know. Do you know Zhang? Or Nuwa, the first heavenly father? Song Tianli asked. If the emperor's language was talking about Dxin, and the Dxin he knew were the same person, then she must have heard of people like Zhang and Nuwa. Never heard of it. Tu said with certainty after thinking for a moment. That's good, it should just be a coincidence of names. It's also true that I haven't heard that Dxin has children called Du, Delin. Song Tinley said silently in his heart. He didn't think anything of it if it was just a coincidence of names. The world is a big place and calling it the same is not something to be fussed about. Just like the person named Song Tianli, for example, he was definitely not the only one in the entire divine continent. Above the blue star, there must also be at least one person called Song Tianli. What about your father, sister, brother and them? Song Tianli asked as he looked at Du. They're all dead. As he said this, Tian's mood became low. How did you die? Why are you in a coffin? And who was that coffin carrier just now? And who set the coffin on that crag not far ahead? Song Tianli had too many questions at this time. Has this dungeon been around for a long, long time, and do they really have another civilization? Just how long has this emperor's word been sleeping in his coffin? How dead? In the beginning, I lived happily with my father and the others. But suddenly one day it will be foggy. This fog started out as a mass and slowly spread around. Anyone who is enveloped in the fog becomes weak and their lifespan is reduced. My father, for example, originally had at least 10,000 years of life left in him, but as a result, after coming into contact with those white mists, his lifespan was less than 100 years. Du said very seriously. When her words came out, Song Tenli was stunned. What do you mean there would have been 10,000 years left to live? 10,000 years had already exceeded the history of humans in the divine continent. Chapter 55, The Second Higher Dimensional Plague. Chapter 55, The Second Higher Dimensional Disaster. Then what happened afterward? Song Tianli inquired with a bit of impatience. What in the world could have happened to make a person with 10,000 years of life expectancy have his life expectancy reduced to 1% all of a sudden? Then, as the white mist spread wider and wider, more and more people were enveloped in it. Anyone who is touched by the white mist becomes weak. Not only has their physical lifespan diminished, but even their bodily functions have decayed. These are still the lucky ones. Some of the unlucky ones died directly in the white mist. My sister and my brother were the ones who first came into contact with the white mist, and both of them died. Du's expression was filled with despondency. What the hell are those white mists? That's the point. He wondered why these white mists were so terrifying. What exactly those white mists are, I don't know. I've heard my father call them the second higher dimensional calamity. Whisper explained. Second higher dimensional calamity? What does it mean? This was the first time Song Tianli had heard of this term. Simply put, it's a disaster that descends from a higher dimensional being. To inhibit our growth as humans, to make us weak and vulnerable. So as to be in the hands of certain beings. Because the Emperor's language had been awake for a long time, his brain was starting to work. Her expression at this time was much clearer and more lucid than before. A higher dimensional being? Are you talking about gods? Song Tianli suddenly thought of it, the legendary god. After all, the purpose of most cultivators in the divine continent was to cultivate into a god. What is a god? The Emperor's language was puzzled. It was the first time she had heard that term, too. Air. When she asked this question, Song Tianli was instantly speechless. For a moment, he did not know how he should correctly interpret the meaning of the word. Did you live in a time when there was no such word? Song Tianli asked. No, never heard of it. The Emperor's language pondered for a moment and said with certainty. She was certain that it wasn't an error in her memory, but that she really hadn't heard the word before. By the way, you just said that those white mists are known as the second higher dimensional plague. Then isn't there a first high dimensional calamity? Song Tianli changed the subject. Yes, I heard my father say that there is a first high dimensional calamity. And what is the first higher dimensional calamity? The first high dimensional plague is the invasion of high latitude life. Of course, it wasn't that they invaded personally, but rather sent some of the beings they enslaved to invade. For example, demons, undead, bugs. The Emperor's language is very knowledgeable about these and opens his mouth. Then do you know what the gold finger is? Song Tianli suddenly thought of this and asked hurriedly. Never heard of it. Is a golden finger a golden finger? Whisper asked. If you don't know, forget it, let's move on. After those white mists descended, more and more people were affected, and then what? Song Tianli said curiously.
He wondered what had happened since then that had caused a civilization to die out. At that time, after my father and the others discovered that the white mist could affect a person's lifespan and functioning, they began to think of ways to deal with it. But they found that no matter what they used, they could not stop the damage from the white fog.
Ultimately, they came up with two programs.
The first is to put a portion of those who have not yet been infested by the white mist into a deep sleep.
I'm one of their chosen ones.
Second, let the other part of the people who are not infested leave the ancestral star and wait for the time to be right before returning. As for those who have been infested, they will remain on the ancestral star.
As for what exactly happened back there, I don't know.
After being chosen, Tiwu fell into a deep sleep. So, naturally, no one told her what exactly happened back there.
And do you know how long you've been asleep? Who is the back coffin man who has been guarding you? Song Tianli asked. Exactly how long I'd been asleep, I don't know.
The coffin bearers are supposed to be the guardians after our slumber. At that time, infested by the white mist, people's lifespans were reduced to 100 years. If there are any of us guardians still alive, then that means that the time I fall into slumber will only be 100 years at most. The emperor's language didn't know much about the current divine land, so he spoke the figure of 100 years.
No way.
Those of us who exist have been around for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years.
There has never been anything like what you just said in our recorded history. Moreover, this dungeon we're in now has existed for more than 10,000 years, if not more.
That is to say, the time you've been sleeping has also exceeded 10,000 years, or even longer.
Song Tianli said word for word as he looked at Du. What? I've been asleep for over 10,000 years? How is this possible? Empyrean language had a look of disbelief on his face.
As she said this, she hastily looked around.
Soon she saw the crags not far from her, and the coffins set in them. Dead, they're all dead. I'm the only one left. Oh.
Emperor language can clearly perceive that those people in the coffins on the crags are all dead. Everyone she knew was dead, and she felt a sense of loneliness she had never felt before. She landed, at this point, on the ground, clutching her knees and stifling loud sobs. At this point, she looked like a helpless little girl.
Seeing Du crying, Song Tianli didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. He's really clueless when it comes to girls crying.
He'd rather get a fight than face a crying girl.
Your loved ones are gone, but their greatest wish was for you to live. Now that you've survived, their wish has been granted. They don't have any regrets either. Song Tianli said with a bit of hand-wringing. He was really bad at comforting people and could only think of what to say.
Only, as soon as he said this, Du cried even louder.
Du, don't cry, okay, let me tell you a story. Song Tianli said carefully as he looked at Du. Okay, you speak.
Hearing Song Tianli say that, Du raised her head and looked at Song Tianli and said. She raised her head and cried so hard that people couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Her father used to tell her stories when she was upset. So, she'd love to hear a story. Seeing how dry Du was, Song Tianli was a bit baffled for a moment. That's all he just said, no story came to mind. When Du saw that Song Tianli hadn't opened his mouth after half a day, his mouth pouted as if he was about to start crying again.
Chapter 56, 180 years of age, just coming of age. Chapter 56, 180 years old, just coming of age.
Song Tianli instantly panicked when he saw that Du was about to cry again. Don't cry, I was just thinking about what kind of story I should tell you.
I know a lot of stories.
His brain was spinning fast as he said this. That wasn't a lie on his part, he had heard many, many stories while on the blue planet. It was just that he was pondering which story would be the best to tell to the imperial language.
So did you think of it? T-Whisper asked with a sob in her voice.
Come to think of it, I'll tell you a Snow White story. This Snow White, is much like you, with white hair and skin as white as snow, so people call her Snow White.
That's one day.
So, Song Tianli began to tell the story about Snow White. As he spoke, he watched for Du's reaction. Sure enough, he realized that Tiwu was listening as if he were mesmerized. No girl can resist the charm of a fairy tale. Then, Snow White and the prince got married and the two lived happily ever after.
After Song Tianli finished his story, he looked at Du.
You're telling this story to children, I'm an adult. Du said with a bit of disgust. However, Song Tianli realized that her mood had improved a lot, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned when she said this, looking in a good mood. He knew that his story was working. The so-called dislike was all feigned by the emperor's language.
You're an adult? How old are you? Song Tianli then asked.
Tu had a height of 165, and her face still had a drop of baby fat, and she looked just 17 or 18 years old. However, looking at her heart, it always felt like she was still a child.
I'm 180. T-Whisper replied. Hearing this number, Song Tianli couldn't help but cough twice. 180 years old? Are you sure you're not kidding? He had thought that it was a little girl.
I didn't realize it was an old northern nose. A nice old northern nose, of course. No kidding, I am indeed 180 years old. I just had my bar mitzvah before I fell asleep.
I'm an adult now. Emperor Language said with a little bit of arrogance.
It was at this time that Song Tianli suddenly thought that Du had said earlier that his father originally had tens of thousands of years left to live. It was later scaled down to 100 years after the white mist appeared. Compared to a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, coming of age at 180 doesn't seem to be something that's hard for people to accept.
Do you know where we are now, where we are? Those coffins, why are they set on top of the crag? Song Tianli asked, pointing at the coffins on the crag.
It is our custom to adopt this way of burial once someone has died. They are the ones who fell into slumber with me.
The emperor's words said.
It's not a good question to ask, but I'd still like to know.
If you fell into slumber together, why are they all dead and you still alive?
It's really not very polite to ask such a blunt question.
But Song Tianli was just too curious.
Maybe because the coffin I'm sleeping in is made of 10,000-year-old ice marrow, and the others' coffins are made of ordinary ice marrow. The 10,000-year-old ice marrow is able to lock in vitality and isolate the outside world.
Du explained.
Hearing her explanation, Song Tianli turned his gaze to the coffin where Du was lying before. In that case, the coffin is still a treasure.
When we leave, let's see if we can find a way to take it with us.
Song Tianli said silently in his heart.
Can you accompany me to the front? Tu asked, suddenly pointing in a direction. Can you not go? Song Tianli asked tentatively.
The direction that the emperor's words pointed to just now was the direction that the coffin carrier had come from in the very beginning. He always felt that this direction was a bit weird, and it was better not to run around if he could.
Just go with me, I'm a little scared to go alone. I think that direction has something I need. Emperor looked at Song Tianli and said with a pout.
In this instant, Song Tianli felt his bones crumble. Amitba Buddha, women are all tigers and red-powdered skeletons, you can't be fooled. If you go, you may be in danger, and if you are in danger your little life will certainly be lost.
Can't go, resolutely can't go. Song Tianli's mouth kept chanting. I'll have my doppelganger accompany you. Song Tianli said, giving his doppelganger a wink.
Thus, the previously split-off doppelganger arrived in front of Tu.
No, these are dummies, there's no security. You accompany me. Du said, stepping forward and grabbing Song Tianli's wrist. In the next second, Song Tianli felt as if his body was being pulled by a huge force. His whole body, it flew.
And of course, at this moment, he was indeed flying.
And it was so fast that it gave him a bungee jumping feeling.
The only thing he could do now was protect himself from getting hurt. About a few seconds later, Song Tianli felt his body, which kept flying forward, stop. And his feet were on the ground. Only, at this point, he couldn't even open his eyes. All he could feel was the sky spinning and a little nauseous and wanting to throw up. The feeling was like riding the big swing at the amusement park in the old days when he was at Blue Star. After a while, he slowed down and turned his gaze around. He realized that he was in a palace at the moment. There were many coffins neatly arranged on the floor of this palace. The one in the very center, however, was empty. But there are signs that the coffin has been laid out. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this location, which had been placed before, should have been the coffin of Du. At the moment, Tu was looking around for something. Soon enough, he found a blue crystal at the very top of the palace. This crystal was only the size of an egg and looked dull. Tu took the crystal in her hand and gently stroked it twice. In the next second, the crystal suddenly began to emit a faint fluorescence. A few seconds later, the crystals flew up from Tu's hands and floated in the air. Floating in the air, the crystals draped a curtain of light, and within the curtain of light, there was the silhouette of a man. He was stout and fit, his eyes gleaming, and with one look, one couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. "Father!" After seeing this man, Du said with reddened eyes. After all this time, she finally saw her father again. Only, her memory was still stuck in the moment before she fell asleep. It hadn't been long since they'd parted, she thought. But today, it's a sea change and things are different. This was not the world she knew, and there were no people here she knew. Chapter 57, The History of the Human Race. Chapter 57, The History of the Human Race. Du was like an aggrieved girl who had finally met her father at this moment. It was just a shame that she couldn't jump into her father's arms and tell her grievances like she used to. The man's silhouette in the curtain of light seemed to know that Du was looking at him, and a touch of love appeared in his eyes. "Little whisperer, are you crying again?" Dxin asked. "No, I'm not crying." Hearing this, Empyrean said as she hurriedly dried her tears. Things were different now, and she didn't want her vulnerable side to be shown to her own father's vapors. Because her father is gone, she has no one to comfort her in her vulnerability. "Whisperer, by the time you see my stay, I'll be gone for sure. Honestly, I don't know if you'll be able to see my retention. But I wish you could see it, because then it would prove that you're still alive. At the same time, I would like to inform you of what has been going on for some time now, to be relayed by you to the other surviving humans. It is now 3 years since you fell asleep. Many things have happened in those 3 years. The second high-dimensional calamity has largely dissipated after these 3 years of fermentation. Just when everyone thought that we had survived this disaster, it turned out that we were too happy too soon. Although the second high-dimensional calamity has dissipated, the aftermath it brought about has not. All of our people have less than 100 years left to live. There are those who have an even shorter lifespan, with only a few decades, or even a few years, left. On top of that, we've lost a lot of ability. We can no longer fly, we can no longer enter the sea, we can only walk on the ground on our feet, like some animals. We become weak and sickly, and even a little wind chill is enough to take some of our lives sometimes. As the human emperor of the human race, I am unwilling, I am angry, but nothing can help. Our human race has completely declined, and has even been reduced to food for some wild beasts. The main thing is that many people's memories and intelligence slowly deteriorate, as those of animals. A lot of people began to live a life of raw blood. Right now, in the entire human race, only I, the human emperor, still possess a trace of power to maintain this appearance because of the power of the human race. However, all of my power comes from the clan, and now that they become that way, my power is dissipating day by day. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm on par with the rest of the clan. So, while I still have some power, I left this shadow retaining stone to tell you what has happened to our people, and to the other people as well. I don't want the day to come when we, the human race, even forget our own history." Hearing Dxin say this, Song Tianli, who was on the side, stared wide-eyed. At this moment, the shock in his heart could not even be described in words. After he came to the Divine Continent, he had familiarized himself with the history of the Divine Continent. The history books of the Divine Continent recorded that the history of mankind having a civilization was only 7,000 to 8,000 years. Counting in the time of human barbarism, hold out for 10,000 years. But now that he heard what Dxin said, he realized that the history of mankind was not 10,000 years. It's just that the civilization that was once there, as well as its history, has been erased by the presence of the high latitude. Moreover, through Dxin's words just now, Song Tianli came to a conclusion. The barbaric period of the humans of the Divine Continent would be the era in which the Emperor's language was located, after experiencing the second higher dimensional tribulation. They once possessed the ability to fly into the sky and enter the sea, only to degenerate into an existence like that of a wild beast. In the words of some scholars on the Divine Continent, it was primitive man 10,000 years ago. It took about 10,000 years before mankind was once again the civilization it is now. If that is the case, could there be a day when that higher dimensional being, once again, sends down a high dimensional plague? Degradation of a civilization that had already developed, once again. History repeats itself again. Why do you want me to know this? I don't want to know. Song Tianli shouted within himself. Although these were the history of mankind, for Song Tianli, knowing this not only did not have any benefits, but instead created anxiety. Oftentimes, ignorance can be bliss. It's just that, already knowing this, you can't forget it even if you want to. Solely, Song Tianli continued his gaze towards Emperor Xian in the light curtain. 4. Dixin's narrative was not yet finished. It is a foregone conclusion that those of us infested with the second higher dimensional calamity have forgotten the history of mankind. So you who sleep, and those who leave the ancestral planet, become the fire. I hope you can change the existing situation of our humanity. Dixin paused when he said this, as if he was torn about something.
After a moment he spoke again.
Little Whisperer, I didn't want to tell you about this, but after thinking about it just now, I decided to be honest with you. The coffin in which you slumber is crafted using 10,000 years of ice marrow. You know, the 10,000-year-old ice marrow can lock in the vitality and isolate the outside. You will be the purest human being kept, untainted by the second higher dimensional calamity. So you are the hope and the seed of mankind. I hope that one day, you will be able to lead humanity and bring back the glory of the human race. As a father, I don't want you to be so stressed. But as the human emperor of the human race, I have no choice. Whisperer, you're a grown man, you're an adult, you can do it, right? You'll do it, won't you? My father can't help you with anything else, the only thing I can do is to turn into a tomb guardian and keep guarding until you awaken. Farewell, my little Whisperer. Emperor Xian's words stopped when he reached this point. What is to be accounted for, he has accounted for. To say anything else would only add to the sadness. Father. After taking the shadow retaining stone in his hand, Du said softly. As of today, she has no father. Her tears were falling uncontrollably, only this time, she didn't make a sound. At this moment, Song Tianli's heart set off another shocking wave. He didn't react when he was before. He reacted to the words of Emperor Xian that he heard later. Xian had just called himself the human emperor of the human race. This was the same identity as the one he knew as Emperor Xian. Moreover, the fate of these two human emperors was a bit tragic. Tyson on the Blue Planet has been blackened badly by numerous historians, or rather, the victors of the history books. This one, Emperor Xian, was even worse. The current human race didn't even know he existed. Chapter 58 Something Du isn't too comfortable with. Chapter 58, Something not so comfortable for Tiwu. In the words just now, Xian had said that he would transform into a tombkeeper and guard the emperor's words. That meant that the one he had seen before, the old man with a stooped body, was the former human emperor. Though it was unknown how Xian had managed to survive until now after he was transformed into a tombkeeper. However, Song Tianli did not doubt this point in the slightest. When he met the gravekeeper earlier, the gravekeeper said in an extremely slow tone, "Please, take care of her for me." I'm afraid only a father could say such words. Xian was a former human emperor of the human race, so Du, who was his daughter, could be a princess of the human race. It's a bit of an unattainable status. It's just that the current emperor's language is just a poor man who has lost his father and his clan. He came to Du's side and looked at the crying Du, wanting to speak out to comfort her. But, for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort. There was never true empathy in the world, and he couldn't appreciate what Du was feeling at this moment. Right at this moment, Du suddenly wiped her tears and stopped crying. Father, don't worry, I'll do everything you say. I will lead humanity and bring back the glory of the human race. When Empyrean said these words, his voice wasn't loud, but his tone was firm like never before. In this moment, she seemed to grow up all of a sudden. Growing up as a human being is not the same as growing up, which takes a lot of time. But growth is never a long process. There are times when it is not an exaggeration to say that a person has grown overnight. Some things can never grow until you experience them. Once experienced, growth is often instantaneous. If anything, before Du came to this palace, he was still a freshly minted, somewhat innocent child. But from now on, she will be a human princess on a mission. Let's go out. Du turned her head to Song Tianli. Good. At this, Song Tianli naturally wouldn't have an opinion. Seeing Song Tianli nod his head, Du's figure flashed and he quickly flew forward. Wait for me. Song Tianli shouted from behind Du. Du could fly, but he couldn't. Hearing his shout, Du's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. You don't know how to fly? Empyrean asked as he looked at Song Tianli with a puzzled expression. Should I be able to fly? Song Tianli asked rhetorically. The humans before them were born to fly and to enter the sea. By the way, Father said that because of the second higher dimensional calamity, humans have become like other animals and can only walk upright. I didn't realize that after so many years, humans still can't fly.
With these words, Diyu didn't know if he was talking to himself or to Song Tianli.
It was just her words that hurt Song Tianli. The humans before him were born able to fly into the sky and into the sea, and he had been cultivating for so long, but he still couldn't fly. He had been cultivating hard for so long, and as a result, he hadn't even reached the starting point of others. If it weren't for the second higher dimensional calamity, wouldn't he have been able to fly as well a long time ago? The thought of it was a kiss your mother greeting to the second high dimensional disaster. Were the humans of your time born especially powerful? Song Tianli asked. It doesn't seem to be very powerful. Emperor Language replied. Only, her words would not be believed by Song Tianli at all. Because powerful is relative. It is true that if the people around you are like yourself, then you don't realize what it is to be powerful. It's like a billionaire. If he is surrounded by people who are billionaires like him, then he won't feel rich. If he is surrounded by people who are tens of billions of dollars rich, or even hundreds of billions of dollars rich, he will feel very poor. However, if he is surrounded by millionaires, then he will feel that he is very rich. The people of Diyu's era were born to be able to fly into the sky and enter the sea, so I'm sure that in other aspects, they wouldn't be too bad either. The Emperor's language must have gotten used to all of this a long time ago, so it didn't feel like anything was powerful. In the future, I'll have to watch and observe Diyu properly to see just how powerful she is. Song Tianli thought silently in his heart. He noticed that for a while now, the people who appeared around him didn't seem to be quite normal. Starlight has amnesia and doesn't know what she will or won't do. One has to encounter it before one can slowly recall it. Although Empyrean hadn't lost her memories, she had been born in another era and had no frame of reference, nor did she know exactly how powerful she was. You take me out of here first. Song Tianli said to Diyu. Good. Emperor's language said, grabbing his wrist, and flew forward. Ah. So, Song Tianli experienced another super roller coaster. Slow down, he said with forced discomfort. Hearing Song Tianli say that, Diyu slowed down his flight speed so that he could get used to flying as much as possible. We have to condense the Qi mansion as soon as possible, otherwise, it's too passive. Song Tianli thought in his heart. If he could fly too, a lot of things would be much easier to do. Just as Diyu pulled Song Tianli and prepared to fly out of the dungeon, suddenly Song Tianli saw something. Wait, let me down first. He exclaimed hastily. Although Diyu didn't know what Song Tianli was going to do, she still let him down. After landing on the ground, Song Tianli hurriedly headed towards the coffin where Diyu was lying before. Diyu and Dxin both said that this coffin was made from 10,000 years of ice marrow. He currently, even though he didn't know what exactly this 10,000-year-old ice marrow was used for, he was certain that it was an unrivaled treasure. He'd put it away now, maybe at some point, he'd need it. Do you still want this coffin? Song Tianli asked as he turned his head to look at Diyu. It was, after all, someone else's, and it was only right to ask before he put it away. Don't want it, if you want it, take it. Diyu knew what Song Tianli meant and said indifferently. The coffin was of no use to her anymore, and besides, she didn't really want to see the thing. It's easy to get touchy-feely when you see this stuff. Hearing Diyu say that, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Then using his space ring, he put away the coffin made of 10,000 years of ice marrow. Baby +1. The mood is beautiful. Alright, we can go out now. He then said as he came to Diyu's side. Without any nonsense, Diyu grabbed Song Tianli's arm and once again flew towards the outside. Very quickly, the two of them arrived outside in the middle of the Shinong Ridge. Phew, finally out. Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief. Staying in the middle of the dungeon was too depressing. It is an extraordinarily blessed thing to be able to breathe the air so freely. Only, he noticed that the Emperor's language, who had come outside, had a slight frown on his face. What's wrong? Is something not quite right? Song Tianli inquired. There's something here that makes me uncomfortable. Hearing Diyu reply in this manner, Song Tianli began to survey the Shinong Ridge. Chapter 59, The Second Higher Dimensional Plague and Oxygen. Chapter 59, The Second Higher Dimensional Disaster and Oxygen. In the Shinong Ridge, apart from the tall trees that covered the sky, there were all kinds of strange and weird animals. The two don't seem to make people uncomfortable, do they? Unless, of course, there's something wrong with the Emperor's language. For example, some people have a fear of giant objects, commonly known as gigantophobia. There are some people who can't look at things that are too dense, commonly known as densophobes. This symptom doesn't cause any harm to a person's body, but it makes them uncomfortable.
Can you feel what it is, exactly, that makes you less comfortable? Or in which direction? Song Tianli asked. It's everywhere in these woods.
Imperial Speech replied. This reply of hers made Song Tianli's eyes widen.
What could it be if it's all over the woods? Could it be air?
Suddenly, Song Tianli seemed to think of something and murmured incredulously.
If there was anything that was everywhere in these woods, it could only be the air.
The thing you said made you uncomfortable, but this air?
Song Tianli asked. Air?
What is air?
Emperor Language asked in confusion.
It was the first time she had heard that word, too. Air is made up of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and a few other rare gases. When Song Tianli said this, he noticed that Du was dumbfounded.
This made him realize that there was something wrong with the knowledge he was recounting.
To put it simply, air is a gas of very complex composition that exists in the world for us to breathe.
Breathing, you understand? Song Tianli said as he gestured.
The two men had different perceptions, and he didn't know how to put what he knew into the most appropriate words. And, it has to be understandable to the Emperor's language.
It's a bit of a challenge, I have to say. And what is breathing? Is it absorbing a type of energy from heaven and earth? Emperor Language asked.
When her words came out, Wang Hui himself crumbled a bit. He found that he couldn't come to express what he had to say. He struggled to calm himself and then began the narrative. The people of our time, when they are born, cannot fly in the sky, cannot hide in the earth, and cannot enter the sea. It needs to survive by absorbing the gases of heaven and earth, what I just called air. If there is no air, to be precise, if there is no oxygen, which is 21% of the air, we will die. To put it more simply, breathing is exhaling and inhaling. Just like what I'm doing now. Song Tianli said, and made a breathing and inhaling motion.
Didn't people in your time need to breathe like that? He asked immediately afterward.
No, we didn't need to breathe after we were born. We can autonomously absorb the energy of heaven and earth, it's an instinct.
Just as your breath is the same. Hearing this, Song Tianli had only one thought.
That would be to dissect the imperial language and look at it, to see if the composition of the inside was the same between her and the current person.
It shouldn't be quite the same, he thought.
Because nowadays, if you breathe, you need to use your lungs. And the people of Emperor's language in their time didn't need to breathe, so naturally they didn't need to use their lungs.
Of course, this idea was just something he thought about, but he didn't dare to actually do it.
Although he didn't know exactly how strong Du was, there was no doubt that it was definitely stronger than him.
Maybe a slap on the wrist would kill him. So, it's better not to make a scene. So can you breathe? Song Tianli asked curiously. I'll try. Tisei said, and began to open his mouth, gently sucking in air. Only just after taking a drag, her brow furrowed. That which makes me uncomfortable exists in the very air you speak of. The Emperor's words said. Could it be oxygen?
In some ways, oxygen can oxidize objects, and living organisms will speed up the process of life because of the presence of oxygen.
Song Tianli said to himself.
An apple, for example, will turn black after a while if you bite into it.
This is commonly known as oxidation.
Oxygen speeds up metabolism in the body, which accelerates brain aging, tissue loss, and joint degeneration.
Could it be that the second higher dimensional calamity that you experienced, that white mist, is actually oxygen? Suddenly, Song Tianli had a terrifying guess. I don't know. I don't think so.
If it's oxygen, then there's oxygen in the air right now, and I'm just uncomfortable with it.
It can't do any damage to me. Tu replied after thinking for a moment.
It is now at least 10,000 years past the time you were in. Over the past year and 10,000 years, everything in the divine land has evolved, and the amount of oxygen in the air is slowly decreasing.
What if what appeared in your time in the first place was tending to be 100% pure oxygen? Is it going to reduce your lifespan significantly? Song Tianli analyzed.
As soon as this analysis came out of him, Emperor's language frowned.
She didn't have much knowledge about oxygen, so she didn't know if Song Tianli's analysis was correct or not.
And, after 10,000 years of purification, the oxygen now, and the oxygen from 10,000 years ago, are completely different.
Maybe oxygen from 10,000 years ago carries other properties.
Although Song Tianli felt that his guesses were very close to the truth. However, he was only guessing, and there was no way for him to prove this matter at all. If the second higher dimensional calamity that Father spoke of in the first place is really this oxygen you speak of, it's not impossible that that oxygen has continued from that time to this day.
But I think there's more than just this oxygen.
If it's just this oxygen, it can diminish a person's lifespan, but it can't diminish their abilities.
Hearing Empyrean say that, Song Tianli felt it made sense.
The humans of Tu's time were born with the ability to fly into the sky and into the sea, an ability that would not be lost with the advent of oxygen. Therefore, his guess just now was not correct. It's just that the only way to figure out this situation is to look for more information.
What are your next plans? Song Tianli inquired instead of continuing the previous topic. What's next?
A flicker of confusion flashed through T-Word's eyes. She didn't know anything about this era, and there was no one she knew in this era. For a while, she really didn't know where to go from here. The sky is the limit, and there is nowhere to call home. If you haven't thought of where to go for a while, come home with me first.
Song Tianli proposed. Good. Emperor Language nodded.
She only knew Song Tianli alone right now, and it was a good plan to follow him first. Technically speaking, she didn't really know Song Tianli either.
She didn't even know each other's names yet. Chapter 60, Meeting the Orcs Again. Chapter 60, Meeting the Orcs Again. What is your name? Imperial Words inquired.
It was only after knowing each other's names that the two could be considered officially acquainted.
Song Tianli was the first person she saw after waking up from the coffin.
And the one who saw her grow up. Therefore, she had a sense of affection for Song Tianli.
My name is Song Tianli.
Song Tianli originally wanted to say Avest, but after thinking about it, he said his real name. In such a case, it seems pointless to talk about vests.
Come on, we're going home.
Take me out of this forest first, and just fly in this direction.
Song Tianli said to Du.
He also didn't know what direction Shenzhou was in, and cell phone navigation didn't work.
So, pointing in a random direction, let's leave Shinnong Ridge first.
Good. When Tu finished speaking, she grabbed his arm and flew toward the high ground. After flying forward for roughly 20 minutes, Song Tianli suddenly seemed to see something and hurriedly asked Du to land down.
Wait here for a moment, I'm going to run an errand. Song Tianli said to Du. Yes. Imperial Language nodded obediently.
Seeing that Du nodded, Song Tianli's figure flickered and he headed in a direction. Soon enough, he appeared at the head of a boulder.
White eyes, open.
He then opened his white eyes and observed the front. At the moment, roughly 50 meters away from him, the orc was hiding in the middle of a dirt pit, and he was still clutching a large black snake in his hand. This snake possessed a strong poison at a glance.
God's chosen, they really don't die that easily. Song Tianli muttered.
At the moment, the orc's palm rested on top of the black snake's head, wiggling it gently. For those who don't know, they think he's doing it. Song Tianli used his white eyes to see that a special mass of energy surged out of the black snake's body and came into the orc's palm. He then grabbed the black snake and casually threw it away.
The black snake didn't die, twisting its body and heading off into the distance.
However, it was evident that it was a bit shriveled up. The orc, at this time, held the ball of energy extracted from the black snake's body in his hand, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. As he devoured it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, his body began to change. A few seconds later, a black snake, bigger than the one from earlier, appeared in the large pit. Just as I suspected, his golden touch is to extract a certain ingredient from the body of a different animal and then be able to turn into that animal. The size of the animal has nothing to do with the original animal, but rather with the chosen one's own realm. This was something that Song Tianli was basically certain of. After all, he's seen orcs turn into giant crocodiles, eagles, turtles, gophers, cockroaches before. Luckily it's the early stages. If it's the later stages, you don't need to transform directly to use the abilities of these animals.
Then it's not easy to guess his golden handshake.
I really don't know who on earth created these golden fingers, making us chosen of God kill each other as if we were raising parasites.
Song Tianli thought silently inwardly. Multiple shadow divergence technique. Complaints aside, Song Tianli still acted. He split into two doppelgangers and headed for the orcs. Of course, during this time, he also used the transformation technique and did not use his original appearance. Who? Just as one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers approached the orc finally sensed it. He hastily transformed back into his person and looked around warily.
Very quickly, he saw Song Tianli's doppelganger.
This brother, what is his name? Song Tianli's doppelganger looked at the orc and asked.
Now that we already know the other side's golden finger, there's always something to do today.
Either take the other side in or take them out. Who are you?
The orc asked as he looked at Song Tianli.
God's chosen, Yujibo.
Once again, Song Tianli reported his pseudonym. Upon hearing the words God's chosen, the orc's pupils contracted hard. All this time, he had thought that he was the only one in this primitive forest.
I didn't realize that not only did a second person exist, but that it was a chosen one. Can I help you? The orc asked blandly.
At the same time, he was thinking about taking out his opponent.
Don't think about running away, I've been watching you for a long time, you can't get away.
It started when you grabbed the green crystals, and then when you hid in a tree hole to heal your wounds and were discovered by a group of monkeys. As well as just now, devouring the energy extracted from the black snake's body. The moment Song Tianli's words came out, the beastman's faces suddenly changed. All of these things were things that he had experienced not long ago. In that case, Song Tianli wasn't lying at all, he had indeed been staring at him for a long time. That is to say, it is possible that one's gold finger has been exposed. As a chosen one, once gold finger was exposed to the eyes of another chosen one, it was basically certain death. If you dare to move, I'll immediately unleash divine ruling.
Song Tianli realized that the orc was preparing to make a move, so he hurriedly said.
As he said this, the divine ruling coin was held out in his hand. As expected, upon hearing Song Tianli's words, the body of the orc that was originally prepared to launch a thunderous attack instantly froze in place.
Once you ask God to cut, there is no way to salvage anything. What do you want?
The orc asked as he looked at Song Tianli. He was also smart enough to know that Song Tianli didn't invite the divine judge in the first place, so that meant that the other party didn't want his life.
Then everything is still negotiable. It's simple, hand over the divine ruling coin and then submit to me. Song Tianli said. No way.
The orc refused without even thinking.
If you don't hand it over, then you die. The moment Song Tianli's threat came out, the orc's eyes gave a lurch.
He was now on the passive side, as if he had no choice.
Is there really no room for negotiation? If you have any other conditions, just mention them. The orc said. No. You only have these two ways, either die or submit. You have 5 seconds to think about it. The moment Song Tianli's words came out, the orcs instantly fell into deep thought. At this time, Song Tianli's main body, which was hidden in the shadows, made a move. Multiple shadow split technique. In the next second, countless doppelgangers, directed at the ground in the distance, unleashed an attack. Boom! As he attacked, a figure flew out from the ground. It was the orcs. What a golden cicada, if I had met someone else, I might have let you escape. Unfortunately, it's me you've met. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers stopped the orc and said. If he hadn't been watching his opponent with his white eyes, he might have actually let the orc escape. He saw a surge of energy pour out of the orc's body and burrow into the ground as he pretended to meditate. And all that was left of his original body was an empty shell. It made him think of the words, golden cicada. Without any hesitation, he directly had his doppelganger force it out. Chapter 61 Battle between the Chosen of God. Chapter 61 Battle between the Chosen. Forced out of the ground by Song Tianli's doppelganger, the orc didn't hesitate. With a movement of his body, his entire body turned into a large eagle and instantly rose into the air. Looks like it's planning to have some fun with me. In that case, let's play for a while. At this time, Song Tianli also wanted to see how strong his fighting strength was, so he didn't rush to unleash divine ruling. However, in order to prevent the orc from running away, he had been using his white eyes to watch his opponent. With white eyes staring at them, the orcs had nothing to hide even if they used a skill like golden cicada again. When he saw the orc turn into a large eagle and rise into the air, 2 of his doppelgangers descended from the sky and slammed into the large eagle. The orcs obviously didn't expect someone to fall from above, and it was too late for them to dodge. In his haste, he turned into a giant turtle for defense. Boom! He was then smashed to the ground with a booming sound. Spiral Maru. Utilizing his doppelganger, Song Tianli made use of someone's signature skill and headed towards the turtle on the ground. However, just as he approached the turtle on the ground, a huge claw suddenly reached out and slapped on top of Song Tianli's doppelganger. In an instant, the 2 doppelgangers were slapped into white smoke.
At this time, Song Tianli used his white eyes to see that the orc that had fallen to the ground had turned into a black bear at this time. The black bear swung its massive claws and came uprooting mountains and trees. The many detachments that surrounded him were then destroyed quite a bit.
Spiral linking Maru. Facing the huge black bear, Song Tianli didn't have any fear. Hundreds of doppelgangers, spiral pills in hand, ran forward and backward toward it. In the face of such an attack, the black bear raised his claws and slapped them down hard against the ground. Immediately, a shockwave spread out to the surroundings. Earthen evasion, earthen stream wall. Just as the impact was about to fall on Song Tianli's body, suddenly, a circle of stone walls rose from the ground, blocking the shockwave. At the same time, it trapped the black bear. Unfortunately, it's not possible to use the flying thunder god unharmed at the moment, otherwise, I'd just a straight-up gas-guzzling heal. Song Tianli said with an expectant face. As he said this, countless doppelgangers descended from the sky. At the same time, the ground where the black bears were was surprisingly rising rapidly, and it looked like they were about to collide. Just then, the black bear's massive body disappeared and turned into a petite spider. This spider's mouth opened and spewed out a spider silk that lodged itself on top of the trunk of a tree not far away. And then, leaning on this spider silk, the spider swung itself off into the distance. In doing so, he broke away from Song Tianli's attack. The Divine Chosen really are all very skillful, it's really a bit hard to rely on conventional combat to kill them. A number of Song Tianli's doppelgangers surrounded the area around where the spider was. Afterwards, these doppelgangers launched their attacks at the same time. Howling fireball technique. Countless huge fireballs swept toward the front. According to Song Tianli's existing knowledge, there didn't seem to be any animal that was currently 100% immune to the attack of flames. Therefore, against orcs, utilizing flame attacks was the best way to deal with them. However, just at this time, suddenly a petite body rose up in the air like a sharp sword. The speed was extremely fast, and with Song Tianli's reflexes, he couldn't block it at all. Song Tianli's essence was clearly seen, it was a huge flea. Just now, as the whole fireball was about to land on the spider's body, the spider turned into a flea and bounced. It is important to realize that a flea can jump over heights 150 times higher than its own body. Orcs who get this ability take to the air faster than they can fly. If he was allowed to take to the air, the orc would immediately turn into a large eagle and fly off into the distance. In this way, for Song Tianli who couldn't fly, the other party could escape. The art of super multiplication. Only one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers could be seen, his body rapidly growing larger, just like the Dharma heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant. This giant raised his palm and slapped it down on the bouncing flea. The orc saw this and once again turned into a turtle. Bang! The huge turtle ruthlessly smashed into the ground. It smashed a large crater in the ground. Sandstorm burial. Looking at the turtle that fell to the ground, Song Tianli controlled the sand on the ground and attacked the turtle. Once the set of moves came out, the orcs that were still alive and running around were instantly seriously injured. However, he didn't die. With the cockroach gene, he wasn't that easy to kill. Only, at this time, he couldn't escape if he wanted to. Your strength, it seems to be nothing more than that. One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said as he looked at the beastman who had transformed back into a human. If you give me some more time, I will be invincible. The orc said a bit weakly. The time he had been in the middle of the primitive forest was still too short, and there were still so many animals whose genes had not been extracted. If he is given some time to extract the genes of these animals, then he will have nothing to fear. You're probably forgetting that you're a chosen one and I'm a chosen one. While your strength is rapidly refining, so is mine. What invincibility are you talking about? Song Tianli said disdainfully. With the current Goldfinger trait displayed by the orc, it was impossible to catch up with it. Maybe, now you're the winner. I submit. God-ruling coin for you. The orc said, throwing his God-ruling coin towards Song Tianli. Song Tianli extended his hand and took the divine ruler coin in his hand. As fast as he could, he read the golden handshake in the midst of the divine ruler's coins. He discovered that the orc's Goldfinger was able to do more than just extract an animal's genes and use them for himself, thus possessing the abilities of that animal. One more thing, he can also parasitize a certain kind of animal and eventually turtled up and took it over. If this animal doesn't die, then the orcs won't die. It's the equivalent of creating a doppelganger for yourself. This kind of split was different from Song Tianli's multiple shadow splits.
Although the number of multiple shadow doppelgangers was high, they had no entity and would dissipate when attacked. But the animal after the orc parasite is different, it exists forever as long as it is not killed.
How many animals have you parasitized? Song Tianli asked as he looked at the orc.
3.
The orc replied. Payment wallet arrives at $100.
Are you thinking of finding a chance to escape in the future after first falsely submitting to me? As long as I don't invite the divine judge, you have other means to get rid of me.
Song Tianli asked again. No. Payment wallet arrives at $100.
Indeed, the reason why the orc had so simply handed over the divine ruling coin was besides the fact that he himself had no power to resist at this point in time. More importantly, as long as he could leave alive today, he would have the certainty of escaping Song Tianli's control. Only, unexpectedly, this was something that Song Tianli seemed to have seen through.
Chapter 62 Evolution of the Golden Finger. Chapter 62 Evolution of the Golden Finger. Seeing that the orc was telling lies, Song Tianli didn't say anything else. He did want to take in another chosen one, but that was after ensuring that he was 100% safe. The orcs have a bit too many tricks up their sleeves to stay.
Thus, Song Tianli took out his own divine ruling coin and did not hesitate to ask for divine ruling.
You even invited a divine tribunal. Seeing Song Tianli's actions, the beastman said angrily. He had thought that if he handed over the divine ruling coin to the other party and the other party took hold of him, they wouldn't invite divine ruling. After all, inviting the divine ruler right now would not do Song Tianli any favors other than killing him. Because the golden finger had completely fused with the host, even if Song Tianli had invited the divine judge, he wouldn't have gotten his golden finger. On the contrary, if he is taken in, then he is able to do a lot of things. Therefore, in his opinion, since he had already chosen to submit, Song Tianli would definitely not invite the divine ruler again. Who would have thought that Song Tianli, this old sixth, would not follow the rules? When Song Tianli invited the divine ruler, it was still like before, the two of their divine souls left their bodies and appeared on top of the divine ruler stage. Speaking of which, this was the second time Song Tianli had invited the divine magistrate. The last time the divine ruler was invited, none of the people's golden fingers had completely fused with their hosts. So, he got a gold finger. But this time, the gold finger has completely fused with the host. After guessing the golden finger correctly, other than letting the host die, Song Tianli didn't know, exactly, what would happen. There was another reason why he had asked the divine ruler, besides the fact that the orcs were not easy to control. He wanted to see what would happen after the gold finger had been completely fused with the host and the divine ruler had been invited. Please name his golden handshake. The idol on the divine ruler's platform said. Extracting an animal's genes gives you access to that animal's abilities. By parasitizing that animal, you can take over that animal and obtain an animal doppelganger. Song Tianli very confidently stated the golden finger of the beastman. He had already read the other party's gold finger, so naturally he was very sure. By this time, the orc was as good as dead. After 1,000 calculations, I didn't expect Song Tianli, this old six, to not follow the rules. Guess correctly, Goldfinger deprived. The idol said. As his voice fell, the life in the orc's body rapidly drained away. And then, the orc's divine ruling coin in Song Tianli's hand turned into a ball of energy and surged into his divine ruling coin. Immediately afterward, he felt that his golden finger, as if it was undergoing some kind of change. It took a while for the change to stop. In the next second, he was in a trance and realized that his divine soul had returned to his body. He was a bit impatient to read his divine ruler coins again. As he read, a big smile appeared on his face. His golden handshake did make a difference. He hadn't thought that there was such a benefit to God cutting someone else. Before that, his gold finger was, ability multiple choice questions. If you were allowed to have whatsoever ability or item, but at whatsoever cost, would you be willing to do so? When faced with a multiple choice question like this, you can choose yes or no. Now, having absorbed the power of the orc's golden finger, his golden finger became this. If you are allowed to have whatsoever ability or item but at whatsoever cost, one person can be found to voluntarily share half of the cost, would you be willing to do so? This one is also well understood. For example, the first ability Song Tianli gained was that you arrived at $100 when someone lied to you. But to be $10 million in debt. If one person is found to voluntarily share the cost, it would be only $5 million in debt. Then again, the tenfold efficiency ability he possessed would randomly teleport him to a certain place on the divine continent every 7 days.
After you find one person to share, every 7 days, becomes every 14 days. It was just that Song Tianli was still a bit unsure of what it would be like to share half of some of the costs. For example, the cost of losing all his body hair. After finding someone to share half of it, it's half the body with body hair and the other half with no body hair. Still, half of the body hair is thinning out. It's not a big deal if it's just thinned out by half. Most importantly, the cost of having chosen before can still be found to be shared now. If I guess another chosen of God's golden finger correctly, I wonder if the cost of my golden finger is something that I can find 2 people, or even 4 people to voluntarily share. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. Whether it would turn out to be what he thought it would be or not, it was certain. Guessing correctly on the golden fingers of other chosen of God will gain benefits for him. It seems like we have to find a chance to hunt other divine chosen. Song Tianli muttered to himself. He wondered if the cost of his ability to choose would one day be negligible if he guessed correctly enough of the chosen one's golden fingers. If that was true, then he would be completely invincible. In the time before, he had seen some powerful abilities, only the cost was too great for him to choose. If there was no more cost, or if the cost was negligible, then these were abilities that he could use at will. After that, he sped off in the direction of where Emperor's language was. Alright, my business is done, let's go. Song Tianli said as he looked at Diyu. Good. When Diyu finished speaking, she grabbed his arm once again and flew off in the direction she was heading before. During the flight, Diyu suddenly asked, just now, like that, is that the way you fight in this era? She had watched the entire process of Song Tianli's battle with the orcs earlier. Only, the thing about the divine ruler's table was that she hadn't seen it. Sort of, basically much the same. Isn't that how people fought in your time? Song Tianli asked curiously. Not really, it's just not that complicated. Very straightforward, not so much tact. Diyu had just seen that when Song Tianli fought with the beastmen, he had an extreme variety of tricks. It's changing into a turtle and a bird again. Split again, and roll the pills. It could be that we are so weak that we need to use such fancy tactics. If it's strong enough, it'll be straight. Maybe. Diyu, that mountain in front of you, can you blow it up with one punch? At this time, Song Tianli suddenly pointed not far away, at a mountain peak that was almost 1,000 meters tall and asked. With his current strength, it would take a monkey's time to break that mountain. It has to be done little by little, like a fool removing a mountain. Yes. Imperial language nodded. Hearing Diyu say that, Song Tianli sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Diyu would be strong, but he hadn't expected that it would be this strong. He could be certain that this was definitely not the limit of imperial words. Chapter 63 Returning to the Small Yard. Chapter 63 Returning to the Small Yard. Song Tianli no longer had any concept of exactly how strong Emperor's words were. Luckily for him, back in the day, he felt that anyone who could survive so many years in a coffin was no mortal. He was, from the beginning, friendly and didn't say anything mumbly. So, now the two are on good terms. For a thigh like that, he had to hold on tight. Emperor's words were not like Starlight, who was also powerful, but his origin was unknown. Whether it was a big devil in the old days is anyone's guess. And he knew very well where the Emperor's language came from. Diyu, as the former princess of the human race, was now burdened with the mission of leading the human race back to glory. Such a person would never be a devil. Such a thigh, he could hug with confidence. Then have you heard of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens? Song Tianli then asked. The 10 great divine realm cave heavens were simply too mysterious, and he could basically be considered ignorant of all other aspects except for the names at the moment. Never heard of it. Imperial Words shook his head. Since Emperor language hasn't heard of it, that means that the 10 great divine realm cave heavens only appeared within these 10,000 years. Song Tianli's heart said silently. I remember you saying earlier that when the second higher dimensional calamity came, the humans of that time made 2 choices. One kind is asleep like you guys, and some of them traveled somewhere else. Where did they travel to? Song Tianli asked again. I only know that they left the ancestral star, as for where exactly they traveled to, I'm not sure. Diyu shook his head and said. At the time, she had just reached adulthood, and being of a simple nature, she didn't know much about many things. His father, as well as the rest of the clan, made the decision without informing her. Perhaps, at that time, Dxin and the others had not expected that once Diyu and the others fell asleep, it would be 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, it was not known what had happened, and those who had fallen into a deep sleep did not wake up.
If it wasn't for Song Tianli's mistake of breaking into the dungeon,
I'm afraid that Tu still won't wake up.
It didn't take too long for Du to bring Song Tianli and return to Qianzhou, the small courtyard where Starlight resided. "Starlight, I'm back,"
Song Tianli shouted as he stood in the middle of the small courtyard.
up the road, catch it." In response to Song Tianli's shouts, Starlight didn't know if he hadn't heard them or if he was too lazy to pay attention even if he heard them.
He had his cell phone in his hand, rubbing it frantically as he kept saying something under his breath. When Song Tianli heard Starlight's words, he headed inside the house. Only, at this time, he realized that Du was standing in the middle of the small courtyard, his brows furrowed.
And didn't follow him. "What's wrong?"
Song Tianli asked as he turned his head in confusion.
"This is where you reside?"
Empyrean asked, looking at Song Tianli with a bit of disbelief. "This little yard is just too shabby." The place where Du lived before as a princess was extremely luxurious. The others, living in places that are not as good as the imperial language, though. But it's also extremely luxurious. After all, people in those days were born extremely powerful, capable of flying into the sky and into the sea.
They constructed buildings that were naturally extraordinary.
A small home in a ghetto like this one, even for a dog that has been given a place to live, feels like the dog has been wronged. If Song Tianli knew what was going on in Du's heart at the moment, he didn't know if he would be spitting fenugreek. Although he was the young master of the Song family, he didn't spend much time residing in the Song family. Instead, most of the time, he resided here.
"Do you think this small courtyard is a bit too humble?" Song Tianli was also a smart person and quickly understood what Du was thinking. "A little."
The emperor's language is still speaking with mercy, did not have the good sense to say, "For the dog to live, the dog feels aggrieved."
"It's okay, we'll move in a little while.
Wait for me here for a moment, I'll go in and look for someone,"
Song Tianli said.
In the time before, living here, he was doing it for the sake of layout, in order to prevent others from knowing that he was the Song family's young master. Now, he's got the golden handshake, and two of them at that. Most importantly, he now had two super powerful backers beside him. With Du's strength of being able to blow up a 1,000-meter-tall mountain with a single punch, if he looked at the entire Qianzhou, he wouldn't be able to find anyone who could go through with her. In such a situation, Song Tianli no longer needed to disguise himself like before.
Live a life of some luxury and no one will say anything.
Because he was known to have rewarded Song 13 with a lot of money when he was working as a dog's leg for him before. No one will suspect where his money comes from.
Good. Tu nodded and stood in the middle of the small courtyard without going in.
Song Tianli walked straight towards the middle of the room where Starlight was. After he pushed open the door of the room, an extremely complex smell immediately came.
It made him subconsciously back away.
On his way out, he scanned the Starlight. He realized that Starlight's entire head was as disorganized as a bird's nest at this time. There were still a little dark circles under my eyes, like I hadn't slept in days. On top of that, there were a lot of uneaten lunchboxes piled up around his feet.
Song Tianli was worried before that Starlight was turning into an internet addict.
He didn't realize that he had left the small compound in just 5 days, and Starlight was no different from those who had lived in internet cafes for months.
"It's on fire."
Song Tianli, who had prepared his heart, once again walked into the middle of the room. At the same time, he shouted, "Where's the fire?"
Starlight jumped up hastily and looked around.
Though his eyes scanned the area, looking for a place to catch fire, he didn't stop moving his hands, still rubbing the screen.
"Pentakill."
The next second, a voice came from the cell phone in Starlight's hand.
"Ness," Starlight said with a bit of excitement. "Starlight, your current technique can in a situation like this, you can even get 5 kills? Song Tianli was also dumbfounded.
He felt that Starlight had gotten as close as humanly possible to playing the game.
What kind of situation will not operate incorrectly?
"Base, lose 6, said Starlight casually.
"You're back so soon, looks like you had a good outing." You also brought back a young lady. Is this your new girlfriend?"
Starlight sensed the Emperor's words in the small courtyard at this time, so she looked at Song Tianli and asked. "Her name is Du, and she'll be one of us from now on." "She's not my girlfriend, just my friend,"
Song Tianli said seriously.
This was something he had to make clear, otherwise, it would be bad if Du misunderstood in the future. Dee was, after all, a princess, and even though, say, she had been asleep for tens of thousands of years, for her, it was only for a little while. As a princess, she must have taken the matter of her companion very seriously. There's no such thing as bull. Being a man, you can't eat and drink nonsense. Chapter 64 Starlight vs. Imperial Language. Chapter 64 Starlight vs. Imperial Language. I understand. Don't worry, I'll help you with the assists. Trust me, I'm the best wingman in this world. Starlight suddenly scowled at Song Tianli and said in an I get it tone. Starlight, I said, can you read something good on the internet one day? It's not even if you play games all day long. What kind of nonsense have you learned? What's the matter, even understand assists in wingmen? Song Tianli had to admire Starlight's ability to learn. It's a bit of a skewed study, but it's true that there's a lot to know. Honestly, there were words that even he couldn't think of. However, Starlight was able to say it very smoothly, as if she had used it countless times. There's no way, it's just smart, once you learn it. Starlight said with a proud face. Well, enough of that. Pack up your things, we're moving. Song Tianli didn't bother talking about Starlight anymore. Starlight internet addicts are doomed and have been carried away by the internet. It's easy to lead someone astray, it's hard as hell to correct them back. Starlight was willing to say these internet phrases, so be it, and he'd pretend he hadn't heard them. Moving? You've incurred enemies and are planning to run away? Starlight looked at Song Tianli and asked. Yeah, I reckon that by tomorrow at the latest, tens of thousands of great emperors will be descending from the sky. It won't work if you don't run away. Song Tianli said seriously. Starlight made fun of him, and he could make fun of the other guy. Nonsense. It's not like he won't. The Great Emperor? What is a Great Emperor? How strong is it? Starlight asked with a frown. It was a word that he hadn't been exposed to for some time. The Great Emperor is immortal and destroys the heavens and the earth. One grain of sand can be used to reclaim the sea, and one blade of grass can chop down the sun, moon, and stars. Song Tianli described. A grain of sand can reclaim the sea? Is there such a powerful person in this world? Starlight asked, looking at Song Tianli with an incredulous expression. Yes. As far as I know, the most famous great emperors are Emperor Yi Tian and Emperor Desolate. The strongest among them can single-handedly break through the ages and cross the river of time. There's someone else who holds the primordial imperial city in one hand and is invincible in the world. Song Tianli used all the pretentious adjectives he could think of. Did you think I didn't have enough brains because I lost my memory? Let's not talk about whether there is such a powerful existence in this world. Even if they did, they came back for a minion like you? Starlight said in a dismissive tone. Just now, it was so close that he was bluffed. Luckily, his mind was spinning fast enough. I'll let you figure it out, you're such a little wit. We moved to get to a better place. I'll take you to a big villa. Song Tianli said. Villa? I know this, I've swiped through short videos before. I was wondering earlier when I was going to get a villa. I didn't expect it to materialize so soon. It seems that only a villa can be worthy of my current status. Go go go. Starlight said hastily. After Song Tianli said the words about living in a villa, Starlight immediately felt that this small courtyard was not worthy of her status. What is your identity? Song Tianli asked curiously. He assumed Starlight had remembered something in the time he'd been gone. What's my status? Well, just listen, I'll tell you, I'm sure it'll shock you. I'm King Pesticide, the top 100 in the country. When Starlight said this, she stood directly on the couch, her tone arrogant to the core. King Pesticide National Service Top 100? You reached the top 100 in the National Service so quickly? Song Tianli exclaimed with a bit of disbelief. It was only when he left that Starlight Diamonds. How is it that in just 5 days, he has reached the top 100 in the National Service? He knew that Starlight's gaming talent was feared, but this was horrible. So in a little while, is it the number 1 person in the country? Top 100 in the country, that's not just having hands. In half a month at the most, I will definitely stand at the top of the National Service, proudly looking down on the crowd. How lonely invincibility is. Starlight said, and sang. Okay, count on you. At this time, Song Tianli didn't know what to say, but could only send the highest praise of the boy's world. Come on, I kind of can't wait to see what the new villa looks like.
The internet in there shouldn't be laggy, so if I play the game, there won't be a delay. Starlight said with a longing face. You live in a villa just to play games where the internet doesn't get stuck? Song Tianli asked with a speechless face. Of course, why else would I live in a villa? Starlight said rightfully. For him now, as long as he was able to play the game, it really didn't matter if his residence was a small courtyard or a large villa. The only thing he cared about was whether the network would be delayed. You win! Song Tianli was now so speechless to Starlight, an internet addict, that he just lazily ignored it. Do whatever you wish as long as Starlight doesn't endanger society or do something unspeakable to him. With the strength of the Song family, it was completely affordable to raise a loafer. When Starlight and Song Tianli walked out of the room and came into the middle of the small courtyard, Diyu's brows frowned slightly. At the same time, subconsciously took a step back. New member, Birdie. My name is Starlight, welcome. Starlight enthusiastically walked towards Emperor's language as he did so. Stop. Seeing the Starlight, Emperor's language said hurriedly. She was a little too accepting of such sloppy, unhygienic people. However, it was as if Starlight hadn't heard him and continued to walk towards Imperial Word. Seeing that Starlight didn't listen to advice, Emperor's language didn't have any hesitation and slapped out a palm. Only an extremely powerful palm wind was seen heading towards Starlight. This was her subconscious strike, and although she didn't put out her full strength, the power wasn't something that an ordinary person would be able to follow. Ego, I'm going. Sensing the powerful palm winds coming, Starlight quickly backed up while waving his index and middle fingers together in a casual motion. An extremely sharp sword chi flew out from his fingers. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. Instantly, the wind raged throughout the small courtyard. An extremely violent energy swept out in all directions. Can't catch it at all. At this time, Song Tianli's heart was filled with countless moms and dads. He finally realized what it meant for gods to fight and mortals to suffer. If the raging energy in the courtyard hit him, he would surely die. Who did he invite to suffer this unwarranted disaster? It was just that this wasn't the time to mom and pop in his mind, he had to find a way to survive. He flipped his palm and a card appeared in his hand. Jin Wang Shield. With the protection of the cards, Song Tianli was not torn apart by the raging gale. But the small courtyard where they lived, being unprotected, was completely destroyed in an instant. P.S. If you like the book, remember to give 5-star reviews and free swag to go. Chapter 65, Starlight's Words Are Both Laws. Chapter 65, Starlight's Words Are Both Laws. As the berserk energy spread out in all directions in the middle of the small courtyard, Empyrean Society and Starlight took a step back at the same time. It looked like the two were neck and neck in their first encounter. Starlight's strength is stronger than I thought. Song Tianli said silently in his heart. He had always known that Starlight was strong. But exactly how strong it was, he didn't know. He was on his way back with Tiyu, and he asked Tiyu if he could blow up a 1,000-meter-high mountain. The Emperor's language answered, yes. Although this didn't reflect the full strength of Diyu, it did show how strong she was. The fact that Starlight was able to remain undefeated in his encounter with Emperor's words just now was enough to show that he was extremely powerful. Stop! Seeing that the two were still planning to continue striking, Song Tianli hurriedly shouted loudly. The exchange between the two just now had completely destroyed the small courtyard. Wouldn't continuing the fight destroy the entire ghetto? No one knew that he seemed a little angry on the surface, but in his heart he was actually happy. The stronger these two were, the happier he was. These two thick thighs, he hugged for sure, no one can block. As for destroying a small yard, it doesn't matter. With the power of the Song family, there were as many small courtyards like this as they wanted. This, of course, he could not show. Better yet, make the two feel a little guilty about him. This way, if he asked the two for help with anything in the future, they wouldn't be able to push back. Hearing Song Tianli's shouts, Starlight and Imperial Language stopped fighting. Oh come on, now I can't even move if I don't want to, there's no place to live. Say what you have to say, don't fight. All adults, can you be more stable like me? Song Tianli said as he looked at the two. Upon hearing his words, Emperor's speech and Starlight simultaneously looked around for a moment, noticing the small courtyard that had been destroyed by them. So, the two of them tacitly did not speak. This small courtyard was Song Tianli's residence, although it was a bit shabby, but the person had taken the two of them in. Now that they've been destroyed by the two of them, it's really not justified, to put it mildly. He's dirty, you keep him away from me. Tu said in a very small voice. You're the one who's dirty, I'm jade and suave, where am I dirty?
Hearing this, Starlight hurriedly said loudly.
Starlight, you really aren't very clean the way you are right now. Do you want to look in the mirror? Song Tianli said, and really took out a mirror and handed it to the other party. My plants? This is me?
Starlight took the mirror and glanced at it, also shocked by her appearance. The way he looks now, he's not much better than a beggar. Starlight, in the future, playing games is playing games, but you have to pay a little more attention to your image and hygiene.
Song Tianli said.
Starlight didn't say anything, and after looking at herself for a few seconds, she threw the mirror in her hand, casually.
Water!
He let out a soft shout, and suddenly, a pillar of water fell from the sky and landed on his body.
I'll go, words out of the law? Song Tianli was instantly dumbfounded.
The column of water that fell from the sky turned into a water dragon that rapidly traveled across the surface of Starlight's body. Soon, the Starlight, which had been dirty, became spotless. Even the hair, which was a mess, became silky smooth. After washing it clean, Starlight casually waved her hand, and the water dragon landed in the ruins of a small courtyard off to the side.
Wind up! He shouted again.
As his voice fell, a breeze appeared, blowing against his body. The hint of vapor that remained on his body evaporated rapidly. His long hair flowed with the wind, looking extremely ethereal. After doing this, he grabbed his palm at the mirror he had thrown away earlier, and it flew back into his hand.
Well, that's me, suave, elegant, graceful, gentle, handsome.
Starlight said a number of idioms in one breath, hardly repeating any of them. I have to say, his off-the-cuff vocabulary is really rich. Starlight, you said you became so self-absorbed and amusing after losing your memory.
Or was the original character just like that? Song Tianli asked with a bit of curiosity. Who knows? But I think it's fine the way it is now. Starlight said, surprisingly tucking the mirror in her hand into her bosom.
In the future, he would have to take it out from time to time and admire his beauty.
Tick-tock.
Just then, suddenly outside the small courtyard, there was the sound of a car honking. A small, ordinary sedan appeared outside the small courtyard. Of course, now that the small courtyard had been destroyed, one could only speak of the ruins outside. Let's go, there's nothing to bring.
Let's buy all new, whatever we need after we move.
After Song Tianli finished speaking, he led Starlight in imperial language towards the limousine.
Starlight, you can sit in the front.
Song Tianli said as he pointed to the as in front. With that, he even helped Starlight pull open the car door. The two might fight again if they let T-Whisper and Starlight sit in the back.
So this is the car, it seems pretty nice. With curiosity, Starlight got into the car.
He'd seen the car above the short video, but hadn't sat in it yet.
A car? T-Whisper muttered in a small voice.
Unlike Starlight, she was at least aware that cars existed.
The term automobile was the first time she had ever heard of it.
The automobile was an object that she was also seeing for the first time. After waiting for Starlight to sit on it, Song Tianli opened the car door for Du again, living like a lapdog. I thought that after leaving the Song family, I wouldn't have to play the role of a dog's leg.
Little did I know that it wouldn't be long before he was playing the role again. He's got a thing with dog legs.
Wanting to hold on to these two thighs, he couldn't do so without being attentive. Sitting in the car, Tio curiously surveyed the moving car. She had observed for half a day, but she had not been able to figure out what the principle of this automobile was to move forward. However, she did not open her mouth to ask Song Tianli.
She didn't belong in this era and didn't want anyone else to know about it.
Therefore, even if she had more curiosity in her heart, she wouldn't show it. She was no longer the naive little girl who had a father who doted on her and an older sibling who took care of her.
She is now on a major mission. So yeah, there should be a little bit of heart. Song Tianli almost laughed out loud when he took a look at Du. He was able to tell that Tian wanted to inquire, but held back. Though, T-Whisper did grow because of the loss of his father and the disappearance of his former clan. But a once innocent little girl doesn't change all at once. Even if you become good at attacking the heart in the city later on, it will take a process. There is no time for bonding, and all the tricks of the heart will be seen through at a glance. In the end, the growth of the Emperor's language was only the state of mind, not the heart. Chapter 66, Finding Someone to Share the Cost. Chapter 66, Finding Someone to Share the Cost. Finally, the car came to a villa area after a period of speeding. This villa is not good, not bad, middle of the road for Qianzhou. This will be where we live from now on. Pick your own rooms. After getting out of the car, Song Tianli said to Diyu and Starlight. Looking at the villa in front of him, Emperor's language did nod in satisfaction. Although this villa was still much worse than where she used to live, it was much better than the small courtyard she had before. At the very least, it's clean. She knew she wasn't the high and mighty princess she used to be, and she wasn't thinking about ever being the same. She could accept a smaller place to live, the only thing she couldn't accept was the filth. In today's terms, she's a bit of a clean freak. Can I pick upstairs? Diyu asked as she looked at Song Tianli. Yes. If you choose upstairs, Starlight and I will choose downstairs. For girls, Song Tianli still takes care of them. Of course, he didn't know if it was even appropriate to call the imperial language girl anymore. Not to mention the fact that she had slept for tens of thousands of years, and her true age had long exceeded 10,000 years. Even before he fell asleep, he was 180 years old. At his current age, this is definitely an old northern nose-level existence. However, it is true that people have just had their bar mitzvah not long before they fall asleep. It makes sense to say it's a girl. I don't care, my room can be anywhere as long as the net is good. Starlight said without a care in the world. He really didn't have much of a strong desire for these out-of-body things. And so, the residence of the three was settled. Afterwards, Song Tianli sent a message to Qian Shang. Soon after, the villas around Song Tianli and the others had either changed owners or had new people living in them. Although Diyu and Starlight were strong enough, they couldn't be left to solve everything. It's better to rely on yourself for some minor troubles. After assigning the rooms, Starlight couldn't wait to start the game. Starlight, there's something I want to discuss with you. Suddenly, Song Tianli said as he sat beside Starlight. What is it? Straight up. Starlight said without looking up. I think so, with your strength, the divine lands should be able to go anywhere, and there won't be any danger. Would you be willing to randomly appear somewhere in the divine lands every 14 days, playing a game while enjoying the scenery? Song Tianli asked. He was looking for someone to share the cost of his ability to choose. It's just that this sharing has to be voluntary, so he has to tell it to his face. However, even if he wanted the other person to volunteer, he could use a little bit of the art of talking in the process. Yes. Starlight said hastily. He hadn't actually heard what Song Tianli had said at all. Just hearing about playing games while enjoying the scenery. So, a very perfunctory statement of willingness. After the two words Starlight willing were spoken, a wide smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Because he clearly saw that the 1.5-day teleportation countdown in his mind had turned into 8.5 days. In other words, he shared the cost of the thing, and it worked. Good luck. Become the number one in the country soon. Song Tianli said and got up to leave. The number one in the country will definitely be in my pocket. Starlight said with confidence. After leaving Starlight's room, Song Tianli was excited. This was one of his biggest headaches at a price, and he didn't expect this to be easily solved. Next, he's going to address the cost of another ability. The cost of being $10 million in debt versus being $100 million in debt is something he can afford. The Song family isn't that bad. So, the price he's going to pay to fix it now is losing his body hair. When resolved, body hair will own half of it. For this, he had already thought of a countermeasure. So he took an ordinary car from the garage and left the villa. Shortly afterward, he appeared on a busy street. At this time, Song Tianli had changed his appearance. He becomes an interviewer with a microphone in hand. He was followed by a cameraman who was filming with a cell phone. Of course, both were him. The one with the microphone was his main body, and the one filming with the cell phone was his doppelganger. Song Tianli's eyes were like scanners as he scanned the surrounding crowd. Quickly, he locked on to a man carrying a duffel bag. This man was ordinary, without any energy in his body, not a cultivator. The clothes on his body had been washed white, and his temperament was average, and at a glance, he knew that his family was very ordinary. And, at this moment, he had a slightly sad look on his brow. This is the demographic Song Tianli chose to target. So, with the microphone in hand, he made his way over to the man. Hello, can we delay you for 2 minutes and interview you for a question? Song Tianli asked as he stepped forward. It can be.
The man didn't seem to know how to say no very well, and said in a bit of a panic. "Excuse me, if I give you $1 million to reduce the body hair on your entire body by half, would you be willing to do so?" Song Tianli asked, holding the microphone. That's the way he came up with, to pass on the cost of himself, in an if-but way. It's a choice of items he gives others, and a price to bear. The same as his Goldfinger, so to speak. Only what he will gain by giving this choice is up to him. After some thought, he felt that $1 million wouldn't seem out of place, and the average person couldn't turn it down. Yes, why not? I'm making $5,000 a month, and after my monthly expenses, I'm saving up to $3,000. $1 million, at my current salary, I'd need to save almost 28 years. And that's not even counting a headache in between, that's even less money to save. Don't say it's just losing half of my body hair, even if it's total baldness, I'm willing. The man being interviewed said hastily. Hearing him say that, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. This is not coming. For someone from an extremely well-off family, $1 million might not be on the radar. But $1 million is an astronomical amount for people from average families. Paying it back at such a cost they don't even care about is definitely a willingness. I've answered the question, may I ask where to collect the $1 million? The man being interviewed looked at Song Tianli and inquired. He'd seen similar interviews in short videos many times before. Each time he tried to ask, at a price he could pay, where the money would be collected. This man, you can't even give up money for the sake of dignity. You'll find out soon enough. Song Tianli laughed, took the microphone, and walked off with the doppelganger to somewhere else. In response, the one who was interviewed didn't say anything more and just turned around and left. Chapter 67 Teaching Imperial Language to Play with Cell Phones. Chapter 67 Teaching Imperial Language to Play with Cell Phones. The one who was interviewed just took Song Tianli's interview as a very ordinary one. Didn't even think that there would be a follow-up. After all, no one in their right mind would be so whimsical as to think that someone would actually give him $1 million for just giving an interview. Moreover, Song Tianli didn't even inquire about his bank card account, so naturally he wouldn't call him. However, what he didn't know was that Song Tianli didn't ask about his bank card account though. However, he had his bilocation take a picture of his appearance and sent it to Qiansheng in the first place. Have Shansong run the guy's bank account and make $1 million call. Of course, it was called through a secret account. Even if the other side had the intention to check, they would not be able to find out anything at all. With the Song family's arrangement in Qianzhou over the years, it was simply too easy to look up information about a person based on their appearance. When the man saw the arrival message of the bank card, the whole man was confused. He then felt the hair on his body start to fall off. He scratched his hand through his hair and realized that there was a lot of it in one grab. He hastily took out his cell phone and acted as a mirror to observe himself. He noticed that his eyebrows, hair, and beard had all thinned by half. Of course, it's only thinned by half. Not half yes, half no. It was more than a little comforting to his heart. When your hair is thinning, a perm makes it look like there's more. Eyebrows can be tattooed. The beard is shaved every day, it doesn't matter at all. $1 million, ha ha ha, I have $1 million. The man said with a bit of ecstasy. $1 million wasn't particularly much, but it was enough for him to do a lot of things. In the future, if he doesn't like his boss, he'll just start disliking him. Big deal, get a new job. It's a good thing he only has $1 million, if he had $10 million, he'd dare to hit his boss. You can't tell anyone about this kind of thing. Just sneak it in yourself. Meanwhile, when the man received $1 million hit, Song Tianli felt that his scalp itched. It seems like it's going to grow a brain. No, it's going to grow hair. This scene suddenly made him think of the Empress Dowager in some anime. He used to have a lot of hair, and now half of it has grown out, no less than some people have. That way, he won't have to wear a wig and draw on his eyebrows in the future. During Song Tianli's interview, he used a transformation technique, so no one noticed. He goes quietly, as he comes quietly. With a wave of his sleeve, he waved out $1 million in deposits. There are not many interviewers like him, but there are still some in God's country. So, it doesn't seem weird, and absolutely no one would associate it with him. When he returned to the villa, Starlight was still playing the game, and Tian was sitting on the sofa, watching the TV and fidgeting. Tio, I got you a cell phone. In the future, you can also use the internet to have a general understanding of the era we are living in now. At the same time, it can also pass the time.
Song Tianli said as he handed Du a cell phone. Good. In response, Emperor's words did not refuse. Earlier in the day, she'd seen Starlight with her cell phone, having a good time. She was actually quite curious, but didn't ask Song Tianli, much less Starlight. She was feeling a bit like some people now, living in a relative's house, in a foster home. Although her relatives are very kind to her, she knows better than to ask them for anything. Relatives gave her food and she took it. If it wasn't given, she wouldn't have offered to ask for it. Anyone who has lived in a relative's home for a while basically understands how she feels. I'll teach you how to use a cell phone first. Yes. So, for the next period of time, Song Tianli began to tell Emperor language, how to call, how to chat, how to brush short videos, how to search. Du was very smart, and after Song Tianli had taught her once, she was able to memorize it. Slowly, a small smile grew on her face, which had been a bit forlorn. Cell phones do increase one's smile, as many have proven. Song Tianli was very patient in teaching Tu to play with his cell phone. Because, in the process of teaching each other to play with the cell phone, you can increase the bond between two people. Of course, he wasn't thinking of a relationship between a man and a woman, but between friends. When the relationship between the two grew better, then this thigh, he counted on holding it tighter. A tight thigh hug can only do him good, no harm. This was also why he made sure to reside in a villa with Starlight, the Emperor's language, and didn't find a place to meddle up like he did before. The relationship can only get better when you live under the same roof. For the rest of my life, there will be plenty of time. But time to cultivate a relationship with these two big men is not something that just happens. Starlight has amnesia now, so maybe at some point, because of some opportunity, she'll regain her memory. Once Starlight's memory returned, Song Tianli felt that he would definitely leave. Empyrean hadn't lost her memories, but she was a former princess of the human race and still had a mission on her shoulders. It's also quite possible, for whatever reason, to just leave suddenly. Once they leave, things may not be the same when they meet again. He took advantage of the time he had before they left to behave properly. When night fell, Song Tianli appeared in the basement of the villa. The villa he was currently living in was built by the Song family. He had wondered a long time ago if he would have to live in a villa someday, for some reason. So, he had also made arrangements long ago. The basement of this villa is large and has 2 secret passages for access. If Song Tianli needed anything, the Song family could send it in through the secret passage at the first opportunity. At this moment, Song Tianli had split out 130 doppelgangers, surrounding a green crystal stone, and was cultivating. After his workout over the past few days, the strength of his fleshly body was already able to withstand the simultaneous cultivation of 130 doppelgangers. The green crystal in the very center was the very same one he had previously obtained in Shinong Ridge. 10 times the efficiency, green crystals, 130 detachments. With all of this stacked up, Song Tianli's cultivation speed was already unimaginably fast. If it wasn't for the fact that the strength of his physical body was still weak and couldn't withstand too many detachments, then the speed of his cultivation would have increased by several times. The doppelganger was cultivating, and Song Tianli's main body was lying on a sofa in the basement, swiping his cell phone. This Goldfinger ability of mine can only randomize, not arrange a script. I don't know what kind of thing that would be considered a script. Song Tianli thought as he swiped his cell phone. In a subjective sense, any plan that he, or he has someone arrange, can be considered a script. If these don't count as scripts, he could totally mobilize the Song family and have them shoot tons of multiple choice videos. That way, the cost can be under his control. Or, go to a posting bar and start a thread that leads to some similar posts. Chapter 68, Burning 1 Day of Life to Enhance 1% of Ability. Chapter 68, Burning 1 Day of Life to Enhance 1% of Ability. Thinking about it, he decided to try it first. He opened the posting, registered an account using someone else's ID and made a post. What kind of superpowers do you wish you had? He didn't dare to post too bluntly, it would be easy to expose. He uses other trumpets to channel it and eventually get others to respond to the kind of form of post he wants. He sifted through some of it. If you could be invincible, but have to lose a hair, would you be willing to do that? If you could be omniscient, but have to remain a humanoid or humanoid creature forever, and could not take any other form, would you be willing to do so? If I give you $1 billion, but you can't touch a woman for the rest of your life, and if you do, you'll die, will you be willing to do that? When Song Tianli saw these multiple choice questions, the ability to choose the willing option did not appear before him. Sure enough, any ability choice that is triggered by oneself can be considered scripted. There would be no choice.
This should be determined by cause and effect. Where the cause is caused by me, then I have no choice, no matter what kind of effect there is. This put an end to Song Tianli's whimsical attempts to find countless people to arrange abilities for himself. Come to think of it, if this really worked, then the other chosen of God, straight up, couldn't play. He could arrange his own script, one ability choice, and be directly invincible to the world. When the time comes, he will dictate the ages and arrange everything in minutes.
I'd better cultivate honestly, my current cultivation speed, it's not slow anymore. Song Tianli had now opened up the fifth divine deposit within his body.
According to this current cultivation speed, at most the day after tomorrow, he was afraid that he would be able to condense his first Chifu. Once he condensed his Chi mansion, he would be considered a bird in the hand, and his strength would take a qualitative leap. Moreover, the most important point was that after his strength broke through to the Chifu realm, he would be able to fly. You'll also be able to use the skill Flying Thunder God. It's a spatial skill, and many times, it will have an unexpected effect. After condensing the second Chifu, one should be able to use the initial state of Susanoo. Song Tianli said to himself. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. This kind of joy is simply unimaginable to the average person. Just then, Song Tianli, who was brushing his cell phone, suddenly saw a very interesting multiple-choice question. If for every day of your life you burned yourself, you could increase 1% of one of your abilities, would you be willing to do that? For this multiple-choice question, Song Tianli didn't make an immediate choice, but began to calculate. 1 day of life for a 1% increase in a particular ability. In other words, 100 days of lifespan doubles an ability. A year's life is able to be enhanced a little more than 3 times. Song Tianli was now at the strength of the 5 hidden realms, and as long as he wasn't killed, he could still live for at least 100 years. If burning 1 day of one's life could increase one's life expectancy by 1%, or 1 year, it would definitely be a blood profit. In this way, the bug can be stuck repeatedly. 1 day for a year, and then continue to burn a day's life for a year. As this kept on converting, Song Tianli's lifespan could be endless. Then he can use his endless lifespan to empower himself 1,000 times over. So much so, it's unthinkable. Even with my conceptual gold finger, there shouldn't be a bug like this. Despite saying that, Song Tianli still chose to be willing. This is also a conceptual ability. Enhancements of 1%, usually the larger the base, the more enhancements. For example, an increase of 100 by 1% is an increase of 1. But a million increased by 1%, that's a 10,000 increase. This ability doesn't cost anything if you don't use it. So, he can keep it for now. In the future, in case he encountered a blood-earning ability, he could burn his lifespan to enhance it. Moreover, in the future, as his strength continued to grow, his lifespan would slowly increase. When he lived long enough, he would then use his lifespan in exchange for an enhancement of a certain ability, which would also be a blood moneymaker. Burn 1 day of your life and enhance your lifespan by 1%. Although he knew it shouldn't work, Song Tianli still wanted to try. He took a chance and tried it. In the unlikely event that it works, then you can start jamming bugs. After trying it, nothing happened, he didn't feel the lifespan burning. As it turns out, you really can't get stuck with bugs. Longevity is an objective thing, not an ability. With today's ability selection now over, Song Tianli put away his phone and began his workout. Exercise alone strengthens the physical body. Just after she had just worked out for a while, suddenly Tu appeared in front of him. It was very sudden and without warning. After she appeared, she didn't look at Song Tianli, but instead looked at the green crystals that were surrounded by Song Tianli's many doppelgangers. What's wrong, Emperor Language? Song Tianli's main body realized the presence of Emperor Language at the first moment and got up to ask. Where did you get this beast crystal? Du asked, pointing at the green crystal. It's in the middle of the woods where you're sleeping. It was being pilgrimed by the many animals in the midst of the Shinnong Ridge at the time, and was stolen by the man I killed earlier. I took it back from him, again. You recognize this thing? Song Tianli inquired. He had heard very clearly just now that the imperial language called this thing a beast crystal. This thing belonged to my father. It's what he uses to keep his spirit beasts in captivity. The emperor's words were not surprising. Then can this thing be used? Song Tianli asked hurriedly. What was given to the spirit beasts, he absorbed quite a bit. If something goes wrong here, then he won't have anywhere to cry. People could have used it, but in our time, no one would have wanted to use such a thing. Well. Too inferior. T-Words thought for a moment, not coming up with a particularly appropriate word for that kind of statement.
Isn't that understandable?
Livestock in our time, say, hogs, cows and sheep, all eat one kind of feed.
By eating this feed, these animals can grow better and more robust. People can eat this feed if they want to.
But usually, it's the kind of feed that no one would bother with, because not only does it taste bad, it's not very nutritious. Eating too much is not life-threatening, but it is prone to unexpected problems. As much as possible, Song Tianli used his own words to describe what the emperor's words were trying to convey.
Pretty much. Imperial language said with a nod. Seeing Diyu nodding his head, Song Tianli instantly had a face as unpleasant as eating a fly.
P.S. If someone sees that the name of the protagonist is accidentally written as Wang Clamor, don't be offended, because Lao Tang is also writing another book. The protagonist is called Wang Clamor, the book title Village Chief, My Villagers Are All Invincible Big Brother, another style. Interested can go to take a look.
Chapter 69 Opening Up a Small Space. Chapter 69 Opening Up a Small Space.
After half a day, Song Tianli had been eating fodder and was complacent. Thinking that he had snagged himself a very good treasure that could enhance the speed of cultivation. At this time, he didn't know for a moment if he should let his doppelganger continue with his cultivation.
It's a human being. Sometimes not knowing is a good thing. Just like certain foods, if you don't know what it's made of, you eat it. Once you know, you can't eat anymore.
After thinking about it, Song Tianli made his doppelgangers all stop cultivating. Knowing that the crystals were fodder, he could no longer absorb them with the same peace of mind as before.
Diyu, since there are crystals that are absorbed by spirit beasts, aren't there also crystals that can be absorbed by people? Song Tianli looked at Diyu and asked. Naturally, there is. Emperor Language nodded. Well, do you have one? Or do you know where there is one? Just the crystals absorbed by the spirit beasts already had such an effect. What kind of increase would that crystal that could be absorbed by people from the era of the Emperor's language have? I had it in the old days, but now I don't have it. Empyrean said with a bit of regret. Don't you have a space ring or something? It contains some treasures from your time. Logically speaking, as a former princess of the human race, Diyu should have countless treasures in her hands. According to the power of the human race in that era, casually taking out one thing would be an unimaginable treasure in this era. Take this beast crystal for example. In those days, it was just fodder for captive spirit animals. But in this day and age, it's a pilgrimage item for many animals in the Shinong Ridge. One is called a spirit animal and the other is called an animal, and that's the biggest difference. What's a space ring? Empyrean asked, once again puzzled. It's a tool used to store objects, like this one hanging around my neck. Song Tianli said, and showed it to Diyu. He has a space ring, he doesn't wear it, he hangs it in a string around his neck. Alas, it is play. Of course, the main reason why Song Tianli did this was because among the 9 states, space rings were a rarity, and there were very few people who owned them. His previous persona was just a guy who lived in the ghetto. If he wore the spatial ring on his hand, in case someone who knew what he was doing saw it, it would be easy to be suspicious of his identity, and his identity. In order to eliminate this possibility, he just kept the space ring strung up on an extremely strong string, wearing it around his neck and hiding it in his clothes. That way the average person won't even notice. If someone had accidentally seen it, he'd already thought of something to say. It was a relic left to him by his grandfather, and he couldn't wear it on his hand, only in his neck. And, in order for this lie not to be exposed, he had arranged to play, long ago, for his nominal grandparents to pass away. If we want to store items, we can just open up a small space. Without tools. Just like that. The Emperor's language said, and his palm traced in the air. In an instant, a spatial crack appeared in front of her, and the cell phone flew out from within the spatial crack. Can all the people of your era do this? Song Tianli asked with a bit of envy. To open up space with his bare hands, how strong must this strength be? Not really, only as an adult. In the space I opened up before, I did contain something. However, I have slept for tens of thousands of years, and I cannot reinforce the space that I have opened up during this period. That space has been assimilated, and what was inside has disappeared. Emperor Language also said with a bit of regret. There were a lot of her favorite items in that space back then. That was her stash before she was an adult. Space can still be assimilated? That means my space ring, then, isn't particularly safe. Maybe at some point, what's inside will also disappear into thin air? Song Tianli asked somewhat tentatively.
Many of the things in his spatial ring were extraordinarily precious. If this is gone, he has no place to cry. The stronger the strength, the more stable the space opened up. I've only just reached adulthood, and the space I've opened up will only last for about 500 years. A space like the one my father opened up would last 10,000 years. This spatial ring you are using now, the principle should be the same. It has a lifespan, too, except that people in your time have shorter lifespans. You guys will die before the lifespan of the spatial ring is consumed.
Imperial speech analyzed.
Hearing her say that, the corners of Song Tianli's mouth stiffened.
Blame it on the short time they've lived. Then people in our era should be able to open up small spaces like you after their strength has risen to a certain realm, right? Song Tianli asked.
That's a given, it's not hard to open up small spaces.
People of your time should be able to do that.
The space ring, while it is indeed a good item, there are some special places that are susceptible to it. For example, if the space is not too stable, you can't take the item out of the spatial ring properly. If you take it out by force, there's a risk of damage to the item or damage to the spatial ring. So, as soon as you're able, you'll definitely open up a small space on your own. It's kind of a trend. All of this was just speculation on the part of Emperor's language. She was making an inference based on her own experience, whether or not, she didn't know. After all, she didn't know much about this era yet. Then if a person can manage to open up a small space, doesn't it mean that his strength is the same as that of the people of your time, when they came of age? If that was truly the case, then one could rely on that to be able to roughly determine the gap between the strongest people of their era and the strongest people of Emperor Tung's era. Although the people of your era are weaker, the space of this era is not far from our time. The difficulty of opening up a small space is the same.
Emperor's words replied.
Finally, something that's the same in both eras. Though the same thing just proves how weak adults are in this day and age.
But Song Tianli was still quite happy. This beast crystal, are you going to take it? He then asked, pointing at the green crystals in the basement. You keep it. Still, try not to absorb the energy inside if you can. Although it won't be a problem now, I can't say if it will be a problem when more energy is absorbed. Tu left after saying this. She wasn't scaring Song Tianli, but she really didn't know. It's like, a normal person wouldn't know what would become of a person's body if they kept eating fodder. Chapter 70, the number 2. Chapter 70, the number 2. After Du left, Song Tianli put away the beast crystal.
He was a person who listened to advice very well, and since Du said that he would try not to absorb the energy within the beast crystals, then he wouldn't. But there's no denying that this thing is a gem.
Only, it's for spirit animals. If you use it to trap people in the future, you can still sell it for a good price. Song Tianli said to himself.
Inside, he had already figured out how to pit people. It's just that there's no plan yet as to who should be pitched. If he could, the person he wanted to pit against the most was Yi Qingtian. The sad thing was that he hadn't found out where Yi Qingtian was yet. Once he finds out, that's when he'll go on a revenge spree. This little brat, he won't rest until he's screwed. Without the beast crystals, Song Tianli could only use his doppelganger to cultivate. With 130 detachments, plus 10 times the efficiency of doing things, the cultivation speed could only be increased to 1,300 times. Although the cultivation speed was not slow, Song Tianli was still not too content. It wasn't that he was greedy, but he felt that the tolerance of his fleshly body hadn't reached the limit of his cultivation speed. He was now at the 5 hidden realms. The 5 hidden realms could split into 1,000 doppelgangers. If, for example, 1,000 of his doppelgangers cultivated at the same time, plus 10 times the efficiency, that would be 10,000 times the cultivation speed. That's what Song Tianli's expected value is. Just now, I should have asked Emperor's language if there are any cultivation techniques to enhance the physical body. I rely on my own exercise, and it's still a little slow. Every time he exercised now, he could increase the strength of his fleshly body by a little bit. Over this period of time, the strength of his physical body had increased a lot. However, it still couldn't catch up with the speed at which he was absorbing energy. I'll burn a year of my lifespan first to boost the ability to enhance my fleshly body. With that, Song Tianli made his move. Soon, he felt as if something was slipping out of his body. At this moment, he clearly perceived the existence of his lifespan. He'll live another 96 years if he dies an unnatural death. It was about what he expected.
Having just burned a year of my life, I'll only live 95 years.
However, his ability to enhance his fleshly body had also increased by more than 3 times. With ability enhancement, it's stacking on top of the very first ability, not stacking on top of it after it's been stacked. It's like, after 100 enhances 1%, it's 101. Again, if you increase by 1%, it's 100 times 102%, not 101 times 101%. In this way, Song Tianli's ability to enhance his fleshly body reached more than 13 times. 10 times the efficiency of the office, plus more than 3 times what you get for burning a year of your life. It's just a shame that this can't be stacked, or else it wouldn't be 10 plus 3, it would be 10 times 3. 13 times, or a little less. Thinking of this, Song Tianli clenched his teeth and burned 10 years of his lifespan once again. That would give him another 85 years to live. If he broke through the Chifu realm, his lifespan would be extended. That lost lifespan comes back. At this moment, his ability to enhance his fleshly body was raised to almost 50 times. So much for efficiency. Thinking of this, Song Tianli began to exercise his physical body. The stronger the physical body, the greater the number of detachments that could withstand cultivation. The more doppelgangers one cultivated at a time, the faster one's strength would grow. As strength continues to grow, it is possible to elevate the realm. The realm is elevated, and it extends life again. Lifespan is extended and can be used to enhance the ability to raise the physical body again. It's a virtuous circle, so to speak. When Song Tianli had just returned to the first floor after practicing all night, he received a message on top of his cell phone. Only Song Tianli himself knew that this message was sent by the Song family's housekeeper, Chen Shang. Usually, if it wasn't something more important, Shen Shang wouldn't take the initiative to send him a message. He opened his cell phone to see that it only had the number 2 on it. This number 2 represents the second most important thing. Song Tianli made a sort of order of things in the Song family. The first important thing was naturally something that concerned the Song family, or the survival of the members of the Song family. At first, when Song 13 was assassinated, he used a distress signal, showing the number 1. Although it was figured out later that it was a misunderstanding. The one those people wanted to assassinate wasn't Song 13, but Long Han. However, there were quite a few people from the Song family who acted at that time. This second most important thing was the record of the people he had previously instructed about the Divine Kingdom, which had changed more dramatically in the intervening period. In other words, it's who is likely to be the chosen one. Now Qian Shang had sent a number 2, which meant that he had already found at least one person who might be the chosen one. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and ordered a large plate of chicken with noodles, making a note of 2 special characters. It didn't take too long for a writer to deliver the takeout. Song Tianli opened the takeaway and found a stack of A4 paper inside, on which many words were densely recorded. Interspersed among them are many photographs. Song Tianli quickly skimmed through it. Wu Shouyuan, male, 21 years old. On top of this information, there were many accounts of Wu Shouyuan's deeds. Everything that has happened since I was a kid, up until last night, has been documented. Most of the deeds, they are sparse. All the events leading up to June 7th showed that Wu Shouyuan was an ordinary person, not even a cultivator. However, a lot of peculiar things have happened in recent times that are highlighted in red. On June 7th and 8th, 2 days disappeared for no reason. After returning on the evening of June 8th, he disappeared again on June 10th and appeared on June 11th. After seeing these 2 pieces of news, Song Tianli was already 30% certain that this Wu Shouyuan was a divine chosen. For June 7th and 8th were the very days that the divine gift was sent down. At that time, anyone who was chosen would be teleported into the middle of the divine chosen city to start the fight for the golden finger. Those who weren't chosen, even if they were strong, couldn't enter into the divine chosen city. This was also why, when the divine providence was first descended, those who were unsuspecting could only hide outside of the divine chosen city, but could not enter the city. The June 8th Goldfinger scramble ended when Wu Shouyuan showed up, which was just in time. It takes 3 days for the Goldfinger to fuse with the host, and on the 3rd day, it will be exposed. In this way, Wu Shouyuan disappeared again on June 10th. Understandably, he went to hide from his pursuers. As for how he managed to escape the others, this was something Song Tianli wasn't quite sure about. However, it was certain that any chosen of God, even those who only possessed the 3rd-class golden finger, were not oil-saving lamps. Don't underestimate any of the chosen. Because no one knew what the chosen of God's golden finger was, it was natural to be unclear about their means of avoiding pursuit.
Chapter 71 Analyzing Wu Xiu Yuan. Chapter 71 Analyzing Wu Xiu Yuan. Just like He Tianruwei from the delicious bistro back then, although he was not strong. But in the middle of his hotel, he could be invincible. The delicious bistro was the equivalent of his domain, and he could even block the 7 colored columns of light that were ejected when Goldfinger was exposed. So not only did he manage to avoid being hunted down when his golden finger was exposed, no one even realized that he was the chosen one at all. Except, of course, Song Tianli, the oldest 6. If Song Tianli hadn't guessed what He Tianruwei's golden finger was, he wouldn't have been able to kill him even if he knew that he was a chosen of God. It was a pity that once the divine ruler came out, all the various means of the divine chosen were useless. That's why, when He Tianruwei's golden finger was broken by Song Tianli's bite, he swung for the fences. Because it's useless for him to have any more means. Song Tianli took his lifeblood. After having 30% certainty, Song Tianli continued to read the information. June 12, playing games at the internet cafe all day. On June 13, while playing a game at an internet cafe, he was extorted by 3 punks, who ended up being knocked out in minutes. On June 14, playing games all day at an internet cafe. On June 15, the punk he had previously knocked out called in 8 people to surround him, and it took 30 seconds to knock out 8 people. On June 16, disguising his identity, he took out a ruby and sold it to a jewelry store for $10.88 million. Source of jewelry, unknown. On June 17, he passed the test and became a prospective disciple of the 4 seasons of Pompeii. On June 18, buy $20,000 worth of computers and play games at home all day. On June 19, a punch blew out a wall. June 20, played a full day of games at home. June 21, played a full day of games at home. June 22, played a full day of games at home. On June 23, stopped a runaway car with his bare hands. On June 24, the appearance changed and the height increased by about 3 centimeters. Seeing this information about Wu Xiu Yuan, Song Tianli's certainty that the other party was a chosen of God increased to 90%. Wu Xiu Yuan before June 7 was, by all accounts, an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. Without practicing, you can basically be considered a fine dog. However, after June 11, everything started to turn upside down for him. It's very different from before, both in its own right and financially. Of course, on the surface, Wu Xiu Yuan was as ordinary as ever. This was all because Song Tianli had activated Dark Shadow, or else it really wouldn't be easy to find out. The most important point was that the Shadow hadn't even found out where Wu Xiu Yuan's ruby came from. This suggests that the ruby's origins are extraordinary, and that it could have been created out of nothing. This kind of trick to create something out of nothing is something that the average person could not pull off if they wanted to. Only the chosen are possible. After analyzing all the factors, Song Tianli had a 90% certainty about Wu Xiu Yuan's identity as a divine chosen one. Of course, he didn't have any clue as to what kind of golden fingers the other party currently possessed. However, by analyzing the details of a person's life, one is able to analyze things related to Goldfinger. For example, he spent more time swiping short videos. If others knew about his identity as a chosen of God, and combined with his daily routine, it would be easy to analyze that his golden finger was related to short videos. Of course, that's not true. His golden handshake has nothing to do with short videos and everything to do with multiple choice questions. It's normal for his Goldfinger to be conceptual, and conceptual Goldfingers are harder to guess. And, with his more meticulous nature, no one would be able to detect his routine. After all, whether he was practicing or swiping his phone, he was in a more secluded place. There are diversions out there for cover. But, like He Tianruwei, it's different. After determining that He Tianruwei was a chosen one, Song Tianli was able to determine that his golden finger was related to cooking just by combining the other party's daily routine. Exactly how this is relevant will have to be analyzed line by line. Now, Song Tianli intended to analyze the possibilities related to Wu Xiu Yuan's golden finger in conjunction with his daily routine. Typically, the most the chosen one does in a day, besides sleeping and practicing, is usually related to the golden finger. For example, in addition to practicing and sleeping, he was swiping his phone and looking for multiple choice questions. What He Tianruwei did the most was cooking. The most this Wu Xiu Yuan has done since the 11th is play games. Although he has played games before, but not for this long in one day. Maybe, his golden finger is related to the game. Song Tianli began his analysis. Of course, this was just his guess and not certain. He needs more data to be able to analyze and come to more accurate conclusions.
It's just a pity that nowadays Wuxiu Yuan doesn't play games in internet cafes anymore, but buys computers and stays at home every day to play games. Otherwise, there's still a way to go sideways and get a word in edgewise. In the old days, Wuxiu Yuan's family was poor and didn't have a computer at all. It was after selling Ruby that I bought the computer. Thinking of this, Song Tianli took out his cell phone and sent 2 messages to Qian Shang. First, figure out what game he's playing. Second, buy the rubies he sold. Song Tianli thought carefully and felt that this ruby should be a breakthrough in guessing Wuxiu Yuan's golden finger. After all, the ruby's origins are a mystery. Once we figure out where the ruby came from, we might be able to determine the other side's golden handshake. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. According to his character, under normal circumstances, he would not risk his life. However, facing Wuxiu Yuan, he had to do it himself. Because he needed to use his ability to recognize lies to gauge the identity of Wuxiu Yuan's chosen one of God, as well as the possibilities associated with his golden finger. People are capable of disguises, and although the shadow could find out what Wuxiu Yuan had done, he was unable to judge the authenticity. Received. Very quickly, Song Tianli received a reply from Qian Shang. It's the same old rule, dark and windy night, murder and fire day. Song Tianli said as he looked at the sky after deleting the message sent by Qian Shang. It was just a little after dawn, and there was still a long way to go before late night. He decided that when it was dark, he would go and try to test Wuxiu Yuan. As for now, there's nothing to do, so I might as well sleep. Cultivating for a night allowed him to improve his strength by a large margin. But the exhaustion that comes with disarming the split is quite a bit. Sleep is the best way to relieve exhaustion. When Song Tianli woke up with a start, it was already noon. Starlight was still playing the game to herself, as she had done before. Tiu stood in the yard, cell phone in hand, posing. Song Tianli walked in before realizing that Diyu was actually making a short video. And the shot is of herself. Chapter 72. Diyu wants to make a short video. Chapter 72. Diyu wants to make a short video. With Diyu's white hair and flowing look, coupled with her outstanding face value, as well as her noble temperament, if she made short videos, it would be extremely appealing to some old colorful people. If Diyu really took selfies every day, I'm afraid it wouldn't take too long to attract a lot of fans. Just why would Diyu, as a former princess of the human race, do this? To be honest, it's a bit of a kick in the pants to do so. Of course, Song Tianli is not looking down on the personnel who shoot short videos. Everyone has their own way of living, not that shooting short videos is bad. Rather, it wasn't quite appropriate to do so in the capacity of the emperor's language. It's inappropriate for the number one head of a country to be scratching his head at a screen every day. Are you planning to take the Netflix route? Song Tianli appeared at Diyu's side and looked at her as he asked. Diyu had been playing with his cell phone for the past few days, so he had been able to understand what the term Netflix meant. Sort of. T Whisper replied. Why? Song Tianli asked in disbelief. My father was once the human emperor of the human race, and all of his power came from the human race. The more prestige he has in the human race, the more powerful he will be. While I was asleep, my father passed on the throne of the human emperor to me. So, I am now considered the human emperor of the human race. But I have just appeared in this age, and no one else knows anything about me except you. As the human emperor, I must find a way to make all the people of the human race aware of my existence. After the last few days of learning about your era, I realized that making short videos is the easiest way to let people in God's country know about me. It's also the most effective and convenient way. The more people who know about me, the more my strength, the faster it grows. Emperor Language explained. Hearing her explanation, a flash of realization appeared on Song Tianli's face. He then said, why would Diyu do such a thing? That's a reason he can understand. Diyu, actually, I can probably understand your current situation. And to be able to understand a little bit of what you're thinking. Although, you do have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders, you don't have to push yourself too hard and put yourself under too much pressure. After all, 10,000 years have passed, and the human race has grown up from its initial weakness after the degradation. Although most of them remain weak, there are still so many that have become giants and are supporting the human race. So, if you have something, you can just not carry it on your own. Say it, if I can help you, I will definitely do my best to help you. Song Tianli said to Diyu. Although true empathy did not exist in this world, he had experienced something similar. When he first crossed over, he was also ignorant of the world and wary of those around him. He is also slowly trying to open his heart and trust the people around him. As of today, there have been quite a few people that he could really trust. When Diyu heard Song Tianli say this, she didn't say anything and just looked at him fixedly. She did have a certain amount of trust in Song Tianli. After all, it was Song Tianli who had awakened her, led her away from the dungeon, and took her in again. However, because she was so unfamiliar with this era, she kept her guard up. Both to Song Tianli, nor could he be 100% convinced. It wasn't that she speculated about others with malice, but her experiences prevented her from trusting someone all at once. So how do you want to help me? After a while, T-Whisper asked. Smash it with money. Song Tianli said forcefully. He had an idea as soon as he realized what Diyu was planning to do. Short videos aren't like anything else, and if you're willing to throw money at it, you can get all the people who swipe on short videos to do so, again and again. What do you mean? The Emperor's language was puzzled. She already knew what money stood for in this day and age, but she didn't understand how exactly she was supposed to hit it with money. You may not know much about running short videos. Short-form video playback is something that can be paid for. 100 Shenzhou coins can be smashed out for 5,000 plays. If the leverage effect plays out well, 100 Divine State coins can even smash out hundreds of thousands of plays. The users of short videos in God's country are about 600 million to 1 billion. Let's even calculate it at 1 Divine State dollar and by 50 plays. A billion plays is only 20 million. Paying a mere $20 million will make you a household name. Song Tianli analyzed. For others, 20 million is a bit much. But for the Song family, $20 million was nothing. After all, the Song family's nominal young master, Song 13, had been randomly rewarded with millions and millions of dollars before. In a year, I'm afraid that the amount of Divine State coins rewarded out is no less than 100 million. Spending $20 million now to get Imperial word seen by all short-form video users isn't much of a stretch. Tian opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Regarding the things that Song Tianli said, although she didn't listen to too much, but seeing how confident he was, she always felt that it made sense, and that it could definitely be realized. Well, do you think it's okay? Song Tianli asked. If you're truly confident, then do as you wish. Diyu agreed with Song Tianli's approach. Anyway, it wouldn't do her any harm to do so. There was nothing else she could do at the moment. In case it works wonders, it's a windfall. Alright, if you agree, then you'll do as I say. Song Tianli suddenly said with a little bit of excitement. Next, Tiyu could do as he wanted and cooperate with him in making short videos. Thinking about it made him a little impatient. Tiyu's face value, coupled with her noble temperament, as well as some of his creativity, hadn't directly taken all the users. By then, both men and women will fall under Her Majesty. Tiyu, a nickname is needed for short video shoots. Are you just going to call it Imperial language, or are you going to come up with a different name? Song Tianli then asked. It's called Imperial language. I am the human emperor, so the human race should naturally know my true name. The emperor's words replied. Okay, I get it. Just wait, in 3 days at the most, I'll make the 2 words, Imperial language, spread throughout the entire divine continent. Song Tianli said with confidence. After saying this, he said a word to Diyu and left. He then left and headed to the mall. Because he had to buy some clothes, props, and filming tools that he would need for the shoot. The others hadn't seen Tiyu, so he needed to be the personal gatekeeper for the size of the clothes and such. Since this doesn't involve Goldfinger, he doesn't have to lay low. Of course, shapeshifting still had to be used. P.S. Note that T-Whisper is only a female character, not the main female character. Chapter 73-3 Short Videos. Chapter 73-3 Short Videos. It didn't take too long for Song Tianli to buy a video camera, a computer, and several sets of costumes. Before he crossed over, he studied computer programming in college. However, he didn't go on to become a programmer after graduation, but stepped into the industry of short videos. At the time, short videos were just emerging, and it was safe to say that everything was winding down. He is very knowledgeable when it comes to word creation because he has been trying to write novels since he was in high school. As a result, was hired as a screenwriter to plan and script short videos. As a behind-the-scenes crew, their team brought out several internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers. The number of internet celebrities with over 1 million followers is even more numerous. During his working life, he also taught himself several skills such as editing, filming, and directing. It's no exaggeration to say that he, alone, can hold up what a team has to do. He just didn't expect that after crossing over to the Divine Land, after many years, he would have to operate his old profession again. For this, Song Tianli was still quite happy. For him, it's not the short videos he shoots, it's the sentiment. We'll just shoot 3 short videos in total. First, explain who you are. Next, do whatever I say. After buying the stuff back, Song Tianli said to Du. He had come up with the script long before he left for the mall and on his way back. Good. Emperor Language nodded. She really didn't know anything about short videos, so she could only listen to Song Tianli's arrangement. Once everything was ready, Song Tianli began filming. First video. 2 groups of people dressed in black and white were fighting. Among them, the crowd dressed in white kept losing ground and was eventually surrounded by the crowd dressed in black. Darkness will eventually cover the land, and mankind will become slaves. Do you choose to surrender, or die? A man dressed in black and wearing a hideous mask said in an evil tone. There are only humans who die in battle, not slaves who surrender. We vow to die and surrender. A man dressed in white said. Swear to surrender. Swear to surrender. The rest shouted in unison. Then we'll send you on your way. Shoot to kill. The man in the mask said loudly. As his order was given, the many black-clothed men then rushed towards the white-clothed man. Boom! Right at this moment, a pillar of light descended from the sky and landed in front of the man in black. In an instant, all the black-clothed men who rushed over all flew backwards. Who is the visitor? The man in the mask raised his head and questioned loudly. The queen of the people, the emperor's word. At that moment, a majestic voice appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, a woman wearing a crown on her head and imperial robes descended from the sky. She didn't land fast, but her robes were windless and she looked domineering. We welcome the empress. The white-clothed man at the head of the group hurriedly half-kneeled and said. We greet the queen. We greet the queen. We greet the queen. And the rest of the white-robed men hurriedly shouted in unison. Their voices rose and fell, and although there were only dozens of them, they were imposing. Anyone who offends my human race will be executed even though they are far away. With that, Tu said, he launched an attack on those black-clothed men. For a time, flying sand and stones, the sky and earth changed color, and in the blink of an eye, all of the black-clothed men were all obliterated. From today onwards, the human race is under my guardianship. Du turned around, looked at the camera, and said in a domineering manner. At this point, the camera gets further and further away from Tu's original, reflecting Tu's dominance, his face value, to the fullest. Song Tianli uses the best lenses and shoots every frame that doubles as wallpaper. This plot might seem a bit cliched if it was on the blue planet. But put it in God's country and it's rather bombastic. The lines are also quite overbearing. And the episode, in a half-truth, explains the identity of Emperor's language. Whisper, we're done with the first video. When I go back and tinker with it a little, it'll be ready for publication. Next, let's start shooting the second video. Song Tianli said. Those black-clothed men and white-clothed men just now were all his doppelgangers. With the alter ego, there's no need to hire a group actor at all. And, all of this without dangling, without special effects, giving a great visual impact. Song Tianli is confident that the plot, filming techniques, filming equipment, money attack, a combination of factors, the emperor language of this video is bound to explode. He could even predict what the comment section would say. The phrases "we welcome the empress" and "those who violate our race will be executed even if they are far away" will surely explode the entire comment section. It's his instinct as a screenwriter who has made multiple breakout videos. Good. Emperor language nodded. She also thought the rendition she just did was pretty good. At least it was much, much better than what she had imagined herself shooting. The second video, the content is much simpler. The emperor's language was armed with a lance and wearing armor, but still wearing a crown on his head. Evil spirits have descended, and the people are not happy. Are you willing to fight with me? The emperor spoke forcefully. Zhang San of Qianzhou, willing to follow the empress. Taimei Kai of Kunzu was willing to follow the empress. Zhang Nan of Burgundy, willing to follow the empress. Li Chie of Kanzhou, willing to follow the empress. Xin Feng of the Central State, willing to follow the empress. Lin Bei of Sundown State, willing to follow the empress.
The many humongous generals played by Song Tianli's bilocations shouted one after another. T-Whisper then turned his head and looked at the camera once more. By my strength, by my wish, by my blood, I offer myself as a sacrifice, only for the destruction of the enemy, though I die. Kill! Emperor's speech said, and rushed forward with his lance in hand. Behind him, a multitude of humongous generals followed close behind. Third video content. Du was covered in blood, holding a long spear, half kneeling on the ground, looking seriously injured. She was surrounded by severed limbs and arms, and looked bloody as hell. The Empress of the human race, Empyrean language, asks for another battle. She said, leaning on her spear and standing up with great difficulty. Only, just as she stood up, she spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then her body fell straight down. My people, I'm sorry, I tried my best. The lance in Empyrean's hand fell to the ground, and she said with lax eyes. Pulling his head slowly away, T-Whisper's body collapsed next to the many corpses. When the last end of the shot was finished, a trace of sadness suddenly flashed within Song Tianli's heart. Because he feared that one day the scene he had just filmed would become present. The reason he designed such a script was not just to account for the identity of Tu. More importantly, he hoped that if and when that day did come, there would be a lot of people who would follow the imperial word. For the sake of the human race, I have no regrets even though I die. Tragedy is always easy to empathize with. It's just that he's very reluctant to have that last scene become true. Chapter 74 The Source of the Human Emperor's Ability. Chapter 74 The Source of the Human Emperor's Ability. Du, for the third short video, let's reshoot it with a different script. Suddenly, Song Tianli said to Du. He didn't want the end of Ti-Wu to really be that way, so he wanted to rewrite it. Nah, I think the third video is pretty good. This may be my fate in the future. What Song Tianli didn't expect was for Du to refuse. She seemed to sense something and didn't look in a very high mood. No, the third video has to be res hot. It's not your destiny, it's just a script I wrote on a whim. Since it's a script, it can be modified. I'm the writer and the director, so listen to me. The third video is reshot. Song Tianli said very firmly at this time. With a tone like that, it would never occur to anyone who knew him well that he was talking about just a short video. There's no need for that. Emperor's speech said as he shook his head once again. If you don't, then I won't publish the video that was shot earlier. He couldn't beat the imperial language in a fight, so he could only threaten in such a way. Alright then. T-Words had to compromise. Refilmed short videos with simpler content. Under a mountain, the crowd was frolicking and relaxing. The camera pulls farther and farther away, eventually appearing on a mountain of breathtaking beauty. The camera slowly moves up from the mountain, and the emperor's language, dressed in emperor's robes, slowly appears. She stood at the top of the hill, overlooking the crowds of people frolicking and playing at the bottom. The people live in peace and happiness, this emperor is satisfied. After saying this, T-Se turned his body, and the camera switched instantly. Originally dressed in imperial robes, Du put on a red dress and danced on top of the mountain. For the dance, T-Whisper had learned. The dance she was doing now was classical and full of flavor. And every move exudes nobility and dominance. It can be said that seconds kill all the dancers in God's country. Tio tells him that this dance is exclusive to their family. Also known as the royal dance. Only jump up when something universal happens. Song Tianli took the opportunity to shoot a short video and had a great time. Only after shooting the 3 videos did Song Tianli and Du go back. The footage shot doesn't need special effects, just a little editing, some music, and it's ready to be uploaded. For these, Song Tianli was lightly familiar. So, it didn't take long for him to finish editing 3 short videos. The first one uploaded, naturally. Once it was uploaded, he passed on the message to Shansong, and then began the process of dropping money and running the operation. The Song family has made their business so big over the years, so they naturally have their own means. They utilized some means that others couldn't inquire about, and very quickly, Du's video exploded on various short video platforms. As Taiyu's first video went viral, her follower count went through the roof. Looking at the number of fans rubbing up in the background, Song Tianli turned his head to look at Du. How about all this fan growth, is it working for you? It's working, I can already feel my strength starting to grow. It's just that, because of the people nowadays, they are all too weak, so my strength isn't growing very fast. Emperor language said.
The stronger the people who knew her, the more feedback they gave her, and the faster her strength grew. However, the strength of the people in the divine continent now was far too different compared to the people 10,000 years ago. As a result, the growth of Emperor's language's strength was not generally slow. The good thing is, it's slow, but it's growing. The people of the divine land are weaker, but they are better in numbers. A little goes a long way, and quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. When enough people know about you, the speed at which your strength grows naturally becomes faster.
Song Tianli said.
After his previous chat with Empyrean, he knew that in Empyrean's time and their time, the population did not exceed 10 million. And now, the population of the Divine Kingdom, which is more than 1 billion, has increased by hundreds of times.
It does add up.
Looking at Du, Song Tianli's heart suddenly felt that this ability of Du's was a bit like that of a chosen one. For example, Goldfinger is using his popularity to enhance his strength. The higher the visibility, the faster the strength grows. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that it was like a Goldfinger. Empyrean, you said earlier that while you were asleep, your father passed the human emperor throne to you.
Is it only after you became a human emperor that you possessed this ability where the more people who know about you, the faster your strength grows? Song Tian ideally thought about it and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yes. According to my father, this ability can only be mastered by successive human emperors. Emperor Language replied. And do you know how this ability was born? Or rather, what is the principle of this ability? Though it's a bit reckless to ask. But he felt that with his relationship with Du nowadays, if he asked, Du shouldn't think much of it. This ability, it was there before my father. Exactly how it was born, I'm not sure. What the principle is, I don't know.
The Emperor's Language questioned the three unknowns. Although she had lived for 180 years, she wouldn't have paid much attention to this at all before because she had never been an adult and was carefree. She, the so-called human emperor, was also unknowingly and passively accepted.
So, Song Tianli didn't say anything else.
If this ability of the so-called successive human emperors was in fact a golden finger inheritance, then this meant that the golden finger had existed for a very long time.
It's not something that's only appeared on the divine continent over the years.
According to the information he had gotten, in recent years, Goldfinger had appeared once every 100 years.
The number of gold fingers that appear each time is indeterminate.
Although between the chosen of God, there was competition, basically encountering, you will die.
In the end, the chosen one who survives is not necessarily just the only one. Like he and He Tianrui did.
Therefore, it was possible that in certain unknown corners of the divine continent, there were still gods chosen who had survived before. They could, of course, have become gods. After all, the divine continent had always been a place where the goal of many cultivators was to become a god.
He knew too little information now to analyze anything about this area.
Moreover, knowing this kind of thing wouldn't do Song Tianli any good, but rather increase his anxiety for nothing.
Life advice, it's hard to be confused.
Thus, Song Tianli shook his head, putting all these thoughts in his mind, behind him.
His current level was still a long way from knowing these things.
The most important thing for him right now was to find a way to raise his strength. When his strength rose up, the level he was exposed to would naturally be higher. In time, the information that is learned grows. At the moment, he closed his eyes and began to wait for darkness. After dark, he was going to meet Wu Xiu Yuan for a while.
Chapter 75 Making up a Heavenly Father out of Thin Air. Chapter 75 Making up a Heavenly Father out of Thin Air.
Darkness crept in, as if the earth had been veiled in black.
Tonight the clouds cover the moon, so it's dark. Song Tianli took advantage of the night and quietly left the villa.
It didn't take too long for him to arrive near Wu Xiu Yuan's house.
Still the same as before when he explored the delicious bistro, he split into two doppelgangers, one in front of the other, and headed towards Wu Xiu Yuan's house. With his current strength, the doppelganger couldn't be too far away from the main body. Once the distance is too far, the split dissipates.
Otherwise, Song Tianli wouldn't have traveled so far on his own, and would have just let his doppelganger come directly.
Wu Xiu Yuan's family was in a bad condition, living in a place that was not much better than the slum area Song Tianli had lived in before. Although now he had sold the ruby and gotten tens of millions of divine coins. However, he did not purchase a house and continues to live in a ramshackle house. He also knew that becoming too rich all of a sudden would definitely attract some attention. He must first live and develop obscenely. The chosen of God are all old sixes, and that, one does not need to be taught. Song Tianli's doppelganger went through a disguise and entered Wu Xiuyuan's house. At this time, Wu Xiuyuan was still playing the game and looked to be in excellent condition. Since Song Tianli didn't play online games, he didn't recognize what the game on Wu Xiuyuan's computer was. He approached his opponent cautiously, intending to strike a blow. However, at this very moment, all of a sudden, Song Tianli's doppelganger felt that his body was bound by something and was unable to move at all. Meanwhile, Wu Xiuyuan, who was playing the game, sensed something and looked over. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Wu Xiuyuan asked as he looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger. "What kind of demonic spell is this? Quickly let go of me or I'll get you killed," Song Tianli said as he revealed a fierce look. His current persona is that of an unsuspecting home invader. He struggled with all his might as he spoke, but he realized that his body wasn't listening to him at all. He was still under his own control, except for his mouth and brain, which were, in every way, fixed. He felt as if he had turned into a rock. "Sneaking in here in the middle of the night, I don't think it's a good person. In that case, die." Rage explosion. Wu Xiuyuan said and raised his palm. Only a pillar of blood-red light was seen erupting from his hand. In an instant, Song Tianli's detachment was destroyed. When the split was destroyed, all the information was fed back into Song Tianli's main body. Definitely a divine chosen. This time, Song Tianli raised the possibility of Wu Xiuyuan being a divine chosen to 100%. If he wasn't a chosen one, it was impossible for him to have the means he had just used. Not only was he able to immobilize himself, he was also able to destroy his detachment with the lift of a hand. That strike just now had at the very least the strength of the 4 hidden realms. Wu Xiuyuan before June 7th was an ordinary person. To be able to have such great strength in such a short period of time, one could only be a chosen of God. If it's the chosen one, let's have some fun. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli said, once again splitting out numerous doppelgangers. He was only here today to test the other party's bottom line, so it was important to force the other party's hand as much as possible. In this way, he could get to know each other better. Song Tianli's split-off doppelganger used the transformation technique and turned into countless black-robed men in black nightclothes. Very quickly, these black-clothed men surrounded all of Wu Xiuyuan's home. "Wu Xiuyuan, after our investigation, we have been convinced that you are a chosen of God. Now I'll give you a chance to serve our Heavenly Father. Otherwise, we will kill you on the spot today," one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said. It was a reason for action he had just come up with. When he said that, it was easy to think that they were an organization. "Since you know I'm the chosen one, how dare you come and seek death? All of you get out before I do. Or else I will definitely make you guys have no return," Wu Xiuyuan said with an icy voice. He was extraordinarily puzzled as he said this. He's been keeping a rather low profile for a while now. When did he reveal that he's a chosen one? He thought back carefully on what he had been doing for a while, and it didn't seem like he had done much except play games. Exactly why the chosen one's identity was revealed. "Let us have our way, then let's see if you have the skills. Take him down for me, and if he resists, kill him on sight," one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said. His current persona is that of a petty chief. With his command, the other doppelgangers all acted. They didn't charge forward foolishly, but used a variety of different attacks. Only 4 doppelgangers were seen, taking a step forward and forming seals with their hands. At once, the shadows under their feet turned into a rope and headed towards Wu Xiuyuan. It's none other than Kagom's watchword, shadow mimicry, from Naruto. Sung Tenri was able to use the skills of characters from Naruto, not just Naruto's multiple shadow doppelgangers. All the characters' skills he can use. It was only because his current strength was still weak, so some of the more powerful skills could not be used yet. Such as Susanoo, such as the true thousands of hands. But some basic skills he could easily use. The 4 doppelgangers used the shadow mimicry technique, from 4 different directions, trying to bind Wu Xiuyuan. There are still 4 doppelgangers, fighting in close quarters and using Kiba Whirlwind. 4 doppelgangers use Tooth Tongue, 4 doppelgangers use Shuriken, and 1 uses the heart-to-heart technique for control. All in all, the attack of those detachments of Song Tianli gave off a feeling that it really felt like a mysterious and huge organization. Everyone in the organizations has different tactics. In a sense, Song Tianli can also be described as an organization. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was still weak, the energy stored in his detachment was very limited. He directly materialized all the characters in Naruto.
At that time, the 12 little powerhouses of Kiba, the successive Naruto, the successive Mizukage, the Wind Shadow, the Earth Shadow, the Dawn Organization, and other famous ninjas. These characters, if they were to come out with their abilities, ask how many people would be able to stop them. To say he's an organization is a bit of an understatement. Facing the cooperation between Song Tianli's detachments, Wu Xiaoyuan did not panic. With a flip of his palm, a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He quickly swung the long sword in his hand, and immediately, a pillar of light broke through the ground, raising layers of airwaves. In an instant, these airwaves and the attacks of Song Tianli's many doppelgangers collided together. Chapter 76: A match between the chosen of God. Chapter 76: A match between the chosen of God. Boom, boom, boom. Above the ground, a shocking boom came from the sky. When the attacks of both sides collided together, the surrounding area was instantly overflowing with energy, and all of the earth on the ground was lifted up. In the midst of the energy storm, a silhouette rose up into the sky. It was Wu Xiaoyuan. At this moment, a huge Gatling appeared in his hand. He shook his Gatling and swept it wildly at Song Tianli's doppelganger. Ta-da-da-da-da. The Gatling, which was emitting a blue light, didn't give Song Tianli's doppelganger a chance to close in and attack at all. Earthen evasion, earthen stream wall. Song Tianli's doppelganger, with his palms against the ground, a wall appeared around him, blocking Gatling's attack. Seeing that the attack was blocked by the earth wall, the Gatling in Wu Xiaoyuan's hand suddenly turned into a red energy cannon. He pulled the trigger straight away. Boom! A huge column of energy came towards the earthen wall. Triple Rashomon. In the face of such an attack, Song Tianli summoned out the triple Rashomon. The energy pillar's attack was powerful, but it didn't shatter the Rashomon. And at that moment, from above the sky, a large bird flew down. The colors with Big Bird are a bit dull and look as if they were painted. It's exactly the Super Beast pseudo-painting. At the moment, there were a few people standing on the body of this big bird. They rubbed pills in their hands and smashed them at Wu Xiaoyuan. These guys were already close, and it was too late for Wu Xiaoyuan to use his energy cannon and Gatling to attack if he wanted to. Just then, the energy cannon in his hand disappeared. In its place, it was the long red blade from before. He quickly swung his long sword, and instantly a huge crossblade aura appeared in front of him. The spiral maru in the hands of Song Tianli's doppelganger collided with the crossblade chi. Boom! The collision of the attacks once again gave off a loud rumbling sound. The energy wave from the collision rippled to Wu Xiaoyuan. Pooh! He directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, looking badly injured. Injured? Song Tianli's main body, which was observing the place from afar with its white eyes, said with a bit of delight. He hadn't expected that Wu Xiaoyuan would be injured before the two sides had even exchanged blows. A few more times like this, and Wu Xiaoyuan will still be dead? He could already tell that although this Wu Xiaoyuan's strength wasn't weak, his combat experience was too poor. Many times, the most correct response was not made. Although Wu Xiaoyuan was injured, he had also temporarily escaped the surroundings of Song Tianli's doppelganger. Immediately after that, he flipped his palm and a somewhat sweet mineral water bottle appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the lid and took a big gulp. In the next second, his face, which was originally a bit pale, unexpectedly became rosy. Song Tianli saw that the injuries on his body had turned better in an instant. With drugs? This thing's effect is a bit similar to the life potion. Song Tianli said with a frown. Of course, of this he was not certain. After all, there are many more like it. So, he had the doppelganger start the attack again. He needed to see more of Wu Xiaoyuan's performance and come up with more information. The battle continues. Song Tianli was now at the 5th hidden realm, and his identity possessed the strength of the 4th hidden realm. As for Wu Xiaoyuan, he was only at the 4th hidden realm right now, so he was a bit frazzled in the face of the attack from Song Tianli's doppelganger. After another minute of fighting, he was hurt again. And the energy in his body was so depleted that it had basically bottomed out. His figure flickered and he quickly retreated backwards. Backing away, the somewhat sweet mineral water bottle came back out in his hand. When he took a few sips, the injuries on his body disappeared again. At the same time, with a flip of his palm, he took out another Kong Shuifu's mineral water bottle and took a big gulp. After a few sips, the energy in his body, which was already depleted, was filled up. This is a blue potion, isn't it? Song Tianli's essence muttered to itself. From this momentary exchange just now, he was already certain that Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was definitely related to the game. This drink that heals wounds and restores blue is like the life and blue potions in the game. Kill! Song Tianli's doppelganger let out a shout, and immediately, the other doppelgangers, once again, rushed towards Wu Xiuyuan.
Do you really think I can't do anything about you guys? I was going to live with it for a while, but now I'm not.
Wu Xiuyuan said, and with a flip of his palm, he took out a few books.
He slapped the books together. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura surged out from his body. 5 hidden realms now. This breakthrough is even easier than it was for me.
Song Tianli's original body was dumbstruck when it saw this scene.
He hadn't expected that Wu Xiuyuan's breakthrough would be accomplished in a split second.
He was now a bit unbalanced even with 1,000 times the cultivation speed.
He also wanted to break through so comfortably and didn't want to cultivate bitterly every day.
However, at this time, he was thinking more about what the book that had just enabled Wu Xiuyuan to make a breakthrough was. What book has such an effect?
No good, someone else is coming.
At this time, Song Tianli observed with his white eyes that there were actually other cultivators that were rapidly approaching the place. So, he gave orders to all of his doppelgangers to make a retreat.
This sudden scene confused Wu Xiuyuan, who was preparing for a big battle.
Why are these people leaving all of a sudden?
The battle between them was not divided yet. However, he didn't pursue it either.
Because, he couldn't chase down so many people on his own. Moreover, it would be bad if the other party had set up a trap in order to lure him over.
There is something to be said for being poor.
It wasn't long after Song Tianli left, when suddenly several dark shadows appeared.
Not good, I have to slip away. Wu Xiuyuan's figure flickered and disappeared as well.
The figures that appeared looked at the place that had turned into ruins with a serious expression on their faces.
Can you find out who was fighting here just now?
What a powerful energy fluctuation. And the energy that remains here is extremely strange. I've never seen it before and I can't tell where it came from at all.
A man in black said. Reporting to the group leader, we haven't found anyone suspicious either.
Another black shadow replied.
Since there have been no casualties here, forget it.
Attention all of you, any cultivator that dares to strike in the city and injure the people will be killed directly without amnesty. The man known as the group leader said.
Yes.
The others said respectfully. Ever since the Divine Chosen appeared, the 9 great states have not been peaceful.
Something like this tonight is definitely not a coincidence.
I'm afraid it's going to come up a lot in the future, so keep your eyes peeled. In the meantime, see if you can draw more fresh blood.
We're a little busy at this point in the inspection team.
Yes. After a few people finished speaking, they turned around and left.
They came and went quickly. Chapter 77 Guessed Wu Xiuyuan's Golden Finger. Chapter 77 Guessing Wu Xiuyuan's Golden Finger.
After the people from the inspection team left, among the ruins, a silhouette appeared.
It was Wu Xiuyuan. It's the Heavenly Father again, and the inspection team.
My identity as a chosen of God has been exposed, I can't stay here any longer.
Slipping away.
Wu Xiuyuan said, then turned around and sped off in the opposite direction of where the inspection team had left. As for his home, he didn't even bother to clean it up. He had been mentally prepared for all of this long after he became a chosen one. He knew that sooner or later, his identity as a chosen of God would be exposed.
Someone can always be the oldest 6, but no one can be the oldest 6 all the time. One day, even the most well-groomed old 6 will be exposed for all to see. It's just, a little earlier, a little later. What Wu Xiuyuan didn't expect was that he had been exposed so early. It's like playing a game of chicken and being exposed to the first wave of brush poison before you even get to the final round. After Wu Xiuyuan left, a rock flipped over and one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers drilled out. He had asked his doppelganger to stay behind just to see what kind of people were coming. Also, will Wu Xiuyuan reveal more information? Inspection team, it looks like we'll have to keep a low profile from now on. Song Tianli said. Of the inspection team he was aware. The inspection team was the official organization of the Kyushu, and they existed for one duty, and that was to protect the ordinary people of the land of Kyushu. Ordinary people are too weak for cultivators. If no one cares about their deaths, I'm afraid that it won't take too long for the people of the land of the 9 states to flee away dead or wounded. When that happens, God will be finished. After all, the people are the foundation of a world.
A building, without a foundation, might collapse in a gust of wind.
Song Tianli wasn't too worried about Wu Xiuyuan's departure.
As long as he was still in the 9 great states, with the distribution of the shadows, it would be very easy to find him. He already had a guess about Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger, and as long as he found some convincing evidence, he could be 100% sure.
Once Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was identified, then he was a piece of meat on his own plate. As long as Song Tianli was willing, he could eat Wu Xiuyuan in minutes.
The night was gloomy, and except for the 2 parties involved, no one knew that a battle between the chosen of God had just taken place under this night. In this battle, no one had the upper hand, and it could be considered a draw.
Of course, this was because Song Tianli had only used the doppelganger.
If he had joined the fight in his own body, the balance of the battle would have been tilted long ago. However, with Song Tianli's character, it was absolutely impossible to let his main body go down to the battlefield without 100% certainty. It was already late at night when he returned to the villa, and after he manifested more than 100 doppelgangers to cultivate, his main body went to rest. Early the next morning, he received a message on his cell phone.
Adventurer Warrior, name of the game.
When Song Tianli saw this message, his face was delighted. He had previously asked Shen Shang to check what game Wu Xiuyuan was playing, and this was the result of the query. So he went to his room, downloaded the game, and played it. The only way to prove your previous suspicions is to be familiar enough with this game. After a period of familiarization, Song Tianli discovered that there were many different characters in this game.
Playing with swords, guns, knives, crosses, and summoners.
Song Tianli first chose a character who played with swords and created a character. He named the character, I Have a Sword.
This game is not hard to play and there is a newbie guide.
The mode of the game, too, is very simple, fighting monsters and upgrading.
When you enter maps in different places, you will encounter different monsters. After killing these monsters, some items will be dropped. There's equipment, materials, life, and blue potions. Anyway, some common items found in the game are there. There are also different rewards for clearing out the monsters in each map. Sometimes, it's just a few simple materials and equipment that adds a little bit of attribute. However, there are times when experience books are rewarded. After using the experience book, the character's experience can be increased.
Once the experience value reaches a certain point, the character will upgrade.
Upgraded, their own attributes will increase. Experience book, so it's an experience book. Wu Xiuyuan, this time I'll see if you still die. Song Tianli laughed loudly at this time.
He hadn't played many games before, so he didn't know much about props like experience books. This was so much so that when he fought with Wu Xiuyuan earlier, he didn't recognize the experience book at first glance. However, he had just played the game for a while and already had some knowledge about it. The skills that Wu Xiuyuan had used before, as well as the items, all look like props in this game.
Now, Song Tianli was 100% certain that Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was related to the game.
How it was related to the game, though, he wasn't 100% sure at this point.
Items and character skills from adventurers and warriors.
Or is it turning the virtual into the real? Or maybe it's not just limited to adventurers and warriors, he can materialize items from whatever game he's in. To understand this thoroughly, Song Tianli needed more information. The more detailed information you know about the golden finger, the more favorable it will be for you when you invite the divine referee in the future.
If it's just guessing right about Goldfinger a little bit of something relevant, it's not enough to kill the other person. Thinking of this, Song Tianli continued to play the game.
Preferably, he would be able to master this game thoroughly, which would facilitate his judgment. Anyway, he didn't have anything to do right now, so he might as well play the game and relax.
"You Jibo, how dare you go behind my back and do this?"
Just at this time, a low voice suddenly sounded behind Song Tianli. It startled him so much that goosebumps rose all over his body. He turned his head and found Starlight staring straight at him, and in his eyes, there was indignation. That expression looked as if his girlfriend had cheated on him and was caught in the act.
"Starlight, don't you know how to knock when you enter a room?" And silently, scared me to death. Song Tianli said with a bit of palpitations.
He admitted that he had just been careless, so engrossed in the game that he hadn't noticed Starlight's entrance. In the future, he'll have to grow a pair.
It was fortunate that it was Starlight. If other scheming people came in, wouldn't they have gotten away with it?
Of course, another important point is that Starlight is very strong.
If he wanted to come in quietly, ordinary people wouldn't really be able to notice. P.S. Happy 520 to everyone. Chapter 78, The Resurrection Coin. Chapter 78 The Resurrection Coin. Well, Ujibo, I treat you like a brother, and you take me, Daisuke? You're playing a game and you didn't even call me? Eating alone, huh? Sure enough, a new generation. Only the new man laughs, not the old man cries. Having a pretty little girl has changed all my attitudes towards me. I was wrong to pay for it after all. Starlight said in a very pretentious voice. Those who didn't know would have thought that he had been abandoned by Song Tianli. Starlight, can you stop being so gloomy all the time? It's not like you're a young person. Shady, rotten asked. Song Tianli said. Huh, I'm shady? Is it me who's shifty? Aren't there some people who are bigots? Before, when it was just the two of us, you even cared about me from time to time and asked me about my game level. Ever since that pretty little girl from TU came, I've been a dispensable presence. You've been accompanying people's little girls, shooting videos and editing copy, so you've been very attentive. What about me? What am I now? I'm just a pet for your amusement, to think of and tease twice. When you don't think about it, let it fend for itself. Starlight said in the tone of an idle theater heroine. Starlight, are you seriously ill? If you're sick, I'll take you to see a doctor. Why are you acting like a whiny woman now? Song Tianli said with a bit of good humor and a bit of amusement. He didn't know when Starlight had, well, become like this. Sorry, wrong scene to use. You pretend like nothing just happened and I'll do it again. This time, before Starlight could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Song Tianli. Just say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush. Song Tianli asked bluntly. This game you're playing looks like a lot of fun, I want to play it too. You buy me a computer. This thing, let's call it a computer. Starlight asked. He had brushed up on short videos about computers before, but didn't realize that they could also be used to play games. He had just appeared behind Song Tianli for some time. After watching Wang Clamor play the game Adventurer Warrior for a while, he felt as if it was more fun than King Pesticide. Wouldn't he be sorry if he didn't play such a fun game? Next time, if you have something to say directly, don't speak in this kind of yin and yang tone again. Song Tianli said a bit helplessly. He realized that Starlight's like this was definitely not caused by having lost her memory. Definitely the way he was meant to be. There's a saying that rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature can't be changed. A person doesn't have a drastic personality change just because they lose their memory. I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as you buy me a computer and let me play this game. I can create opportunities for you to heat things up quickly with that little girl. How about I promise to be the best wingman ever? Starlight asked. I'll have someone bring you the computer in a bit, you might as well go play King now. By the way, aren't you going to be the #1 in the country? What? Giving up? Song Tianli asked suspiciously. Give up? You're underestimating me too. In 3 days at most, I will surely top the #1 rank in the country. 3 days later, I top the #1 position in the country, and this game will be no more difficult for me. So, I thought I'd come to you and ask if there were any other more difficult games I could play. I didn't realize that you were secretly playing by yourself in your room. The most tested thing about King's Pesticide is hand speed and operation ability, and this kind of game, for Starlight, is a little too easy. With only a little time, you can become the #1 in the country. So, he wanted a challenge that was a little different. Want to play a difficult game? Okay, then I'll recommend a game. It's called Interstellar. Song Tianli directly recommended what he considered to be one of the hardest games. Is this game hard? I'm not playing if it's not hard. Starlight said with a little bit of arrogance. Let me put it to you this way, there are several games on the market where there is a chain of contempt. Those who play Interstellar look down on those who play Warcraft, those who play Warcraft look down on those who play Dagger Tower, those who play Dagger Tower look down on those who play Alliance, those who play Alliance look down on those who play King Pesticide. The reason why it's looked down upon is that it's not as difficult to operate. You play King Pesticide, at the bottom of this contempt chain. Song Tianli said. What, it's actually the bottom? I've long seen that a game this simple is not worthy of me. So it's the bottom end of the game. I'm going to play Interstellar, and I'm going to kill it in the middle of it. Immediately, Starlight stated that she had lost interest in King Pesticide. Because, even if he took the #1 spot in the country, he was still just the bottom of the barrel. It's something he can't stand.
Why don't you play king first, and when the computer gets here, I'll teach you how to play interstellar.
Although the king is relatively easier, the number 1 in the national service isn't that easy to take.
I hope you weren't blowing awesome before.
Song Tianli said.
Blow powerful? There are thousands of sword immortals in the sky, and they all need to lower their eyebrows when they see me.
I, the Starlight Emperor, who alone has ruled the ages, need to blow awesome?
Just wait, within 3 days, I will definitely take the number 1 position in the country. I'll never touch Starlight for a second until I take the number 1 spot in the country.
Starlight said with confidence. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. We'll see you in 3 days. Starlight said before turning to leave.
He fought to take the number 1 position in the country as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't be told by Song Tianli that he was bragging. After waiting for Starlight to leave, Song Tianli continued to play Adventurer Warrior.
Although, he was already certain that Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was related to this game.
The reason why I continue to play now is to familiarize myself with the skills, materials, props, and other things in this game. In the future, if he met Wu Xiuyuan again, he would have a rough idea about his attacks.
In this way, you can know your enemy. Only if you know yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles. I'm sprouting, this is a resurrection coin?
Suddenly, Song Tianli's eyes widened. Because, when he played the game just now, he completed a quest and got a resurrection coin. Resurrection coins, as the name suggests, are things that come back from the dead. It's something that, while it's a nice prop in the middle of the game, it's not too outrageous. After all, characters in the game, when they die, can be resurrected outside the map.
So the resurrection coins are only the icing on the cake.
But it would be outrageous if this appeared in the real world.
It's something that can bring people back from the dead. P.S. Starting tomorrow with a good update. Chapter 79, Breakthrough. Chapter 79A Breakthrough is coming. If Wu Xiuyuan possessed the resurrection coin, then his level of danger would have to be enhanced a bit more. And there's 5 seconds of invincibility after resurrecting with resurrection coins. Those 5 seconds can do a lot sometimes. For the strong, not to mention 5 seconds, sometimes 1 or 2 seconds were enough to reverse the tide of a battle. Besides, since it's a resurrection coin, chances are there's more than one. In case there are a lot of resurrection coins, it's an almost undead existence. This is something that even my Peach cards can't compare to. Song Tianli said enviously.
The G Peach cards also have the ability to resurrect, but there are so few of them, only 4.
When it runs out, it's gone.
But resurrection coins are different.
Song Tianli just played this game for half a day and got a resurrection coin.
If you play for a longer period of time, the amount of resurrection coins that you can get is definitely more.
That would really make you a little strong.
Just as Song Tianli was thinking about this, suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was a familiar number.
He didn't hesitate to put it through. Hello, your takeout.
A man's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Usually if Qian Shang had something that needed to be delivered to Song Tianli, he would send a delivery man.
This delivery man is a member of the Song family's inner circle.
So, Song Tianli manifested a doppelganger and went to get takeout. The takeout was simple, a xiaolong bao, and 2 eggs.
When Song Tianli picked up one of the eggs, he sensed something was wrong.
Because, this egg is quite a bit heavier than the average egg.
He casually crushed the egg. Sure enough, it wasn't really eggs. Underneath the eggshell was encased a red gemstone. Song Tianli instantly guessed the origin of this gem.
This was the same gem that Wu Xiuyuan had previously sold for 10.88 million Shenzhou coins under a different identity.
Pink gemstone.
The moment he saw the gem, Song Tianli recognized its origin.
This is a gemstone used for decoration amongst the adventurer warriors. No added attributes, but very nice. However, the gem in front of me was not exactly the same as the one in the game. This looks as if it's been handled. It's understandable when you think about it, after all, this stuff is from amongst the adventurer warriors. There are few people who play this game. Once the thing appears as it was originally intended, then some people who are more familiar with the game will recognize it. In this way, Wu Xiuyuan might be exposed. Wu Xiuyuan was also an old 6, so he could naturally think of this possibility. So, he used some means to take the look of this pink gem and do something about it. So much so, that even if someone who was more familiar with Adventurer Warrior would not recognize the pink gem after seeing it. At best, I think, it's kind of like that.
After all, although pink gems were rare, they were not unheard of in the land of the gods. Now that there is such an extra one, no one usually notices it if they are not particularly concerned about it. Wu Shouyuan had never thought to death that there would be Song Tianli, or rather, that there would be such a group of people under Song Tianli, staring at all the abnormal people like a pervert. The first time he struck a gem, he was spotted. Song Tianli had been laying out his plans for 20 years, spending most of the Song family's wealth and laying down shadows in the 9 states.
It's not for show. I'm now 80% sure that Wu Shouyuan's golden finger is to materialize skills or items from within the game adventurer warrior into the present. Song Tianli thought silently. Before, he was just sure that Wu Shouyuan's golden finger was related to the game. But I don't know if it's related to just one game or all of them. After seeing the pink jewel, he could be sure that there was an 80% chance that it was related to only one game, Adventurer Warrior. Because, if it was related to all the games, then Wu Shouyuan would not have to go through all the trouble of using some means to change the appearance of the pink gem. He'll just play the game gold miner straight through. That way, he could bring out the gold in the game. Gold is something that is much more common than gemstones. Selling fewer of them wouldn't arouse suspicion in others. Of course, the reason why it's 80% sure that there are other possibilities. Later, when you see Wu Shouyuan again, use your lie detector ability to swindle him. As long as he caught the loopholes in Wu Shouyuan's words, he would be able to do so with 100% certainty. Once 100% certain, then Wu Shouyuan was nothing more than meat on a plate for Song Tianli. After having 80% certainty, Song Tianli shut the game down. He didn't particularly enjoy playing the game, and had played it before just to have an understanding of Wu Shouyuan's gold finger. Now that it's basically established, there's no need for it. Split, disarm. While Song Tianli's main body was playing the game, his doppelganger was hard at work cultivating. Now, having lifted the split, instantly, countless energies surged towards his body. The Qi Mansion is going to become a reality. Feeling the surging energy within his body, Song Tianli suddenly said with a bit of surprise. During this period of time, he had been grasping the time to cultivate, in order to make an early breakthrough. Now it's finally time to break through. 1,300 times the speed of cultivation, it really wasn't something to sneeze at. Song Tianli manifested a doppelganger to stay in the room while his main body came into the middle of the basement. Afterwards, he manifested 4 more detachments to guard his 4 directions. And his main body sat down cross-legged and began a breakthrough. To want to break through from the 5 hidden realms to the Chifu realm was not an easy task. After all, there was a heavenly gap between the Chifu realm and the 5 hidden realms. He took the aura from the 5 divine collections and condensed it into a single center. The situation is a bit like that of 5 rivers in different directions that converge and eventually become the sea. The so-called cohesion of Chifu is gathering rivers to form an ocean. However, not all rivers come together to make an ocean. The river is capable of bringing down the coast if it is not tough enough. Once the coast is down, that also means the sea convergence has failed. What Song Tianli had to do now was to utilize the aura in his body to build the coast. To put it simply, it is to take the gas-like aura in the body, compress it, and turn it into a solid form. The solid Qi Mansion is then used to store the liquid form of Reiki. When a cultivator breaks through from the 5 hidden realms to the Chifu realm, it is not just the location where the aura is stored that changes. At the same time, the aura changed. The aura went from gas-like to liquid-like. To achieve this, one needs to constantly compress the aura. Chapter 80, Perhaps Death is a New Beginning. Chapter 80, Perhaps Death is a New Beginning. Such a breakthrough is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Even the chosen one takes time. For example, Wu Shouyuan, he could instantly break through from the 4th hidden realm to the 5th hidden realm by utilizing his experience book. However, he was unable to utilize the experience book to instantly break through from the 5 hidden realms to the Chifu realm. So, it takes enough time and patience to make a breakthrough. The slightest carelessness in the Qi Mansion that had been condensed would collapse. The process, a bit like building dominoes, can only be done one by one. Once one of them goes wrong, the dominoes fall and all the previous efforts go down the drain. Everything can only start again from the beginning. It's a mental, physical test. Luckily, Song Tianli had been meticulous for 20 years, and the last thing he lacked was patience. The minutes ticked by. It's dark and it's light, and it's light and it's dark. It was only after 2 days and 2 nights that Song Tianli opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh of relief, and a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes. He finally condensed out his first Chifu.
The path of cultivation, condensing the divine element, cultivating the 5 Tibetans, gathering the 6 mansions, and treading the divine path. Although Song Tianli had only condensed a chi house, he was still considered to have stepped into a whole new world. The process, however, is not easy. Even the very patient man failed no less than 10 times before he succeeded. Because at the very beginning, without any experience, failure is inevitable. As you fail more and more, the experience naturally grows. It's like driving a car. Every veteran driver is run out of miles. A novice driver will naturally become a veteran driver once he or she has run enough journeys. The art of multiple shadow splitting. Song Tianli said, manifesting a doppelganger. It's a little stronger than the 5 hidden realms, but a little worse than the Chifu realm. Feeling the aura on the doppelganger's body, Song Tianli said. The strength of a bilocation is never comparable to the main body. Previously, when he was in the 4 hidden realms, his doppelganger was only in the 3 hidden realms. At the 5th Tibetan realm, the doppelganger was only at the 4th Tibetan realm. By analogy, by the time he was at the 2nd prefecture realm, the manifested doppelganger should be at the 1st prefecture realm. The good thing is, while the quality is not comparable, the quantity can be quite a bit. At the 5 hidden realms, Song Tianli was able to manifest a split that was able to reach 1,000. Now I don't know how much the disembodied body that was conjured up can reach. Based on his guess, he felt that the split should be no less than 15,000. It might even reach 2,000. It was just a pity that the villa he was in was too small to allow him to give it his all for a bit. Even if there are only 1,500 doppelgangers, I can use all kinds of skill combinations in Naruto and easily challenge them over the levels. Song Tianli fantasized about the scene of his battle. 1,500 doppelgangers, using different skills to cooperate with each other, that scene, it was simply not too spectacular. Even if it was the 3 prefectures realm, I'm afraid it wasn't without a fight. With Song Tianli's current combat power, he was able to be considered a party of power in terms of the land of the 9 states. But he wouldn't dare make a move. For the last thing this world lacks is treacherous people. 2 days in the basement, out for some fresh air. Song Tianli said, disarming the doppelganger and walking out of the basement. Starlight was still playing the game as before. Tio sat in the yard and looked up at the stars. Starlight and Tio seemed to be 2 extremes, one preferring to stay inside the house and the other outside. It was possible that the Emperor's language had lain in the coffin for too long. Though from memory, it hasn't been long at all. But physically, it was a solid 10,000 years. So, subconsciously, she yearns for freedom and prefers a bit of wide open space. What are you looking at? Song Tianli asked casually. Looking at the stars. Would you say that the stars I see now are the same stars I saw 10,000 years ago? Will they have turnover like humans? T Whisper asked. Although it's not 100% the same batch, most of the stars in it, and the ones you saw 10,000 years ago, should be the same. Song Tianli replied. How do you know? Emperor Language asked curiously. The stars we see are basically stars. Even the shortest-lived stars have lifetimes of millions of years. Longer-lived stars are capable of lifetimes of tens of billions of years. Take the sun as we see it, its lifespan, just about 10 billion years. Now, it's almost 5 billion years away. 10,000 human years is a long, long time. But 10,000 years for a star is short. Maybe, it's the same amount of time it takes us to sleep. This knowledge was something he had learned when he was in the Blue Planet, and it seemed that no one in the Divine Continent had bothered to study this. He didn't care if that was exactly the case in the Divine Lands, he spoke directly to the Imperial language. Those stars are pretty long-lived, then. In the old days, my father said that if people die, they become stars in the sky. I don't know if it's true. If it's true, does that mean that my father and the others exist in a different way? Empyrean asked. We haven't really died before now, and who knows, after death, what it's really like. Perhaps death is a new beginning. All deaths are reunions after a long time. When this was said before, Song Tianli hadn't felt it too deeply. But ever since he had traveled to the land of God, he had a different understanding of the words. He was in a car accident while at Blue Star trying to save a stroller that slid down a slope. He was dead on the Blue Planet. But then he appeared again in the land of God. This is, in a sense, death is a new beginning. Perhaps others, too, died and traveled to another world and existed in a different way. When Diyu heard this, she didn't say anything, but she silently chanted these words in her heart. She had a sudden feeling for the words.
Someone is coming.
At this moment, Du raised his head and said as he looked in a direction. Hearing these words, Song Tianli almost reflexively moved closer to the emperor's words. With the big brother sheltering him, even if he was really in danger, he didn't need to worry.
However, Song Tianli followed Du's watching gaze for half a day and didn't see anyone appear. Could it be that the imperial language is hallucinating?
Song Tianli said silently in his heart. A few seconds after this thought popped up in his mind, he suddenly saw a dark shadow, speeding from far away. His speed was extremely fast, and in a few breaths, he arrived outside their villa. Behind him, there were several others. Speaking of which, these few people, Song Tianli had seen before. Exactly what I saw 2 days ago, members of the inspection team.
Chapter 81: The Man Who Must Kill. Chapter 81: The Man Who Must Kill. The inspection team usually does not pursue a person openly and honestly, as this could easily result in casualties among the people.
However, if a chase occurs, it means that the one being chased must have done a lot of evil, carrying at least 10 lives on his back. If Song Tianli was willing to make a move, he would definitely be able to stop the man who was being chased. However, doing so will certainly attract the attention of the inspection team. Such a thing, with Song Tianli's character, naturally he would not do it. Exposing himself is not something old six should do. So, Song Tianli pretended that he didn't see anything. However, he didn't want to go looking for trouble, but trouble was coming toward him of its own accord. The man who was being chased by the inspection team hurriedly sped towards them when he saw Song Tianli and Du, who were staying in the courtyard of the villa.
5 hidden realms. Sensing the aura on the visitor, Song Tianli murmured.
This person was so young that he had the strength of the 5 hidden realms.
Stop him.
Seeing the man's target, the inspection team hurriedly shouted loudly. This man they were chasing was extremely perverted, killing people on sight.
Now, it seemed that he was planning to take on Song Tianli and Du.
They couldn't stand by and watch 2 old folk die on their watch.
Heavenly Sea Palm.
One of the members of the inspection team shouted and slapped out a palm.
At that moment, a huge palm print went towards the man.
In the face of such an attack, the man twisted his body and turned it into a bolt of lightning, walking out in a Z, dodging the attack. And without decreasing his speed, he continued to come towards Song Tianli and Du. At the same time, a strong killing aura surged out from his body, looking like he wanted to put the two to death. This person is sick, harboring such murderous intentions towards us without any grievances,
Song Tianli said with a frown.
It wasn't that he was afraid of the other party, he just didn't want to go out like that. Because, when he strikes, he is bound to attract the attention of the inspection team. As he watched, the man was getting closer and closer to Song Tianli and the others. Just when they were no more than 20 meters apart, it was as if the man had suddenly seen something terrifying. Without saying a word, he directly reversed his direction and ran off into the distance.
This left Song Tianli in a daze, not knowing what this person was up to. Could it be that he sensed the strength of the emperor's words? So he turned around and ran away? Song Tianli thought in his heart.
Thinking about it, he could only think of this possibility. After all, the person who had been raging to put the 2 of them to death in the last second couldn't have run so fast if he hadn't realized something. This scene confused the members of the inspection team who were pursuing them as well. However, this was good for them, at least they didn't have to worry about the safety of Song Tianli and Du. So, once again, they chased after the man. Song Tianli was thinking at this time whether he should go after them and take a look. He wasn't a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, but his intuition told him that this man being chased by the patrol group was most likely a chosen one. Of course, there wasn't much to base this suspicion on, just his gut feeling. If there had to be some basis for that, it was the bizarre scene where he just turned around and ran. Moreover, it shouldn't be an ordinary person who could be chased by members of the inspection team like this. So, he's going to check it out. If the other person was a chosen one, then he could learn a little more about him. If it wasn't the chosen one, it didn't matter, he was just going to check it out and wasn't going to make a move.
Imperial language, I'll leave for a while. Song Tianli gave Du a word and his body rushed up into the sky. He had now broken through to the Chifu realm and could fly. It was just that this was the first time he had ever flown, and his body was shaking as if he was about to fall off at any moment. Song Tianli had this ability of tenfold efficiency, and his adaptation to flying was extremely fast. In a moment's time, he had thoroughly grasped the knack of flying. So, he used his transformation technique and chased after the inspection team in the direction they had left.
The art of multiple shadow splitting.
He then manifested 2 doppelgangers.
The doppelganger had just appeared in the air and fell towards the ground.
This doppelganger is weaker than the main body, it can't fly at all.
Split, disarm. Song Tianli somewhat helplessly disarmed the split. In that case, he would have to rely on his own body for tracking.
White eyes, open.
He hastily opened his white eyes. At this time, he realized that the range of his white eyes was already 500 meters. It could be said that after breaking through to the Chifu realm, the range of the white eyes had taken a qualitative leap. A range of 500 meters was already large enough, and Song Tianli quickly locked onto the several people speeding across the ground. After observing, he realized that both the people from the inspection team and the man being pursued were all at the 5 hidden realms.
However, the man who was being pursued was obviously a little bit stronger personally.
However, the inspection team was more numerous, which is why they were able to chase him down. If there was only one person in the inspection team, I'm afraid that by this time, the man who was being pursued would have already started to fight back. Song Tianli also observed with his white eyes that the man had been searching for something as he sped forward. A few minutes later, the man saw an elderly couple who were walking along the side of the road. Without saying a word, he sped off toward the old couple. A murderous aura filled his body, ready to strike at the old couple. This scene was exactly the same as when this man had rushed towards Song Tianli and Du earlier.
Why did he have to kill someone?
Song Tianli was puzzled.
A person could never kill someone for no reason.
Whether it's because of love or because of hate, even if it's to get back at society, there's always a reason. The man was being chased by the inspection team, and it was logical to run for his life, so why would he take the time to kill 2 passers-by?
What's the point of killing?
A certain great Ting leader said that the enemy should not be allowed to do what he wants to do, even if it means going to pay his respects. So, this man wanted to kill this old couple, and he preferred not to let the other side succeed.
Multiple shadow split technique.
Thinking of this, he manifested 2 doppelgangers, and after using the transformation technique, he went forward to block that man.
Shadow mimicry.
It's dark now, and the shadows are long.
So, using shadow mimicry couldn't be more appropriate.
The man seemed to sense a crisis, and when he was just about to make a move, he suddenly twisted his body, dodging Song Tianli's shadow binding. He glanced at Song Tianli's 2 doppelgangers, and a hint of exasperation flashed in his eyes. He then turned his head to look at the people from the inspection team who were chasing after him, cursed, and hurriedly turned away.
Chapter 82 Weird Gold Finger Ability. Chapter 82 The Strange Gold Finger Ability.
Seeing this man leave, Song Tianli immediately lifted the split.
This left the ever-approaching inspection team in a daze.
They had just seen someone here, how come they were gone in the blink of an eye?
However, it was too late for them to think about it.
At this time, chasing the man was most important. The elderly couple who were strolling along the side of the road would never have thought that they had just teetered on the brink of death. If Song Tianli hadn't stepped in, the 2 of them would have died. Having stopped him once, I don't know if he will continue to kill. Song Tianli said silently in his heart.
If this man is going to continue to kill people, that would seem very unusual. There must be some kind of purpose. This unusual behavior is usually associated with the chosen one.
So, he wanted to continue to see what the man would do next. Anyway, he had made up his mind.
No matter what the other guy does, he'll find a way to sing against him. Just don't let him get away with it.
After both parties had sped forward for some distance, there were 3 more passers-by, sitting on the side of the road, drinking.
Sure enough, the man didn't hesitate to charge towards them after seeing them. Again.
If he's a chosen one, then his golden finger must have something to do with killing.
Song Tianli guessed.
Once again, he split off 3 doppelgangers and went forward to stop his opponent. That man's perception of danger was exceptionally sensitive, and he sensed it as soon as Song Tianli made a slight move. In the first instance, the choice was made to back away.
Who the hell are you? He asked as he looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger after stepping back. Chosen of God, I'm giving you a chance to serve our Heavenly Father. I can spare you from dying. Song Tianli said. When he said this, he didn't really want to make the other party submit, but to test if the other party was a chosen of God. Hidden villain, you don't even dare to show up in your real body, get 2 puppets, and you dare to make a fool of yourself in front of me? That man looked at Song Tianli and said disdainfully.
When his words came out, Song Tianli's brows frowned slightly. Surprisingly, the other party didn't strike up a conversation, which made it impossible for him to judge whether the other party was a chosen one or not through true or false words. He also didn't expect that the other party would be able to see through his detachment with a single glance. One must know that so far, only Emperor's Speech and Starlight had been able to see through his doppelganger. But what realm were these two people in, and what realm was this man in? The fact that a mere 5 hidden realms realm had separated into its own doppelganger meant only one thing.
He must be the chosen one. Different chosen of God have different abilities.
Only a divine chosen would have the ability to distinguish his doppelganger with just the strength of the 5th hidden realm.
Regarding the chosen of God, Song Tianli naturally came to be interested. Say it again, submit to our Heavenly Father, or else, die. Song Tianli's doppelganger said with an icy voice. In response to Song Tianli's bilocation's words, that man didn't even bother. He sped off straight into the distance. With Song Tianli's doppelganger around, he wouldn't be able to kill those 3 people in a short period of time. If we don't leave, the inspection team, they'll catch up with us. When the time comes, it's going to be a pain in the ass. You can't leave. Shadow mimicry. Song Tianli's doppelganger, using an attack, tried to control his opponent. However, as his shadow was about to connect with the other man's shadow, the man twisted his body hastily to avoid it. That was the case last time, and it's still the case this time. If once is a coincidence, then twice, it's basically a given. Song Tianli could be certain that the other party had a strong sense of any subtle danger. That's why it's possible to make the most favorable dodge in a pinch. However, he didn't intend to let the other party off the hook just like that. He just didn't believe that the other party could avoid it once or twice and still avoid it every time. Thus, Song Tianli's 3 doppelgangers, in a triangle, chased after the man. While pursuing, he used shadow mimicry to try to stop his opponent. If it wasn't for the people from the inspection team chasing after him, Song Tianli would have manifested thousands of doppelgangers. Thousands of doppelgangers using the shadow mimicry technique at the same time. He wanted to see how else his opponent could dodge. However, the man was extremely fast, and the shadow mimicry technique could not be bound at all. It seems that it can only be suppressed with speed. Song Tianli muttered. Then, his 3 doppelgangers converged. They stood in a zigzag formation. The foremost doppelganger suddenly leapt high into the air. Spiral Maru. The 2 doppelgangers behind him slapped their palms on top of his feet. With this slap, they used the principle of Spiral Maru. In an instant, it was as if nitrogen boosters had appeared above the feet of the doppelganger at the very front. He was like a feather of an arrow off the string, heading towards the man. The opponent sensed the danger and stomped his feet hard on the ground. At that moment, his body rose up from the ground, dodging Song Tianli's flying detachment. However, Song Tianli's attack was not that simple. He twisted his body and slapped his palm at the man. Bagua empty palm. This is Ninja's move. Only an imperceptible attack was seen heading towards the man. The man sensed the danger, but his body had just leapt up and it was too late to dodge. There was no choice but to hold up a shield over his chest. Bang! In the next second, a booming sound rang out and the man was sent flying. At the same time, the 2 doppelgangers behind Song Tianli launched an attack. Kiba Whirlwind Kick. Spiral Maru. 2 doppelgangers, launching different attacks. Seeing that the attacks of these 2 doppelgangers were about to fall on his body, the man was enraged. Really think I'm a bully? Then. After he uttered the word then, suddenly, Song Tianli's attacking doppelganger paused for a moment. In the next second, those 2 doppelgangers suddenly dissipated. What's going on here? Song Tianli's main body received the information transmitted back from the bilocation with a puzzled expression. Normally, the split would dissipate only when attacked, except when he voluntarily disarmed it. However, in that instant just now, Song Tianli could be certain that his doppelganger hadn't been attacked in any way. But it dissipated. It was a scene that wasn't generally bizarre. Good thing, Song Tianli wasn't an ordinary person. Quickly, he thought of a possibility that the man had just used a golden finger. Only, Song Tianli didn't know what the other party's golden finger was, so he didn't notice the attack just now. Come to think of it, that's the only reason that makes sense. What a weird gold finger, without any signs. If I'm not mistaken, the rank of his gold finger should be first class. As soon as this speculation came out, Song Tianli's face became extraordinarily serious. Chapter 83 Letting Imperial Words Make a Move. Chapter 83 Letting Imperial Words Make a Move.
There were quite a few chosen of God that Song Tianli had encountered so far. Aberdeen, He Tianrui, Beastman, Wu Xiuyuan, and a mysterious Yi Qingtian. The strength of these people was indeed considered powerful. However, their attacks were traceable to even the most mysterious Yi Qingtian. However, the only one who attacked very inexplicably was this man just now. And he could see through his detachment at a glance. I guess only a first-class gold finger can do that. In front of the chosen one who had a first-class golden finger, it was considered normal for anything more outrageous to happen.
I don't know what your name is, so let's call you Slayer for now. Song Tianli gave the man a name.
Since he always likes to kill people for no reason, it's best to call him the Slayer.
He decided to have some fun with this Slayer.
After the Slayer finished off Song Tianli's doppelganger, he realized that the people from the inspection team had already chased after him.
Damn it!
He cursed, then his eyes tightened on a few people.
I don't want to kill you guys, why do you keep chasing me?
Slayer said as he looked at a few people from the inspection team. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to kill these few people of the 5 hidden realms.
Rather, he can't kill.
Because, as we all know, the inspection team is most protective. If, on the other hand, he killed these few people, then once the news was transmitted back to the inspection group would definitely send out strong men to surround him.
There were countless strong people in the inspection team, and he hadn't grown up yet.
Once the inspection team sent strong men to surround him, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Therefore, he was not willing to make a move to kill these few members of the inspection team as a last resort.
You homicidal maniac, according to our investigation, the number of people you've killed has exceeded triple digits.
Now come back with us to the inspection team to be judged. A member of the inspection team said. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's eyes widened when he heard this. Although he knew that this Slayer's gold finger was related to killing people, he hadn't thought that he had already killed so many people.
Just what connection can there be between murder and Goldfinger?
I don't know, does he just kill people, or does he strike down all living things?
Song Tianli suddenly had a guess.
Because he had just suddenly thought of Wu Xiuyuan.
Wu Xiuyuan's golden finger was to take items and skills from the game and bring them into the present world. Would this Slayer, then, treat reality like a game?
When he kills someone, he accumulates a share of experience. It's the same as killing monsters in the game. When enough experience is accumulated, it will upgrade, which means raising the realm.
That's why he's so desperate to kill. So far, hundreds of people have been killed.
If that's all there is to it, it's not considered a first-class gold finger.
At best, it's a second-class gold finger. However, Song Tianli's intuition told him that this Slayer's gold finger shouldn't be that simple.
The means by which the Slayer had taken out his doppelganger earlier was something he still hadn't figured out. If it was just his guess of Goldfinger, it shouldn't have been such a bizarre tactic.
What if I don't go back?
Slayer said as he looked at several of the inspection team.
Follow them back to the inspection team, then he will surely die. Since you're obsessed, don't blame us.
Do it. The inspection team said, and made their move.
They were seen in a quadrilateral shape, surrounding the Slayer. An iron ring appeared on each hand.
Lights intertwined above these iron circles, forming a large orange-colored net that covered the sky. Above this large orange net, the sound of electric current came from time to time, giving people an extraordinarily dangerous
feeling. Seeing this large net, the Slayer was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly agitated.
He was extraordinarily sensitive to the perception of danger, and at the first moment he sensed the great crisis that the great net was creating for himself.
You forced me to do this,
Slayer said in a tone filled with murderous anger. He then stretched out his hands and grabbed at the direction where the 4 were.
Then,
there was that familiar word again. Song Tianli utilized his white eyes at this time, carefully observing all of the Slayer's movements, wanting to see, with his golden finger, what was going on. He saw that a strange energy suddenly appeared on one of the members of the inspection team. This energy surged into the place of his heart. In the next second, the vitality in this member's body suddenly disappeared.
Bang!
That member's body, then, fell straight down, making a collision sound with the ground. As he fell, the large net formed by the 4 inspection teams shattered. The Slayer flickered and fled off into the distance.
Lu Yang!
The other members of the inspection team called out the names of their companions. But to no avail.
This homicidal maniac is too weird, we must call for backup.
Agreed. They were all cultivators of the 5 hidden realms, and it was just too much of a struggle to deal with the slayers. Not only was it a struggle to chase, but it was equally a struggle to fight. They hadn't even figured out the other side's tactics before their companions were killed. If they wanted to deal with the slayers, they could only send out members of the Chifu realm. What exactly are the means of this slayer? Song Tianli pondered as he flew through the air, tracking the other party. He had just made a serious observation, but he still hadn't discovered his opponent's means. Looking at the constantly speeding slayers, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Song Tianli's eyes. In the future, there will be a crossover between them, for sure. When the time comes, there will be no rest for the dead. If he didn't kill him now, then he would have to face even more powerful slayers in the future. Instead of that, it would be better to nip the danger in the bud now while he was still weak. But he was torn. Divine Chosen had many means, and trying to kill a Divine Chosen was not an easy task. If, this time, he couldn't be killed, then many of his own tactics might be exposed. When you face him again in the future, you may be at a disadvantage. It could be said that Song Tianli was also caught in a dilemma at this time. Whether it came out at this point or not, it had a disadvantage for him. Watching the slayer run further and further away, Song Tianli slowly clenched his fists. Eventually, the resolve was made. Only to see him reach out and stick his palm into his pocket, pulling out his cell phone. He then dialed Tu's number. Tio wasn't resting, so she answered the phone quickly. Whisper, I need your help. Can you come here for a second? Song Tianli said. It was risky if he struck out on his own, but he could let Emperor's word do it. The previous slayer turned and ran when he saw Imperial words. This meant that the Imperial language was a mortal threat to him. In that case, let Emperor's words strike. Chapter 84 Slapping the Divine Chosen to Death. Chapter 84 A Slap on the Face of the Chosen One. Very quickly, Du arrived at Song Tianli's side. Imperial language, I want you to help me kill someone, it's him. Song Tianli didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly. No, how can I kill innocents indiscriminately? As a human emperor, Du naturally couldn't strike out at people at will. Even though she was in a time that was not theirs, she couldn't just kill people at will. Not indiscriminately. After what I've learned, this man is guilty as hell. He has killed ordinary people by the hundreds. If we let him go on, then there will definitely be more people killed by him. In the future, I'm afraid he'll become a demon that kills countless people when his strength rises. Although Song Tianli was somewhat suspected of utilizing the Imperial language, what he said was justified. This slayer was now only at the 5 hidden realms, and had already killed hundreds of people. If he was stronger, then the number of people he killed would only increase. By then, it may be in the tens of thousands, if not millions. If it weren't for his and Du's extraordinary strength, this slayer would have intended to finish them both off before. Moreover, all the way chasing after him, this slayer killed anyone he saw, without any reason at all. The stronger such a person is, the greater the scourge. Is that true? Imperial speech asked. If Song Tianli's words were true, then the slayer did deserve to die. As the Emperor of Man, she is supposed to rid the people of evil. Seriously? Song Tianli said with a serious expression. However, Emperor's language didn't choose to believe him, and instead, he turned his gaze to the slayer who was speeding forward. Just that glance made the slayer's sweat stand up. He felt an extremely powerful crisis. He looked around quickly, searching for the source of the crisis. However, no matter how much he searched, he found nothing. Who is it? Come out! Slayer shouted. He believed that his perception of danger would never come without a reason. Around yourself, there must be someone. However, no one appeared even though he shouted loudly. At this moment, the Emperor's words floating in the air had golden glowing eyes. She realized that the slayer did have a very heavy blood aura and hundreds of black karmic threads. This means that he did kill hundreds of people. Song Tianli didn't lie. He does deserve to die. Imperial speech said faintly. After saying that, she raised her palm and slapped it down at the slayer. At that moment, a huge palm print fell from the sky. At the same time, the slayer sensed a crisis from above his head and hurriedly looked up. The first thing he saw was the huge palm print that fell from the sky. He wanted to dodge, but the palm print was too big for him to dodge. Under the slayer's desperate eyes, the palm imprint landed on his body. Boom! Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering boom rang out.
The entire Qianzhou seemed to have been shaken viciously.
The Slayer was directly slapped into the ground by this slap.
Gulp! Song Tianli gulped. So strong. He muttered. He knew that Du was strong, but this glancing blow was too strong. Not to mention that there was only a Slayer of the 5 hidden realms. Even if he had already broken through to the Chifu realm, he would surely die in the face of this strike. However, Song Tianli did not relax on this. The chosen are not so easy to kill anymore, and may have the ability to be resurrected. Thus, he manifested 2 doppelgangers and began to look for something at the place where the palm imprint fell. At the same time, he was very alert and on guard. Because he was worried that the Slayer would suddenly revive and then attack himself. After searching for a while, Song Tianli saw an ancient coin. He rushed forward and picked it up. This is Divine Ruling Coins. Looking at the Divine Ruling Coin in his hand, Song Tianli had a bit of disbelief in his eyes. It was a little hard for him to believe, even now, that a chosen one of God had been killed just like that, without being resurrected. When did the chosen one become so untouchable? When he saw the Emperor's words, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that the chosen one was too weak, but that the imperial word was too strong. God's chosen who hadn't grown up were as fragile as paper in front of Du. The doppelganger brought over the divine ruling coin and handed it to Song Tianli's main body. No response? He said with a frown. Last time, he had asked Divine Ruler to kill the orcs, so his Divine Ruler coins were nourished. The cost of his golden handshake can be found to be shared and reduced by half. The Slayer wasn't killed by him, so how come the Divine Ruler coins he got were useless? He took the Divine Ruling coin and studied it while returning to the villa with Tu. He had never been able to accept that the Divine Ruler coin of a dead chosen one would become a useless object. He was convinced that he just hadn't found the right way to do it. With that in mind, he lay down on his bed and began his research. He realized that there was no way for him to read the Goldfinger rules among the Divine Ruler coins as he had done before. After studying it for a while, and not studying the doorway, he summoned his Divine Ruling coin. Just then, he realized that a light emanated from above his Divine Ruling coin. This light landed on top of that Divine Ruling coin in his hand. I see. Song Tianli suddenly understood. When a chosen one is killed by an outside force, the Divine Ruler coin is in a state of no ownership. A Divine Ruler coin in a state of no ownership goes to sleep. In this way, even if someone else got the Divine Ruler coin, it would be useless to read the gold finger in the Divine Ruler coin. However, when the chosen one gets this unowned God Ruling coin, he can use his God Ruling coin to activate the God Ruling coin in his sleep. In this way, it is possible to read the gold finger in the midst of this God-dictated coin. This illustrates the point that what goes on between the chosen of God is only relevant to the chosen of God, and has nothing to do with the rest of the world anymore. With the Slayer God's Dictator coin activated, Song Tianli finally smoothly read the gold finger inside. So perverted, no wonder he keeps killing people. Song Tianli muttered. Slayer's Goldfinger is indeed a first-class Goldfinger. He summarized the Goldfinger rules roughly. It is possible to data materialize the combat strength of both sides, and as long as you kill the other side, you will be able to obtain the other side's combat value. If the opponent's battle value is smaller than your own, you can weigh it, and after weighing it, instantly kill it. Possessing this golden finger, one can perceive the threat and malice of any being, in any direction, and initially dodge it in the most favorable way. This Goldfinger is very well understood. It's all about data mining the combat power of both sides. For example, the chosen one has 10,000 combat power and his opponent has 6,000. If the chosen one of God kills someone with a combat power of only 6,000. Of course, externally enhanced combat power doesn't count. Chapter 85 Retaining the Slayer's Gold Finger. Chapter 85 Retaining the Slayer's Gold Finger. The so-called extra bonus is the combat power that is added up by external objects. If an ordinary adult's combat power counted as 5, then he could reach 10 if he wielded a sword. If he's holding a gun, it could be up to 20. This extra combat power, even if it's added by external objects. A person with this golden finger who kills an adult armed with a gun will only increase his combat power by 5, not by 20. This was why Song Tianli's doppelganger would be seen by the Slayer at a glance. Although Song Tianli's doppelganger wasn't weak in combat, he was only a doppelganger, and even if he killed him, he wouldn't increase his own combat power. Killing even a newborn child increases combat power by a minimum of 1. When seeing a living being with an increasable combat power of 0,
that could only mean that he was not a real person. After figuring this out, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief.
He then said why his doppelganger was recognized.
He understood at this time why the Slayer had killed so many people.
And why you kill people when you see them.
With every person he killed, his strength increased. Honestly, with such a golden finger, it would be easy to fall into a murderous demon if one's mind is not stable. Ordinary people are weak in combat, but it allows the Slayers to rise quickly from their weakness. Use quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes. And the Slayer's means of obliterating the doppelganger was to compare the combat power of the two sides. After the match, the bilocation was weak in combat, so it was instantly killed. This would seem like an instant to outsiders, so naturally they couldn't discover the difference. However, those killed by the power of B do not increase the chosen one's combat power.
And with this ability, there is a limit to the number of times you can do it.
Come to think of it, this was why the Slayer was reluctant to strike at the Song Tianli split in the beginning. It does no good and burns up the ratio. At this time, Song Tianli was incomparably grateful inside. Slayer, the gold finger, grows slower in the early stages. Because of their own weakness, the people they were able to kill were also weak.
The weaker you are, the less you can fight.
Even if you kill it, the less combat power it grows.
If the Slayer becomes stronger at a later stage,
then he can kill the stronger ones. It's a bit like a snowball, which is very small in the beginning. But as time goes on, the snowball gets bigger. If you give the Slayer enough time, he'll be ridiculously strong.
Song Tianli was immensely grateful for his earlier decision.
Such an opponent would be extraordinarily tricky to encounter in the future if well.
It's best to kill him in the cradle now.
After figuring out the Slayer's gold finger, the next step, naturally, was to find a way to fuse his divine ruler coins.
Song Tianli took the Slayer's divine ruler coin and slowly approached his own divine ruler coin. When the two came into contact, a force of attraction appeared above his divine ruling coin. In the next second, the Slayer's divine ruler coin turned into a stream of light and entered Song Tianli's divine ruler coin.
At this time, two options appeared in front of Song Tianli. First option, use the Slayer's divine dictatorship coin to strengthen your golden handshake and reduce the cost of your ability selection.
This was the same result as after Song Tianli killed the orcs before.
In this way, Song Tianli's cost after choosing his ability would only be 1/3 if he found someone to share it with. The temptation to suffer only 1/3 of the cost is considered great.
Second option, keep the Slayer's gold finger. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli directly chose the second option.
The cost of his own gold finger, which he could later reduce by hunting other chosen of God.
But the Slayer's gold finger is not to be missed. Once he retained it, then his strength would grow extraordinarily quickly. With Song Tianli's certainty, 3 marks of divine ruling coins flashed on his chest. It flickered for a few seconds before hiding. From today onwards, Song Tianli would have 3 golden fingers. He couldn't help but want to laugh at the thought. What was said before was that when the chosen one comes out of the chosen city 3 days later, the gold finger and the host will be completely fused. There would be no way to grab the chosen one's golden handshake. Before, Song Tianli had always thought so. But now it doesn't seem so. As long as the divine ruler is not asked to kill the chosen one, then he will be able to get his divine ruler coins, and thus his golden handshake. It was just that it was not an easy thing for an ordinary chosen of God to kill them. After all, there were simply too many means for the chosen of God to save their lives. This time, if it wasn't for Du's hand, Song Tianli really wasn't sure that he would be able to completely kill the Slayer. In some ways, the Slayer died a bit unjustly. Who should I go kill? At this time, Song Tianli was suddenly in a tangle. Naturally, he couldn't just kill people on sight like the Slayer. Let's not talk about it, he has the bare minimum to be a human being and is not that kind of psychopathic murderer. If he really did that, maybe Emperor's language would take a shot at him. Emperor's language had struck out at the Slayer before because he had killed innocents indiscriminately. There were 2 ways if he wanted to increase his strength in this way. First, go kill some of the worst offenders. Secondly, to kill back some of the people who are trying to kill you. The first method, slightly more reliable. But the guilty don't come to him voluntarily, he needs to find them himself. The second approach, somewhat less so. Because, for no reason at all, surely no one would take the initiative to hunt him down. Unless he's a victim of his own death. However, death is not in line with his go way. How can someone who has decided to carry the go way forward go and actively commit suicide? Come to think of it, I can only work with the inspection team. Song Tianli said to himself.
The inspection team inspects the 9 states, and what they do is to arrest, or kill people who are doing wrong, and protect the people of the 9 states. They have their own channels to search for the worst offenders. Besides, working with the inspection team would give him an honorable reason to kill. To do the people a favor. Also, it's a way to get involved with the officials and sort of hold on to another leg. Although Starlight and Emperor's word were powerful, they might leave his side at some point. The two of them can hold their thighs for a while, but not for a lifetime. It would be a good option to hug the official leg. The inspection team just happens to have the intention of recruiting new people, so I can go and try. Song Tianli made a decision. Of course, he couldn't just go to the inspection team bright and early, there had to be a suitable opportunity. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Qian Shang, asking him to pay attention to the movements of the inspection team. As soon as there is a message of recruitment found in the inspection team, he is the first to be notified. Chapter 86, Someone Returns the Marriage. Chapter 86, Someone Returns the Marriage. After doing this, Song Tianli began to exercise his physical body. He was able to split more and more doppelgangers, and his physical body was still a bit unable to keep up. It seems that there is still a need to find a way to strengthen the physical body. In the previous time, Song Tianli burned his lifespan and increased the speed of enhancing his fleshly body. He burned 11 years of his lifespan, plus 10 times the efficiency of his errand, allowing his fleshly body to improve at a rate of 50 times. And he has only 85 years left to live. Now that he had broken through to the Chifu realm, his lifespan had been extended. Without being killed by an outside force, he could still live for 115 years. His lifespan was extended by 30 years. Thus, he once again burned 15 years of his lifespan and increased the enhancement speed of his fleshly body to almost 100 times. 100 times the rate of flesh enhancement was already not considered slow. After doing this, Song Tianli officially began his physical body workout. This cultivation was done until dawn. After a night's cultivation, his strength had increased quite a bit more. With my current strength, I should be able to use the Flying Thunder God. Try it. Song Tianli said, squatting his body and placing his palms against the basement floor. Soon enough, a Flying Thunder God seal appeared on the floor tiles. He walked out a dozen meters or so before leaving a mark once again. He then used the Flying Thunder God. In the blink of an eye, his body appeared next to the Flying Thunder God seal a dozen meters away. It's fortunate that the strength of the physical body is strong enough, or else the load on the physical body would be too great when using the Flying Thunder God. Song Tianli had just felt that his flesh was being torn by a powerful force during this short movement of a dozen meters. If the strength of his physical body was any weaker, he would definitely be injured. While the skills in Naruto are powerful, not all of them can be used immediately. Many skills required sufficient cultivation or physical support to use. After a few more attempts at spatial jumping, Song Tianli finally had some sense of the Flying Thunder God. He realized that he only had a range of about 100 meters for the Flying Thunder God up until now. Within this range, it's enough for fighting. But it's slightly cockamamie when used to escape. Because marking the imprint and then making a space jump so takes too much time, it would be better to just run. Unless, of course, Flying Thor has more range. Of course, there is good news. He could make the positions of the main body and the doppelganger switch at will. This would have been very useful in a head-to-head battle. After familiarizing himself with the skills, Song Tianli walked out of the basement. He was waiting to hear from Shansone to see what kind of recruiting the inspection team was using. The sooner you blend in with the inspection team, the sooner you can get rid of the people in an honorable way. Quickly, Shansone sent a message. But the thing he was talking about wasn't the inspection team recruiting. Someone has come to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage. Seeing this message sent by Qian Shang, Song Tianli was dumbfounded. Withdrawal, is it with yourself? But he didn't even know he was engaged. His old man knew that he had always been a good idea, so the two of them had spoken long ago about the marriage. His old man won't interfere with his life's work. How come all of a sudden, someone comes to withdraw from the marriage? It seems that I have to go back. Song Tianli said somewhat helplessly. The last time he found a reason for Song 13 to kick him out, he hadn't thought of going back anytime soon. I didn't expect this to come out of nowhere. This is too much of a dogfight. He just crossed over and asked his old man if he'd been given a betrothal. His old man swore up and down that there was absolutely nothing. As a result, it's here now. Thus, Song Tianli sent a message to Qian Shang and headed towards the Song family. On the way forward, he used transfiguration to change his appearance. At this time he was a man who looked 25 or 26 years old and a little chubby. In keeping with his persona, he also took and purchased a large bag of snacks to eat as he walked. Very quickly, he arrived at the Song family's front door. "I'm your butler Qian's distant nephew, my name is Ma Yunting, I have an appointment with him, please inform me," Song Tianli said to the two men guarding the door of the Song family. He's probably the first person to go back to his house and have to be briefed. He naturally couldn't go back as Song Tianli, after all, he had already been kicked out. So, he entered the Song family again as Qian Shang's distant nephew.
Wait a moment. One of the men guarding the entrance to the Song family's house glanced at Song Tianli and walked into the Song family's house.
Qian Shang's status in the Song family was extremely high, and when Song Tianli came to see him, these gatekeepers didn't dare to make things difficult at all. "Your Song family is quite generous, I'm going to ask my uncle to get me a job in the Song family as well," Song Tianli said while eating chips. When he said this, the other gatekeeper gave him a disdainful look, but didn't say anything. Their Song family wasn't something that any cat or dog could enter. If he didn't know the relationship between him and Qian Shang, he would have spoken sarcastically. Very quickly, Qian Shang walked out with the gatekeeper from earlier.
"Uncle, it's me, Yuntung."
Seeing Qian Shang come out, Song Tianli hurriedly greeted him and said, "You come in with me first," Qian Shang said as he glanced at Song Tianli. He knew that Song Tianli had gone through a disguise, but he hadn't expected to become so thorough. If it wasn't for Song Tianli taking the initiative to welcome him, he wouldn't have recognized him at all.
"Okay, uncle.
Your Song family is so grand, and at a glance you can tell that business is big.
I don't know who it is that's so capable,"
Song Tianli said as he ate his potato chips. Hearing him say that, Qian Shang secretly rolled his eyes.
Song Tianli was complimenting himself.
80% of the credit for the Song family being where it is today goes to him.
However, the rest of the Song family didn't know this and thought it was a bumpkin entering the city. What the hell is going on?
After moving away from the others, Song Tianli lowered his head and asked in a low voice. He hadn't been too clear on the phone before, so he was going to ask for clarification now.
"What exactly is going on? I don't know."
"When those people came, they just said they were withdrawing from the marriage. I didn't take any liberties in the young master's absence. I said that the young master is out of the house today and asked them to wait in the parlor for a while first. So, 13 hasn't gone to see them yet."
Shan Song recounted the current situation as quickly as he could.
"Fine, just pass on a message to 13 that you won't know anything about the marriage contract for a while without asking.
The other things, wait until we go and meet those people," Song Tianli commanded.
"Understood,"
Qian Shang said and went to find Song 13. He went to give Song 13 an explanation of Song Tianli's commands.
Song Tianli walked towards the parlor. He wanted to see what kind of person it was, who wanted to withdraw from his marriage.
Chapter 87, When Rinbu Rue. Chapter 87, When Rinbu Rue.
When Song Tianli arrived near the parlor, he happened to see one of the Song family's maidservants carrying tea and walking towards the parlor.
"Xiu Yu, give me the tea," Song Tianli said as he stepped forward.
The maid, who was carrying tea forward, heard the voice and turned her head to look. She realized that she didn't know the person who was speaking and hadn't seen him before. Thus, her eyes were immediately filled with vigilance.
"How do you know my name?"
she asked, looking at Song Tianli. Seeing Xiu Yu's wary eyes, Song Tianli stretched out his hands and tapped 3 times above the knuckles of his own index fingers.
"Young." Seeing this gesture, Autumn Moon instantly understood Song Tianli's identity. Among the Song family's subordinates, other than Qian Shang and Song 13, only Autumn Moon knew his identity.
Autumn Moon was ostensibly an underling serving tea and water in the Song family, but in reality, her status in the Song family was very high. She holds half of the dark shadows of the Song family. If it was purely about importance, she was above Song 13. In terms of status, he was only below Qian Shang. That was why she personally served tea to the guys in the parlor. Because, in this way, it would be an opportunity to find out what the guys were talking about. Unexpectedly, at this time, Song Tianli appeared. "Give me the tea," Butler Qian said that he wanted me to send the tea over. Song Tianli said. "Here." Autumn Moon handed over the tea. With that, Song Tianli carried the tea and headed towards the parlor. "Several people, please have some tea." After arriving at the parlor, he was very respectful and placed the tea in front of the several people. He put on the tea while observing a few people. There were 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman. Those 3 men, an old man and 2 young men, had extraordinary auras on them. The woman, on the other hand, looked about the same age as Song Tianli, and was born extremely beautiful. There was also an air of nobility about his body, and it was obvious, at a glance, that he was a child of a large family. However, it's far worse than the imperial language. Song Tianli had also wanted to take the opportunity of serving tea to listen to what these few people would say. However, he realized that for a good half a day, the men hadn't said a word. It was as if they were just sitting around waiting for Song 13 to arrive. After Song Tianli served the tea, he didn't leave either, but stood at the door. It didn't take long for Qian Shang and Song 13 to arrive. "Gentlemen, this is my Song family's young master, Song 13. Qian Shang introduced the few people. "I heard that you are here to withdraw from the marriage? How come this young master doesn't know? When did I have a marriage contract?" Song 13 said as he casually sat on the main seat with a big grin. He had to maintain his loser's persona, so naturally he couldn't sit upright. "Good, we did come to withdraw from the marriage. This is the previous marriage contract." At this time, that old man took out a marriage contract and said. Song 13 received the marriage contract, but didn't open it at first. "There's no rush on the marriage contract, won't you tell us who you are first? This young master would like to know who exactly is the one with whom I have a marriage contract?" His words were mainly to make Song Tianli clear about the identity of the several people. After all, Song Tianli stood in the doorway and couldn't see the content of the marriage contract. "It seems that you guys really don't know anything at all. In that case, let's introduce ourselves. We're from the family of the Wendigo in central China. I guess your remote area doesn't know much about the central state. The Wen family is one of the top 10 families in the central state. Whether it's wealth or overall strength, it's not comparable to your tiny Song family. Our young lady, she is even one of the top 10 heavenly prides among the younger generation of the central state. We've inquired about it, Song family's young master Song 13, a wasted loser. It's not even worthy of lifting our young lady's shoes, so I've come here today to withdraw from the marriage," that old man said. They had come to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage, so naturally they had investigated the Song family and Song 13. When he said this, Song Tianli, Qian Shang, and Song 13 all frowned. "If you just came to withdraw from the marriage, then just withdraw, why say such insulting words? It's because you're so used to being high and mighty that you have to speak in such an overbearing manner. Or was it just to simply humiliate the Song family? If it was the latter, it meant that some sort of grudge had arisen between the Wen family and the Song family. According to Song Tianli's speculation, there was a possibility that it had something to do with his old man. After all, his old man had traveled to the central state only a short while ago. One of the 10 great celestial pride, never heard of it. But simply by listening to the name, it should be similar to what the previous top 10 flower leaders should be. Song 13 countered without mercy. The other party had already been so nonchalant, and no matter what kind of attitude the Song family used to treat them, they wouldn't be able to restrain or change. Whether it's commiserating or fawning and making friends, it's all a loss of the Song family's demeanor. Moreover, the other party had insulted the Song family, as well as the Song family's young master so much, so it could only be tit for tat. Unbridled. "How dare you insult my lady like that?" that old man said loudly. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out of his body. Their young lady was one of the 10 great celestial pride. How could she be compared to someone like the flowerhead, put together? Erfo realm. Sensing the aura coming from the old man, Song Tianli exclaimed in his heart. "He who insults others will be insulted." "What? It's fine for your excellency to insult my Song family so much, but it's not fine for my young master to say a few words of truth." Right at this moment, Chen Shang stepped forward and said. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out from his body. 3 mansions realm. Feeling the aura on Qian Shang's body, the old man was shocked in his heart. He hadn't thought that in a small Song family, there was actually an existence of the 3 prefectures realm. One must know that the 3 prefectures realm could be considered strong in the central state. What makes a small Song family such a strong person? "Uncle Wu, back off first." Just as the 2 sides were about to go toe-to-toe, the woman spoke. She had a nice voice, but it was full of distance. Hearing this woman's voice, the old man from earlier put away his aura. "To introduce myself, my name is One Run Unreverent.
I don't want to say the rest. Song family young master Song 13, uneducated, is a complete loser. Not worthy of me at all, so this once engaged marriage contract, I will not honor. The purpose of coming here today is also very simple. I need the Song family to issue me a letter of withdrawal. When Ren Buxia stood up and said in a calm tone. Her tone was calm, but it gave off an air of command. It's like, it has to be enforced. Not worthy of you? With goods like you, this young master is more than worthy of 10 of you. This inexplicable marriage contract is not recognized by this young master. As for withdrawing from the marriage, whoever made this marriage contract is the one you go to. Song 13 said, directly throwing the marriage certificate in his hand towards one Ran Buxue. Chapter 88, Huangfu Shuling. Chapter 88, Huangfu Shuling. Just now, Song Tianli had given Song 13 the signal to play as he pleased. Therefore, Song 13 was fearless. Seeing him throw the marriage certificate out, Song Tianli almost shouted outright, "Well done." The way it was handled, even he hadn't expected it. Don't read the marriage papers, love it. If you want to get out of a marriage, you have to go to the person who made the contract, that's only logical. This marriage contract was made by Huangfu Shuling, and now Huangfu Shuling is dead. I can only come to the Song family. One Ran Buxue said. Hearing her utter the 4 words Huangfu Shuling, the Song family's parlor instantly fell into a deathly silence. This name was taboo in the Song family, no one dared to mention it freely. Because this is Song Tianli's mother. Song Tianli didn't have many memories of his mother. I heard that his mother died in an accident a month after giving birth to him. Exactly because of what accident, Song Tianli was not sure. Because, at that time, he was too small. Even if he was a traveler, he was very vague about the outside world because of his body. So, he knows very little about his mother. When he got a little older, every time he asked his old man about his old man just said that his mother had died in an accident. But exactly what the accident was due to was never said. Song Tianli had thought that his engagement was something his old man had gotten up to. I didn't realize it was my own mother. You'd better take a look at the marriage certificate. With a wave of one Ran Buyo's hand, the marriage certificate flew back. Song 13 grasped the marriage certificate back in his hand. Song Tianli gave him a look, and in an instant, Song 13 understood and opened the marriage certificate. The marriage contract was informal, with only a few words. The son of Huangfu Shuling and the daughter of one Ren Baiwei are engaged to be married, and the daughter of one Ren Baiwei is a concubine. Song 13 directly read out the marriage contract. When these words came out, the Song family, once again, was dumbstruck. Ha ha ha. In the next second, Song 13 burst out laughing. You guys are so arrogant and domineering, I thought you were some kind of great people, but after half a day, you turned out to be just concubines. This young man declares that this is the best joke this young man has seen all year. You are very good, and have succeeded in making this young master laugh. Someone, watch the reward. Song 13 said loudly. Song Tianli very cooperatively came to the front of a few people, then took out a few coins and threw them at the feet of a few people. The move was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. In an instant, when Ren Buxia and the other 3 people, their anger flared to the sky. A word of advice, don't make any mistakes on your own, or else you'll bring about the end of the Song family. That old man said. Extinction? Do you really think my Song family is made of clay? Use whatever means you have, why would my Song family be afraid? Shen Shang stepped forward at this time and said. I'm just going to ask you once, are you guys serious about not withdrawing from the marriage? One Ran Buyo said. It's not impossible to get out of the marriage if you want to. Since it is you who have repented of your marriage, show the appropriate sincerity, instead of coming with 2 shoulders and a mouth. Your family is not one of the top 10 families in the central state, take out 1,000,000 spirit stones and the marriage will be called off. Qian Shang said again. Song Tianli didn't say anything just now, just a look and he understood. Such an inexplicable marriage might as well be exchanged for some actual favors. 1,000,000 spirit stones, you guys really dare to ask for a lion's share as well? The old man said. 1,000,000 spirit stones was definitely an astronomical figure in the land of the 9 states. Spirit stones were different from divine state coins and were extraordinarily precious. Because the 9 states simply didn't have too many spirit stones. Millions of spirit stones, even for the top 10 families in the central state, could not be taken out all at once. Too expensive? Then 1 divine state dollar. Qian Shang said.
A concubine is just a concubine. You really think this young master is rare? Such goods, given to this young master may not even want them. Buy it for $1. Song 13 said indifferently. The two of them sang in unison, causing a few people at the Winkler's house to burst with anger. One divine state coin was nothing, but if this were to spread out, it would have a great impact on Wen Runwui's reputation. After all, her marriage was only to a concubine. If only one divine state dollar was compensated, it would make people think that Wen Rin Buxia was only worth $1. I, Wen Ren's family, will make compensation according to my heart. Wen Runwui said, waving his palm, and several large boxes appeared in the parlor.
The old man stepped forward and opened these boxes one by one.
One of the boxes contained spirit stones, probably around 1,000 of them. A few other boxes, containing some antique paintings and calligraphy, gold bars and bricks. The total value of these things is probably around 300 million divine state coins, which is considered compensation from our smellers. Now please also ask the Song family's young master to write me a letter of withdrawal.
You should know that the gap between the two of us is one heavenly and one earthly.
If it wasn't for the marriage contract back then, it might have been impossible to cross paths for the rest of our lives. Wen Run Bushua said as he looked at Song 13.
Indeed, this young master, the lofty swan, is not qualified for anyone to take a bite. It's very good that you have this self-knowledge.
Song 13 said as he looked at Wen Run Wuxia with a look of praise. Hearing him say this, Wen Run Wuxia's fists clenched. This Song 13's speech was too exasperating, she wanted to beat him up so badly. It's been nearly 20 years since my lady died, so why is it that during this time, you have never come to withdraw from the marriage?
And now it's here, and if I'm not mistaken, you sniffers have been watching for the last 20 years.
Heaven's descent, are you guys observing whether or not my Song family's young master has become a divine chosen? By now you should have investigated clearly, my young master is not a divine chosen, and therefore, feels that there is no value. Therefore specially came to withdraw from the marriage. At this time, Song Tianli stepped forward and said. After saying that, he stood behind Song 13. He'd been thinking about it just now, and it was the biggest possibility he'd come up with. So what if he is? If he's a chosen of God, this young lady can still think highly of him. It's a shame he's a loser who can't hold up a wall, a loser only. What qualifications do you have to be my man, Wen Rin Buxia?
With regard to Song Tianli's speculation, Wen Run Wuxia did not deny it at all. A small Song family, they didn't need to put it in their eyes at all.
It was the sort of thing she hadn't wanted to state. Since the Song family had guessed it, there was no need for her to hide it. Such a faithless, despicable, shameless, backtracking, forgetful of color, dissimilar, crooked woman, given to this young master for nothing, this young master doesn't even want it.
It's just a withdrawal, this young master agrees.
Men, pen, ink, paper and ink slabs are waiting. Song 13 agreed to withdraw from the marriage at Song Tianli's gesture.
Chapter 89 A Plot Against the Song Family. Chapter 89 A Plot Against the Song Family.
Soon, there was an underling of the Song family, who brought brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. Song 13 took the paper and started writing. This young master, Song 13, has specially broken off his engagement with Wen Run Buyo today. This totaled 20 characters, and Song 13's writing was crooked.
It's no exaggeration to say that an elementary school student can write much better than he can.
It also fits his uneducated loser persona. For the sake of formality, he also signed his big name.
And in duplicate. Come on, sign it. After signing, you guys can stay wherever you want. Song 13 said.
Wen Rin Buxia also ignored Song 13's taunts and stepped forward to write his name on the withdrawal letter. The content of both the marriage letter and the withdrawal letter was very informal.
To put it mildly, it's basically the same as when kids are playing house.
But Wen Run Buxia treasured it so much, it was as if he had to have it.
This was something that puzzled Song Tianli. It was reasonable to say that the Song family didn't even know about this marriage contract. The Wen family could completely deny it, and the Song family would not say anything about it.
Taking a step back, even if the Song family knew about the marriage contract, with the strength that the Song family had shown, they would not be able to do anything to the Wen family.
Why must it be this as child's play of a letter of withdrawal? There must be an unknown reason behind this. From now on, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. Let's go.
With a word, Wen Run unrepentant left with the few people from Wen Run's family.
Take away your rags. Song 13 said loudly from behind.
He was talking, naturally, about the things in the box. For his words, none of the Smellers family paid any attention to him and left the Song family straight away.
Since they don't want it, put it away.
300 million Shenzhou coins, don't take it for nothing.
Song Tianli spoke up at this time. What does young master think about this matter?
Shen Shang asked as he turned his head to look at Song Tianli.
It's obvious that there must be a hidden agenda in this matter that we don't know about.
Have Dark Shadow look into what's happened in Central State over this period of time, and at the same time, look into the Wen family.
Song Tianli said.
Yes. If we notify today, we should be able to find out the news tomorrow.
Xian Shang nodded. By the way, did you get any results from the information I asked you to look up, about the inspection team recruiting?
There are results.
The inspection group in Qianzhou has set up 3 barriers to face the entire Qianzhou to recruit cultivators. If you can pass these 3 hurdles, you can become a reserve member of the inspection team. Did you find out what the barrier was?
Not yet, the details, the inspection team will announce tomorrow.
Alright, if you have any news, let me know in time. Song Tianli said and prepared to leave. Aren't you staying in the Song family? Qian Shang asked, looking at Song Tianli with a bit of curiosity.
He had thought that Song Tianli should have stayed for a while longer after returning to the Song family as his nephew.
I didn't realize that it was going to go so soon. I have other things on my mind. After I leave, the Song family maintains level 2 alert. Song Tianli then said.
For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed as if something was about to happen, and one-run unrepentance withdrawal was just the beginning.
It's better to hide out in order not to get involved. Holding tightly to the thighs of the 2 big brothers, Starlight and Imperial Word. With them, all evil retreats. Yes. Xian Shang nodded.
Level 2 alert is already considered a very urgent situation.
This was the Song family's highest level of alert besides life and death. After instructing these, Song Tianli walked out of the parlor, intending to leave.
When he arrived at the courtyard, he found Yu Chuanqiu and Wu Ziji sparring in the courtyard. Since he and Long Han had left, Song 13's original 4 Vidra were the only 2 left. He, Wu Zizai and Yu Chunqiu now also did not call themselves the 4 Great Vidra, but rather the worryless 2 generals. To be honest, Song Tianli still kind of missed the time when they were the 4 diamonds before. It was short, but very interesting. Luckily, several of them had previously passed the 4 Seasons Penglai's test and became 4 Seasons Penglai's prospective disciples. It won't be long before they'll be together again at the 4 Seasons Pomp and Circumstance. Neither Song 13 nor Qian Shang had noticed. When Song Tianli left, he left the Flying Thunder God seal in a place that was not easily noticeable. If something really happened to the Song family, he would have the bilocation, through this Flying Thunder God seal, return to the Song family. That's why, he left the Song family just like that. After when Rinbu Xie and their group left the Song family, they returned to a hotel. Miss, how is it?
That old man asked as he looked at Wenran Wui. We insulted Song 13 so much before, but I feel it very clearly. There is no anger within this Song 13. He seemed to act extraordinarily calm from start to finish. All that so-called big talk of his is basically a put-on. Therefore, I can conclude that Song 13's uneducated and defeated image should be a deliberate disguise on his part. Song 13 is far from being as unpleasant as rumors have it, he's very calculating. Wenran Bushua said. Sure enough, I told you, how could Huangfu Shuling's son really be that mediocre? Song Sihai has returned to the Central State, although he's not doing anything at the moment. But from what we know of Song Sihai, he never fights unprepared battles. Since he has returned to the Central State, he is bound to stir up countless storms. We'll sit back and watch. Once we find Song Sihai showing weakness, we'll add more fire. Erase the Song family, as well as Song 13 completely. That old man said. After we get the withdrawal letter in our hands today, we won't be tied to the Song family anymore. Our previous plan can also start to be implemented. Wenran Unrepentant said. The 2 men who were with them never spoke, either when they were in the Song family's house or in the middle of the hotel. They looked as if they were 2 emotionless robots. With regard to this behavior of these 2 people, Wenren Bussier and the old man, both seemed to have gotten used to it. They would just say whatever they had to say, as if the 2 didn't even exist. Song Tianli guessed though that someone might be targeting the Song family. However, he didn't know exactly who was targeting the Song family. He returned to the villa after leaving the Song family.
Because, he was less than 2 days away from the next random teleportation. He's going to have to settle down and get ready. At the same time, it was also intended to inform Starlight so that he could be prepared. Chapter 90 10 Great Families of the Central State. Chapter 90 10 Great Families of the Central State. After Song Tianli returned to the villa, he went to find Starlight. Starlight is still playing the game, scrapping. Starlight, it is estimated that by tomorrow afternoon, you will suddenly leave the villa and appear in another place. Be prepared. Song Tianli said to Starlight. Doesn't matter, wherever it shows up, it doesn't stop me from playing the game. By the time tomorrow comes around, I'm sure I'll be the #1 person in the King's Pesticide National Service. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to be a genius. Starlight replied while playing the game. Hearing him say that, Song Tianli gave him a somewhat helpless look. When Starlight played the game, he basically went in his left ear and out his right when other people talked. Don't look at him making a reply, but in fact, a little while later, when his game is over, he won't even know what he said himself. So he didn't bother with Starlight again. What needs to be said, he has said. For the next day, Song Tianli stayed in the villa and didn't go anywhere else. The Song family had also been quiet for the past 2 days, and nothing had happened. Regarding the Wen family, although the Song family had found out a little bit, the information was all very limited. The 10 great families of the Central State are very difficult to penetrate. Even though Song Tianli had laid down shadows early on, it was still difficult to find out any useful information. Still, it's a good idea to find out some information. The Wen family was one of the top 10 families in the Central State, and could be said to be one of the top 10 most powerful families in the land of the 9 states. The remaining 9 great clans were the Eastern family, the Northern Underworld family, the Bailey family, the Shangwan family, the Shiman family, the Southern Palace family, the Gongyang family, the Longfu family, and the Eastern Palace family. These 10 families could be said to be the 10 families with the most concentrated power, strength, and wealth in the 9 states. The Zaizans of the 9 states, that is, the administrators of the 9 states, were usually born from these 10 great families. Contested elections are held every 10 years. If a person from any family became a Shizun, then that family immediately shifted into the #1 family in the 9 regions. The current Shizun, from the Dongfang family, was named Dongfang Tiexiong. Therefore, the Dongfang family is now the #1 family in Kyushu. According to Shadow's investigation, 20 years ago, a shocking event occurred in Central State. At that time, all of the 10 great families were swept away. The entire Central State is a river of blood and mountains of corpses. However, when the dust settled from that incident, the 10 great families chose to remain silent. And, as if making a pact to say nothing about what happened back then. Even the Shadow hadn't found out, exactly, what had happened back then. However, Shadow had found out that what happened back then was still related to a family other than the 10 great families. It can't be with our Song family, right? After reading the information from the shadowy Shadow, Song Tianli muttered to himself. If there was no relationship with the Song family, when Renbuxia, why would he come to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage? What about this marriage contract? Is his mother Huangfu Shuling a member of the Huangfu family? Yet again, something doesn't make sense. When he crossed over, the Song family was just a small family. It wasn't even a big deal in Xinzhou, let alone in Zhengzhou. How could such a clan pose a threat to the 10 great clans? On top of that, the Shadow hadn't actually found out where his old man had gone. Previously, according to Qian Shang, his old man had gone to the Central State, but the Shadow hadn't found out anything. I just want to live a peaceful life and develop obscenely, why is it so hard? Song Tianli said a bit helplessly. All he wanted was to be a quiet king go, but life was always full of drama. If what happened 20 years ago in Central State really had something to do with the Song family, or his own old man, then he can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. One of these days, it's going to get caught up in it, too. Thinking of this, Song Tianli's heart was inexplicably a bit annoyed. Truth be told, he wasn't a big fan of things being out of his control. But when that happens, there's nothing to be done about it. We can only act in a static manner. Song Tianli took a deep breath and said. He didn't know what the smellers were trying to do, and couldn't find out by looking into it, so he could only be vigilant and silently on guard. However, he also knew that it was not a permanent solution. As the saying goes, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Seeing the countdown in his head, Song Tianli returned to his room, silently waiting for the countdown to end. Meanwhile, in the middle of Starlight's room, Starlight was playing the game passionately.
Pentakill. Ha 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 ha. Win this game, I am the #1 in the national service. Just ask, and who else? At this time, Starlight had an extremely arrogant attitude. However, the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared. The price Song Tianli shared with him descended this time. As for where Starlight had been transported to, no one knew. It is also uncertain whether there is a signal where the transmission has gone. At the same time, Song Tianli was teleported away. Like the first time he teleported, he disappeared into the room without much feeling. When he reappeared, he found himself in a room full of classical flavor. Ah! Before Song Tianli could see the layout of the room clearly, he heard a sharp and panicked cry. He hastily turned around and looked in the direction from which the voice came, and the first thing he saw was 2 large, towering, and erect mountains in white. These 2 large mountains were extremely treacherous and not something that ordinary people could climb. Song Tianli just took a look at it and felt his chi and blood fluttering. Just as he was about to enjoy the scenery on the mountain peak, a sharp attack suddenly came towards him. This scared him so much that he hastily stepped back while extending his palm. Kaiten. He used Kaiten and defended. Boom! As he defended, a booming sound rang out. A wave of energy exploded in the air, and the items furnished in the room instantly shattered. This sudden sound instantly aroused the people around them. Not good, we have to sneak out in a hurry. Sensing the aura of the people around him, Song Tianli said in his heart. After saying that, he randomly chose a direction and directly broke the window. White eyes, open! He then opened his white eyes and observed his surroundings. He found that more than 300 meters away in front of him, there was a garden with flowers and trees planted in it. Without any hesitation, he sped towards the middle of the garden. As soon as he was in the middle of the garden, he could quickly hide with his skills. At the same time, behind Song Tianli, people appeared in pursuit. These people were not weak and had the strength of the Sanzang realm. Very quickly, Song Tianli arrived in the middle of the garden. Multiple shadow split technique. Transformation. Chapter 91 Coming to the Dongfang family. Chapter 91 Coming to the Dongfang family. Song Tianli used the multiple shadow splitting technique to conjure out a doppelganger. At the same time, his main body turned into a stone and landed in the middle of the garden. In doing so, his doppelganger sped forward, drawing away the people behind him who were chasing him. Those who were chasing after Song Tianli didn't realize that they were only chasing after a doppelganger. All the time he waited to draw out a good distance, Song Tian understood in addition to the diversion. He suddenly disappeared, leaving those chasing him in a daze. They searched around the area for a long time and found no trace of Song Tianli, so they went back to resume their orders. Song Tianli had been meticulously staying in the middle of the garden and didn't dare to show up. Just some of the caretakers had the strength of the Sanzang realm. The others, I'm afraid, are much stronger. Song Tianli had only just broken through to the Chifu realm now, and there were plenty of people who were stronger than him. Therefore, he dared not make a move. After lingering in the middle of the garden for a while, Song Tianli made sure that no one was coming after him before he transformed back into his human body. Of course, he, in this person, was disguised by shapeshifting. He had known that he would be randomly teleported, so naturally he had to disguise himself early. After transforming back into his person, he took out his silenced cell phone. Good luck, there's a signal. Song Tianli said with a bit of excitement. Last time he was teleported into the middle of a primitive forest with no signal at all. If he didn't have a decent knowledge base, he wouldn't have been able to tell where he was. For once, there was a signal where he appeared, and that could come to locate him. So he hastily opened the map. This is actually Central State. Song Tianli's eyes instantly widened when he determined the positioning. He had been investigating about the 10 great families of the Central State before, but he didn't realize that he had appeared right in the Central State. This would explain why a family's caretaker had the strength of the Sanzang realm. The Central State was filled with strong people, and aside from the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, the Central State was the place with the most cultivators and the strongest cultivators among the 9 great states. Kind of similar to the imperial capital of the Blue Planet. Among the imperial capitals, there are the most officials. A brick to the head of a division. Since it appeared in the imperial capital, it's just the right time for me to investigate it properly. What exactly happened 20 years ago, and our Song family, is it related or not? Song Tianli said silently in his heart.
The art of multiple shadow splitting. He then manifested 4 doppelgangers, heading in 4 different directions. If you want to investigate Zhangzhou, first investigate this family where he appeared.
This family had watchful underlings and large gardens, so it was certainly not a small family.
Maybe, it's one of the top 10 families.
One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers ran back in the same direction he had sped from before. If you want to investigate, you naturally have to start with the people.
Soon enough, he was back outside the room where he had first appeared.
Bunch of losers, can't even catch a single person, what's the use of having you guys? People have inexplicably appeared in my room under your protection, and none of you noticed. Is the next time going to be when he shows up at the end of my bed and cuts off my head? Before you guys find out?
Song Tianli heard that a woman was scolding the subordinates who had just chased him. By the sound of it, she sounded bad. Come to think of it, Song Tianli appeared without warning and saw a view that he shouldn't have seen.
Anyone else would be furious, I'm afraid.
Song Tianli looked from the broken window and realized that the person who spoke was not too old, 24 or 25 years old, with white skin.
Kind of like Tsunade in Naruto. Both the temperament and the body are like.
Oni-chan, it's really not that we're incompetent. It's just that guy is so weird. We were about to catch up with him, and all of a sudden, he just disappeared. There's no sign of him, we've searched everywhere else and there's no sign of him. An underling, who looked like he should be the leader, said to the woman. Hearing the leader say that, the woman didn't say they were making excuses for their incompetence. Instead, he frowned, pondering what the leader had just said. This was because it suddenly occurred to her that Song Tianli had also appeared in her room without warning earlier.
It's not unreasonable to say that it's disappeared without warning now. Who do you think this sudden appearance, and sudden disappearance, could be?
The woman asked, looking at the many subordinates. It's hard to say, this person didn't perform any moves and we can't tell. The leader said.
Then can you see his face clearly? The woman asked again. I see it. At that moment, an underling raised his hand and said. Good, since you've seen him clearly, go and portray his appearance later. Yes. From now on, double the guards at all corners. Open guards, dark guards, all of them, I don't want a single dead end in the entire Dongfang family. The woman said loudly. Understood. The subordinates said in unison. At this time, Song Tianli, who was hiding and peeking, withdrew his eyes. The Dongfang family? That's quite a coincidence. Song Tianli muttered. The Dongfang family was both one of the top 10 families in the central state and Leng Han's family. The reason why Leng Han was hunted down in the first place was because of the Dongfang family. How could Song Tianli not expect that he would be randomly transported to the Dongfang family? The Dongfang family, as one of the 10 great families, must have known about what happened 20 years ago. So, to find out what happened 20 years ago, the Dongfang family is a good entry point. I wonder where Cold Chill is now. Leng Han used to be a member of the Dongfang family, so perhaps he knows about what happened 20 years ago. Song Tianli thought in his heart. With that thought, he disengaged the altar and took out his cell phone once again. Help me find out where Leng Han is now. This message, Song Tianli sent to Qian Shang. At first, Leng Han was arranged by the Song family and sent out of Qianzhou. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for the Song family to investigate his trail if they wanted to. Soon after, Shansong replied to the message. Happy Street, Kansas. After seeing the message sent by Qian Shang, a smile hung on Song Tianli's face. Since Leng Han is not in the central state, then from now on, I am Leng Han. No, to be precise, I'm Hikaru Tagusa. The relationship between Hikaru Higashimiya and the Higashimiya family is delicate. Even though they both share the same surname, Donggong, they are not considered family. Yet, there is a specific connection. For this, Donggong Yanlong had already recounted it once back then, and Song Tianli happened to understand it. Therefore, he shouldn't reveal himself if he impersonated Donggong Hikaru. However, Donggong Hikaru's identity was rather sensitive, so there would be pros and cons if he impersonated him. Chapter 92 10 Great Families at Odds. Chapter 92 10 Great Families at Odds. After Song Tianli realized that this was the Donggong family, he didn't immediately appear with Donggong Hikaru's appearance. Instead, he waited quietly. He was waiting for it to get dark. Dark and windy nights make it easier to move around. In the midst of waiting, finally night fell. Multiple shadow split technique.
Song Tianli manifested several doppelgangers before using his sneaking skill and heading towards the Dongfang family.
This sneaking skill is the Black Jedi skill, which allows him to travel under the ground. It's usually hard to spot. Song Tianli could just use this skill to check on the Dongfang family.
The Dongfang family covers an area of dozens of miles, with hundreds of rooms, absolutely dog-big family. As he was sneaking around, he noticed that compared to the daytime, the number of people patrolling, as well as those hiding in the shadows, had increased quite a bit now. If he didn't possess the skill of sneaking, he was afraid that he would have been discovered long ago if he hadn't proliferated through the Dongfang family with so many doppelgangers.
I guess it was following the words of the woman I had seen earlier. This made him a little curious as to who that woman was during the day, at such an age, to have such a big say in the Dongfang family. Quickly, a diversion appeared outside a row of rooms to the west. He heard the sound of someone talking in one of the houses and hurried up.
"Big brother, do we really want to cooperate with the Gongyang family?" A chubby man who looked to be in his 40s asked. The balance between the 10 great clans has lasted for a long time, and now it's time for a change.
If we do not seek allies, then others will come against us. Instead of sitting around waiting for death, we should take the initiative.
A man who looked to be in his 50s and tall and thin said.
The strength between the 10 great families is clear to all of us. There is a gap between the two, but the gap between each other can be said to be minimal.
Once they target each other, it will definitely be a lose-lose situation.
The chubby man said. Have you already forgotten how our 10 great families came into existence?
The tall and thin man asked.
Naturally, I remember. It's because of the divine gift from 100 years ago. The fat man replied.
It's been almost a month since this divine providence descended, and the chosen are beginning to emerge. You and I couldn't be more clear about how heaven-defying the chosen of God are. The current us is still a top 10 family, but once the chosen of God grows up, it's possible that the so-called top 10 families will fall apart in a matter of moments.
We have to deploy ahead of time. But even so, why are we going toe-to-toe between the 10 great families? Shouldn't we all be united in our efforts?
Penis, have you been living like a dog all these years?
The selection of divine chosen is without warning. How can you guarantee that there are no divine chosen in the other several great clans?
If there is, then we will all be stepping stones. We must nip all danger in the bud before the chosen one grows up. The 10 great clans are not destined to coexist with each other. When Song Tianli heard this, he had already understood what the tall and thin man was trying to convey. There are no criteria for the selection of the chosen of God.
So the chosen one could be anyone. Maybe one of the 10 great families was the chosen one.
If that was really the case, the divine chosen coupled with the resources of the family they were in, that strength would definitely skyrocket. I'm afraid it won't take too long to grow into a party of superpower. Once one of the 10 great clans exceeded the strength of the others by a lot, it would not be willing to be equal to the other few great clans. When the time came, they would definitely find a way to take on the other few great clans. After all, the wealth held by the 10 great families was extremely large, enough to cause anyone's eyes to glaze over. If the 10 great families became the 5 great families, then the remaining few great families, the wealth they possessed, and the power they had increased exponentially. So, those who had the chance would definitely exterminate the other clans once they had the chance.
Better yet, one family. The only way to prevent this from happening is to get ahead of the game. Because, if you don't do it, someone else will.
These 10 great families don't have a good relationship with each other. This is a point that can be utilized. If I show up as Lung Han and pose as a chosen of God, then wouldn't that make the Dongfang family a target?
Song Tianli suddenly had a very bold idea.
He appeared as a chosen one, posing as a member of a certain family. Of course, this impersonated member could not only be Lang Han, it could be any member of the 10 great families.
For example, the Winkler's house.
In this way, the other several great clans would subconsciously take precautions against this clan. After all, no one wanted the family they worked with to have a divine chosen. There was no doubt about the power of the divine chosen, and cooperating with a family that had a divine chosen was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger.
It may be that at some point, you will be injured by a tiger.
Of course, whether or not one's family had a chosen one was another matter.
Song Tianli also didn't know if there were any divine chosen among the 10 great families. And if there are a few more.
Of course, that was not the most important thing for him to do right now.
Rather, it's to find out if there's any connection between what happened 20 years ago and the Song family.
If not, it didn't matter if he impersonated the chosen one or not. Because, the fight between the 10 great families had nothing to do with him. If there was a relationship, then if he didn't pose as a divine chosen and stir up this muddy water of the 10 great families, then he would be sorry that he had made the trip to the central state. It was just that, although he was able to eavesdrop on the conversations of the Dongfang family's people, he didn't have a clue for the time being if he wanted to find out anything about what happened 20 years ago. If he didn't go and actively look for clues, the people of the 10 great families would definitely not actively talk about what happened 20 years ago. He now had the feeling that a heavenly dog was eating the moon and had nowhere to put his mouth. After thinking for a while, Song Tianli felt that since the people of the Dongfang family would not take the initiative to talk about what happened 20 years ago, then he does something to subconsciously connect these people to what happened 20 years ago. Beat the bushes. I'll appear as an avenger, Song Tian said as he thought about it. He then sent a message to Shan Son. I want information on all the members of the Togong family. Trying to find out the rest of the Dongfang family was not an easy task. But if it was just a family member, with Shadow's strength, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Not to mention the Shadow, it was some people who had lived in Central State for a longer period of time. I'm afraid that they all had some knowledge about the family members of the 10 great families. In less than 2 minutes, Shen Shang sent information about the Dongfang family. Song Tianli took his cell phone and just read it. Chapter 93 Kidnapping Dongfang Wufei. Chapter 93 Kidnapping Dongfang Wufei. When Long Han was being pursued by the Dongfang family, Song 13 was involved. Therefore, at that time, Song Tianli had the Shadow investigate the information about the Dongfang family. For the members of the Dongfang family, they had already figured it out a long time ago. Only, Song Tianli had never checked it out. Now, after he asked Xian Shang for information on the Dongfang family, Xian Shang was able to send the information over in just a few minutes. After reading up, Song Tianli realized that the Dongfang family was not well off. The current head of the Dongfang family was named Dongfang Yilong. He had 2 sons, Dongfang Qingxian and Dongfang Qingyun. Dongfang Qingxian was the man Song Tianli had seen earlier, the tall, thin, and 50-something looking man. Dongfang Qingyun was the chubby, 40-something looking man. Because they were all cultivators, their actual age, compared to what it looked like, was at least 20 years older. Dongfang Qingxian had a daughter and a son, Dongfang Wuyo and Dongfang Wufei respectively. One of the daughters was the older sister, the Tsunade-like woman that Song Tianli had seen earlier, Dongfang Wuyo. She's 28 years old. Dongfang Qingyun only had one son, named Dongfang Invincible. 24 years old this year. The name Dongfang Invincible wasn't called casually, his talent was rare to come across once in 1,000 years. In the Central State, it was known as one of the 10 great celestial pride. Although the Dongfang family was not well populated, both the previous generation and the young people of this generation were considered to be among the people. For example, Dongfang Wuyo, although she was a woman's body, she was a woman's woman. She was the one who took care of all the miscellaneous chores of the Dongfang family. It could be said that she was the big housekeeper of the Dongfang family, taking care of the Dongfang family's affairs in an organized manner. Although his cultivation talent was not as good as Dongfang Wufei's, it was also extremely outstanding. Come to think of it, we can only make a move towards Dongfang Fearless, Song Tianli muttered. Of the 3 people in the younger generation of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Fearless was relatively the least present. It was too risky to lay hands on the other 2, after all, one held great power and the other was extremely talented in cultivation. If he laid his hands on Dongfang Fearless, it would be a good time to try out the Dongfang family's attitude. After having an idea in his mind, he let his doppelganger search the Dongfang family. The one he was searching for was, naturally, Dongfang Fearless. The Dongfang family was large though, with numerous houses. However, Song Tianli also had quite a few doppelgangers, and by using his sneaking skill, he would not be discovered by the others. It didn't take too long for Song Tianli to find Dongfang Wufei in the middle of a room's secret chamber. At this moment, he was cultivating 5 hidden realms. Sure enough, you have a great talent for cultivation. Feeling the aura coming from Dongfang Wufei's body, Song Tianli said heartily. If Dongfang Wufei wasn't a divine chosen, then for him to be able to cultivate to the 5 hidden realms at the age of 23, this talent was already a lot higher than him, I don't know how much higher. If Song Tianli didn't get the golden finger and just relied on his own cultivation, if he wanted to cultivate to the 5 hidden realms, he would have to be 50 or 60 years old at the very least. For that matter, it's not 100%. In contrast, his cultivation talent really pulls the crotch. Looking at Dongfang Wufei who was cultivating, a smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. If he was practicing, it would be much easier for him to move. Thus, he had his several doppelgangers all appear in the secret room where Dongfang Wufei was practicing shadow mimicry. To be on the safe side, he had the 3 doppelgangers, from different directions, use this skill. Dongfang Wufei, who was cultivating, did not even think that he would still be sneak attacked when he was cultivating in the secret room of his own home. Coupled with the fact that the shadow mimicry technique was not a killing move and was extremely stealthy, it was instantly struck. The first thing he did when his body couldn't move was to open his eyes. However, before he could do anything, he felt something that poked him. In the next second, the aura that was originally running in his body was forced to interrupt. Just now, Song Tianli had his doppelganger, pointed Dongfang invincible. This is the skill of the Hyuga clan, in Naruto. It was also fortunate that Dongfang Wufei only had the strength of the 5th hidden realm. If he were a bit stronger, he wouldn't necessarily be successful if he wanted to rely on a sneak attack like this. This alone wasn't enough. Song Tianli's doppelganger also blocked Dongfang Wufei's mouth at the first opportunity, preventing him from calling for help. After making sure that he hadn't been spotted by anyone, Song Tianli's main body appeared. He looked at Dongfang Wuyou and extended his palm. After his palm grabbed Dongfang Wuyou, a swirl suddenly arose within his eyes. Immediately afterward, Dongfang Wufei was like a piece of paper, lightly flying into the vortex. What Song Tianli was using right now was none other than divine might space. The god's mighty space was, in some ways, the equivalent of a prison. The good show is on, Song Tianli said as his body slowly sank into the ground. When he reappeared, it was in the courtyard of the Togong family. At that moment, he held dozens of notes in his hands and scattered them casually. The note rose with the wind and blew all over the yard. Song Tianli, who had done all this, didn't leave, but hid in the shadows, observing everything around him. Kidnapping Dongfang Wufei was only the first step of his plan. Next, he wanted to see the standard performance of the Dongfang family's crowd. Also listen to see if they will say anything about what happened 20 years ago. The notes that Song Tianli had scattered in the courtyard were soon discovered by the crowd patrolling the Dongfang family. They picked up the note and glanced at it, and their faces suddenly changed. The leader among the underlings hurriedly ran as fast as he could toward the room on the west side of the courtyard. Reporting to the Grand Master, something has happened. The leader came outside Dongfang Qingshuan's room and shouted loudly. Hearing the leader's voice, Dongfang Qingshan and Dongfang Qingyun walked out of the room. Such a clamor, what kind of behavior is this? Dongfang Qingshan said with a cold face. What's going on that's so panicky? Dongfang Qingyun asked. Reporting to the two lords, young Master Fearless has been kidnapped. It's a note left by the thieves. The leader replied hastily. What? Hearing this, Dongfang Qingshan instantly exploded. This is his son. He hurried forward and snatched the note from the leader's hand. Only the note reads. I'll take Dongfang Wufei with me in return for what you did back then. Remember, this is just the beginning, not the end. I will liquidate what happened back then, with you little by little. The Old Man of the Year. Seeing the contents on top of this note, Dongfang Qingshuan's face became exceptionally ugly. He didn't really have any clue about this deceased person. As one of the top 10 families in the central state, the Dongfang family had offended countless people in the course of their development. It's just that the Dongfang family is so powerful that some people don't dare to retaliate even if they are disgruntled. Chapter 94, Could it be him? Chapter 94, Could it be him? The words on the note were a bit ambiguous, which Song Tianli had done on purpose. He knew very well that a family like the Dongfang family must have offended many people, intentionally or unintentionally, in the course of its development. Because the growth of a family is bound to get in the way of others. A behemoth running up, even if it's careful, will inadvertently crush a lot of things into pieces. It's as if a car is moving along, even if the driver is quick-eyed and dodges such obstacles. Yet, there are still some imperceptible presences that get crushed by cars. Twigs, ants, drink bottles. Song Tianli intentionally used such words just to make the Dongfang family jump out on their own. He did this without 100% certainty. But it's worth a try. Have you gone to Fearless' room to look around? Dongfang Qingshan looked at the leader and asked. Not yet. As soon as I picked up the note, I came to the two lords. The leader said hastily. Let's go to Fearless' room first. Dongfang Qingshan said and took the lead towards the room where Dongfang Fearless was. After he arrived outside Dongfang Fearless' room, he didn't knock on the door and directly barged in. Fearless, Fearless. Dongfang Qingxian shouted loudly. There was no sound coming from the room.
So he came to a bookshelf and turned an inkstone on it. Click, click, click. With a loud sound, the bookshelf in front of Dongfang Qingxian moved to one side, revealing a space. He didn't even think about it, he just dashed right in.
Dongfang Qingyun and the subordinate leader then walked in as well, and after looking around the room, the two of them also entered the secret room behind the bookshelves. After entering the secret room, they saw that Dongfang Qingxian was frowning, observing the secret room.
Big brother, what have you found? Dongfang Qingyun asked. I just separated from Fearless just before dark. He told me that he's going to close his eyes and cultivate today to see if he can break through to the Chifu realm. So, if the thieves wanted to kidnap Fearless, it must have been in the secret room. However, I have just observed and found that there are no traces of fighting in the secret room. This means that the other party instantly restrained Fearless. Then the opponent's strength must be far above Fearless. At the very least, it's an existence of the second prefecture realm. Dongfang Qingxian analyzed.
Needless to say, his analysis does make sense.
Song Tianli is indeed a one-trick pony.
Although he wasn't at the Erfu realm, he had numerous bilocations. And between the many doppelgangers, there were various skills that could be used in conjunction with each other.
The combat power was not weaker than someone in the Erfu realm.
Therefore, to say that he was an existence of the second prefecture realm was not a wrong deduction.
Erfu realm?
It's true that there are quite a few people who have trouble with our Dongfang family, but there aren't many who have the strength of the second prefecture realm.
Moreover, the people who have the guts to dare to strike out at our Dongfang family are even fewer. Big brother, do you think it's possible that a few other clans did it?
They struck first. Dongfang Qingyun analyzed for a while and inquired about his big brother.
Impossible. Before Dongfang Qingxian could speak, another voice said quite abruptly.
Immediately after that, a figure walked in from outside.
It was none other than Dongfang Wufei's sister, the current head housekeeper of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Wufei.
Why are you so sure?
Dongfang Qingyun inquired.
The other families have the ability to do this, but they would never do it. Let's not talk about it first. The agreement between our 10 great clans doesn't allow us to lay our hands on juniors.
Because if they are found out, they may be retaliated against by the other family.
There are only 3 of us in the younger generation of our Dongfang clan, but the other clans, they are numerous. Once we find out that it's another family that did this, they won't be able to withstand the retaliation from our Dongfang family. At that time, both will surely lose, allowing the other clan to reap the benefits.
Hearing Dongfang Wuyo's analysis, Dongfang Qingyun nodded. The agreement between the 10 great families could not be broken at will. Once it is violated, it becomes a target. Also, I just asked the others, and there are a lot of notes like that. And it just showed up not long ago.
The person who was able to conceal himself from the Dongfang family's many guards, take my little brother away unnoticed, and leave these notes behind, may have strength that far exceeds the second prefecture realm. It's impossible for people from other clans to send out such a strong person at this juncture now.
Any family that moves in a different direction now will affect the whole body. Besides, it's only the little brother they're targeting, not me and the second brother. It's possible that this is just a test for our Dongfang family, wanting to see our next move. The other 10 great clans, going to such great lengths, couldn't just be for such a purpose. Dongfang Wuyo analyzed. Wufei, then in your opinion, who could the person who kidnapped Fearless be? Dongfang Qingxian asked. The note just now said above that this is just the beginning. And stay naming a deceased person from back in the day. It is clear that this is indeed a retaliation and not an obfuscation by another family. There aren't really many people who have a grudge against the Dongfang family and have the ability to retaliate. We can use the process of elimination. Hearing what Dongfang Wuyo said, Dongfang Qingxian and Dongfang Qingyun all fell into deep thought.
Indeed, there weren't many people who were capable and had a grudge against the Dongfang family.
Could it be him?
At this moment, Dongfang Qingxian suddenly said with wide eyes.
Who is it? Dongfang Wuyo asked.
She was only 28 years old and didn't know too much about some of the past events of the Dongfang family.
Could Big Brother be talking about Song Sihai? Dongfang Qingyun asked at this time. Song Sihai? Are you talking about the man who runs 4 Seas Express? Does he have a problem with our Dongfang family? Dongfang Wuyo asked suspiciously.
Hearing this, Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, hurriedly pricked up his ears. Now, it seemed that the 10 great families did have certain animosities with their Song family amongst themselves. Otherwise, the people of the Dongfang family wouldn't have been the first to, when associating the enemy, associated with his old man.
There is indeed a fault, and it's a big one.
To be honest, I knew a long time ago that sooner or later, Song Sihai would return to the central state again and strike at us.
Dongfang Qingxian said.
What he said, not only did Song Tianli not understand, Dongfang Wuyo likewise did not understand. Why would you guys sit back and let the 4 Seas Express grow if you knew he would take a shot at us?
Not obliterating it early? This was what Dongfang Wuyo didn't understand the most.
It's not the style of the Dongfang family to sit back and wait for death.
Chapter 95 Song Sihai and the Past. Chapter 95 Song Sihai and the Past.
It's a simple fact that if one had known that there was a person that would have taken a shot at them later on,
the best thing to do, then, is to take him out while he's weak.
For example, if Seoul Heavenly Emperor knew that in the future, there would be a kid who shouted "Don't deceive the young and poor" and would be his greatest enemy, then he would lead all the strongest members of the Seoul Palace to that small town overnight.
Drive everyone in the Shao family to extinction. The egg yolks are shaking loose. Ants' nests, too, are going to be watered with boiling water.
That's why it's so puzzling for the Dongfang family to let the 4 Seas Express delivery develop over the years.
There are 2 main reasons why we don't make a move. First, 4 Seas Express delivery has grown rapidly and made a lot of money though.
But that's all, money is nothing to the 10 great families. The 10 families are the 10 families with the highest concentration of power, status, and wealth. There was no family in the 9 great states that could compare to them. Although the Song family had made a lot of money over the years, there was still a considerable gap compared to the wealth owned by the 10 great families. No matter how much money there was, it was no threat to the 10 great families.
What about the second reason? Dongfang Wuyo asked. The second reason is because one does not dare.
Dongfang Qingxian said in a serious tone.
Don't dare?
Why don't you dare? Dongfang Wuyo had thought of many reasons, but the only thing he hadn't thought of was that it was because he didn't dare.
That brings us to what happened 20 years ago.
At that time, you were still young, so you didn't know what really happened 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Song Sihai appeared out of thin air, like a blazing sun, and wherever he went, others were completely reduced to accompaniments. He is strong, has many treasures, is handsome in appearance, and is also rich in talent. Even though there are countless heavenly prides in the central state, but in front of Song Sihai, they are all like grains of rice. Back then, he was truly a sight to behold, high profile and unbeatable, attracting the favor of countless women. At that time, even our 10 great clans paled in front of him. However, how could the central state allow such a powerful person to exist? Thus, our 10 great clans united and rounded up and killed him. It's just that we've tried to overestimate his strength as much as possible, sending out a large number of cultivators to deal with him by all sorts of less than honorable means. But it didn't occur to me that his strength, his undercard, is far more terrifying than what we imagined.
Thousands of people died at his hands in that battle.
These dead people can be the backbone of the great clans. That battle, for the 10 great families, was almost devastating.
However, it still didn't take down Song Sihai. In the end, the 10 great families bowed down.
A hint of palpitations flashed in Dongfang Qingxuan's eyes as he spoke. It's like they're still chilling over what happened back then.
What? The 10 great families bowed their heads? Hearing this, Dongfang Wuyo could not believe it. What kind of existence were the 10 great clans that had bowed down to one person at the same time?
Song Tianli was also incredulous. He hadn't thought that the old man who looked naive and honest like an honest man would have such a scenic past.
What a? It's hard to believe, isn't it, but it is.
The 10 great families of the central state, being crushed by one man who can't lift his head.
Dongfang Qingxuan's words were filled with mockery. And then what? Dongfang Wuyo asked.
Since the 10 great families had bowed their heads, then why hadn't they heard of Song Sihai's existence all these years?
Moreover, Song Sihai left the central state. At that time, although the 10 great families bowed down, Song Sihai is not the kind of person who is merciful.
He had planned to decimate the 10 great clans, and that's when Huangfu Shuling stepped forward. She told Song Sihai that she was pregnant with his child, and for the sake of the child, she hoped he wouldn't make any more killings.
Of course, it's not a hoodwink. Huangfu Shuling is indeed pregnant with his child.
Part of the reason why Huangfu Shuling said this is because she really doesn't want Song Sihai to make any more killings. The other part of the reason is that the Huangfu family among the 10 great families, that's her family. For the sake of the child and Huangfu Shuling, Song Sihai put away his killing intent. But let the 10 families make reparations. However, Song Sihai doesn't place much value on out-of-body things like money, so the compensation claimed is 1,000 different things. Song Sihai used special means to know the gender of the fetus in Huangfu Shuling's stomach, so he had the 10 great families make a marriage contract to make those little girls who were just born within a year concubines for their own sons. When Song Tianli heard this, it dawned on him. He then said, why would one Rinbu Xia have a marriage contract with himself? And the marriage contract was written as if it were a housewife, and you didn't even have a name. I think it was because his old man hadn't given him a good name at the time. Therefore, the marriage contract is written as the son of Huangfu Shuling. Did that mean that besides one Ren Buyao, there were other women among the 10 great families that also had engagements with themselves? In addition to this, Song Sihai also asked the 10 great families to compensate for all kinds of heavenly materials, spirit stones, and treasures. The matter of the marriage contract is fine, but things like heavenly materials and treasures are definitely hemorrhaging money for the 10 great families.
Naturally, there are hearts and minds that are reluctant.
However, it's impossible to beat Song Sihai's by fighting, so we can only use other means. Under the pretext of collecting heavenly materials and treasures, the 10 great clans delayed for a little while and united once again, preparing to secretly strike at Song Sihai. Unusual means won't be able to deal with him, so we can only use some despicable means. In the end, the 10 great families searched for the legendary poison, Celestial 5 Exhaustion. The so-called Celestial 5 Exhaustion is a poison that targets the 5 human organs. Once taken, the human body's 5 organs will rapidly fail, thus poisoning itself to death. The poison is colorless and tasteless, and it can be divided into 5 doses. Only after the 5th dose does it cause a chain reaction. Even if Song Sihai was strong, it would be difficult to detect the poison before it strikes. In the end, the 10 great families succeeded. Song Sihai was seriously injured after taking the Celestial 5 Exhaustion. The people from the 10 great clans have once again surrounded it. At that time, Song Sihai killed his way out of the siege with Huangfu Shuling by virtue of his own strength. Subsequently, nowhere to be found. When we inquired about him again, it was most of a year later. At that time, Huangfu Shuling had already given birth, and Song Sihai looked to be in excellent condition. It's easy to think that he's already dissolved the poison of the Celestial 5 Exhaustion. And so, once again, the 10 great families are on tenterhooks. P.S. Happy June 1st. Chapter 96, Avenge the Killing of One's Mother. Chapter 96, Avenging the Killing of One's Mother. Hearing Dongfang Qingxuan's account, Song Tianli clenched his fists. He hadn't thought that his old man would be counted so much by these despicable villains. Whether or not his old man asked the 10 great families for this debt, he would never let it go. And then what? Dongfang Woyo asked. After we discovered Song Sihai's trail, especially seeing that he was in excellent condition, one of us was on tenterhooks. Fear that he will retaliate against us. Wanting to unite to surround him once more, but worried that he's still powerful. After discussion, it was decided to use Huangfu Shuling and his child to force his hand. It just didn't occur to me that Huangfu Shuling's body had a treasure gifted by Song Sihai, which didn't allow us to get our hands on it in the first place, and also alarmed Song Sihai. And so, a great battle, once again, was drawn. During the course of the great battle, we discovered that Song Sihai's strength had dropped quite a bit. I guess it's a small price to pay to fight against the 5 exhaustions of the Celestials. However, those 2 great battles from half a year ago caused the 10 great clans to suffer heavy losses, so they didn't take down Song Sihai in the first place. The battle between the 2 sides is at a stalemate. As time passes, the wounds on Song Sihai's body are getting more and more severe. The members of the 10 great families, too, are getting fewer and fewer. In the end, while Song Sihai was seriously injured, your grandfather captured Huangfu Shuling as a way to force Song Sihai to give up resistance. What I didn't expect was that Huangfu Shuling was extraordinarily rigid, and in order for Song Sihai not to be implicated by himself, he shouted out, "Take care of our son," and then chose to commit suicide. After Huangfu Shuling's death, Song Sihai went crazy, and after he roared a few times, he slaughtered some more members of the 10 great families. Then he took the opportunity to collect Huangfu Shuling's corpse and left with his own son. When he left a message, "One day, I will make that you pay in blood." Later, when he reappeared, it was in Xianzhou. But in that, this time, the 10 great clans didn't dare to send anyone forward to surround him. Because, after the first 2 sieges, the 10 great families have already suffered a great deal of vitality, and I'm afraid that the 10 great families' status will be in jeopardy if they lose some more of their elites.
it's possible that it will be replaced by other clans in the central state. So, no further measures were taken against Song Si-hai. Because who knows, Song Si-hai's strength has regressed or gotten stronger. Thus, the 10 great families secretly grew while localizing Song Si-hai. After Dongfang Qingxuan's words fell, the chamber fell into a deathly silence. Dongfang Qingyun knew what happened back then, while Dongfang Wuyo was still digesting that series of information just now. To be honest, the shock of this series of information was a bit much for her. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, clenched his fists tightly at this time. He had only wanted to find out if what happened 20 years ago had anything to do with the Song family. I didn't expect to find out how my mother died. What's more, he didn't expect that the Dongfang family he had teleported to was the culprit for his mother's death. In the past 20 years, although Song Si-hai hadn't said anything, Song Tianli understood at this point. Song Si-hai had not targeted the 10 great families all these years, and it should be because of him. His old man promised his mother that he would take care of him as he grew up. Therefore, even though Song Si-hai's heart was filled with monstrous hatred, it was hardened and suppressed in order for him to grow up to be a man. That is, until he gets Goldfinger. It was only then that Song Si-hai couldn't wait to leave Quanzhou and come to the central state. It was just that for some reason, he had been in the central state for some time, but had never taken action. Perhaps there are scruples, or perhaps they are secretly plotting something. Very quickly, Song Tianli left the Dongfang family and traveled to a place where no one was. What should be known, he already knew. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to suppress his inner rage and give away his breath. I'm afraid that would cause a lot of trouble if that happened. Right now, he was still weak and it was not the time to turn against the Dongfang family head-on. He was a divine chosen, and as long as he was given enough time to develop, surpassing the 10 great families would only be a matter of time. As much as he wanted to slaughter the people of the 10 great families to avenge his mother and do justice to his old man. However, he knew very well that with his current strength, he was no match for the 10 great families. Still, it's okay to charge a little interest. Thus, with a flash of his body, he arrived in the Divine Might space. Dongfang Fearless, who he had previously put away in the Divine Might space, was currently tied to a pillar. When he saw Song Tianli appear, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Dare to kidnap me, do you know what you will face? Dongfang Fearless asked as he looked at Song Tianli. Although he was the one with the least presence in the Dongfang family, in terms of status, he was the eldest grandson of the Dongfang family. Plus, their Dongfang family was already sparsely populated. If something happened to him, then the Dongfang family would turn the heavens of the central state upside down to do him justice. In his opinion, Song Tianli kidnapped him for nothing more than money or to blackmail the Dongfang family, so he definitely didn't dare to lay his hands on him. Song Tianli slowly walked up to Dongfang Fearless and looked down on him. Are all the people from the 10 great families so confident? You're confident, and I like that. After Song Tianli said this, his palm flipped and a dagger appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he directly slashed his dagger across Dongfang Fearless' neck. Instantly, a fresh blood sprayed out and scattered in the Divine Might space. Dongfang Wufei didn't die immediately as he stared at Song Tianli with wide eyes in disbelief. He hadn't expected that Song Tianli would kidnap him and actually dare to kill him. He also couldn't believe that he, the eldest grandson of the Dongfang family, had died just like this. He doesn't even know who killed him. Feeling the vitality in Dongfang Wufei's body rapidly draining away, a cruel smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Dongfang family, just wait, this is all just the beginning. He had said this before in his note to the Dongfang family, but at that time he had only said it on purpose to confuse right and wrong. Now he said this from the heart. The Dongfang family was responsible for his mother's death. Vengeance for the murder of his mother is not shared. Although Song Tianli had traveled across the world, his mother carried him to term and gave birth to him. That would be a godsend to him. Therefore, he will never let go of the family that killed his mother. Even though Dongfang Wufei was only 3 years old when his mother was killed back then. A father's debt is paid by his son, and a master's debt is paid by his grandson, and this is what he must carry as a son of the Dongfang family. Chapter 97, Kidnapped in his sleep. Chapter 97, Kidnapped in his sleep. After killing Dongfang Wufei, Song Tianli clearly felt that the energy in his body had increased a bit. He took out a mirror and looked at it, and realized that the combat power above his head had increased to 2598 plus from the previous 2000 plus. The reason why Song Tianli's combat power had a plus at the end of it was because, well, his combat power wasn't certain. He possessed too many skills, and the combat power presented by using different skills was different.
Previously, this 2000's combat power was only based on his realm. If he uses some means, the combat power will change. At this moment, Song Tianli closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Just now, his combat power had increased by 598, which was equivalent to a quarter of his strength all of a sudden. What a great feeling! He kind of understood at this time why the Slayer had acted like a madman earlier, killing people on sight. It's just so fascinating to see this kind of power boost. Just killing one person boosts your strength by a quarter. So if you kill enough people, wouldn't you be invincible? With such a golden touch, it is indeed easy to sink if one's mind is not strong enough. In that case, 10 great families, let's have some fun. Song Tianli said meaningfully. It was true that he was not a match for the 10 great clans right now, but he still didn't have any problems dealing with the younger generation of the 10 great clans. He could hunt the younger generation of the 10 great families and then slowly increase his strength. When you are strong enough, then you can deal with the older generation. Thinking of this, Song Tianli left from the divine might space. Right now, it was only the people of the Dongfang family who were wary, and the people of the other 9 great families didn't know about his kidnapping of Dongfang Wufei. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this time to kidnap as many as possible, all the other younger generations of the 10 great clans. The reason why it was just a kidnapping and not a kill on the spot. That's because he can't strike these younger generations down in their homes. Let's not talk about the fact that, after the kill, there will be movement and the smell of blood. Once he made a commotion and drew out the powerhouses of the 10 great families, then he might be exposed. Once exposed, then he would be in danger. So, kidnap first. This would also tend to cause panic among the 10 great families if their populations kept disappearing. Once they panicked, they would easily disorganize themselves so that Song Tianli could take this opportunity to feel the fish. The water of the 10 great families was too deep, and a way had to be found to muddy the waters. Muddy waters are better for catching fish. Help me investigate the information of all the people in the 10 great families, the more detailed the better. Afterward, Song Tianli sent another message to Qian Shang. If you want to deal with the 10 great families, you naturally need to have an understanding of their personnel first. Previously, Shadow had investigated some information about the 10 great families, but it wasn't detailed enough, and the focus was different. Right now, Song Tianli only needed to investigate the information of each of the personnel of the 10 great families, and in this way, it would be relatively easy. After all, a family's personnel are the easiest to investigate. Received. Soon after, Shanson had a reply. Deleting the chat with Qian Shang, Song Tianli got busy. The central state was huge, and the places where the 10 great clans lived differed greatly from each other. It was simply unrealistic for him to want to wipe out all of the younger generations of the 10 great families in a short period of time. Not even if he used his alter ego. Because, once the bilocation is too far away from the main body, it will automatically dissipate. Therefore, Song Tianli intended to start with the closest family to the Dongfang family. And the closest to the Dongfang family was the Gongyang family. It's about 50 kilometers. Song Tianli didn't take the car in order not to leave any cracks, but used his sneaking skill to travel through the ground. There were too many cameras above the ground, and even if he had used transfiguration to disguise himself, he could easily leave a hole. Just in case, it's safest to travel through the ground. Even if it's a little slower, it doesn't matter. The last thing he needs right now is time. The distance of 50 kilometers took Song Tianli 2 hours. Sneaking around in the ground, speed is greatly reduced. When he arrived at the Ram's house, it was after 3 in the morning. At this point in time, basically everyone had gone to bed except for those on watch. Song Tianli infiltrated the Gongyang family with ease. Qian Shang hadn't sent any information about the Ram's family yet, so he didn't know much about the members of the Ram's family yet. However, these big families have their own rules, and there are specific directions for the master to live in and the subordinates to live in. The higher the status of the person, the more elaborate the place where they live, the more elaborate it is. Therefore, Song Tianli determined the approximate residences of the main characters of the Gongyang family based on the characteristics of the buildings. Multiple shadow split technique. He then split off dozens of doppelgangers and went to the room to check on these people. The sleeping crowd was not too alert. Plus, Song Tianli's doppelganger was only surveying and didn't have any killing intent. Coupled with the ability of the sneaking skill to hide the scent was strong enough that even some of the strongest members of the Ram's family didn't notice the presence of the doppelganger. Very quickly, Song Tianli identified the specific residences of some of the young men. At this time, his essence acted. Just in case something happens in the gutter, Song Tianli didn't rashly let his doppelganger barge in after arriving outside these young people's room. He wanted to be sure of the strength of these young men.
White eyes, open.
Song Tianli opened his white eyes and observed the energy running routes in these people's bodies. It was easy to determine the strength of these people through the energy running routes within their bodies. He only intended to strike at those below the Chifu realm for insurance purposes. As for those above the Chifu realm, there was a certain amount of risk involved, so he still decided not to take that risk for now. After screening, Song Tianli determined to take a shot at the 4 young men. It was still the same as when he had struck out against Dongfang Fearless, first using the shadow mimicry technique to bind him, and then using the pointing skill to point him out. Finally, it was received in the god's mighty space. Since Song Tianli only struck out at people below the Chifu realm, none of the 4 strikes had attracted the attention of the Gongyang family. One would think that the Gongyang family would not have expected that there would be an old 6th, who would not sleep in the middle of the night, to strike at the younger generation of their Gongyang family. After getting his hands on him, Song Tianli left the Gongyang family as fast as he could. He then appeared in the Divine Might space once again.
He didn't directly strike at the 4 people because he wasn't sure if they were all from the Gongyang family.
Song Tianli considered himself not to be a good person, however, his retaliation this time was only against the 10 great families. In his opinion, the people of the 10 great families deserved to die. But those outside of the 10 great families, he would not kill. It was his principle of being a man. So, first he had to ask, who these 4 people were.
Chapter 98, Some children are children, but some are demons. Chapter 98, Some children are children, but some are demons. Song Tianli took out a table and used the transformation technique, acting as Yama.
At the moment, he had a leopard's head and ringed eyes, an iron face and gnarled temples, and looked ferocious. He also used the art of multiple shadow separation to split off many doppelgangers, making them take on the appearance of the Undertaker, splitting into 2 columns and standing in front of the table. He took out a piece of slate with the word D engraved on it and slapped it on the table as a shock absorber.
Raise the hall! Song Tianli shouted. Mighty! Dang it!
The shady men on either side of the table used the sticks in their hands, pounding on the ground and mouthing words. Very quickly, the first young man from the Rams family was brought up. He was directly escorted by the 2 Undertakers and knelt on the ground. Who is under the hall, report your name. Song Tianli said loudly as he looked at the people under the stage. The people who were brought in had never seen such a scene at all, and for a moment, did not react at all. However, after all, he was a member of the Gongyang family and had seen great storms, so he was not bluffed. Who are you people to kidnap me? Do you know who I am? I am the 9th young master of the Gongyang family. The man under the hall said in a haughty tone. After that, he tried to struggle to his feet. However, he had just gotten up when one of the Undertakers swung the stick in his hand and struck at his leg and wrist. Bang! In an instant, the man who had just stood up, once again fell to his knees. This official asks a question and dares to refuse to answer. Men, pull them out first and beat them 50 times. Song Tianli said loudly. The man had revealed himself to be the 9th young master of the Gongyang family, and his identity had basically been established, so a beating was not unjust. Yes. Immediately, there were 2 doppelgangers who had turned into Een warriors and came behind the man, dragging him down. This left the man in a daze as to how he was going to be beaten after just saying that. Next. Song Tianli said loudly again. Quickly, another man was brought up. Who is under the hall, report your name. Song Tianli still slapped the slate on the table like before. The remaining 3 members of the Gongyang family saw everything that happened just now clearly. Their companions were to be beaten 50 times for just saying so. It would be, and he could still hear his screams. Therefore, right now, in response to Song Tianli's question, this man didn't dare to have any hesitation at all. For, he was afraid that he would follow in his companion's footsteps. My name is Gongyang Jilin, I'm the 11th young master of the Gongyang family. Dare I ask if your honor is? The man looked at Song Tianli as he spoke, trying to figure out where, exactly, he was right now. Hell's Yama. Your lifespan is over, and this officer has come to judge you for your crimes. Give an honest account of your crimes, and this official, for the sake of your active cooperation, may take a lighter sentence. If you refuse to give an account, you will not blame this official for the great punishment. Song Tianli said in the tone of King Yama. There are also some myths and legends in the land of God, although it is not exactly the same as the Blue Star, but it is more or less the same. He impersonated the king of hell, and the people of the Gongyang family were unable to recognize him.
Because they have never died either, and don't know if they will actually meet Yama when they die. Life expectancy is over?
Lord Yenluo, this is impossible. I was alive and well when I was yesterday.
Could there be a misunderstanding in this? Gongyang Jilin said hurriedly.
If it was bandits or something, he could still raise the Ram family to scare the other side.
But he couldn't make threats in the face of the legendary Hell's Yama. Misunderstanding? Hades wants you to die on the third night. Who dares to keep you until the fifth night?
It is clearly written in this official's life and death book that Gongyang Jilin's lifespan has expired. Now give a clear account of all your previous crimes, and this official will let you reincarnate with less physical suffering. Otherwise, this official will definitely beat you down to the 18 layers of hell and make you suffer in the 18 layers of hell.
Song Tianli said as he waited for Gongyang Jilin with fierce eyes.
He had just suddenly thought of an idea, not to kill these young men of the Gongyang family first, but to make their crimes public.
He would first destroy the reputation of the Gongyang family and then deal with the Gongyang family.
Lord Yenluo, I was born kind and have never done anything evil.
Gongyang Jilin pretended to be pitiful and said.
Bold, how dare you try to deceive this official?
Come on people, pull down and beat 100 big boards first. Song Tianli slapped the shocking brick in his hand and said loudly. Yes. Immediately, two underworlders stepped forward and pulled Ram Jilin toward the distance.
Lord Yenluo, I'll explain. Seeing that these underworlders were planning to come for real, Gongyang Jilin hurriedly said. He usually just acted on the reputation of the Gongyang family, and his own bones weren't much harder. Now that he was so frightened by Song Tianli, he immediately wimped out. His ninth brother's screams hadn't stopped now, and he didn't want to do the same.
Say, you guys record? Song Tianli said, giving his doppelganger a wink.
The doppelganger immediately took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and started recording. He intended to record all the words spoken by Ramses Jilin. When I was 10 years old, I pushed one of the Chao children into the lake. I just wanted to see what he looked like when he was drowned. I didn't realize that guy could swim and tried to swim up from the lake. So I took a stick and kept hitting him. Every time he was about to swim up, I beat him down with a stick. After some time he had no strength left and finally drowned.
The first thing Gongyang Jilin explained made Song Tianli furious. This scumbag is downright vicious.
At a young age, he takes pleasure in killing people. When I was 14, I fell in love with a girl in my class and I wanted her to be my girlfriend, but she didn't agree. I've told her I'll give her money, I'll give her lots of money, and she still won't agree. So I lured her into our family's RV at night while school was out and forced myself on her. I killed her to prevent her from telling anyone about me forcing myself on her.
And then the body was cremated straight away. As Gongyang Jilin explained, Song Tianli's face became increasingly ugly.
He did not think that this Ram Jilin was a dog in human skin, so vicious things can be done. It really is true what they say, some kids are kids, but some kids are evil. Gongyang Jilin explained a lot of things, each of which was enough to make people dismantle him. To be honest, such a person, even if he really killed him with a single slash, Song Tianli felt that it would dirty his divine might space.
If there really is an 18 layers of hell, such a person should be knocked down into the 18 layers of hell for eternity. Chapter 99, Acting for Heaven, Rewarding the Good and Punishing the Bad. Chapter 99 Acting for Heaven, Rewarding the Good and Punishing the Bad. Song Tianli recorded all the crimes that Gongyang Jilin explained.
Finally, he was asked for his cell phone password. He decided that he would use Ram Jilin's cell phone to post all of this incriminating evidence, all of it, on the internet. He wanted to make everyone in the 9 great states see the faces of the Gongyang family members clearly.
Next. After interrogating Gongyang Jilin on his charges, Song Tianli had his doppelganger bring up others.
To be honest, after interrogating Gongyang Jilin, his subconscious mind told him that the people of the Gongyang family were all human and animalistic. After all, a family that could raise a scum like Ram Jilin could be no good. Sure enough, after the ensuing interrogation, the other two from the Gongyang family both gave their accounts as well. Although the two of them were slightly better than Gongyang Jilin, they were also full of evil. If carrying a human life goes to hell once, these two will go to hell dozens of times less. Similarly, Song Tianli recorded both of these men's crimes on his cell phone. After doing this, Song Tianli didn't hesitate and directly finished off the 4 people. To be honest, even if he didn't have a mother-killing grudge against the Gongyang family, I'm afraid that he wouldn't let them off the hook if he knew what these scumbags had done. Not to mention, having a mother's murder on his own.
It was considered Song Tianli's good heart if he didn't break them into pieces.
After doing so, Song Tianli had his doppelganger take on the appearance of Dongfang Wufei and fabricate some crimes. He had killed Dongfang Wufei too dryly before, and hadn't had time to interrogate him. So, I wonder what sins he actually committed. Of course, even if he hadn't committed any sins, he deserved to die just because he was a member of the Dongfang family.
Furthermore, Song Tianli didn't believe that the person who was able to bully Dongfang Yanlong in the first place would be any good.
After killing the 4 members of the Gongyang family, Song Tianli's combat power grew from 2598+ to 4373+. According to their strength, these few people from the Gongyang family were quite a bit less powerful than Dongfang Wufei. With a combat power of 4373+, it was already close to the Erfu realm. After dawn the next day, Song Tianli used his cell phone to record the video and uploaded it to the major platforms on the internet. For the title of the video, he wrote only 8 words: to act on behalf of heaven, to reward the good and punish the evil. Of course, in doing so, he didn't really intend to do God's work for him, he was just making a gag. At the same time, it gives a misleading message to the 10 great families as well as others who see these messages. He was not doing this to avenge his own personal wrongs, nor was he doing this to take revenge on the 10 great families, he was just doing the right thing for heaven.
In order to make the news spread faster and wider, he also used Ram Jilin's cell phone to charge money.
When the people of the 9 great states woke up from their sleep, the video of the confession of the several members of the Gongyang family and Dongfang Fearless had spread all over the place. Although, the Gongyang family and the Dongfang family were extremely quick to react, and at the first time, they took the video that was spreading online and took it down. But still, a lot of people saw it.
Some of them, even saved. As a result, the internet set off a kind of rhetoric that the Gongyang and Dongfang families were evil and morally corrupt.
At first, it was just a small group of people talking about it, but as time went on, more and more people joined in.
Because, the Gongyang and Dongfang families had offended many people, intentionally or unintentionally, in the course of their development over the years. These people didn't dare to look for trouble from these 2 clans during normal times. These 2 clans were simply too huge, and actively messing with them was a death sentence. However, now that this kind of thing has occurred, they don't mind pushing a family behind the scenes. As time passed, the talk about the Dongfang family and the Gongyang family being evil not only didn't diminish, but instead intensified. With the manipulation of some well-intentioned people, it slowly spread to the other 8 clans. Being in the same 10 great families, if these 2 great families were like this, then how much better could the other 8 families be? When these remarks on the internet began to ferment, the current head of the Gongyang family, in addition to having people search for the thieves who had kidnapped a few people from the Gongyang family, in the first instance, traveled to the Dongfang family.
The time before, their 2 clans were ready to join forces and work together. I didn't realize that it was just one night that this had happened. The Rams had reason to suspect that this was someone hammering them.
Brother Qing Xian, what do you think about this matter? Gongyang Tingfei, the family head of the Gongyang family, looked at Dongfang Qing Xian and asked.
To be honest, in the beginning, we speculated that it could be Song Sihai's doing. But now, again, it's not so sure.
Dongfang Qing Xian said. Song Sihai?
Why are you so skeptical? Gongyang Tengfei was puzzled. The name Song Sihai was just too sensitive for them.
Thus, Dongfang Qing Xian recounted the matter of his son's disappearance and that someone had left a note.
Song Sihai does have a reason to do so, but, from what I know of him,
Song Sihai is an extremely arrogant person, he shouldn't use such underhanded means.
Even if he really wanted to retaliate against our 10 great families, or against the Dongfang family, he wouldn't do so.
He will definitely declare war head-on. Ram Tengfei said. Then who does Brother Tengfei think this could be?
There are 10 of the 10 great families, so why is it that the children of our 2 families were kidnapped and this happened? Our 2 families were just about to form an alliance when this kind of amount happened.
If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence.
So, I suspect that it's possible that other clans know about our plans and are targeting us.
They want to ruin our reputation in this way.
Think about it, the person who can unknowingly kidnap the children of our 2 families has an absolutely unfathomable strength.
There aren't many clans that can have this kind of strength in the middle of the central state. Gongyang Tengfei analyzed.
What Uncle Ram said does have some truth to it.
But if it's really the work of other clans, then doesn't it seem too foolish for them to do so?
After all, when our two families were targeted, the first targets of suspicion were the other few families. If they do this, isn't it equivalent to self-detonation? At this time, Dongfang Wuyo said. She was the Dongfang family's head butler and had a say in the Dongfang family's affairs. What if it's lights out? Thinking we'd suspect them in the first place, so they wouldn't do it. But they're doing the opposite. Besides, all the other 8 clans are possible, we can't simply suspect one. Gong Yang Tingfei asked. The most dangerous place is the safest place. By the same token, the least likely person may instead be the most likely. Chapter 100, Infiltrating the Eastern Family. Chapter 100, Infiltrating the Eastern Family. It's true that it's a possibility, but it doesn't rule out that some people have taken advantage of just that. Wanting to use this to provoke the relationship between our 10 great clans, so that we can snipe at each other. The person behind the scenes, sitting on the fence. Dongfang Wuyo offered a different insight again. For a while, no one could convince anyone. It had to be said that both Dongfang Wuyo and Gong Yang Tengfei had a point in what they said. And, all could be the truth of the matter. Without direct evidence, none of them can prove what they say is right. Naturally, there is no way to prove that what the other side is saying is wrong. You guys, is it possible that the Divine Chosen are targeting us? Right at this moment, Dongfang Qingxian suddenly said. The moment his words came out, Dongfang Wuyo and Gong Yang Tengfei, who were originally arguing, simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. What does that mean? It is well known that the Chosen One has 1,000 golden fingers. No one knows, except the Chosen One himself, what their golden handshake is. If anything, the golden finger of one of the Chosen Ones is to stir up public opinion so as to gain power in the midst of it. Or, some other similar golden touch. Our 10 great families are the most talked about families, so he chose to target our 10 great families. It's possible that the Divine Chosen have some unknown means to be able to kidnap the young children of our 2 families without the gods realizing it. Dongfang Qingxian analyzed. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Dongfang Wuyo and Gong Yang Tengfei said at the same time. It had to be said that what Dongfang Qingxian had just said was somewhat close to the truth. Although Song Tianli was not trying to gain power from public opinion, he was indeed the Chosen One. So let's summarize, we've analyzed 3 possibilities so far. The first, by Song Sihai. The second, by several other families. The third, by the Chosen of God. Dongfang Qingxian summarized and said. I think that there should be a fourth, by unknown forces. Dongfang Wuyo added. Well, for the time being, count on it. Which of these 4 possibilities does Brother Tengfei think is the most likely? Dongfang Qingxian asked. I think the second and third, most likely. I wonder what Brother Qingxian thinks. Gong Yang Tengfei asked rhetorically. I think it's still the first one that's the most likely. The third is second best. The perceived results are different for different people. Because, they know so little information now. There is no way to speculate on the outcome based on this limited information. Since we can't come up with a definitive result, we'll just have to gather evidence first. The thieves are targeting our 2 families, so I think that our 2 families should make an alliance, finalize it, and then advance and retreat together. What does Brother Tengfei think? Dongfang Qingxian asked at this time. I think so. From this day on, our 2 families will go in and out together. Information exchange. Ram Tengfei said. The water in the central state was too deep, even as the top 10 families, they did not dare to say that they could see everything clearly. Not to mention, being in the same top 10 clans, the other few clans hated to have them overthrown. After all, too much of a cake for one person to eat, and too little for each person to eat. There were also some clans that were not as strong as the top 10 clans, but they weren't too much weaker either. They hated to replace the 10 great families. And now, there are the Chosen Ones. It can be said that the situation in the central state is getting more and more chaotic. They have reason to believe that this is all just the beginning. In the face of this situation, it is natural to enlist the help of a group. After all, unity is strength. Song Tianli probably couldn't have imagined that by merely targeting the Dongfang and Gongyang families, he had prompted the 2 families to ally so quickly. The reason why he kidnapped the people from the Gongyang family before was not just because the Gongyang family was closer to the Dongfang family. He had heard the conversation between Dongfang Qingxian and Dongfang Qingyun when he was in the Dongfang family earlier. They intended to ally with the Gongyang family, they just hadn't taken that step yet. Kidnapping people from these two families and striking at the reputation of these two families was to make them suspect the other families. In this way, he was able to fish in troubled waters. The best way to do it is that the snipe will be the one who catches the fish. It's just that it's not an easy thing to create a struggle between these great families. He needed to observe the performance of the 10 great families while formulating a revised plan based on the actual situation. At this moment, regarding the information about the members of the other clans among the 10 great clans, Xian Shang had already sent it to him. He was reading it carefully. Among the 10 great families, except for the Dongfang family, all the other families had thriving populations. The most numerous Manhwa family had close to 100 members among the younger generation. Therefore, the Northmore family was also jokingly referred to by some as the breeder's family. Because they are just too fertile. With such a large number of youngsters, naturally the good and the bad were mixed. There are heaven's pride and there are scum. As the North Mediterranean family has always been known to do, there is strength in numbers. With a larger population base, the chances of a heavenly pride appearing were also greater than other clans.
This was good news for Song Tianli.
Because, the more the younger generation of the northern underworld family, the more chances he would be able to find if he laid his hands on them. After looking at the members of the 10 great families, Song Tianli began to think. He was thinking that he was continuing to use some means to tie up the younger generation of other clans as he had done before. Or a different approach. If he continued to use the previous method, then with the passage of time, the 10 great families would slowly all react to the fact that he was targeting the 10 great families, not the Gongyang and Dongfang families. After thinking about it, Song Tianli decided to use the method of graft. If it succeeded, it would certainly cause the 10 great families to fight within themselves. Even if he failed, at most he would change back to the method he started with, and there was no great loss for him. After formulating a plan, Song Tianli headed towards the Dongfang family. He didn't come to the Oriental house to kidnap someone or to kill someone. Rather, it was to follow the Eastern 9 days. The name is quite a dominant one, and it sounds like a dragon among men. After all, dragons soar to the 9th heaven and phoenixes dance to the 9th heaven.
For those who didn't know Dongfang Jotian, just by hearing this name, I'm afraid that they would think that this person must be an absolute heavenly pride. However, the opposite is true. Eastern Jotian is cynical and a wastrel. Of course, this waste is not so wasteful that it accomplishes nothing. Rather, compared to the other family's heavenly pride, Dongfang Jotian could simply be described as mediocre. It's like, a student is always at the bottom of the list in a top class full of schoolboys and schoolmasters. That doesn't mean that this bottom one is as bad as it could be. Chapter 101 Eastern Tisung. Chapter 101 Eastern Tiexiong. The bottom of the list in a top class could be the top of the list in a regular class. This is the case with the 9 East days. Among the many heavenly prides, he appeared inconspicuous. But again, better than average. This is a slightly awkward position to be in. There were two main reasons why Song Tianli had set his sights on the Eastern 9 heavens. First, Dongfang Jotian was a member of the Dongfang family. And the Dongfang family was the number 1 family in the 9 states right now, with the strongest strength. If the Eastern 9 heavens messed up, they would easily be targeted by the other clans. No matter which family, they don't want to see more and more good members of a family. Among the young generation of the Dongfang clan, there was already a Dongfang Shanha who was the number 1 heavenly pride of the central state. If another divine chosen one, Dongfang Jotian, appeared, then the Dongfang family would definitely become a target. At that time, the other clans would definitely join forces to deal with the Eastern family. The meaning was simple. Song Tianli decided to make the Eastern 9 heavens a chosen of God. At the very least, it was important to make the others think that the Eastern 9 heavens were the chosen of the gods. The second point was because Dongfang Jotian's presence in the Dongfang family was not high, and not too many people knew him. If he replaced the Eastern 9 heavens for a short period of time, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out. If you wanted to replace the Eastern 9 heavens, you naturally had to have a general understanding of the Eastern 9 heavens. And the only way to get a feel for him is to follow him up close and personal. The Dongfang family was the number 1 family in the 9 great states, and the family had many powerful people, so Song Tianli had to be careful enough. The good thing was, he had gotten stronger and was able to use more and more skills. As long as one didn't do anything to kill oneself, normally, if one sneaked into a clan, it wasn't that easy to be discovered. Through the searches of the doppelganger, Song Tianli spent roughly half an hour, which was how he found Dongfang Jotian. At this moment, Dongfang Jotian was sitting in his room cultivating. It could be seen that he was practicing very hard. The more talent you have in the Sanzang realm, the better it isn't considered. After observing the energy within Dongfang Jotian's body with his white eyes, Song Tianli said to himself. Dongfang Jotian was 22 years old, but he only had the strength of the Sanzang realm. This strength was indeed already considered good when placed on an average person. One must know that Song Tianli was only at the second hidden realm before he obtained the golden finger. Of course, he was 2 years younger than Dongfang Jotian. However, before obtaining the golden finger, he wasn't certain that he would break through to the Sanzang realm within 2 years. Therefore, Dongfang Jotian's talent was indeed quite good. But it's going to be a little bit worse than Donggong Wufei. Donggong Wufei was 23 years old, yet he was already at the 5 hidden realms. And it was only one step away from the Chifu realm. Not to mention, Donggong Wufei's talent wasn't too good, and was simply no match for Donggong Wufei. With the resources of the Dongfang family, as well as the teachings of powerful people, Dongfang Jotian's 22 years of age and strength of the Sanzang realm was indeed considered poor. Looking at Dongfang Jotian's efforts to cultivate, Song Tianli shook his head. There are a lot of things that don't work just because you try. That $50 doesn't invite as much effort as $100. What's the point of having a genius if effort works? Again, if genius works, what's the point of hanging around? Watching Dongfang Jotian cultivating, Song Tianli split off a few doppelgangers and went to quietly pry into the Dongfang family's information. With Shadow's ability, being able to inquire about the composition of the Oriental family's personnel was already at its limit. It was basically impossible to find out any other information about the Eastern family. So, it's something he'll have to do on his own. He was still being extra careful, as he had been before. Just now, during the process of sneaking in, he realized that there were too many cultivators of the Chifu realm in the Dongfang family. Every few dozen meters, there was one. If this were anyone else, without white eyes and sneaking skills, it wouldn't really be an easy task to enter the Eastern family. When one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers arrived at the parlor, he found 7 or 8 people sitting in the parlor. All of them are the most powerful people in the Dongfang family. Among them, the one sitting at the main seat was none other than the Dongfang family's family head in the 9 great states seat Zun Dongfang Tiexiong. Regarding the matter of the Donggong family and the Gongyang family, I'm sure you all already know about it, right? Dongfang Tiexiong asked as he looked at the few people at the bottom. His voice was flat, not overbearing in any way. However, it gave off an indescribable majesty. Perhaps it was because he had been a superior for a long time, and there was a kind of dominance in both his body and his eyes. In his presence, many will unconsciously be ashamed of themselves. Even Song Tianli, at first, was a bit afraid to look directly at him. Of course, this was mainly because, now that he was eavesdropping, he didn't dare to look directly at the front and could only observe with his afterglow. These powerful people were very keen on the gazes of others. If he kept watching Dongfang Tiexiong, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the other party. We just found out. One of the Eastern family said. They also didn't know about it until after they got up in the morning. I'll just ask you, this matter, amongst you, is there anyone involved? Dongfang Tiexiong swept over the bodies of several people with a scrutinizing look. No. Neither did I. Nope. Several others replied in turn. Hearing these people answer like this, Dongfang Tiexiong's face softened slightly and he also withdrew his scrutinizing eyes. No better. Although our Dongfang family is the #1 family in the 9 regions, it doesn't mean that we can be carefree. For our Oriental family to have come this far, every step has been like walking on thin ice, with all sorts of caution and care. The Dongfang clan may seem powerful, but if you're not careful, you could fall off the 10,000-foot abyss. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Don't say that you guys don't know what kind of attitude the other several great clans have towards our Dongfang family. But they are each and every one of them eager to replace us. Dongfang Tiexiong said. Family master, we know it's an eventful time, and we'll be careful with everything. It's only been less than a month since the divine providence thing ended, and almost all of the divine chosen have chosen to fall silent. But we must be clear that their silence is only temporary. Once they get on their high horse, it's possible that all of us in the Dongfang family will fall into cannon fodder. Dongfang Tiexiong said. Family master, our Eastern family shouldn't be reduced to cannon fodder, right? One person couldn't help but say. Won't? Ironheart, why are you still so forgetful? Could it be that 20 years ago, what happened to Song Sihai hasn't made you remember? Do you think that if our Dongfang family had faced Song Sihai alone 20 years ago, we would have had a chance of winning? Dongfang Tieshang asked.
Once his words came out, the Eastern Tieshin who had just asked the question was instantly speechless.
Chapter 102, The World's Worthiest Prince. Chapter 102, The Prince is Matchless.
Although it had been 20 years since the incident regarding Song Sihai, and it had ended with the 10 great families being victorious. However, the shadow that Song Sihai had left on them was too deep. 20 years ago, if only one of the 10 great clans had dealt with Song Sihai, then the end of that clan would definitely be destruction. Even if the 10 great clans had joined forces, if they hadn't occupied themselves with some luck, plus some despicable means,
the end result remains destruction.
One must know that Song Sihai, who was not a divine chosen 20 years ago, nearly overthrew the 10 great families.
Now the chosen one has appeared, and there is more than one.
If the 10 great families really went against the chosen of God, they might go down the same path as they did 20 years ago. It's just that, this time, it's hard to say whether they'll have the same luck as they did 20 years ago. Pass on my family master's order. From now on, all children of the Eastern family, regardless of gender or status, all work in a low profile.
If anyone flaunts it like before, they'll just break their legs and throw them in the woodshed. Save yourself from inviting right and wrong to the Dongfang family. Dongfang Tieshong said loudly to a few people. He was able to become the head of the Dongfang family, able to become the Shizun of the 9 great states. He was not a person with a soft heart. As the saying goes, charity is not a good thing, and righteousness is not a good thing. For Dongfang Tieshong to be in his current position, he was naturally a person with an iron fist. Just breaking both legs had been one of his kinder words. Yes, family master. Regarding Dongfang Tieshong's family lord's order, the others didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. For the Dongfang family to be the #1 family in the 9 states, it really is somewhat justified. Just this point of being united in following orders alone is not comparable to ordinary clans. Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, muttered. His doppelganger then departed and started checking out other places again. The young generation of the Dongfang family, there were 7 people in total. 4 women and 3 men. Among these 7 people, other than Dongfang Jotian, the other 6 were not weak. Especially Oriental Mountain River and Oriental Red. Dongfang Shanha was known as the #1 heavenly pride in the central state, and the #1 person of the younger generation in the central state, a leader of his contemporaries. Although Dongfang Honghong was not as good as Dongfang Shanha, her talent was not to be underestimated. She could be said to be the first of the younger generation among the women of the central state. I have to say, the genes of the Eastern family are really strong. Song Tianli's doppelganger discovered Dongfang Shanha while sneaking around the Dongfang family. At this moment, Dongfang Shanha was fighting Dongfang Honghong in the middle of the Dongfang family's martial arts arena. The 2 of them were holding long swords, their bodies constantly flickering. 3 Mansions Realm. Feeling the aura coming from Dongfang Shanha, Song Tianli said with a bit of incredulity. Without a golden finger, relying on himself to cultivate to the 3 prefectures realm, he was truly worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of the central state. Honghong, you've made rapid progress in the past 2 months, I'm afraid you'll soon break through to the 2nd mansion realm. When the battle between the 2 was over, Dongfang Shanha said appreciatively to Dongfang Honghong. It's all because Big Brother taught me well. Dongfang Honghong said with an excited face. Being able to be praised by her own big brother made her even happier than if she had broken through to the 2nd mansion realm. You're the one who practiced harder. When you make a breakthrough, remember to come find me, I'll protect you. Dongfang Shanha said as he put away the long sword in his hand. From his speech, Song Tianli could easily see that this Dongfang Shanha was gentle and elegant, and quite the elder brother. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. He felt that the poem was dedicated to describing the eastern mountains and rivers. Thank you, big brother. Dongfang Honghong said gratefully. You can cultivate here first, I'll go check on the others. Big brother, in a few more days, the heaven's remarkable realm will open, do you want to go in? Dongfang Honghong suddenly asked. Naturally, I'm going to go in and take a look. The heaven's remarkable realm only opens once every 10 years, so if you enter it, you might be able to obtain great opportunities. It's possible for me to go even further and step onto the path of the gods. Dongfang Shanha said with a longing face. On the path of cultivation, one condenses the divine element, cultivates the 5 Tibetans, gathers the 6 mansions, and embarks on the divine path. Whether it was the 5 hidden realms, or the 6 house realms, it was all about laying the foundation.
Only by stepping onto the divine path would one be qualified to compete for that chance to become a god. Okay, I'll go in with Big Brother when the time comes. Song Tianling withdrew his eyes at this time and frowned slightly.
What is the Heaven's Pride realm? Unheard of. He knew too little about the central state.
This Heaven's Pride realm was the first time he had heard of it. However, listening to what Dongfang Shanha had just said, there were many opportunities in this Heaven's remarkable realm, allowing those who entered to increase their strength greatly. Otherwise, Dongfang Shanha wouldn't have said that entering the Heaven's Pride realm would make it possible to step onto the divine path. Guessing by that name, this should be like a secret realm, and one that only heavenly pride can enter.
Song Tianli made a guess. This kind of place, when he was in Blue Star in the past, he had seen it in some movies, TV dramas, novels, and anime.
But after coming to the Divine Lands, he had never heard of such a place. So he had always assumed that places like this were made up by the dog writers of Blue Star.
I didn't realize that there really was.
Now it seems that it was just a shallow level of exposure for him. Come to think of it, although Song Tianli had crossed over and laid out his plans for nearly 20 years, what he could learn was only skin deep. Some of the secrets of the great families were impossible for him to grasp.
It was reasonable to not know about the Heaven's Pride realm. After thinking about it, Song Tianli's doppelganger followed behind Dongfang Shanha.
Dongfang Shanha's position in the Dongfang family is extremely high, so following him will definitely enable him to find out more secrets. Only, what Song Tianli did not expect was for Dongfang Shanha to walk towards where Dongfang Jotian was.
Jotian, are you in there?
Dongfang Shanha knocked on the door of the room and asked.
Big Brother, please come in. Dongfang Shanha woke up from his cultivation and said loudly. Hearing Dongfang Jotian's voice, Dongfang Shanha pushed the door and walked in. Brother, is something wrong? I just came to ask how your cultivation is going. Any signs of a breakthrough? Not yet.
Don't be discouraged, sometimes the more anxious you are, the harder it is to break through instead. The Heaven's remarkable realm will open in a few days, and at that time, you will follow me in. There are countless opportunities in the Heaven's Pride realm, so if you're lucky, you might be able to soar to the heavens.
Dongfang Shanha asked.
Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, sighed inwardly as he saw him. I have to say that Dongfang Shanha is really broad-minded.
As a big brother, he's definitely qualified.
It's no exaggeration to say that it's totally exemplary to be a big brother. In this respect, the Dongfang family's education for him was extremely successful.
It was no wonder that Dongfang Shanha would be the ideal partner for many women in Central State. Chapter 103 The Angry Shangwan Family. Chapter 103 The Angry Shangwan Family.
It was a pity that Song Tianli and Dongfang Shanha had different positions between them, and it was ultimately difficult to coexist. Otherwise, he would be very willing to make a friend between him and Dongfang Shanha.
Life is such that the only thing you can't choose is your birth.
When born into a particular family, one is branded with that family. Once branded by this family, then the position is doomed. After the position is predetermined, many things, there is no way to do exactly as one wishes. Big brother, I definitely want to enter the Heaven's Pride realm.
You understand, this is my only chance to change my destiny. Dongfang Jotian said firmly. Either way, he's going to have to wrestle with it.
Otherwise, you'll always be a loser in the Eastern family. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, no matter what happens, there's still Big Brother. Prepare yourself in these few days, we'll enter the Heaven's Pride realm then.
If there is a chance, I will snatch it for you.
Dongfang Shanha said and turned to leave.
Seeing his big brother's back as he left, Dongfang Jotian clenched his fist. He also admitted that his big brother was impeccable in every way. However, with such a big brother, you can imagine how much pressure he was under. When people mentioned the Oriental family's supreme pride, they would always mention him, a scum, intentionally or unintentionally. Everywhere he went, he was pointed at. Although, he always puts on a cynical, uncaring face. But how could he really not care? There was just no way around it if he did that. I've had enough of the name of waste, this time, traveling to the Heaven's remarkable realm, either I soar to the heavens, or I'll die inside. Dongfang Jotian said decisively. When Song Tianli heard Dongfang Jotian's words, a playful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He had originally planned to finish off the Eastern Jotian after he had figured out his habits and how he treated everyone. And then replace it. However, he's changed his mind now. He decided to follow Dongfang Jotian into the Heaven's Pride realm and finish him off in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm.
or take it out moments before entering the secret realm. That way, he could show some of his strength. At that time, even if someone asked, he would have a reason to say that he had a huge chance in the heavens' remarkable realm, and his strength had soared to the heavens. Such a justification is a perfect fit. As for letting or not letting the Eastern 9 heavens become the chosen of the gods, that would find another time. Thus, for the next period of time during the day, Song Tianli and his doppelganger moved about in the middle of the Dongfang family, observing every move of all the younger generations of the Eastern family. It was no exaggeration to say that his knowledge of these people was more detailed than some of the elders of the Eastern family. Because, the young men of the Eastern family carried some pretense in front of their elders. But when they are alone, they reveal their truest side. When night fell, Song Tianli left the Eastern house. Since he had decided to use the Dongfang family as a breakthrough point, it was naturally impossible for him to take another shot at the Dongfang family. Therefore, he would travel to other clans and continue to deal with young people from other clans. His current combat power had reached over 4,300. As long as his combat power could reach 5,000, he would be considered to have broken through to the second mansion realm. He decided that he would accomplish that goal tonight.
The two closest families to the Dongfang family were the Huangfu family and the Shangwan family.
The younger generation of these two clans were similar, both having a dozen or so. These are large families that don't worry about raising children, so they tend to have more children. Like the Dongdong family, it wasn't that they didn't want to have children, but they couldn't, so they were sparsely populated. After thinking about it, Song Tianli decided to head to the Shangwan family. The Huangfu family was his mother's family, and he still hadn't figured out what kind of role the Huangfu family had played in what happened 20 years ago. It would be bad if we dealt with them now, in case it caused a misunderstanding. He decided that after everything was cleared up, if he found out that the Huangfu family was despicable and shameless, then he wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Even if there is some blood relationship between those people and him. Song Tianli had always felt that the relationship between relatives and loved ones was not determined by blood. Rather, it relies on the attitudes of each other and the frequency of regular walks. Not to mention just relatives, even parents, if they are born but not raised, or if they either beat or scold, then they do not deserve to be parents. No need to treat them with a tolerant heart. People like the Huangfu family, nominally speaking, should be considered Song Tianli's grandparents, uncles, and cousins. However, in the past 20 years, they had never traveled to the Song family. Thus, there could be no kinship between Song Tianli and them. This time, if he hadn't been randomly transported to the central state, he wouldn't have known that he still had such a group of so-called relatives.
When he arrived at the Shangwan family, Song Tianli realized that the guards of the Shangwan family were extremely strict. It was several times more stringent than the Gongyang and Dongdong families before.
I don't know if the Shangwan family was already like this, or if it was because of the heightened wariness after what happened with the Gongyang family and the Dongdong family. Luckily, even if the guards were tight, they couldn't stop Song Tianli from sneaking in. After spending about 3 hours, Song Tianli took away 3 of the Shangwan family's younger generation. It was still like treating the Ram family's people, interrogating them first, then taking videos and sending them to various short video platforms when it was dawn. Also, charging a little more to increase exposure. The process went down, and by the time people woke up and got busy at work, they quickly swiped through the videos. Still as before, things quickly festered online. At this moment, in the Shangwan family's parlor, Shangwan Luyun, the head of the Shangwan family, slammed the teacup in his hand to smithereens. Find out for me, who the hell sent these videos?" he said angrily. Reporting to the family head, these videos, they were all sent out through young Master Jun Xiang's account. A butler-like man said. The young Master Jun Xiang he spoke of was one of the people Song Tianli had kidnapped. "Yesterday, I asked for more guards to be added, did you guys add them?" Shangwan Luyun asked. "We've tripled the guards everywhere, full stop. But all the guards are uninjured and undead, however, no suspicious persons have been found either." The butler said. "No suspicious persons were found? Rubbish, rice bucket. If there are no suspicious persons, tell me, how did Junsho and the others disappear? The video online, how did that come about again?" Hearing the family head's words, the butler was momentarily speechless. Ergo, take it easy for a moment. You can't blame the butler and the others at this point, there's something else going on with this. At this time, Shangwan Liuyun's fourth brother came forward and said. Chapter 104, a short silence now. Chapter 104, a short silence has fallen. Shangwan Luyun wasn't the kind of person who was brainless and only knew how to get angry. He was just too angry to say that just now. Now he heard his brother's advice and calmed down.
Is there anything to be found in the place where Jun Xiang and the few of them disappeared? Shangwan Luyun asked indifferently after sitting on the chair.
Reporting to the family head, we found nothing. There was not the slightest sign of a struggle, and everything inside the room was not destroyed.
It's as if a few young masters have disappeared into thin air. The butler replied. Hearing this reply, Shangwan Liuyun's brows furrowed. That wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. First it was the Dongfang family, then the Gongyang family, and now it's our Shangwan family.
What do you guys think? Is it our 10 great clans that are being targeted, or is it one of the 10 great clans that is up to no good?
Shangwan Luyun asked as he looked at the butler and his fourth brother.
His elder brother, as well as his third brother, were all killed by Song Sihai 20 years ago.
Therefore, the hatred between the Shangwan family and Song Sihai could not be dissolved at all.
However, his suspicions were the same as Dongfang Qingxuan's and theirs, and the first thing he suspected was the other clans.
Not Song Sihai.
They felt that Song Sihai was not such a person.
It's all possible. The information we know is too little to speculate more useful information. Shangwan Liuyang's fourth brother, Shangwan Luyang, said. Actually, we don't know that much information. The ones who were kidnapped from our Shangwan family were Jun Xiang and a few of them, the Dongfang family was Dongfang Wufei, and the Gongyang family was Gongyang Jilin and the others.
Have you not realized that these people have one thing in common?
Shangwan Luyun analyzed. They do have something in common, they're all young.
That's not the main thing in common. The main thing in common is that their cultivation talent is average and none of them are strong. This means that the person who kidnapped them wasn't too strong.
Otherwise, why didn't the other party kidnap Dongfang Wufei of the Dongfang family? A ram from the Ram family? Our family's Jun Jie? To retaliate against the 10 great families, wouldn't it be more thorough to retaliate by directly kidnapping their proudest heavenly pride?
But, right now, the ones who are kidnapped are those who don't have too much of a presence in the clan.
Shangwan Luyun analyzed.
To be able to become the head of the Shangwan family, he was naturally not a generalized person, and directly grasped the point of the question. The moment his words came out, Shangwan Luyang and the housekeeper, at the same time, had a look in their eyes.
This is something that they really didn't expect. Then what are we going to do next? Shangwan Luyang asked.
Wait.
Wait? Wait for what?
Wait for the other guy's next shot. If the target of the other party's strike is still among the younger generation of the 10 great clans, the one with weaker talent, then, the inference I just made is basically certain.
Hearing Shangwan Luyun say this, Shangwan Luyang and the housekeeper all fell into silence.
For now, this seems like the best way to go. If the other party really only struck out at people with poor talent and low strength, then it meant that the other party wasn't too strong either. There are just a few unknown means of being able to avoid the guard surveys. If so, they wouldn't need to be so squeamish. The 10 great families are not so easily taken. At this moment, Song Tianli was hidden in an unknown corner, consolidating his cultivation. After he finished off the 3 men from the Shangwan family, his combat power increased to 5436+. After his combat power had broken through to 5,000, his strength was raised to the second mansion realm. At this moment, he was condensing a second Shifu within his body. With the added benefit of 10 times the efficiency of the office, it didn't take too long for Song Tianli to successfully open up his second Qi mansion.
Erfo realm.
Feeling the more surging power within his body, he muttered. After his strength broke through to the second prefecture realm, coupled with his means, he could strike out against practitioners of the first prefecture realm with a 10-fold guarantee. It wasn't just limited to below the Chifu realm anymore. This golden finger of combat power stacking was just too buggy. At this rate, it wouldn't take him long to break through to the 6th house realm.
Even stepping onto the path of God is not impossible.
However, after thinking about it, Song Tianli decided not to take action against the other family members for now. Because, he had now tied up members of the Dongfang family, Gongyang family, and Shangwan family in a row, and had already sort of spooked the snakes. The other clans must already be on guard, and if they continue to strike, they might become a turtle in a jar. With the previous 2 strikes, it could be said that the 10 great clans were careless, not expecting anyone to strike at them.
However, if he continued to strike, there was no guarantee that the 10 great families would not be prepared.
To be able to become one of the top 10 families of the 9 states, Song Tianli wouldn't dare to have any underestimation even if he was a divine chosen for them. So, just in case, he decided to remain silent for a while. During this period of time, he intended to feel out things about the Heaven's Pride realm. After entering the Heaven's Pride realm, he would then crunch and kill indiscriminately. By then, no one would be able to stop him. And there's no need for scruples. Speaking of which, Song Tianli's luck was indeed quite good. With this decision, he had unintentionally disrupted the Shangwan family's plans. They were waiting for Song Tianli to strike again, but Song Tianli chose to remain silent. In the next few days, no young generation was tied up among the 10 great clans. And the Dongfang family, Gongyang family, and Shangwan family had dispatched countless people to search for the missing members of their families in the past few days. However, they searched the carpet for days on end and found nothing. Not to mention suspicious persons, not even other clues have been found. This caused the other clans that were paying attention to this matter, one by one, to be surprised as well. It wasn't really surprising that someone was targeting the 10 great families. After all, trees attracted the wind, and the 10 great families had indeed offended quite a few people. However, with the energy of the 10 great families, the inquiries up to this point, it was surprising that they didn't even know who the enemy was. That, in a way, can be a bit unbelievable. Song Tianli had finally figured out what the Heaven's Remarkable Realm was after various follow-up investigations over the past few days. The so-called Heaven's Remarkable Realm was indeed a secret realm that Song Tianli understood. This secret realm was opened up by the Lulishu city of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens for the purpose of selecting outstandingly talented sons and daughters every 10 years. In this way, it was possible for the Lulishu city to constantly have fresh blood. There had always been some sort of connection between Liulishu city and the 10 great families of the central state. In the beginning, Dongfang Hikora was born in Liulishu, and was later fostered in the Dongfang family in Zhangzhou. And then, after living for a few years, he was picked up and returned to the city of Rurani Shaozhou. The name Heaven's Pride Realm was nothing more than a name given by the 10 great clans themselves. What the real name is called is known only to the people of Rurashuzhou. Chapter 105 The Heaven's Pride Realm is about to begin. Chapter 105 The Heaven's Pride Realm is about to begin. Song Tianli's heart still flickered with a hint of hesitation after finding out all this. He wondered if he wanted to enter the Heaven's Pride Realm or not. It wouldn't be good if the people of Rurani Shoqing noticed it. However, after thinking about it, he decided to go in. He was now a prospective disciple of the Four Seasons Panglai, and he would be able to travel to the Four Seasons Panglai once the 3 months were up. Now, there are only 2 months left. Even if it was noticed by the people of Rurani Shoqing, it wouldn't be a hindrance. After he came out of the Heaven's Pride Realm and settled the matter of the 10 great clans, he slipped away. When that time came, the people of Liulishu would not travel to the Four Seasons Panglai to look for him. There are 2 conditions that need to be met in order to enter the Four Seasons Pomp and Circumstance. First, the age must not exceed 30 years. Since the Heaven's Pride Realm was named by the word Heaven's Pride, being too old could not be called Heaven's Pride. After all, the Heaven's Pride Realm opened once every 10 years. If the age is over 30, then it means that he has already participated once when he was in his 20s. Such a person, even if he entered the Heaven's Pride Realm one more time, he would just be doing nothing. The second point is that credentials are needed. The space gate of the Heaven's Pride Realm has a space storm. Without the protection of the credentials of the 10 great families, it was impossible to enter them. If you force your way in, you'll be swept away by the space storm. Song Tianli had been guarding Dongfang Jotian's side for the past 2 days, just to see if any vouchers existed in his body. Seeing that the time for the opening of the Heaven's Remarkable Realm was getting closer and closer, Song Tianli still hadn't seen Dongfang Jotian take out his vouchers. It made him wonder if he shouldn't use some means to force the issue. Well, Song Tianli was lucky. When the Heaven's Remarkable Realm was about to open, Dongfang Jotian brought out the vouchers. Because, he wants to make sure that the credentials are in his possession and are not damaged. The moment Song Tianli saw the voucher, he acted. Originally, he had planned to wait until he reached the Heaven's Remarkable Realm before he made a move against Dongfang Jotian. Now, can't wait for that time. Only 2 of Song Tianli's doppelgangers appeared behind Dongfang Jotian and used the shadow imitation technique. With Song Tianli's current strength of the Second Prefecture Realm, there wouldn't be any surprises when dealing with the Sanzang Realm's Dongfang Jotian. In just 2 seconds, he had taken down the Eastern 9 Heavens and received it into the Divine Might space. He already knew enough about Dongfang Jotian, so he didn't interrogate him like he did with the others. As a precaution, he didn't kill it, but only temporarily imprisoned it in the Divine Might space. Afterward, Song Tianli turned into the appearance of Dongfang Jotian, playing with the voucher in his hand. He realized that there was a spatial power on the voucher. He had already gained some insight into the power of space because of practicing the Flying Thunder God. It was the spatial power on top of this voucher that ensured that others would enter the Heaven's Pride realm.
Dang dang dang.
Just as Song Tianli was playing with the vouchers, all of a sudden, the door to Dongfang Jotian's room was knocked on.
Please come in,
Song Tianli said as he learned the voice of the Eastern Jotian. Transfiguration was not only able to change into a person's appearance, but likewise, it was also able to mimic a person's voice. Young Master Jotian, the master asked me to send word that he is ready to depart.
The subordinate said. Okay, I'll go now, Song Tianli said, making his way down from the bed. From now on, he is the Eastern Jotian. He had to concentrate on mimicking the Eastern Nine Heavens, and he couldn't let anyone see the slightest break. As long as he waited to enter into the Heaven's Pride realm, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. When Song Tianli arrived at the Dongfang family's parlor, he found that the Dongfang family's crowd, basically, had already gathered. Jotian, gather faster next time, don't let everyone wait for you alone. At this time, Dongfang Tianxin said with an unkind face. He was the leader of the Dongfang clan this time, escorting the young generation of the Dongfang clan and heading to the Heaven's Pride realm. Yes. Song Tianli nodded obediently.
After his observation over the past few days, he found that Dongfang Jotian was good-natured and arrogant on the outside, as if he was untouchable.
But in the Oriental family, extraordinarily low-key.
He never retorted to the usual criticism and education of the rest of the Eastern family, but just obediently said yes. Because he knew very well that he didn't have any say at all in the Dongfang family.
Cultivation talent is not good, and not smart enough. For the Eastern family, someone like him was a liability. Since everyone has arrived, let's set off,
Dongfang Tianxin said, and turned around to board a flying boat. The others followed closely behind. After the crowd had all boarded the flying boat, it moved. The flying boat cut through a stream of light and flew towards a direction in the central state. At the same time, the members of the other 10 great clans were all on flying boats, flying in the same direction. In the middle of the central state, some unknown people were dumbfounded when they saw these flying boats. They had never known that there was such transportation in the 9 states. Some people who are older, however, are not surprised by this. Because they saw it 10 years ago. Song Tianli stood on top of the flying boat and silently hid in the corner, trying not to attract the attention of others. This flying boat was also the first time he had seen it. I have to say, the 10 families are a bit of a thing. The ride is very stable and you can't feel any bumps. Very quickly, the flying boat came to the sky above one of the highest mountains in the central state, but it did not land, and dead kept circling.
We're ready to go down, Dongfang Tianxin said, directly leaping down from the flying boat.
This scene left the others on the flying boat dumbfounded.
How nice to just jump right in.
However, very quickly, it occurred to the crowd that Dongfang Tianxin was already a Chifu realm cultivator long ago and could perform flight.
You can't die from jumping from a high altitude.
Jotian, don't worry, you'll go down with me.
At this moment, Dongfang Shanha came to Song Tianli's side and said. Thank you, big brother. Song Tianli said, pretending to be grateful.
Only, his mind was in trouble. If he was in close contact with Dongfang Shanha, in case the other party found out that he possessed the strength of the second mansion realm, that would not be good. After all, the flow of energy within a cultivator's body was difficult to conceal. Thinking of this, Song Tianli raised his hand and hurriedly nodded a few times on his body.
In an instant, the energy in his body, it didn't flow very well. He used the skills of the Hyuga clan and punted himself. This was the only way he could think of to change the energy fluctuations within his body. Honestly, utilizing this method to mask the energy fluctuations in one's body hurt. Song Tianli subconsciously frowned, his fists clenched. This scene happened to be clearly seen by Dongfang Shanha.
P.S. For those of you who are taking the college entrance exam tomorrow, go for it, I'll be waiting for you at the site.
Chapter 106, A Scenic View, Suitable for a Grave. Chapter 106, A Scenic View, Suitable for a Grave. Jotian, what's wrong with you? Dongfang Shanha looked at Song Tianli and asked. Hearing his question, Song Tianli's expression gave a start. He hadn't thought that his little action had been seen by the other party. There is a bit of nervousness. He then stammered a bit. You're still weak, you don't know how to fly, and jumping from a high place makes you nervous. You go down with me. Dongfang Shanha didn't think much about this, but said very gently. Thank you, big brother. Song Tianli said, pretending to be grateful.
Thus, Dongfang Shanha took Song Tianli and jumped off the flying boat. At the same time, on top of the flying boats where the Dongfang family was located, as well as the flying boats of the other great families, people were constantly jumping towards the ground. From below, it looked like dumplings in the middle of the sky. The number of celestial pride from each family, as well as the family's protectors, was not small.
Song Tianli pretended that he was very nervous as he fell downward and subconsciously grabbed Dongfang Shanha's arm.
Dongfang Shanha just glanced at him and didn't stop him. Dongfang Jotian was only in the Sanzang realm, and it was more than normal for him to have such a performance. After landing on the ground, Song Tianli let out a long sigh of relief, looking as if he was a bit distraught. His performance was perfectly in line with the realm of the Eastern Nine Heavens. His performance, in that respect, was pretty much spot on. Afterwards, Song Tianli turned his gaze to the surroundings, and he realized that more and more people had appeared at the top of the mountain as time went on. The open space above this mountaintop was huge, tens of thousands of square meters. At this moment, the people from the 10 great clans were standing in different places according to their camps. With just a few cursory sweeps, Song Tianli spotted some people he had seen before. Of course, this having seen them didn't mean that the two sides had met face to face, but rather Song Tianli had seen them when he was lurking around earlier. For example, Donggong Wui, Shangguan Junkai, Gongyang Jiqi. These were the leaders of the great clans, and all of them had come at this time. Suddenly, a glint of grimness flashed across Song Tianli's eyes. Warmth won't. He saw that warmth would not, and chanted silently in his mind. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Wen Rinbuxie traveling to the Song family to withdraw from the marriage, he really wouldn't have known that there would be a connection between the Song family and the 10 great families. If he didn't know this, then he wouldn't have thought about investigating the events of 20 years ago even if he had been teleported to the Donggong family before. It would definitely leave at the first opportunity and then find a way to return to Qianzhou. Speaking of which, this smells unrepentant was a trigger. It's almost time, leaders, shall we begin? After a while, Dongfang Tianxin walked up and said. The 10 great clans agreed that each time the Heaven's Pride realm opened, someone from the Shizuan clan would take the lead. That's why Eastern Ironheart came forward. After his words fell, from each clan, one person stepped forward. Each of them held a token, and when the 10 of them converged together, they jointly activated the token. Immediately, a ray of light shot out from above each token and flew into the sky. 10 different rays of light formed a huge circle. In the next moment, the space within this circle began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. Heaven's Pride enters. Dongfang Tianxin shouted loudly. As he shouted, all of the people under the age of 30 from the 10 great clans headed towards the space swirling in the sky. They came to the heel of the circle, and with a mighty jump, they entered the garden. Song Tianli followed behind Dongfang Shanha and headed towards the Heaven's Remarkable Realm. As he leapt up and headed towards the Heaven's Pride realm, it was obvious that he felt a strong pressure as if his body had touched the water. However, before he could do anything, he realized that the credentials he had obtained from the Eastern Nine Heavens erupted with an energy that wrapped around his body. He went through this swirling space without a problem. Without that feeling of the sky spinning, Song Tianli arrived in the Heaven's Remarkable Realm with ease. He raised his eyes and realized that this was a large, sheer mountain with dense vegetation and a treacherous terrain. The aura here was many times more dense than the outside world. Just breathing it in was soothing. The corners of Song Tianli's mouth rose slightly at this time. It's a beautiful, scenic place to make graves for the 10 families. According to feng shui, burial in such a place will be good for future generations. Provided, of course, that there are offspring. Jotian, follow me. Dongfang Shanha turned to Song Tianli. Big brother, you go first, I want to break in on my own. After Song Tianli finished speaking, he found a random direction and sped off. Jotian, come back. Dongfang Shanha said loudly. Big brother, just leave him alone. People like that, just don't know any better. He's willing to break in, let him do it, he'll never know how to grow until he hits the wall. He has poor talent, making it seem as if we owe him, always drooping his face. Dongfang Ling Tian said with disdain. He had long since grown tired of seeing Dongfang Jotian. Don't say that, Jotian just has a sensitive personality, he doesn't have bad intentions. Dongfang Shanha said hurriedly. Both were his brothers, and he didn't want any conflicts to arise between them.
Song Tianli hid after leaving for some distance.
The reason why he didn't make a move just now was because at this moment, the people from the 10 great clans had just appeared in the heavens remarks realm, and they hadn't dispersed yet. If he made a move, he would definitely become a target.
So, he's going to wait a while.
Wait for these people to spread out in various corners and then break them down one by one. Very quickly, the people from the 10 great clans scattered in all directions. They were going to search for the chance in here, so naturally, it was impossible for all of them to come together. The Heaven's Pride realm was huge, so in the end, basically everyone had to be separated. Unless, of course, there are a few individuals who have made up their minds to stay together all the time. After waiting for half an hour, Song Tianli came out from his hiding place.
Multiple shadow split technique.
The Heaven's remarkable realm was large enough, so Song Tianli didn't have a care in the world when he used his multiple shadow diversion technique. He also wanted to see how many doppelgangers he could split at most at once.
A
detachment kept appearing. In the blink of an eye, densely packed detachments spread over half of the forest. This was the first time after Song Tianli broke through to the second prefecture realm that he did his best to perform a split. He was able to split 1,000 doppelgangers when he was at the 5 hidden realms. Now at the Erfu realm, the number of doppelgangers that could be split had even reached 3,000. These 3,000 doppelgangers, although their strength was a bit weaker than his main body, only having the strength of the first mansion realm.
But the numbers are just too high.
The younger generations of the 10 great clans combined were less than a tenth of his detachment.
Chapter 107, The Hunt Begins. Chapter 107, The Hunt Begins. The hunt is on. Kill. With a command from Song Tianli's main body, the many doppelgangers charged forward. They were extremely fast and in groups of 10. If a group of 10 people used various skills to cooperate with each other, it was completely enough to deal with the average person. Unless one meets someone with great strength like Dongfang Shanhe.
In Song Tianli's plan, a heavenly pride with strength like Dongfang Shanhe was to be saved for the end. Deal with the other scum first and improve your combat. Although Song Tianli's detachments were in the thousands, they did not charge forward in a vast manner. If one rushed over there in a vast manner, then they would definitely be able to be discovered by the others.
He advanced in groups of 10, in pieces, quietly.
With the help of the concealment of the trees in the mountains and forests, ordinary people could not find it at all. Very quickly, a group of Song Tianli's doppelgangers spotted 2 10 great families' celestial pride. Song Tianli recognized that this was someone from the Shiman family.
How are you guys?
What have you found? One of Song Tianli's detachments asked as he stepped forward. His doppelganger, naturally, inherited the character of his old 6. Despite the numerical advantage, try to sneak in if you can.
Try not to fight head-on if you can.
Who are you guys?
The 2 from the Shiman family asked as they looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger with a puzzled expression.
Song Tianli's doppelganger, at this time, had already used the transformation technique and turned into someone else's appearance. No, Simons, a few of us have at least had a drink together before.
It's fine if you don't recognize a few of them, how come you don't even recognize me?
One of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said as he walked towards the 2 people from the Shiman family. All the other doppelgangers, without realizing it, had also surrounded the 2 people from the Shiman family.
Have we had a drink together? The one from Simon's family had a puzzled look on his face.
He tried hard to recall just now and realized that he had no memory of the person in front of him. Then let me remind you that 3 years ago, on June 7th, we were in a place called Hades.
Then, you looked at me as you do now, and I took out a dagger. Think of you as someone who sneaked up on me and stabbed me like that. Song Tianli's doppelganger said and literally took out a dagger. Stabbed at the simians. The opponent sensed the danger and tried to dodge.
But at this time, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body.
He could only watch as the dagger in Song Tianli's doppelganger's hand stabbed towards him. Put. Without any surprise, the dagger in Song Tianli's doppelganger's hand pierced into the other party's heart.
And then, as fast as he could, he peeled the dagger out from where the other person's heart was, and then wiped it toward the neck of the other person in the Shiman family.
Nor was there any surprise as the dagger sliced through the other man's neck. It all happened in a flash of lightning.
In just a blink of an eye, Song Tianli's doppelganger completed a double kill. At this moment, Song Tianli's main body, which was hidden in the shadows, felt a huge amount of energy that surged into his body. His combat power had increased by almost 1,000 more.
Indeed, a horse cannot get fat without night grass, and a man cannot get rich without a fortune. This feeling of empowerment while sitting is just too good to be true.
Thinking about the days of bitter cultivation in the past, and then looking at the current method of strength enhancement, it was a world of difference.
Song Tianli's bilocations were large enough, so very quickly, a group of his bilocations, in turn, discovered the people from the 10 great clans. This time it was the Ram's family. Song Tianli's doppelganger intended to repeat the same trick, continuing to use the method of proximity and then coming up with a surprise. However, the people of the Gongyang family appeared to be extra vigilant because of Song Tianli's kidnapping of their family members earlier. "Stop, if you have something to say, we don't seem to be familiar with each other," one of the Ram family said. "You're not familiar with me, are you still unfamiliar with Ram Sharen? I'm his best friend." "The time before," Song Tianli's doppelganger said, and then launched a direct attack. However, the people of the Gongyang family were prepared and backed away at the first opportunity.
However, at this time, it was too late for him to retreat.
Song Tianli's 10 detachments had completely surrounded him. Shadow mimicry. Kiba whirlwind kick. The art of heart to heart.
In an instant, all sorts of control skills, as well as all sorts of attacking skills, went towards the one from the Ram's family. The strength of Song Tianli's doppelganger was already higher than him, and with the cooperation of multiple individuals, he was quickly finished off.
Things like this keep happening. Those under the first mansion realm were basically killed by Song Tianli in seconds.
Those in the one-house realm would sometimes resist a little. But the end result is also essentially the same. In just over an hour's time, the number of people who had died at the hands of Song Tianli had reached triple digits. And Song Tianli's stacked combat power reached a terrifying 60,000 plus. Together with his previous 5,000 or so, his combat power, now, had reached a staggering 67,452 plus. More than 60,000 combat power had raised his strength to the 5 prefectures realm. To be honest, before getting the golden finger of combat power stacking, he had never thought that his strength could increase so quickly. He believed that as long as he could kill all of the children of the 10 great clans that had entered the Heaven's Pride realm, then his strength would definitely be able to break through above the 6 prefecture realm. That is, stepping onto the path of God. It's already the 5 prefectures realm, there's no need to hide it anymore.
It's time to push across,
Song Tianli said to himself as he woke up from his cultivation.
After the realm breakthrough, he had to spend some time consolidating.
Just now, he was disarming his detachment and was consolidating his strength.
Multiple shadow split technique. He then began to split again.
After his strength reached the 5 prefectures realm, his detachment could already reach 5,000.
5,000 doppelgangers, it's scary to think about. In the blink of an eye, Song Tianli's bilocation was densely packed. Strike!
Song Tianli let out a loud shout, and the 5,000 bilocations vastly began to search. This scene quickly caught the attention of the others in the 10 great families.
"Who are you people?" Dongfang Woyo asked as he looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger. "Kill your people." Song Tianli didn't bother with nonsense and directly launched an attack. Seeing that the situation was not right, Dongfang Woyo turned and ran at the first opportunity. "Want to go?" "Too late." Tuzo Tsukuru wall.
Song Tianli's 3 doppelgangers' palms rested against the ground, and in an instant, 3 earthen walls rose up,
surrounded Dongfang Woyo in the middle of it. And then, Song Tianli's other doppelgangers rushed into the enclosure and attacked Dongfang Woyo. 3 seconds later, Dongfang Woyo collapsed. "Sister!"
Seeing this scene, the distant Dongfang Invincible cried out sadly.
Chapter 10810 Spiritual Treasures. Chapter 10810 Spiritual Treasures. However, Dongfang Wui's shouts did not stop Dongfang Wui from dying. In just an instant, Dongfang Woyo was killed in seconds. "Sister!"
Seeing that his sister was killed, Dongfang Peerless shouted once again.
His shout made Song Tianli's doppelganger notice him. Without saying a word, Song Tianli's doppelganger directly headed towards Dongfang Wufei. Escape!
This was Dongfang Invincible's first thought. It was impossible for him to fight against so many powerful people on his own. The only way was to converge with the rest of the 10 great clans and work together to fight against these people. Thus, without any hesitation, Dongfang Peerless turned around and flew off into the distance. At this time, he had already thought of one thing: I'm afraid that the people who were secretly targeting their 10 great clans before were these people. Only, he wasn't sure how these people had mixed into the Heaven's Pride realm. One must know that outside of the Heaven's Pride realm, there were people from their 10 great clans guarding the exit. At the same time, he was still thinking about how he would be able to tell the people outside about what was happening inside the Heaven's Pride realm. He could get away with it for a while, but not forever. After all, although the Heaven's Remarks realm was large, there were too many people on the other side, and he had nowhere to hide. Seeing the Dongfang peerless who turned around and fled, Song Tianli's doppelganger hastily chose to pursue. However, he didn't go all out in pursuit, but followed far behind. He was going to fish to see if he would find more people from the 10 great families by following Dongfang invincible. Scenes like this were constantly happening in the Heaven's Pride realm. Song Tianli, who had decided to push across, showed no mercy when facing the people from the 10 great clans. The scene was straight up lopsided. In less than an hour's time, hundreds more people from the 10 great families were taken out by Song Tianli. At this point, among the Heaven's Remarkable realm, the remaining Heaven's Remarkables were less than 30. As long as they were taken out again, the younger generation of the 10 great families would basically be considered dead. Of course, there were still some children from the 10 great clans who had not entered the Heaven's Pride realm. At this time, Song Tianli's combat power had already exceeded 100,000, reaching the 6 prefecture realm. The 6 prefectures realm was only one step away from the Divine Path realm. Song Tianli didn't know if he could break through to the Divine Path realm by killing all these people from the Heaven's Remarkable realm. According to the previous trend, it was a bit difficult to break through to the Divine Path realm. As more and more people from the 10 great clans died, the remaining people who still survived finally clung together. At this moment, Song Tianli's thousands of doppelgangers surrounded the remaining 20 or so people in a valley. He realized that those who had survived were the best of the top 10 clans. For example, Dongfang Shanha, Dongdong Invincible, Gongyang Jiqi, Wenrun Unrepentant, Shangguan Junkai. At the moment, the men were back to back, staring nervously at the people who had surrounded them. No matter what friction the people of the 10 great families had before, at this moment, they were united like never before. "Who are you people?" Dongfang Shanha asked as he looked at Song Tianli's detachment that surrounded them. Under the seat of the Heavenly Father of Justice, the envoy of rewarding good and punishing evil. "You 10 great clans have done so much evil, we have come here to do justice to you," one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers said loudly. He said this because he was worried that these people had unknown means. In case they fled, there was no doubt about their identity. Justice Heavenly Father? Never heard of it at all. Dongfang Shanha muttered to himself. At the same time, he turned his gaze to the others. However, everyone else shook their heads as well. The name Justice Heavenly Father was one that none of them had ever heard of. It's impossible for any righteous Heavenly Father to exist in the 9 great states. This should just be his gimmick. He must be the one who kidnapped my brother and the others before. Shangguan Junkai said at this time. I feel the same way. This group is strong, there's no way we're opponents. The most important thing right now is to find a way to notify the outside world, so that all the leaders will bring us out. Dongdong Peerless said. However, Song Tianli didn't wait for them to figure out a way before dealing with them. After he had announced himself, he let his doppelganger come towards the rest of the group. Seeing the many doppelgangers that were rapidly attacking those remaining celestial pride of the 10 great families, each one of them stood tightly on guard, their faces extremely serious. They knew very well that this time could be different from the past when they were sparring with each other. This time, it was a real confrontation. If you're not careful, you'll die. Dragons in all directions. The green lotus fills the sky. Snow drifts on earth. The remaining people from the 10 great clans attacked at the same time. For a time, all sorts of complicated attacks headed towards Song Tianli's many detachments. Desert Burial. Kaito Spiral Shuriken. Chi Dori. Shadow Mimicry. Suetun Water Dragon Bomb. When it came to fancy attacks, Song Tianli, who was able to materialize Naruto skills, wasn't afraid of anyone at all. The attacks that his thousands of bilocations were capable of sending out were countless. Boom boom boom. A series of attacks rang out continuously, setting off a storm of energy. Many of the 10 great families' celestial pride all spewed out a mouthful of blood when they were swept by this energy storm. And when Song Tianli's doppelgangers were swept by these energy storms, they all turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. It was a pity that this scene was not seen by the 10 great families' celestial pride. Because, they were all too busy taking care of themselves, how could they have the chance to observe Song Tianli's performance? Subsequently, Song Tianli's other doppelgangers directly charged towards the 10 great families' celestial pride without any regard for life and death. Thunder cut. Fire escape. Tooth tongue. This was followed by a new round of attacks from Song Tianli. In the face of these attacks, the people of the 10 great clans were simply unable to fight. Very quickly, a dozen more people were beheaded by Song Tianli. Just then, a huge sword chi rose from Dongfang Shanha's body. This sword chi rose up to the sky as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. At the same time, in the other 9 directions, a breath that was strong to the extreme likewise rose. They are, respectively, a sword, an axe, a whip, a bell, a gun, a hammer, a halberd, a club, and a suit of armor. After these 10 powerful auras rose, they instantly washed away all of the attacks sent out by Song Tianli's detachment. At the same time, it destroyed hundreds of his detachments. At this moment, Song Tianli's expression was extraordinarily serious. He had guessed before that there might be undercards in the bodies of these 10 great families' heavenly prides, so he had been playing steadily and hadn't dared to be too reckless. I didn't realize that there was indeed an undercard. And the undercard looks pretty impressive. The reason why there were 10 great clans in the central state instead of 9 great clans, or 11 great clans, was not because the number 10 sounded better. And it's not because it's perfect. Rather, it was because, for each of these 10 great families, they all possessed a spiritual treasure. Chapter 109, The End of the Hors d'oeuvres. Chapter 109, The End of the Hors d'oeuvre. These 10 spiritual treasures possessed unimaginable power and were considered to be the underlying strengths of the 10 great clans. With spirit treasures in their hands, the people of the 10 great families were basically invincible as far as the 9 great states were concerned. The 10 great clans had given these 10 spiritual treasures to the most outstanding prides of their clans. Dongfang Shanha of the Dongfang family, Gongyang Jiqi of the Gongyang family, Shangguan Junkai of the Shangguan family, Donggong Wufei of the Donggong family, Nangong Minglu of the Nangong family, Shiman Wangyang of the Shiman family, Beimen Mengshir of the Beimen family, Bailey Changhong of the Bailey family, Wang Fuisan of the Wangfu family, and Wenrin Xingxin of the Wenrin family. In this way, even if the events of 20 years ago were to repeat themselves again, the 10 great families would really suffer extinction. There will also be bloodlines left behind. Moreover, with the talent of these people, they would be able to revitalize the glory of the family in the future. This group of treacherous people, they didn't even reveal their bottom card until this juncture. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's main body muttered. However, he wasn't about to back down. At the time before, he was able to take out all of these people if he wanted to. Because, he can use the ratio in the golden finger. The opponent's combat strength was lower than his own, so he could kill him. Except that way, he couldn't get the opponent's fighting strength. He got a little greedy and wanted to harvest everyone's fighting strength. So, no use of this ability. Now that these people had taken out their spiritual treasures, their combat power had been augmented, and they were no longer weaker than him. It was impossible for him to rely on this method and finish his opponent off. Now, the only way is to fight. He had numerous cards, so he wouldn't be helpless just because his opponent had taken out a spiritual treasure. He also happened to want to try whether his unused undercards were useful or not. Susanu. With Song Tianli's soft shout, above all of the doppelgangers, all of them formed a giant skeleton silhouette. The skeleton silhouette was over 10 meters in height, and it was in different colors. The characters that Song Tianli materialized were different for different Sudokus. So, the colors are different. Also, this was only the second stage of Susanu, so the height was only about 10 meters. These gigantic skeleton silhouettes waved their huge palms and slapped down towards the people of the 10 great clans. The 10 great celestial pride of the 10 great families had not even expected that someone would manifest such a terrifying skeleton shadow. However, they knew they had no choice but to fight. The 10 celestial pride who held the 10 spiritual treasures stood at the very front, protecting the few remaining people from the 10 great clans, and using the spiritual treasures to start attacking those skeleton shadows. Only to see Dongfang Shanha slash out with his sword, a powerful sword chi descended from the sky and chopped towards a green skeleton silhouette. The green Suzaku raised his arms to block the falling sword energy. Dang! A loud boom rang out, and the green Suzaku was unexpectedly chopped off a large portion of his body by a sword. It then dissipated into the air. This spirit treasure, it's really powerful. Song Tianli murmured. His doppelganger only had the strength of the 5 prefectures realm, while the 10 great celestial pride who held the spiritual treasure had a fighting strength that exceeded that of his main body, and he wasn't surprised that Suzaku had a large portion of his body chopped off by a single sword. The reason why he didn't leave was that he wanted to see if these heavenly prides were able to use these spirit treasures all the time. Although the spiritual treasure was strong, the person who used it, Song Tianli didn't have a little load. He used his many detachments in exchange for an increased load of these heavenly prides. As Dongfang Shanha unleashed his attack, the others who were holding spiritual treasures also unleashed their attacks. For a while, all kinds of sword shadows, giant axes, spears, and other various attacks, one after another, landed on Suzaku's body. In just a few minutes, the Suzaku, which had surrounded the 10 great families, were all destroyed. Just as quickly, a multitude of more Suzukis appeared. This scene caused numerous heavenly prides, their faces to become extremely ugly. Because they were using spiritual treasures, the consumption was also quite large. I'm afraid it won't last much longer if it continues like this. Have you noticed that these people's attacks at this time, although slightly different, are not very different? And after killing them, they directly disappeared into a white smoke, leaving no corpses behind. Dongfang Shan has said to the other few people. That's right, I also realized that after killing these people, not only did they not bleed, they didn't even have corpses. Dongfang Peerless echoed. In that case, it only means one thing: we killed half a day, but actually killed no one. Or rather, it's not a real person, this should be a puppet of someone hidden in the shadows or an illusionary doppelganger. Shangwan Junkai said. That means that it looks like we were just surrounded by thousands of people, but in reality, there was only one. But can a person really be so strong? Bailey Chonghong analyzed. Divine Chosen. Dongfang Shanha, Donggong Invincible, and a few others said in unison. It was the only possibility they could think of. If it was just one person who was stronger, they wouldn't be so skeptical. However, this man has too many tricks up his sleeve. There were countless attacks of all kinds of fancy, which was only possible for the chosen. There is a recognized guideline in the land of God: if the other party exerts means that exceed your perception. Then, the possibility that the other party was a chosen of God reached 90%. It's 100% certain that the other party is definitely a chosen one. Only a divine chosen could possibly blend into the heaven's pride realm under the joint gaze of so many of our elders. Otherwise, thousands of people mixing into the heaven's pride realm, this is simply impossible. Gong Yang Jiqi said in an affirmative tone. No one who could become a 10 great family's reigning spiritual treasure was a cutie pie. This was quickly figured out. Only, what they couldn't figure out was why the other party was targeting their 10 great families. Is it to seek revenge, or is it because of Goldfinger, wanting to gain power by doing so? They knew too little about Song Tianli, so it wasn't clear why Song Tianli was doing this. All of their guesses counted correctly: Song Tianli was targeting them so much to seek revenge. At the same time, it's about empowerment. You guys are good at guessing, so if you guess right, you won't die? Song Tianli, who was hidden in the shadows, saw this scene with a cruel smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. The use of the Suzaku attack just now was just an appetizer. Next, he's going to get real. Only to see him flip his palm and take out a few cards. The skills in Naruto, while fancy, are not powerful to perform because they are limited by his own strength. But, his deck is different. His deck is a logic type of ability, but it is not limited by the realm. Chapter 110, the yellow dirt falls into the crotch of pants. Chapter 110, the yellow mud falls into the crotch of his pants. Hundreds of skeleton Suzaku, once again, headed towards the people of the 10 great clans. Dongfang Shanha and the others once again used the spiritual treasures in their hands to attack. Their eyes scanned their surroundings like radar as they launched their attacks. Since they knew that these were all doppelgangers or puppets, fighting these was just a waste of time and a waste of aura. So, they have to find Song Tianli's real body. As long as the real body could be taken out, then the current predicament would not be broken. Dongfang Shanha and the others had imagined it beautifully, but Song Tianli's true body would not be so easy for them to find. When Dongfang Shanha raised the longsword spirit treasure in his hand to launch an attack, all of a sudden, the longsword in his hand twisted and stabbed at Donggong Wui, who was on the side. Donggong Invincible was concentrating on battling those skeleton Suzaku, and didn't even think that someone would attack him from behind him. Without any defense, he was pierced through his body by the long sword in Dongfang Shanha's hand. You. Donggong Invincible turned around and looked at Dongfang Shanha with an incredulous look, wanting to say something but nothing came out. The vitality in his body became less and less, and he eventually collapsed on the ground. This scene instantly drew the attention of the others in the 10 great families.
Dongfang Shanha, what are you doing?
Shangguan Junkai looked at Dongfang Shanha and questioned loudly. At the same time, everyone else pulled away from Dongfang Shanha at a distance in case he suddenly struck out at them. I didn't do it on purpose, the long sword in my hand just now was not under my control at all. Dongfang Shanha was also confused by this sudden scene and hurriedly explained.
Only, this explanation of his sounded extremely pale and weak.
The long sword had been in his hand all along, and suddenly it was out of control, which fooled the hell out of him.
I'm afraid no one in their right mind would believe it. Dongfang Shanha, do you really think we are children? Find a reason, and find something solid. Dongfang Shanha, tell me, is this a conspiracy of your Dongfang family?
From the very beginning, the one targeting our other clans wouldn't be your Eastern clan.
Is your Oriental family trying to be a monopoly? For a while, the 10 great families' celestial pride all speculated. No. As you all saw before, someone from our Eastern family was also beheaded.
I swear, just now, the long sword in my hand did lose control.
Dongfang Shanha explained loudly.
At this point, it is really a case of yellow mud falling into the crotch of one's pants, which is either or not, and cannot be explained at all.
He finally knew what it meant to have a mouth to feed. However, it's understandable from other people's point of view.
After all, the long sword in his hand was out of control for no reason. He still hadn't figured out why the spiritual treasure in his hand was suddenly out of his control.
It's true that the Oriental family is dead, but who knows if it's a bitter trick? Who knows if you guys put on a show?
Bailey Changhong said. Who would dare to feel comfortable putting their backs into the hands of someone who has taken a shot at their fellow man at a juncture where their lives are at stake?
The human heart is always the scariest.
Big brother, our purpose has been accomplished, so why bother talking nonsense with them anymore? Kill them all directly, and our purpose will be completely accomplished. Just at this time, suddenly Dongfang Jotian walked out from amongst the many skeleton Suzaku and looked at Dongfang Shanha and said.
His appearance left Dongfang Shanha in a daze.
He had previously thought that Dongfang Jotian was afraid that something bad had happened to him. I didn't expect to say something like that as soon as I showed up.
Sure enough, it's you guys. What an Oriental family, to have teased us around.
No wonder my brother and the others were captured silently. I suspected before that it was the work of the 10 great families. I didn't expect that it would be your Eastern family. Dongfang Shanha, your Dongfang family slaughtered so many of our sons and daughters, this is a debt that we must claim back.
Shangguan Junkai said angrily.
The Dongfang family is planning to slaughter all of the younger generations of our other families, resulting in no one being left to succeed them, so that the Dongfang family can be completely dominated by one family.
I must say, what a good calculation in viciousness. Baymo Mangshir looked at Dongfang Shanha with a hateful look.
If eyes could kill, then Dongfang Shanha was afraid that he had already been killed by the eyes of hatred. I swear in the name of the Dongfang family that our Dongfang family has never plotted any plans against the 10 great families. Dongfang Shanha said to the others.
However, what he said, no one even wanted to believe.
Big brother, our purpose has been achieved, there's no need to play along with them anymore.
Let's hurry up and kill them for our next plan. Dongfang Jotian said at this time.
Hearing his words, Dongfang Shanha turned to look at him.
You can't be 9 heavens, who the hell are you? What is the intention of playing the 9 heavens to sow discord between us? Dongfang Shanha stepped forward and questioned.
Big brother, the purpose has been accomplished, any more acting would be too much.
Time is running out, let's hurry up and do it. Dongfang Jotian said and waved his hand.
At that instant, the skeleton Suzaku behind him began to surround the 10 great families' celestial pride once again. However, there was no siege of Eastern Shanha.
Acting, naturally, should be a full set. Thief, it's this time of the day and you still want to stir up relations between us. I will kill you today. With a furious roar, Dongfang Shanha charged towards Dongfang Jotian. Dongfang Shanha, after killing so many people from our 10 great families, you still want to leave?
Right at this moment, Wenran Xingxue shouted and stopped Dongfang Shanha. In his opinion, Dongfang Shanha looked like he was going to attack Dongfang Jotian, but in reality, wanted to use this opportunity to break away from their encirclement. Then they would join up with the Eastern 9 heavens and besiege them together. Since he had already recognized the other party's plan, how could he let it succeed? Thus, with a long whip in his hand, Wenran Xingxin launched an attack on Dongfang Shanha.
Although Dongfang Shanhe didn't want to fight with Wenren Xingxue, he would die if he didn't fight back.
After all, Wenren Xingxue didn't hold back the slightest bit and was also holding a spiritual treasure. If he's not careful, he'll either die or get hurt. Thus, a battle ensued between Dongfang Shanhe and Wenren Xingxin. Both sides were holding spiritual treasures with extraordinary attack power. The aftermath of the battle caused dust to roll on the ground and debris to fly. "Don't hurt my big brother. Kill!" With a roar, Dongfang Jotian charged towards Wenren Xingxue. At the same time, the skeleton Suzaku behind him surged over in a frenzy. It looked as if it was going to support the eastern mountains and rivers. And when the rest of the 10 great families saw this, they hurriedly began to intercept. Chapter 111, Killing with a Borrowed Knife, and Taking a Goat by the Hand. Chapter 111, Killing with a Borrowed Knife and Taking a Sheep by the Hand. Among the 10 great clans, there were a total of 10 people who held spiritual treasures. Now, Dongfang Shanhe was on the opposite side, and Donggong Peerless was killed. Therefore, there were only 8 people left holding spiritual treasures. If Wenren Star Soul had another accident, then they would have fewer and fewer allies. Therefore, it was only natural for the remaining people from the 10 great clans to support Wenren Xingxin. It was just that there were just too many skeleton Suzaku in front of them, blocking their way. Wenren Star Soul was furious at this time and was bound to decapitate Dongfang Shanhe. However, just as he swung the long whip in his hand and unleashed an attack on Dongfang Shanhe, all of a sudden, the long whip in his hand disappeared. And by this time, Dongfang Shanhe's attack had already fallen down on him. Helpless, there was no time to think about it, when Ren Xing Soul could only use his fastest speed to hold up an energy shield in front of himself, trying to block Dongfang Shanhe's attack. Boom! Put! After a loud boom sounded, when Ren Xingxue spewed out a mouthful of blood and his entire body flew backwards. His strength was already lower than Dongfang Shanhe's, and he didn't have his spiritual treasure anymore. So, with just one move, he was struck into serious injury. This scene stunned the other celestial pride in the 10 great families. How could they not expect that Wenren Xingxue had not made a single move under Dongfang Shanhe? Dongfang Shanhe, this treacherous person, hides too deeply. Just as Wenren Xingxue's body was falling towards the ground, all of a sudden, a water dragon flew out of the ground and swallowed his falling body. Thus, Wenren Xingxian died. Shangwan Jun Kai, Bailey Changhong, why don't you all surrender quickly? Wenren Star Soul is dead. If you guys don't surrender, next, it will be your turn. Dongfang Jotian shouted loudly from the side. Hearing his words, Shangwan Jun Kai and the others didn't chime in, but their faces became extraordinarily ugly. That's not a nice thing to say, but it's true. At this rate, they'll surely die. They relied on their spiritual treasures and couldn't support them for too long. Who the hell are you? Why are you framing my Dongfang family like this? Before Shangwan Jun Kai and the others could speak, Dongfang Shanhe shouted loudly. Because of him, Wenren Xingxue turned out to be dead. If the death of Donggong Invincible before was caused by the uncontrolled longsword in his hand. However, Wenren Xingxue's death was unrelated to him. It was his initiative to attack. Only, what he also couldn't understand was why the spiritual treasure in Wenren Xingxue's hand had suddenly disappeared. However, it was certain that the sudden disappearance of the spirit treasure in Wenren Xingxue's hand and the sudden lack of control of the spirit treasure in his hand before were the work of the same person. Dongfang Shanhe thought, well, this all naturally had something to do with Song Tianli. The longsword in Dongfang Shanhe's hand was out of control because Song Tianli had used the borrowed sword card. The so-called borrowed knife is to borrow someone else's knife to kill his companion. Although Donggong Invincible was using a sword, the effect was the same. This time, he had used the knife to kill not only Donggong Wufei, but also the united hearts of the many celestial pride of the 10 great families. With just this move, the other families' heavenly pride became suspicious of Dongfang Shanhe. Coupled with the performance of his doppelganger turned Dongfang Jotian, Dongfang Shanhe directly had a mouth to feed. Whoever is confronted with such a situation can't say it in a short time. And Song Tianli wouldn't give them too long to take their time explaining. He fights by surprise. The reason why he chose Dongfang Shanhe was because Dongfang Shanhe was the #1 heavenly pride in the central state, and many people had been jealous of him for a long time. Plus, the Dongfang family was the #1 family in the central state. The combination of these dual identities, choosing him, could instantly scandalize the others. Later, while Dongfang Shanhe and Wenren Star Soul were fighting, Song Tianli used the Shuani card again. He took the spiritual treasure in Wenren Xingxue's hand and brought it to him.
That's why it came out that way.
At this moment, Song Tianli's hands were playing with the two spirit treasures, feeling the powerful force contained within them. These two spiritual treasures, one belonged to Wen Run Xingxue and one belonged to Dongong Wui. After Dongong Wufei was killed by Dongfang Shanhe's uncontrolled longsword, the spiritual treasure in his hand fell to the ground. Song Tianli had the doppelganger use the forward skill at the first opportunity to bring back the spirit treasure. Dongong Invincible's spiritual treasure was a long spear, and Wen Run Xingxue's a long whip. Not the soft kind of whip, but something like Yuqigong steel whip. Only, Song Tianli didn't see what material the long whip was forged from. Holding these two spiritual treasures, Song Tianli felt that his combat had instantly increased by at least double. One must know that he was now in the 6th house realm. The combat power could still be doubled, so one could imagine the power of the spiritual treasures, and one wondered where the 10 great families had gotten them from.
Song Tianli's many doppelgangers and the remaining heavenly pride of the 10 great clans continued to fight. He was planning to keep all the Heaven's Pride in the Heaven's Pride realm forever. In this Heaven's Pride realm, the scenery was beautiful and pleasant, so it was not a loss to die here. As time passed, the few remaining celestial pride holding spiritual treasures did not suffer any further damage. Of course, this was mainly because Song Tianli realized that his consumption was a bit high. He had split too many doppelgangers at once, causing the aura in his main body to be insufficient. So, in the next second, he disarmed all of his detachments. The originally noisy Heaven's Pride realm instantly became quiet with the disappearance of the doppelganger. This resulted in all of the attacks from the many heavenly pride of the 10 great families falling short. Huffing and puffing.
They panted heavily, obviously exhausted.
Eyes tired and alert, he stared around. Why is there suddenly no one? Shangwan Junkai said with a bit of confusion.
The other party has split so many doppelgangers, and their consumption isn't small.
This will definitely not be able to support it. Bailey Chonghan guessed. I think so.
Even if the other party is a divine chosen and has excellent means, I'm afraid there's no way to maintain the consumption for such a long period of time.
Beimhua Mengshe replied.
As the crowd was talking, they saw Dongfang Shanhe who was walking towards them.
Stop!
Bailey Chonghong said loudly. Hearing his words, Dongfang Shanhe stood still.
I repeat, this matter has nothing to do with my Oriental family. The way that man behaved just now, you guys can think about it carefully, is it really the style of my Eastern family?
It's obvious that he's trying to sow discord and make us suspicious of each other.
You are all smart people, if you think carefully, you can always think of some loopholes, right? Dongfang Shanhe said.
He felt that these people had to be convinced. Otherwise, not only would they be suspicious of each other in the Heaven's Pride realm, but even if they left the place, they would still have a grudge. Chapter 112, Implementing the 16 Characters of Guerrilla Warfare.
Chapter 112, Implementing the 16 Characters of Guerrilla Warfare. It had to be said that Dongfang Shanhe was very well thought out. All conflicts were best resolved in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm. Once they left the Heaven's Pride realm, then this matter would fester, and no one was sure what the consequences would be at that time. And there was a great possibility that the Eastern family would then become the public enemy of the other families. Because Dongfang Shanhe had thought of this, that was why he had to risk being besieged by these heavenly prides to come and explain himself clearly. He was the number one heavenly pride of the Dongfang family, so he naturally had to think about the Dongfang family. Hearing Dongfang Shanhe's explanation, the crowd began to think about the loopholes in Dongfang Jotian's words just now. To be honest, if they could, they wouldn't want to believe that Dongfang Shanhe had betrayed them. It's just that what happened before was so weird. Even if Dongong Invincible was killed by mistake because the longsword in your hand was out of control. And what about Smeller's Star Soul? Don't you dare use the same excuse again.
Bailey Chonghong asked. On the subject of Winking Star Soul, I don't know if you've noticed.
Just as Dongfang Shanhe was about to explain what happened when Wen Run Xingxue fought himself.
Suddenly, 3 figures catapulted up from the ground and launched a sneak attack on Bailey Chonghong, Shangwan Junkai, and Beimhua Mengshe. These 3 people reacted extremely quickly and hastily blocked with the spirit treasures in their hands. Therefore, the sneak attack of the 3 figures did not succeed. After a missed strike, these 3 figures instantly disappeared. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 of them clearly felt the shocking sensation coming from the top of their arms, they would have thought that what had just happened was an illusion on their part. They let go of their senses and searched for the person who had just sneaked up on them. But nothing was found. Dongfang Shanha had originally planned to explain one Ren Xingshua's previous condition to the 10 great families' heavenly pride, only to be interrupted by this sudden scene. Before he could say anything, he realized that all of the 10 great families' celestial pride were all looking at him vigilantly once again.
Even, it's ready to make a move.
What happened just now has nothing to do with me, I really don't know them. Dongfang Shanha hurriedly explained. When he saw the expressions on these people's faces, he understood that the 10 great families' celestial pride had mistakenly thought that he had come to attract their attention, and then give the person who had sneaked up on them just now the opportunity to create a moment to sneak up on the crowd. Dongfang Shanha, in this situation today, whether you recognize them or not, it doesn't matter anymore.
If you don't want to be surrounded by us, stay away from us. After everything is out, we will ask for an explanation from the Eastern family. Bei Mo Mengshi said. Whether Dongfang Shanha was involved in the plan against them or not, it no longer mattered.
Each one of them was quite consumed, and if they fought with Dongfang Shanha, it would be easy for a lose-lose scenario to occur. Even if, as a final result, they were able to win, it would be a disastrous victory. After all, Dongfang Shanha's reputation as the #1 heavenly pride of the central state wasn't just for nothing. Once they had lost both of them, then those hidden in the shadows could possibly attack again and reap the benefits. By then, I'm afraid they'll be dead for sure. Therefore, the best outcome right now was that they didn't make a move against Dongfang Shanha, but they couldn't let him get close either.
Everything will wait until after we leave from the Heaven's Pride realm.
When the time came, their 9 great clans would unite, and even the Dongfang family would have to give them an explanation.
Good, after we leave the Heaven's remarkable realm, our Dongfang family will naturally give you an explanation.
After Dongfang Shanha said this, he turned around and walked towards the distance.
He knew that nothing he could say now would be of any use.
After walking forward for some distance, he sat down in place and began to recover his energy. For that period of time just now, his consumption was also very great. Seeing Dongfang Shanha like this, the other celestial pride of the 10 great families breathed a long sigh of relief inside. Then he also sat down in place and began to tune in. Their consumption was only a little more than Dongfang Shanha's, so they had to recover as well. It would take 2 days for the space gate of the Heaven's Pride realm to open again. As long as they could hold out past 2 days, then they could get out of here. However, they were ultimately thinking too simply. How could Song Tianli just let them temper themselves peacefully like this? A certain great man of the Blue Star had a 16-word policy called the 16 characters of guerrilla warfare. The enemy advances and I retreat, the enemy is stationed and I disturb, the enemy is tired and I fight, the enemy retreats and I pursue. What Song Tianli had to do was to put these 16 words into place. Earlier, when the many heavenly prides took out their spiritual treasures and decapitated his doppelganger, he chose to dismantle the doppelganger, which was considered an enemy advance and a retreat. Then, the next thing you know, it's the enemy stationed and I'm disturbed. Seeing the 10 great families' pride sit down and begin to temper themselves, a bright smile appeared on Song Tianli's face. Thus, he once again split into dozens of doppelgangers and headed towards the other side. Letting the 4 doppelgangers guard his surroundings, Song Tianli's main body began to temper itself. He had consumed a lot, so it was important to grab the time to restore the energy in his body. He had 10 times the efficiency to do his job, and it wouldn't take him long at all to recover. What he was going to have his doppelganger do now was stall for time. When Song Tianli began his mediation, the dozens of doppelgangers he had split off came to the place where the 10 great families' celestial pride was meditating.
Boom boom boom.
A loud boom rang out, only to see 4 water dragons, from 4 different directions, heading towards the 10 great families' celestial pride. The sound was extremely loud, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This startled the many heavenly prides that were taking a break from their mediation. Immediately, they leapt up from the ground as fast as they could, and attacked the incoming water dragon. Only a few flashes of cold light were seen, and the 4 water dragons were broken. The water dragon turned into a puddle and spilled onto the ground. The 10 great families' celestial pride looked around as if they were on the verge of an attack, wanting to take a look at the person who attacked them. However, they still found nothing. It was so quiet around them that all they could hear was each other's breathing.
What is the other party trying to do here?
Bailey Changhong asked. If I'm not mistaken, the other party should be planning to constantly intrude on us so that we can't temper ourselves.
And the man himself is secretly tuning up.
If we don't have a way to recover the energy we consumed, then once we wait for that person to recover, then it's our time to die.
Huang Fuisen said after a moment of contemplation. He instantly figured out Song Tianli's plan. I feel the same way.
Bei Mo Meng sure nodded in agreement.
The other side is in the dark, we are in the light. We're in a situation where we're very passive. There's a little movement and it's a straw man.
In that case, the other party only needs to send out 2 or 3 random doppelgangers to keep us in a constant state of nervousness.
That's not good. What do you guys think? What should we do? Huang Fuisen said. Chapter 113, 2 Doggy. Chapter 113, 2 Doggy.
Although the 10 great families' celestial pride knew Song Tianli's intentions, it didn't mean, however, that they would be able to have a solution to their current predicament. It's like, everyone knows that studying hard will get you into a good college. However, not everyone is able to calm down and study properly. There's a saying that there's no such thing as a heart. The place where Dongfang Shanhe was not harassed by Song Tianli's split. Because, for the Eastern Mountain River, he had other plans. This is a toolman he intends to use for a long time to come. Therefore, he let Dongfang Shanhe recover the energy in his body.
I have an idea.
Right at this moment, Gong Yang Jiqi suddenly said. The moment he said this, all the heavenly pride turned their gazes towards him. There are 7 of us now, so we can split into 2 groups, 1 to stand guard and 1 to tune up.
Rotate every 20 minutes.
Hearing Gong Yang Jiqi say this, the crowd all fell into deep thought. I have to say, this is really the best way to go so far. However, there is also a big problem. The man who transfers is equivalent to putting his life in the hands of the man who stands guard, which one would not dare to do without great trust.
When it comes down to it, we have no choice. I agree so. Shangwan Junkai was the first to say. I agree. Agreed. Several people then chose to agree. Indeed, just like what Shangwan Junkai said, they had no choice. I think we should make a pact. If anyone is unfavorable to the others during the rotational transfer, they will be a public enemy of all of our clans. Huang Fuisen said.
Do not blame him for saying so, is really to know the face of the people do not know the heart, no one cannot guarantee that, among them, there is no next Dongfang Shanhe. In case it comes up, then they are dead.
So, it's best to be ugly up front. Agreed. I agree.
Naturally, the others had no problem with this. After all who are afraid of being stabbed in the back. Next, a few of them resorted to an extremely childish way of deciding on groupers.
That's hand on heart. Very quickly, the results came in. Shangwan Junkai, Shiman Wangyang, and Bei Mengshi were in a group of 3.
The 4 of them, Dong Yang Jiqi, Nangong Minglu, Bailey Changhon, and Huang Fuisen, were in a group of 4. The first people to stand guard were Rams Chi Chi and their group of 4. At the moment, the 4 of them stood in a quadrilateral, each facing one direction, vigilantly watching the alignment. The other 3, sitting cross-legged in the quadrilateral formed by the 4 of them, began to regulate their breathing without any distractions.
Now that you have made the choice, have enough faith in your companion. Now they grabbed the time to recover a little more energy, then they would have one more possibility to survive next. A hint of sneer flashed in the eyes of the Song Tianli bilocation hidden in the shadows after seeing this scene. Do you really think that if you make a grouping, you will be completely at ease? Only to see one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers take out a string of 10,000 firecrackers. Don't ask where the firecrackers came from. To ask is to be prepared. After he lit the firecracker, he threw it in the direction where the 10 great celestial pride was. Crackle, crackle, crackle. At once, a stunning firecracker sounded. The sound of firecrackers is not lethal, but they are exceptionally loud and are perfect for scaring people. Sure enough, when the firecrackers sounded, Shangwan Junkai, who was in the middle of his transfer, was instantly awakened. The transfer is not, though, to be 100% quiet. However, the least thing that can be done is not to affect one's mind. When the mind is in turmoil, tuning up is something that can be greatly affected. I damn plants, this is too inappropriate. Awakened by the shock, Shangwan Junkai instantly spat out his mouth. In a matter of seconds, a paragraph with an extreme amount of shouting moments spewed out of his mouth. If, say, Song Tianli's doppelganger continued to use other attacks to harass them, although they would still despise it, they wouldn't be so angry. After all, it is reasonable and legal to use such an intrusive approach from the other side's perspective. However, they could not have imagined that firecrackers would be used. Who's a good guy carrying around firecrackers? They had seen some old 6s, but not one that looked like this. It's like a dog king.
Although Shiman Wang Yang and Beimua Mengsher didn't say anything, the two of them were in the same mood as Shangguan Junkai. They also have a very large string of shouting mom volume extreme words that they want to express.
Continue to temper yourself. Shangguan Junkai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger, and said to the other two. Now was not the time to be angry, the most important thing now was to seize the time to recover the aura. So, the three of them sat down once again and began to tune in. The four men standing guard glanced at each other, and a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes. They had thought that Song Tianli's doppelganger would infest, but they hadn't even thought that the other party would use such a method. It's like the dog's mom opening the door for the dog is home. Hidden in the shadows, Song Tianli's doppelganger saw that after Shangguan Junkai and the others sat down to meditate again, he took out some more two kickers. The so-called two kickers are also a type of firecracker. The difference is that a two-kick explosion is extremely loud and makes two sounds. Sung Tenri's doppelganger placed the two kickers in a quiet row. Fire transportation How Fireball Jutsu. He then used the howling fireball technique to ignite the two kickers. Just when the quartet standing guard saw the howling fireball, they thought that was all Song Tianli's means of splitting up was. However, very quickly, they realized that from among the whole fireballs, something like a cannonball flew out. Shupa. 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 These second kicks exploded around the many celestial pride with a huge boom. Every time the second kick appeared to rattle, it was as if Shangguan Junkai and the others' hearts were being hammered. Although they didn't just jump up and curse like they did before, their tuning was once again greatly affected. It can be said that the efficiency of toning is less than half of what it would be under normal circumstances. Not even a third of it. The 20 minutes passed quickly, and the quartet that was standing guard switched roles with the trio that was tuning up. This is what they had agreed to before, a 20-minute rotation. Shangguan Junkai and the three of them didn't temper themselves well, which couldn't be blamed on Gong Yang Jiqi and the four of them. After all, the four of them were pretty dedicated when they stood guard. You can only blame Song Tianli for being such a dog. When the roles of the 10 great families' celestial pride had swapped, Song Tianli's main body stood up. In those 20 minutes, he was fully tuned in. Next, it was time to hunt again. Chapter 114 Mutual Explosive Charms. Chapter 114 Mutual Explosive Charms. 10 times the efficiency of doing things, Song Tianli meditating for 20 minutes was equivalent to someone else meditating for 200 minutes. This had already allowed the energy that had been consumed within his body to be recovered. In comparison, the three of them, Shangguan Junkai, had only 5 or 6 minutes of effective time to truly meditate. Comparing this before and after, the amount of energy recovered by Song Tianli could be much more than the others. Multiple shadow split technique. In an instant, thousands more detachments appeared. They frantically headed towards the 10 great families' celestial pride at an extremely fast speed. From a distance, it looked like a legion. Flying in the sky, running underground, and burrowing in the ground. Anyway, there are all kinds of peoples. This scene stunned the many celestial pride who were tuning in and standing guard. How could they not expect that the energy within Song Tianli's body would recover so quickly? Faced with an army of oppressive doppelgangers, they could only be forced to meet the enemy. And so a new round of fighting began. Although Song Tianli's detachment had pressed in with an army, it didn't attack at the first opportunity. Instead, they surrounded the 10 great families' celestial pride. Play a big game, he decided. Let these heavenly pride know, what is surprise? When the 10 great families' celestial pride saw the many doppelgangers that were speeding towards them, each one of them stood tightly on guard, all of them gripping the spiritual treasures in their hands. Among them, Huang Fuisin took advantage of the others' inattention to take an elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, the energy in his body that was originally depleted was replenished. At once, he was refreshed, as if he had been given a new lease of life. Everyone else was all nervously looking at Song Tianli's doppelganger, so no one even noticed this scene. Although it was said that they relied on each other now, each still had their own little calculations. This thing, pills, was too precious. If you share it with someone else, you don't have it. At this time, the others looked at Song Tianli's doppelganger with a puzzled expression. What was Song Tianli's doppelganger trying to do when he didn't attack first after surrounding them? None of the 10 great families' celestial pride dared to slack off. They were certain that Song Tianli's inaction at this time was not intended to spare them. All this is just the calm before the storm. Although it was the first time they had fought with Song Tianli, they already had a great understanding of Song Tianli's dog. How could such a person conduct a fight in a regular manner? He was bound to carry out some sinister masterstroke.
The facts proved that what the 10 great families' celestial pride had in mind was correct.
After Song Tianli's doppelganger surrounded them, he was indeed brewing a big move.
Mutual multiplication initiation charms.
In the next second, Song Tianli's many doppelgangers came towards the 10 great families' celestial pride.
At the same time, an extremely powerful energy surged out from their bodies.
Song Tianli's move, despite its name being called the Mutual Multiplication Explosive Talisman, was not using an explosive talisman to produce an attack. Instead, use a diversion.
He used his doppelganger as a detonator, exploding one after the other. The energy contained in the detachment could be too much more than the detonation talisman. Therefore, when the detachments exploded one after another, the stacked power was extremely astonishing.
Boom, boom, boom.
Only a series of explosions could be heard continuously.
A small mushroom cloud appeared with each boom.
The detachments that Song Tianli split off exceeded 5,000. So there are just over 5,000 small mushroom clouds rising. These 5,000 or so mushroom clouds stacked on top of each other, creating an even bigger wave of air.
This could numb the 10 great families' heavenly pride. Split explosion, this is just too much of a dog.
In an instant, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was swept away. A huge energy storm, mixed with countless boulders, smashed right over towards the 10 great families' celestial pride. These heavenly prides worked together quite well. At the first moment, they backed together as fast as they could, then used the spiritual treasures in their hands and defended. The spirit treasures contained extremely powerful forces, so they quickly formed a huge energy shield. This energy cover contained the different powers within it.
Boom, boom, boom.
A storm of energy continuously crashed on top of the energy shield, emitting earth-shattering booms. And with each impact of the energy storm, the energy shield shook hard. Every tremor was a kind of torture for the 10 great families' heavenly pride. Because they were afraid that the energy shield would instantly shatter. Once the energy shield shattered, then what awaited them, I'm afraid, would be death. It had to be said that the energy contained within the spiritual treasure was indeed powerful, and such a strong wave of energy did not shatter the energy shield. However, it wasn't easy for these celestial pride. At this time, except for Huang Fuisen, everyone's face was extraordinarily pale. Although spiritual treasures were powerful, it was the energy in their bodies that was consumed when they activated them. The energy in their bodies hadn't fully recovered, plus the series of attacks just now were just too powerful. It completely drained the energy from their bodies. To put it simply, they're being bled dry. When the energy storm disappeared, so did the energy shield. Afterwards, all of them sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily as if their bodies had been emptied. Of course, it's not as if, but it does get hollowed out. They didn't even have the strength to raise their hands at this point. The spiritual treasure in his hand was about to lose its grip.
Bring it on you.
Right at this moment, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers, using the technique of wood escape, wrapped all of the spirit treasures in the hands of these celestials, and then pulled with force. The crowd, who didn't have much strength in the first place, had the spiritual treasures in their hands pulled away in an instant.
Except, of course, for Huang Fuisen.
Because, the depletion of energy in his body was not as severe as the others. He had secretly taken the elixir earlier and now had half of the energy left in his body. This scene made Song Tianli's doppelganger a bit puzzled. However, after he used his white eyes to observe the energy within Huang Fuisen's body, he instantly understood. He didn't immediately make a move against the 10 great families' heavenly pride. A heavenly pride without a spiritual treasure was no different from a weakling to him. He decided that he would play another wave of real and fake infernalism.
Huang Fuisen, well done.
After I kill them, it won't be long before only the Dongfang and Huangfu families will be left in the top 10 families of the central state. All the other clans will become a thing of the past. Song Tianli's doppelganger stepped forward at this time and said excitedly in a villain-like tone as he looked at Huang Fuisen. The moment his words came out, Shangguan Junkai and those of them instantly turned their gazes toward Huang Fuisen. They had thought that among them, only one traitor, Dongfang Shanha, had appeared. I didn't expect that there would be another Huang Fuisen.
Chapter 115 Family Guardian. Chapter 115 Family Guardian.
When Shangguan Junkai and the rest of them all looked at Huang Fuisen with skeptical eyes, he was dumbfounded.
This was because he hadn't even expected that Song Tianli's doppelganger would suddenly say this. What kind of rant are you spouting?
I don't have anything to do with you, and at this point in time, you're still trying to pick a fight between us. His heart is punishable. Huang Fu Yisan hastily retorted. This kind of thing had to be said clearly, or it would bring unimaginable trouble to the Huang Fu family. Yeah, we don't have anything to do with each other, don't know each other at all. Run away, I'm going to pretend to start a hunt for you. As for them, I'll kill them first. Song Tianli looked at Huang Fu Yisan and pretended to say with a sudden realization. The moment he said this, it caused the other celestial pride of the 10 great clans to look at Huang Fu Yisan with unfavorable eyes. If it were usual, they were afraid that they wouldn't believe Song Tianli's provocation. But at this point, they couldn't even believe it if they didn't want to. After all, Huang Fu Yisan's state was clearly much better than theirs. Moreover, the spiritual treasure in his hand was not taken away. If that doesn't speak volumes, what does? Facts speak louder than words. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Huang Fu Yisan instantly understood what they were thinking. I'm in good shape because I just took an elixir that restores energy. He hurriedly explained. I gave you the elixir to take afterward, why did you take it before? Do you know how precious this one elixir is? If it wasn't for this plan, I wouldn't even bother giving it to you. Song Tianli said with a bit of exasperation. He was kind of seeing the wood for the trees, and the other party had just mentioned the elixir, so he said that the elixir was a gift from himself. The moment his words came out, Huang Fu Yisan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. The treasure that their Huang Fu family had spent a lot of money to get, when did it become a gift from this guy? Just as Huang Fu Yisan was still trying to explain something, Song Tianli didn't say any more nonsense. What should be guided he had already guided, whether the 10 great families' celestial pride believed it or not was their business. He was not to continue with the nonsense. After all, villains die from talking too much. He's not a villain, but he's prone to accidents if he talks too much nonsense. Thus, he directly attacked the people of the 10 great clans. Kaito Spiral Shuriken. Song Tianli's doppelganger said and threw out a huge ball of energy. In the face of such an attack, other than Huang Fu Yisan, none of the other celestial pride had any strength left to resist. They had the will to keep fighting, but they had the will to stop. At this time, all the celestial pride made a move at the same time. Only to see them reach out and grab at their necks. Above each of their necks, they carried a jade slip. Of course, these jade slips had different traits, but the function on them was the same. At the first moment, they crushed the jade slips in their hands. Instantly, a bubble-like object appeared on their bodies from the inside out, shielding each of them. This move is called Family Guardian. The 10 great families would give family guardianship to the celestial pride that each of them favored. In this way, as long as one crushes the jade slip in a critical situation, they will be able to save their lives. Unless the other party is strong and not weaker than the guardian. Family guardianship requires a small price to pay, so not every celestial pride has one. In the 10 great families, usually only the first heavenly pride of the family possessed a family guardian. Unfortunately, family guardian is not a passive skill and needs to be activated. Dongfang Invincible and Wanrun Star Soul died too unexpectedly. The two of them didn't anticipate their deaths at all, and they didn't even have time to activate their family guards. Song Tianli's face turned serious when he saw the guards on Shangwan Junkai and the others. He had felt before that the people of the 10 great families were not that easy to kill. It seems so now. But that wasn't what he was contemplating at this time. If he simply wanted to kill these guys, there were ways to do it. For example, using a deck of cards. Or compare it with combat power. Now, they could all be without their spirit treasures, and their combat power was simply no match for their own. It would be too easy to just kill someone. He knew very well that it wasn't these younger generations he had to deal with, but more importantly, the others in the 10 great families. What he was contemplating now was that he realized that the actions of these heavenly prides crushing the jade slips just now reminded him of someone. Before he was teleported for the first time, Starlight had given him a jade slip. At that time, Starlight said that if he was in danger, he would crush the jade slip at the first opportunity. He'll be there in the nick of time. He wondered if these heavenly prides of the 10 great families who had crushed their jade slips were also calling out to the person who had given them the slips. If, like Starlight, those who gave them jade slips were able to appear in a very short period of time, then he could be in danger. Although he was now in existence of the 6 prefectures realm, compared to Starlight, the difference was still as bad as Heaven's wrath. If these jade slips, and the jade slips given to him by Starlight served the same purpose, then this meant that it was possible that Starlight was related to the 10 great families.
If that's true, it's a complicated situation.
After thinking for a little while, Song Tianli decided to withdraw. If they wanted to take out Shangwan Junkai and the others, they would have plenty of opportunities in the outside world. After all, his current strength was much higher than these people.
If we don't leave now, if something happens, it's not worth it.
This time, he had killed enough people from the 10 great families. Thus, Song Tianli split into several doppelgangers and sped off in different directions. In this way, no one would be able to know his movements. Song Tianli's main body headed towards the place where they had first appeared in the Heaven's Remarkable Realm. If the space gate of the Heaven's Pride Realm opened, he would leave at the first opportunity. When the time comes, take a preemptive strike with the Eastern Nine Heavens.
Preconceptions can cloud a person's judgment. Song Tianli then topped the face of the Eastern Nine Heaven and hit it. It was a day or so of waiting. Shangwan Junkai and their family guards only protected them and no one showed up. Song Tianli was a little too careful. However, even if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Killing more people is no better than securing your own life. Even if there was only the slightest possibility, he wasn't willing to take that risk. When the Heaven's Remarkable Realm opened 2 days later, the space door opened once more. Without any hesitation, Song Tianli took his credentials and leapt out of the door of space. To be honest, he wanted to try flying Thunder God's space jump before. But since I wasn't 100% sure, I didn't dare to take the risk. Chapter 116, Dead. All dead. Chapter 116, Dead. All dead. The crowd of the 10 great clans guarding the outside of the Heaven's Pride Realm had no idea what was happening in the Heaven's Pride Realm. All of them were expecting, at this moment, a huge metamorphosis in their own families. Preferably of the fly-by-night variety. After Dongfang Jotian was the first to appear, the people of the Dongfang family hurriedly greeted them. Jotian, how was the harvest? Dongfang Tianxin looked at Dongfang Jotian and asked. Although Dongfang Jotian's talent was extremely poor and was not well received in the Dongfang family. But no matter what, it's still the Oriental family. As the leader of the Dongfang family this time, Dongfang Tianxin naturally had to inquire. Fourth uncle, dead, all dead. Dongfang Jotian said in a mournful tone. What died? Dongfang Tianxin asked hurriedly. All of them, except me, are dead. What? How is that possible? Even your big brother is dead? Dongfang Tianxin said incredulously. Dongfang Shanhe was the Dongfang family's #1 heavenly pride and the #1 heavenly pride in the central state. There was not only a spiritual treasure present on his body, but also a family guardian, so how could he die? And why did the others die too? What do you mean? All of them are dead except for you? At this time, the Shangwan family came forward and asked. What exactly happened in the Heaven's Remarkable Realm? The Bailey family's man also came forward and asked. After I entered the Heaven's Pride Realm, originally, Big Brother wanted to bring me along to explore and see if there were any chances. However, I gave it a no because I thought that I can't always rely on my big brother. So I left on my own, wanting to rely on myself to find my chance. Later, I realized that many people with very strange abilities had appeared in the Heaven's Pride Realm. They are extremely strong and kill people on sight. Those of us from these clans are no match for them. I saw it with my own eyes, a lot of people were killed. I looked for a place to hide because I was scared. Song Tianli imitated Dongfang Jotian and said. A lot of people with very bizarre abilities. Aren't we the only ones from the 10 great families in the Heaven's Remarkable Realm? Where did the other people with weird abilities come from? The leader of the Bailey family was puzzled. Even if these people's abilities are very bizarre, this doesn't mean that all of us from the 10 great families are dead. The leader of the Shangwan family said. After hiding for a while, I was a little worried about my big brother and their safety, so I snuck out and wanted to take a look. As it turns out, the corpses in the Heaven's Pride Realm are littered with people from our 10 great clans. When I saw Big Brother and the others, I realized that there were only a dozen or so of them left, and they were surrounded by thousands of people. Not a moment later, Dongdong Invincible and One-Run Star Soul died. Everyone else isn't in great shape either. So I hit again. Song Tianli said with a bit of horror. What? Invincible is dead? When the people from the Dongdong family heard this, their words were filled with shock. The Star Soul is dead? The people in Hearing's house were equally incredulous.
Dongfang Wufei and Wanren Xingxue were the most talented people in both of their families, and they also had spiritual treasures and family guards, so how could they die so easily?
Yes, they're dead, I saw it with my own eyes, Song Tianli said with great certainty. Then Jun Kai and the others, did you also see them die with your own eyes?
The Shangguan family asked.
That's not something I've seen with my own eyes.
After Wanren Xingxue and Dongfang Wufei were killed, I went back into hiding. However, not long after I hid, suddenly there was a loud, earth-shattering boom in the distance. I looked from afar and noticed that the space within a 10,000-meter radius had been leveled.
I think Shangguan Jun Kai and my big brother and the others should not survive.
There was so much commotion there that I didn't dare to check it out, and I'd been hiding at the exit location. When the space door of the heavens' remarkable realm opened again, I hurriedly came out as fast as I could.
Song Tianli recounted.
The things he said were not things he had seen with his own eyes, but things he had done with his own hands. He played the role of the Eastern Nine Heavens and had an average strength talent, so hiding in danger was more than normal in the eyes of the others. Moreover, he recounted some things, and when the people behind him came out, he recounted them again, making it easier to pit the Dongfang family against the other families.
Because he left some details out on purpose.
Hearing Dongfang Jotian's words, the many leaders of the 10 great clans, each and every one of them were all dumbfounded, and it was a bit difficult to accept this fact. Just at this time, a silhouette suddenly flashed out. It was the Eastern Mountain River.
Shanha, you're still alive?
Great! Seeing Dongfang Shanha, Dongfang Tianxin hurriedly greeted him and said.
Earlier, when he heard Dongfang Jotian's narration, he was already as if his heart was dead.
I didn't expect that Dongfang Shanha came out alive. When the leaders of the other clans saw Dongfang Shanha, their faces were delighted with it.
Since Dongfang Shanha had come out, it meant that what Dongfang Jotian had just said was not true.
He was probably joking with the crowd, and deliberately made up a story to scare them.
Brother Ironheart, your family's children, they're a bit undereducated. Such a thing can be used for a joke.
The leader of the Dongfang family couldn't help but say to Dongfang Tianxin.
I've made Brother Chengyun laugh. As Dongfang Tianxin said this, he glared viciously at Dongfang Jotian. This is the kind of thing that really can't be used for jokes. Nephew Shanha, where are the others? The leader of the Bailey family asked when he saw that no one else had appeared after a while. Hearing his question, Dongfang Shanha opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Because, for a moment, he did not know how he should describe what happened in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm. Seeing Dongfang Shanha's somewhat gulping expression, the others' faces changed. They were thinking, could it be that what Dongfang Jotian had just said was true? Just as this thought had just popped up in their minds, suddenly, from within the Heaven's remarkable realm's spacegate, several more figures from their familiar lineage flew out. It was Shangguan Jun Kai and the others. There were not many scattered people, only 7. This caused the people from the other several clans to all let out a long sigh of relief. Since people were coming out one after another, it meant that things weren't like what Dongfang Jotian had said, that the remaining people were all dead. Moreover, these ones that came out just now, although their eyes revealed fatigue, their overall condition looked quite okay. The reason they were so radiant was because Song Tianli hadn't harassed them for some time before. So, they had a tune-up and were back in peak condition. Only, because he was worried that Song Tianli would sneak in again, he didn't dare to rest in peace, and there was weariness in his eyes. Chapter 117, Give My Son Back His Life. Chapter 117, Give My Son Back His Life. Jun Kai, how was the harvest? The leader of the Shangguan family came to Shangguan Jun Kai and said. Only when he heard his own elder's question did Shangguan Jun raise his head to look at him with extraordinarily serious eyes. For a while, he didn't know how he should speak. Seeing the look in Shangguan Jun's eyes, the leader of the Shangguan family finally realized that something was wrong. In the past, most of the people who came out of the Heaven's remarkable realm, even if some of them had color hanging from their bodies, their brows were flying and their excitement was hard to contain. However, this time, whether it was Dongfang Jotian, who came out first, Dongfang Shanha, and Shangguan Jun Kai, none of them had happy faces. Oriental Jotian is just, his strength is low, and does not have excessive courage, no harvest is normal. But the others aren't so much. After all, they could all be the pride of each family. The only reason they were able to come out alive was because Song Tianli had shown mercy. Because, he still had to leave these people to target the Eastern family. Once all of these people died out, then he had planned for so long in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm, but he had planned for nothing. Jun Kai, what exactly happened in the Heaven's Pride realm? How come you guys are the only ones who came out? Where are the others? The Shangguan family's leader inquired.
He had, by this time, a premonition that something bad was happening. After all, Shangguan Junkai and the few of them had come out for quite a while, but the others never showed up.
Aside from a few of us, the rest of them, they're all dead. Shangguan Junkai said after a slight silence.
After hearing this, the people from the 10 great clans were once again dumbfounded.
Regarding the words of Eastern Jotian, these people could not believe them. But they couldn't disbelieve Shangguan Junsai's words.
And, the looks on these people's faces already speak for themselves.
How could this be? Could it be that what Dongfang Jotian said before was true? The Shangguan family's leader said in shock. Eastern Jotian? Where is he? Shangguan Junkai said hurriedly.
Previously, when they were in the Heaven's Pride realm, it could be Dongfang Jotian who had launched an attack against them.
He's right here, the leader of the Shangguan family said, and pointed to where Song Tianli was before. However, it was only when his finger pointed over that he realized that Dongfang Jotian had already disappeared. Where is the Eastern Jotian man? The Shangguan family's leader asked as he looked at the person next to him. Didn't notice.
The others were also confused. After Dongfang Jotian had just come out of the Heaven's remarkable realm, he made the others pay attention for a while. But ever since Dongfang Shanha came out of the Heaven's Pride realm, he was automatically ignored by everyone.
Compared to Dongfang Shanha, Dongfang Jotian's words really didn't have much credibility. It was no exaggeration to say that 10 words from Dongfang Jotian could not top one from Dongfang Shanha.
Not to mention, a few of Shangguan Junkai and the others came out behind them.
So people were focusing on these few people, much less paying attention to Dongfang Jotian. Song Tianli naturally knew Dongfang Jotian's position in these people's hearts, so he took advantage of Dongfang Shanha's appearance and quietly left after attracting everyone's attention after saying those words. His true purpose had been accomplished. The more important point of him saying those words before, aside from deliberately concealing something, was to make Dongfang Jotian appear in the 10 great clans' field of vision. He wanted everyone to know that Dongfang Jotian had walked out of the Heaven's Pride realm alive. In this way, combined with the things he did in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm with the identity thing of Dongfang Jotian, it would be easy for the Dongfang family to be targeted. If it was only the spiritual treasure in Dongfang Shanha's hands that had gone out of control and killed Donggong Wufei, perhaps the Dongfang family would still have a way to prove his innocence. Of course, Song Tianli didn't know exactly if he could or not. He's just doing a double take. He wanted to make sure that Shangguan Junkai and the rest of them could be certain that the person who had struck out at them in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm was Dongfang Jotian. He had deliberately concealed the fact that Donggong Wufei and Wanren Xingxua had died at the hands of Dongfang Shanha before, just so that the people of the 10 great families would learn the truth from Shangguan Junkai in their mouths. In this way, they felt that they, as members of the Dongfang family, were covering for Dongfang Shanha. This could even increase the suspicion on the Dongfang family, or Dongfang Shanha. Especially the Donggong family and the Wen family would not take it lightly. After all, the other clans had people die, but their number one heavenly pride was still around. And the first heavenly pride of these two families died. Of course, there was also the Huangfu family that was suspected. All the other family spirit treasures were gone, only the Huangfu family's spirit treasure and the Dongfang family's spirit treasure remained. Coupled with the misleading words that Dongfang Jotian had said to Huangfu Isin in the Heaven's Pride realm, it was also easy for the Huangfu family to be suspected. It could be said that the 10 great families were in a very messy situation right now. It was so chaotic that Song Tianli couldn't say exactly what would happen next. All he has to do now is two things. First, sit back and watch the tigers fight. Let's see if there will be infighting among the 10 great families over these things. Second, hide, look for opportunities to muddy the waters even more, and then fish in the muck. Wait for the right opportunity to push the envelope. Junjae, what the hell is going on? Why are you asking about the Eastern 9 heavens? The leader of the Shangguan family looked at Shangguan Junkai and asked. In this regard, Shangguan Junkai did not hide anything, all the things that happened in the Tianjiao realm, This included Dongfang Shanha killing Donggong Wui and Wanren Xingxin, as well as what Dongfang Jotian said when he appeared later. Occasionally, if something was missed, the Bailey Changhong and the others next to them would add to it. As the few people recounted all the things that had happened in the Heaven's Pride realm, the people from the 10 great clans, although their faces were extremely ugly, none of them interrupted. Nor did any of them approach the Oriental family for a claim.
It was only after Shangguan Junkai and the few of them had finished recounting all the events in the heaven's remarkable realm that the Dongdong family and the Wen family made a move.
Dongfang Shanhe, return my son's life.
With a loud shout, Dongdong Qingyun sped towards Dongfang Shanhe. He hadn't done anything before because he was afraid that there would be some kind of misunderstanding or reversal. However, he had listened to all that had happened from beginning to end, and he had not heard any misunderstanding or reversal. As for what Dongfang Shanhe said, the reason that the spiritual treasure was not under control, he didn't believe it at all. It wasn't like he hadn't used spirit treasures before, so how could he lose control for good reason? His own son had been murdered, and if he did nothing about it, then he didn't deserve to be a father. Therefore, Dongdong Qingyun did not hold back anything with this strike. The moment Shangguan Junkai and the others mentioned that Dongfang Shanhe had killed Dongdong Wufei and Wanren Xingxin, Dongfang Tiexin felt bad. So, he gave the Oriental family, early on, a wink.
Chapter 118 Examining the Heart. Chapter 118 Testing the Heart. Receiving Dongfang Tiexin's wink, the people of the Dongfang family protected Dongfang Shanhe without a trace.
At this time, seeing Dongdong Qingyun launch an attack, Dongfang Tiexin hurriedly moved his body to meet him. Very quickly, the attacks from both sides collided together.
Bang! The palms of Dongfang Tiexin and Dongdong Qingyun collided together with a loud boom. It was accompanied by a shockwave.
This violent shockwave exploded above the mountaintop. This caused the other clans to step back. At the same time, an energy shield was propped up to avoid being affected. And above the mountaintop, there was still a howling wind and flying sand. The bodies of Dongfang Tiexin and Dongdong Qingyun simultaneously retreated tens of meters after colliding in the air. There was a small difference in strength between the two, so when they fought, neither one of them took advantage of the situation. Dongfang Tiexin, your Dongfang family killed all of my Dongdong family's heavenly pride. Are you planning to be immortal with my Dongdong family?
In that case, I, Dongdong Qingyun, hereby declare that my Dongdong family officially declares war on the Dongfang family.
Dongdong Qingyun said loudly. Among the younger generation of their Dongdong family, there were only 3 of them. Dongdong Wufei was assassinated while he was in the outside world, and Dongdong Wufei and Dongdong Wufei were killed in the Heaven's Pride realm. By inference, one was done by the Eastern Jotian and the other by the Eastern Shanhe. In this way, the younger generation of their Dongdong family was all dead. Without the younger generation, the Dongdong family had no future. What was the point of the Dongdong family without a future, even if it grew to become the #1 family in the central state?
Brother Qingyun, I think there is a misunderstanding in the middle.
My Dongfang family and the Dongdong family have no grudges. It's impossible to kill someone from the Dongdong family. Dongfang Tiexin hurriedly explained patiently.
This is something they deserve and must deal with.
Otherwise, one would really be subject to the mad retaliation of the Dongdong family. After all, a family without a future is bound to become insane.
Misunderstanding? Dongfang Shanhe killed someone, this is what they saw with their own eyes. Where is the misunderstanding?
Dongfang Tiexin, hand over Dongfang Shanhe, or else our 2 families will not rest in peace.
Dongdong Qingyun said.
There's no way we're going to hand over the mountains and rivers until the matter is completely cleared up.
Shanhe, come on, what's going on here?
Dongfang Tiexin looked at Dongfang Shanhe and asked. He knew Dongfang Shanhe extremely well, and knew that he had a generous temperament, and would not be able to kill someone for no reason. At that time, I was in the process of decapitating the Chosen One's bilocation after we were surrounded by it. As a result, all of a sudden, the spiritual treasure in my hand was out of my control and stabbed at Dongdong Wufei.
Dongfang Shanhe didn't have any sophistry and said matter-of-factly. Ridiculous reason. Why didn't everyone else's spirit treasures go out of control but yours?
Our 10 great clans all have spirit treasures, but we've never heard of a spirit treasure going out of control.
Dongdong Qingyun sneered.
I suspect that the Chosen One did it. Dongfang Shanhe spoke out his suspicions.
That chosen of God? You mean the Eastern Jotian?
He is also a member of your Eastern family.
Dongdong Qingyun said.
He definitely can't be someone from our Dongfang family. He must be a divine chosen dressed up in order to provoke the relationship between our 10 great families.
At the same time planting evidence against our Oriental family. If he really is the 9 heavens, why didn't he stay here, but left all of them while we weren't paying attention? Dongfang Tiexin said with great certainty.
Regardless of whether the divine chosen among the heavens' remarkable realm was Dongfang Jotian or not, at this time, they absolutely could not admit it.
Because, once admitted, it would make the Eastern family a target. Hearing Dongfang Tianxin say this, the crowd fell into deep thought. It had to be said that there was a little bit of truth in what Oriental Tai Xin said. If that was really the case, then if they targeted the Eastern family, wouldn't they have fallen for that divine chosen's treacherous plan? For a while, the people of the 10 great clans all fell into silence. At this point in time, both sides are saying that the mother-in-law is justified and the daughter-in-law is justified, and there is no way for anyone to prove that what the other side is saying is not the truth. No matter what, it's a fact that my son Invincible died at the hands of Dongfang Shanha. There is only one way to prove Dongfang Shanha's innocence. Check your heart. Donggong Qingyun said. He was angry, but not overwhelmed by anger. He was intent on avenging his son, but he didn't want to be a sword in someone else's hands either. So, he had to get to the bottom of things before he could avenge his son's death. What? A heart test? I disagree. Dongfang Tianxin was the first to object. Heart testing is a very cruel act that verifies the truest thoughts of a person's heart. Of course, if that's all there is to it, that's fine. The bottom line is that there is unimaginable pain to be suffered during the heart test. And, the darker the heart, the greater the pain to be endured. There are no saints or perfect people in this world, everyone has a dark side. Therefore, the so-called heart test is no different from death by 1,000 cuts. Even if they could eventually carry it off, they would still have a lot of energy. Dongfang Shanha was the #1 heavenly pride of their Dongfang family. How could he watch Dongfang Shanha suffer such pain? If Dongfang Shanha is unable to prove his innocence, then I can only assume that he is the murderer. Donggong Qingyun said. In any case, he had to get justice for his son. Not bad, my family's star soul also died in his hands, he must give us an explanation. The leader of the Wen family also stepped forward at this time and said. He hadn't said anything during the time before, just to see what the Donggong family would do. Originally, it was thought that the Donggong family and the Dongfang family would engage in a great battle, but unexpectedly, this fellow, Donggong Qingyun, was extremely tolerant. Neither was overwhelmed by anger in such a situation. His plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight fell through. Dongfang Tianxin, at this point in time, do you think Dongfang Shanha has any choice? The leader of the Bailey family said. Third uncle, I am willing to examine my heart. At this moment, Dongfang Shanha stepped forward and said. Until now, he really had no other choice. Also, he wanted to prove his innocence. This matter was not only about his innocence, but also the innocence of the Eastern family. No matter how painful the process of checking his heart was, he had to do it. Have you really thought about it? Dongfang Tianxin asked as he turned his head to look at Dongfang Shanha. Think about it. Dongfang Shanha said decisively. In that case, go ahead. Dongfang Tianxin said. There was a hint of intolerance in his words. But he had no choice. Because, both the Oriental family and the Oriental Mountain River need to be cleared. Chapter 119 Returning to the Eastern House. Chapter 119 Returning to the Oriental family. Seeing that Dongfang Shanha had agreed to the heart check, the people from the other several great clans, without any nonsense, made way for an open space. Immediately, 2 people each came out from the Donggong family and the Wen family, and they surrounded Dongfang Shanha. Afterwards, the 4 of them stretched out their fingers and pointed them at Dongfang Shanha's body. 2 of them pointed at his forehead and back. The other 2 pointed above each of his 2 temples. After the 4's fingers fell, Dongfang Shanha's body began to tremble slightly. As time passed, Dongfang Shanha's body trembled more and more violently. At first glance, it looks as if you've been electrocuted by an electric current. He gritted his teeth as if he was enduring extremely powerful pain. Ah! Finally, Dongfang Shanha couldn't help himself and hissed out in pain. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Tianxin's fists clenched, and his eyes were filled with intolerance. However, this is the only way to prove the innocence of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Shanha at the moment. For the next period of time, Dongfang Shanha continuously let out agonizing howls. Dongfang Shanha, why did you strike out at Donggong Wufei in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm? Donggong Qingyun inquired. My hand. Spirit treasure. Is not. Under control. Dongfang Shanha replied in a broken voice. That divine chosen, is it Eastern Jotian? Donggong Qingyun asked again. No. In the Heaven's Pride realm, have you ever killed anyone from the 10 great families? No. Has your Oriental family made any plans to deal with other families? No. Dongfang Qingyun, you've gone too far.
Right at this moment, Dongfang Tianxin bellowed and hurriedly came to Dongfang Shanha's front, grabbing him up and away from Dongfang Qingyun and the few of them. Dongfang Qingyun had just begun to inquire about some of the secrets of the Pipe East family. Seeing that Dongfang Shanha had been captured, a trace of pity flashed in the eyes of the others. If Dongfang Qingyun asked any further, they would be able to know more secrets about the Dongfang family. Dongfang Shanha, who had been saved by Dongfang Tianxin, was still trembling in his body at this time, as if he was suffering great pain.
Those who haven't experienced this kind of pain can't even imagine it. It's many times more painful than a woman giving birth. After Dongfang Shanha's body trembled for a while, he suddenly fainted. This is now able to prove Shanha's innocence, right? Dongfang Tianxin asked as he looked at the several people.
The moment he said this, the rest of the 10 great families all fell into silence. Through the heart check just now, they could already be certain that Dongfang Shanha really didn't intend to kill Dongfang Wufei. The person in the middle of the heaven's remarkable realm was also not Eastern Jotian. If it wasn't Dongfang Jotian, then who would the person in the middle of the heaven's remarkable realm be? Men, search for Dongfang Jotian for me. Dongfang Qingyun said loudly to the people of the Dongfang family at this time. According to Shangguanzhu incised them, the divine chosen amongst the heaven's remarkable realm had attacked and killed them with the face of Dongfang Jotian. Moreover, just now, there was indeed a person just like Dongfang Jotian who came out of the heaven's remarkable realm.
Then, search for the eastern 9 heavens first. You guys go too, for the eastern Jotian, I want to see people alive and dead.
The leader of the Wen family followed closely. The Wenren family's number 1 heavenly pride, Wenren Xingsoul, was also dead, and naturally, their Wenren family wouldn't stop.
The entire central state, search for the eastern 9 heavens.
Subsequently, the Shangguan family, the Bailey family, and other such families, all gave orders one after another. Although the first heavenly pride of these families had not been killed, none of the other children of the younger generation were left. There was also a blood feud between them and the Chosen One. They didn't know any other information about the Chosen of God, so they could only search for the Eastern Jotian look-alike first. While the people from the 10 great clans were searching for Dongfang Jotian, in a rock crevice at the top of the mountain, a silhouette transformed into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. It was none other than Song Tianli's bilocation. Song Tianli, who had disarmed the doppelganger, perceived all the information that the doppelganger had seen. So, he knew everything that was going on at the top of the mountain. This includes the fact that the eastern mountains have cleared themselves through a peculiar way. To be honest, he didn't feel surprised by such an outcome. Instead, he felt that everything was expected. If the 10 great families didn't have some means, it would really be in vain as the 10 great families.
Things are getting interesting.
There are some things you guys can explain clearly, and there are some things that you can't explain clearly.
Song Tianli said and left using his sneaking skill. Soon, the entire central state shook.
In the time before, it was only the Donggang and Gongyang families that were acting. This time, the entire 10 great families had acted. This caused the other clans in the central state to speculate as to what had happened to cause the 10 great clans to act at the same time. After Song Tianli returned to the central state, he didn't hide and secretly observe the performance of the 10 great families. Instead, he silently sneaked into the eastern house. What happened before was just part of his plan. It's only now that the plan has to really begin. After he sneaked into the Dongfang family, he arrived in Dongfang Qiankuan's room. In the next second, a swirl arose in one of his eyes. Immediately afterward, Dongfang Qiankuan floated out of his eyes and landed on the bed. Afterward, he went to the rooms of the other few people in the Eastern family and released them all from the divine might space in turn as well. Since he had made up his mind to frame the Oriental family, he naturally had to put on a full show. Therefore, when he was in the heaven's remarkable realm before, for the people from the Eastern family, Song Tianli didn't even kill them. Instead, he knocked him out and locked him up in the divine might space. Now back in the Eastern home again, releasing them. At that time, once the few of them appeared in the public eye, then the other few clans, naturally, would be able to associate a lot. The divine chosen had killed so many people, why did they only spare the young generation of the Eastern family? To say that there was nothing fishy in this, beating them to death, they wouldn't believe it. At that time, all that was needed was a trigger, and the Dongfang family would surely be attacked by the group. At that point, it was not like Dongfang Shanha, who had come to a heart check and was able to make it clear. After all, the other family's celestial pride had died, while the Eastern family's people were still alive.
That's something that no one can change. After doing so, Song Tianli headed to Dongfang Taiying's room. Dongfang Taiying was Dongfang Jotian's father. Song Tianli went to find Dongfang Taiying with the intention of having a showdown with him.
Of course, it wasn't in Song Tianli's capacity, but in the capacity of Dongfang Jotian. When he appeared in Dongfang Taiying's room, he found Dongfang Taiying holding a cup of tea, his brows furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking about.
"Father," Eastern Jotian said softly. Hearing his voice, Dongfang Taiying, who was drinking tea, instantly raised his head.
Chapter 120 Meeting Tiexiong in the East. Chapter 120 Meeting Tiexiong in the East.
When Dongfang Taiying saw Dongfang Jotian, he instantly froze.
He had thought that this untalented son of his had died, but he had not expected that he would suddenly appear at this time. Just as he was about to step forward and speak to his son, he suddenly thought of what his third brother had said when he returned. Someone had impersonated the Eastern Jotian and killed many of the celestial pride among the 10 great families. It was so close that it caused the 10 great families to have a civil war.
"Who are you?"
Dongfang Taiying asked as he looked at Song Tianli warily. If he realized that the other party was a fake, he would strike at the first opportunity.
"Father, it's me, Jotian."
As Song Tianli said this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the other party. That's when his eyes turned blood red.
"Don't be a god." Instantly, Dongfang Taiying's eyes became dull. Bet Tianjin can cast the strongest illusions on a person. "Father, I'm your son Dongfang Jotian, don't you remember me?" Song Tianli said. "Oh yes, you are my son, Dongfang Jotian."
It was as if Dongfang Taiying suddenly came to a realization. Afterward, his eyes slowly returned to normal, and he looked at Song Tianli with extraordinarily loving eyes. This was Song Tianli's other plan. He had previously observed Dongfang Taiying with his white eyes and knew that he was in existence of the 5 prefectures realm, and that there would not be any accidents when he cast the other heavenly god on him. Once he had Dongfang Taiying as an insider, then he wouldn't be subject to anyone's speculations in the Dongfang family. In this way, he was able to proceed with his plans.
"Father, let's go see the family head," Song Tianli said to Dongfang Taiying. "Good." At this, Dongfang Taiying did not have any opinions. With that, the two of them walked out of the room. As they walked towards Dongfang Tiexiong's study, they happened to see Dongfang Tiexin. "Jotian, you still dare to come back?" Dongfang Tiexin also saw them and stepped forward to block in front of Song Tianli and said,
"Third uncle, I know you have a lot of questions, now come with us to see the family head.
If you have any doubts, say them together after meeting the family head.
Asking now saves me from having to say it all over again some time later,"
Song Tianli said to Dongfang Tiexin.
He was now in existence of the 6th prefecture realm, while Dongfang Tiexin and Dongfang Taiying were both existences of the 5th prefecture realm. For them, he had no need to be afraid at all. The only thing he couldn't fathom right now was what unknown undercurrents the Dongfang family had. Therefore, he didn't dare to take action against the Eastern family easily. After he had figured out everything about the Eastern family, he would then strike a blow. Very quickly, several people arrived at Dongfang Tiexiong's study and met him.
"Ninth heaven? It seems we've been underestimating you all along." After Dongfang Tiexiong saw Song Tianli, he was a little surprised but didn't make a fuss.
He had already heard Dongfang Tiexin finish talking about what happened in the Heaven's Pride realm before.
He had originally thought, too, that the Eastern Jotian was someone else's fake.
Now that he dared to come to see himself, he thought that he should not be a fake. However, he didn't feel relieved, but gave Dongfang Taiying a color. "I talked to Jotian earlier about his childhood, not to mention, his memory is quite good, he basically remembers everything.
Perhaps we've been underestimating the 9 heavens all along. He just has bad talent and lacks an opportunity to soar," Dongfang Taiying said. When he said this, he was hinting to his big brother that he had already verified Dongfang Jotian's identity and that it wasn't someone else's fake.
Hearing Dongfang Taiying say this, Dongfang Tiexiong turned his gaze to Song Tianli.
"Did you do what happened in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm?" he asked bluntly.
"Yes." Song Tianli didn't hide it either, and admitted it just as bluntly. He showed up at this time to show his hand.
"You killed those few siblings of yours, all of them?"
As Dongfang Tiexiong said this, his eyes stared tightly at Song Tianli.
"No, I just knocked them out. Now I've sent them all back to their rooms. If the family master doesn't believe me, he can send someone to check it out."
Hearing Song Tianli say that, Dongfang Tieshun didn't believe him directly. Someone come, go see if the several young masters and several young ladies have returned to their rooms, he said after greeting a subordinate.
Yes. After the subordinate left, Dongfang Tieshun didn't continue talking to Song Tianli, but quietly waited for the subordinate to return.
In response, Song Tianli was in no hurry and waited likewise. For a time, the entire study was plunged into a deathly silence.
This is a very depressing environment.
Dongfang Tieshun had been observing Song Tianli during this period. In the past, Dongfang Jotian was very afraid of attracting attention, so whenever the family members gathered, he always hid in a corner that did not attract attention.
And, always bent over, head down. The current Dongfang Jotian held his head high, and within his eyes, there was a sense of nonchalance. Such an aura he had only seen on Dongfang Shanha's body before.
It didn't take long for the underlings to report. Reporting to the family master, several young masters and several young ladies, all have returned. I see, pass on my order to the several young masters and several young ladies that they are not allowed to leave their rooms until they receive an order from me. Also, after you go out in a while, guard the door of the room and don't allow anyone to approach. Dongfang Tieshun said to his subordinate.
Yes.
When the subordinates left, Dongfang Tieshun turned his gaze to Song Tianli.
I need a reason. I'm a chosen of God.
Song Tianli had already said the reason he had thought of long ago. His decision to bear the identity of the chosen of God was not just because his next plan required the cooperation of the Eastern family. More importantly, he was now in existence of the 6 prefectures realm and possessed the power to defend himself.
No one can leave him whenever he wants to.
Moreover, this reason was the most appropriate one for the East 9 days to change so much. The world knew that those who possessed a golden finger would be able to change their destiny against the heavens.
How do I prove it? Dongfang Tieshun asked again. Song Tianli didn't say anything, only releasing his body's breath.
In an instant, the pressure of a 6-prefecture realm cultivator swept through the entire study. The two of them, Dongfang Tiexin and Dongfang Taiying, felt as if there was an additional mountain on their bodies, making them a bit breathless. It was hard for them to imagine that just the 6th mansion realm would have such a great pressure. Compared to these two, a hint of surprise flashed in Dongfang Tieshun's eyes, and there was no other expression on his face. It was evident that the pressure of the 6th prefecture realm was nothing to him.
Song Tianli did not have any surprises about this. Chapter 121, Showdown. Chapter 121, A Showdown.
Earlier on, Song Tianli had seen that the fighting strength of Dongfang Tieshun was above 200,000. And he's only just over 100,000 combatants. In other words, Dongfang Tieshun was a powerful person of the Divine Path realm. No wonder he was able to become the seat dignitary of the 9 great states. I'm afraid that his talent is no worse than the current Dongfang Shanha. The pressure on Song Tianli's body came quickly and dispersed quickly. It was only for a few people in the den to feel it, and then it was immediately put away. Although he didn't say anything, Dongfang Tieshun understood what he meant. If it wasn't a divine chosen, who would be able to raise their strength from the Sanzang realm to the 6th mansion realm in just a few days? Such an elevation speed was unheard of, even for Eastern Taixiong, who was a Shizuan. Therefore, Song Tianli's use of such a proof was very convincing.
Then why did you kill the younger generation of the 10 great families? Dongfang Tieshun asked.
I hadn't intended to kill them, but my golden fingers pointed to them.
Then, I can only say I'm sorry. Song Tianli said as a matter of course.
The 10 great families had all stepped on tired corpses and bones to get to where they were now, so they naturally knew that the weak were the strong. When he said that, Dongfang Tieshun and the others didn't feel anything wrong.
Then why did you frame your big brother? Dongfang Tieshun asked again. Killing the younger generation of the 10 great families because of Goldfinger's instructions was understandable to him. But don't understand why you would want to frame Eastern Shanha. If you really want to frame, wouldn't it be better to frame another family? I framed Big Brother in order to clear this matter from our Eastern family. Big Brother doesn't know the slightest thing about me. I'll let him have the suspicion first, though it will briefly aggravate him for a while. But once we prove ourselves innocent, then our Oriental family will be completely cleared of any suspicion. I guessed before that when Big Brother leaves the Heaven's Pride realm, he will be examined for his heart. As it turns out, it does. Later, I rushed off before anyone could see me. This gives the impression that, like, I was a thief and so I fled. And it seems I've targeted the Eastern family once again. The more so, after Big Brother's hard examination, the less connection our Oriental family will have with this matter.
According to normal logic, a person constantly framing the Eastern family, that means that person must have a deep hatred with the Eastern family.
It won't occur to them that I'm the one who's been setting up the Oriental family. Playing a trick with the lights. Song Tianli explained. In fact, he did a double take.
If Dongfang Shanha hadn't been proved innocent before, then he would have gone along with it, making the Dongfang family a target and being attacked by other families.
If Dongfang Shanha had confirmed his innocence, then he would be as he is now. You're quite a calculator. I never realized before that you actually have such a heart.
Dongfang Tiexiong said with a bit of appreciation. This plan of Song Tianli's proved to be feasible. The current situation, although Dongfang Shanha had suffered a little bit, but now the Dongfang family and Dongfang Shanha's suspicions were completely cleared. Everyone felt that Dongfang Jotian was already dead, and that he was nothing more than the chosen of the gods posing as one. Who would have thought that the Eastern Jotian was indeed a divine chosen, but it wasn't an impostor anymore? Of course, this was from the perspective of Tiexiong in the East. He wouldn't have thought that the Dongfang Jotian, who spoke so eloquently in front of him, was really an impostor. It was no wonder that Dongfang Tiexiong was not cautious, it was really because he simply could not have imagined that Song Tianli would be so bold. Moreover, he's had the other party's identity verified by Dongfang Taiying, and there's no problem. Therefore, he didn't suspect Song Tianli's identity anymore. There are many things that naturally cannot be done without matching strength. And, sometimes, there's just a lack of opportunity. Song Tianli explained. So what's your next plan? Dongfang Tiexiong asked. When I was in the Heaven's Pride realm, I also framed Huang Fuisan. And, the people of the Huangfu family, I didn't kill them either. I decided to send the Huangfu family back quietly, and then inform the other families of the news that the younger generation of the Huangfu family is still alive. Let them be the ones to take the fall. Of course, during this period, the rest of our family, except for Big Brother, will not be able to appear in the limelight. If we can stir up the conflict between the Huangfu family and the other families and make them target each other, then we can reap the benefits. When the time is ripe, then our Dongfang family will step in and sweep the area. Song Tianli planned very well. What he said was also just part of his plan. There were still some plans that he didn't send to tell Tiexiong in the East. Why did you choose the royal family? What good would it do you if they were destroyed? Why are you obsessed with exterminating the other clans? Dongfang Tiexiong asked again. Choosing the Huangfu family, this is because when I was in the Heaven's Pride realm before, I saw Huang Fuisan secretly taking pills. It's a stark contrast to the others, and it's just something to capitalize on. As for the benefits to me of destroying the other clans, it's also very simple. My golden finger is related to Qi, and among the 9 states, the 10 great families have the strongest Qi. I can't make a move against our Dongfang family, so I can only make a move against other families. Once I'm able to get my way, then my strength will skyrocket. It will surpass the family head in a very short period of time. At that time, the entire 9 great states will be our Dongfang family's one word. Song Tianli explained. Hearing him say that, the few people in the study all turned their gazes to him. None of them had thought that Dongfang Jotian's ambition was so great. But, for that, they were heartened. Although the Dongfang family was now the #1 family in the central state, there were many things that even the Dongfang family couldn't do whatever they wanted because of the existence of other families. And, there will be a lot of constraints. This first family of theirs was actually called so because of the identity of the Shizuan, Oriental Tiexiong. If we were to truly go by the heritage of each family, I'm afraid that the Dongfang family would not be able to rank as the true #1 family. If they were able to destroy the other families and absorb their heritage, then the Eastern family would be able to become the true #1 family from now on. For the things that Song Tianli had said, the few of them, Dongfang Tiexian, were all very eager. The clan can assist you if you need anything. Dongfang Tiexian was also a bit moved, so he said to Song Tianli, I'll speak up if I need to. Song Tianli said with a nod. He knew that the identity of the Eastern 9 heavens was considered to be stabilized. The next step was to utilize the Eastern family and deal with the other families. Chapter 122 The Huangfu Family's Intentions. Chapter 122 The Huangfu Family's Intentions. After finishing the showdown with Dongfang Tiexiong, Song Tianli left the study and returned to Dongfang Jotian's room. Just as he walked into the room, from the hidden part of the room, a figure walked out. It was the Eastern Jotian. Or rather, it was Song Tianli's original body that topped the appearance of the Eastern Nine Heavens. To go and meet with Shizun, who was strong and powerful, with Song Tianli's cautious character, it was naturally impossible for him to go in his original body.
The Dongfang Jotian who had followed Dongfang Taiying before was also nothing more than one of his doppelgangers.
On top of that, he was prepared to do both.
Once Dongfang Tieshon recognized his doppelganger, he would flee at the first opportunity if he was unable to convince him.
He didn't just mark the Flying Thunder God seal on the outside of the Dongfang family, but also the Dongfang family hid other doppelgangers. In case he needed to use them, he would let these doppelgangers attract the attention of the Eastern family. That wasn't all, he also had his doppelganger hide near those people from the Eastern family that he had released from the Divine Might space.
He'll take these people hostage if things go wrong.
In short, he had come to the Eastern family this time to provoke a fight between the 10 great families, not to send them to their deaths. He would never put himself in danger.
Even if this danger is only a little bit.
Luckily, the thing that worried him the most didn't happen. Things came together just as he had planned.
That's what's best for him.
In order to make sure that Dongfang Tieshong really didn't have any suspicions about himself, he also had one of his doppelgangers use the sneak skill and hide in the corner of the study to keep an eye on him.
Because he wanted to see if it was the same as before when Dongfang Tieshong left his sight.
But don't do an open and shut trick with him.
Outwardly agreeing with his decision, secretly it was something else.
He had to be cautious about these old foxes of the 10 great families.
Otherwise, you might be bought and count the money for others. Well, what he feared didn't happen.
Dongfang Tieshong believed his previous words and believed that he was the chosen one.
This was to be expected.
After all of the plans that Song Tianli had said before were not bad for the Dongfang family. Once it succeeded, it would allow the Dongfang family to completely dominate the scene. Therefore, Dongfang Tieshong also decided to take a gamble. It is known that only the chosen can deal with the chosen. He had been worried that their Eastern family didn't have any divine chosen, in case they were targeted by divine chosen in the future.
Then it's very likely that the Oriental family will be reduced to cannon fodder. Now it's good that their Eastern family has a divine chosen as well.
Although this chosen one of God wasn't the one he had hoped for the most, it was still a member of their Eastern family.
I have to say, the chosen one is hiding too much.
It had been so long since the divine providence had ended, and he had just realized that Dongfang Jotian was a divine chosen.
Song Tianli had inquired about all his affairs in order to play the role of Dongfang Jotian. Coincidentally, when the divine providence descended, Dongfang Jotian happened to be absent from the Dongfang family.
This just gave Song Tianli the opportunity to play the role. If Dongfang Jotian happened to be in the Dongfang family that day, then wouldn't he be asking for his own death if he posed as a divine chosen? It was because after figuring out all the factors that could potentially be exposed that Song Tianli took on the face of Dongfang Jotian and posed as a divine chosen one. After spending some time in the Dongfang family and making sure that nothing bad had happened, Song Tianli left.
He's going to front the royal family.
The young generation of the Huangfu family, he didn't kill them either, but instead knocked them out and put them away. It wasn't just about framing the Huangfu family, but more importantly, the Huangfu family was his mother's family. He still hadn't figured out what kind of role the Huangfu family had played in this when his mother died 20 years ago. This trip to the Huangfu family was to figure out this matter. According to the previous investigation that Song Tianli had asked Shen Sheng to do, it was discovered that the family head of the Huangfu family was named Huangfu Junlin.
In Huangfu Junlin's generation, there were a total of 4.
They were Huangfu Junlin, Huangfu Shaodian, Huangfu Pengchang, and Huangfu Wanli. And there were 12 of them among the younger generation of the Huangfu family. Among them, the one with the best talent was Huangfu Yisan, known as the first heavenly pride of the Huangfu family. Among the young generation of the Huangfu family, other than the 2 children who were not older than 16, all the other young generation had previously entered the heavens' remarkable realm. And now, only Huangfu Yisan had returned to the Huangfu family unharmed. The others were all locked up in Song Tianli's divine mighty space. When Song Tianli infiltrated the Huangfu family, he found the Huangfu family gathered together, discussing something.
Family Master, the situation of our 10 great families is very bad right now. That chosen one is in the dark, we are in the light. We simply don't know what he wants to do next, we are now no different from a living target. Huangfu Tianxia said in a serious tone. Then what do you think? What are we going to do now? Huangfu Junlin said with a bit of a bad tone. They've already been screwed over by the chosen one. In the past, the enemies of the Huangfu family could be traced no matter what.
But this time, they still didn't know who was targeting their Huangfu family, targeting the 10 great families.
Hearing Huangfu Junlin say this, Huangfu Xiaotian instantly fell into silence. Because he hadn't come up with a good one either. Family master, if it's not possible, let's ask the main family for help.
At this moment, Huangfu Pengcheng suddenly said. When he said this, the crowd's eyes lit up. The 10 great families of the central state all had legacies, and they were inherited from one of the 10 great divine realm cave heavens, the Lulishu city. As one of the 10 great divine realm cave temples, the strength of the Lulishu city could be imagined. If they made a move, they would definitely have a way to find the people who were secretly dealing with their 10 great clans. No, we don't even know who the other side is so far. How can we ask the Lord's family for help? Once we ask the Lord for help, it only proves our incompetence. We were already unable to raise our heads in front of the Lord's family, and if we do this, we won't have a single word to say in the future.
Let's think of something on our own first. Huangfu Junlin said.
Big brother, it's precisely because we don't have any way to find the people who are targeting our 10 great clans right now, that's why we have to ask the main family for help. It's not that we're not competitive, it's really that the other party is a chosen of God, and their abilities are truly bizarre. Not to mention our Huangfu family, all of the 10 great families have acted, but so far, nothing has been found. We don't know what the other party is plotting. Maybe, with his next plan, he'll be able to overthrow our Huangfu family. At that time, it will be too late if we ask for help from the main family.
Huangfu Pengcheng said.
When he said this, the crowd once again fell silent.
Chapter 123 Luring Dongfang Qingyun. Chapter 123 Luring Dongfang Qingyun.
It had to be said that what Huangfu Pengcheng had said was justified.
They are in the light, the enemy is in the dark. They have no idea what the enemy is plotting.
By the time some of the enemy's plans were set in motion, it might be too late for them to adapt. This matter is related to the survival of the Huangfu family, there cannot be a tiny bit of luck. And it's better to be cautious about this kind of thing than to wait until it's too late to regret it. Family master, I agree with Pengcheng's idea of asking for help from the main family. We subfamilies originally didn't have much say in front of the main family. It doesn't lie in such a one time, the most important thing at the moment, save your life is the main thing.
Huangfu Tiancheng said.
I also agree that this can't be said to be our Huangfu family's incompetence. The other party is a divine chosen, and divine chosen have strange methods, so it makes sense that we can't see through them.
Huangfu Wanli followed closely.
Seeing that the people of the family had agreed, Huangfu Junlin's fists clenched as he pondered over the feasibility of this matter. The others didn't push any further, but waited quietly for him to make a decision. Huangfu Junlin was the head of the Huangfu family, and whether or not to ask for help from the main family, this matter was not up to them. In the end, it's the head of the family who has to make the decision. These old sixes, they originally thought that they would rely on themselves, but I didn't expect that they would even ask for foreign aid. Seeing this scene, the Song Tianli bilocation hidden in the shadows couldn't help but spit out in his heart. He only knew that the 10 great divine realm cave temples were very strong, but he didn't know anything about exactly how strong and to what extent they were strong. If one of the 10 great divine realm cave temples, Liuli Shoucheng, made a move, he wasn't sure if it would be able to find him.
Maybe there was some unknown way to find him.
He was still weak, so if he was found, he might be in danger. So, he's got to get a grip.
Alright, early tomorrow morning, we'll ask the main family for help.
In the end, Huangfu Junlin made a decision. It would already be late in the evening, and it would be a bit of bad timing to ask for help at this time.
With the strength of the Huangfu family, it was still completely fine to support them for a day.
Seeing that Huangfu Junlin had made a decision, Song Tianli hurriedly left in the fastest time possible. It was already evening now, and early tomorrow morning the Huangfu family would have to ask for help with Lulishu city. There was only one more night to be able to give him free rein. Once he waited for the Huangfu family to make their plea for help, he planned to withdraw. He was trying to avenge his mother's death, and he also intended to get justice for his dad.
But that doesn't mean that he's going to hitch himself up. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge.
He was a chosen of God, and relying on the golden finger, it was easy for him to raise his strength. As long as he was given enough time, the future top 10 clans would be like ants to him.
So, risking one's life is completely unnecessary.
After he arrived at the Huangfu family, he quietly placed the divine mighty space, the imprisoned Huangfu family members, in a room. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the Huangfu family and headed to the Dongfang family.
It was the last night, and he decided to have some fun. Let's start with the Togong family. When he arrived at the Dongfang family was silent in a state of sadness. The younger generation of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Wufei, and Dongfang Wufei were all dead.
The Dongfang family is a white hair descend off a black hair, cannot be sad. Dongfang Qingyun and Dongfang Qingshan looked as if they had aged 10 years at once. At this moment, Dongfang Qingyun was sitting in the courtyard with a bottle of wine in his hand, using it to drown his sorrows. Perhaps the only way to briefly forget the loss of a son is to get drunk. Just then, he suddenly sensed that a danger was coming towards him. Without any hesitation, he hastily flashed to the side. "Where are the rats? Get the hell out!" He shouted and slapped his palm in the direction where the danger came from. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. Immediately after that, two black-clothed men flew out from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, heading straight for him. "Seek death!" Dongfang Qingyun shouted and took the initiative to meet him. At this time, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. He was a cultivator of the five-house realm. The two black-robed men who had launched an attack towards him were quickly dispersed by Dongfang Qingyun.
"This is a diversion? It's that divine chosen,"
Dongfang Qingyun said with extreme certainty. He was certain that the divine chosen who was able to split off a split body would never be too far away from him, and was definitely hiding nearby. So, he let go of his senses, his eyes scanning the space around him like radar, looking for the presence of the chosen one. In the previous times, he had never been able to meet up with the divine chosen, and this time when he finally encountered them, he would definitely not let the other party off the hook. Quickly, he realized that a dark shadow had flickered from a hidden corner and sped off into the distance. "Rat, where to go?" Dongfang Qingyun shouted and chased after the black shadow. Very quickly, he realized that a black shadow was speeding towards the outside of the Dongfang family at an extremely fast speed. He hurried after them. "Second Master, what exactly happened?" At this time, the Dongfang family's guards heard the explosion just now and rushed over. "Divine Chosen intruded into my Dongfang family at night, gather the team and follow me in pursuit," Dongfang Qingyun said hurriedly. He said simply, and rushed forward to catch up. The man in black just now was very fast. If he didn't follow him a little closer, the other party might have run away. It was so hard to discover the other party's trail, and this time, no matter what, the other party had to be taken down. With Dongfang Qingyun's departure, the Dongfang family was bustling with activity. In just a few dozen seconds, a large number of people showed up. For some time, the Dongfang family had been on alert, and now that they had discovered the situation, they reacted at the first opportunity. "What happened?" Dongfang Qingshan inquired after appearing. Reporting to the family master, the second master has discovered the trace of the divine chosen. At this moment, the lone man has gone after him. The Dongfang family's butler said. "Not good, quick, follow me to support Cheng Yun," Dongfang Qingshan said hurriedly. The chosen one was tricky and he was afraid that his brother was in danger. Thus, Dongfang Qingshan led the crowd of the Dongfang family and chased after Dongfang Qingyun in the direction he had left. The Dongfang family was one of the top 10 families in the central state, and there were many experts in the family. Once the chase was launched, it was extremely loud. The black-robed man being chased by Dongfang Qingyun was none other than Song Tianli. His alter ego, of course. He was intentionally revealing a crack, just to lure Dongfang Qingyun away. He sped along, keeping his speed neither too fast nor too slow. It made Dongfang Qingyun need to rush with all his might in order to catch up, but not lose him. Eventually, he brought Dongfang Qingyun to the entrance of the Wangfu family. Chapter 124, Acting. Chapter 124, Acting. When Song Tianli's doppelganger lured Dongfang Qingyun to the entrance of the Wangfu family's home, he did not immediately enter the Wangfu family. Instead, they circled around the royal family. As he turned, he looked back, as if watching if anyone was tracking him. Dongfang Qingyun, who was following Song Tianli's detachment, frowned when he saw that the person he was tracking had arrived in the vicinity of the Wangfu family. He didn't immediately step forward to fight with them, but quietly followed behind Song Tianli's doppelganger, wanting to see what exactly he was going to do. After following him around for a while, he realized that Song Tianli's doppelganger had actually entered the Wangfu family. Could it be that this divine chosen is someone from the Wangfu family? Dongfang Qingyun said silently in his heart. As this thought rose, he suddenly thought of what Shangguan Junkai and the others had said when he was at the peak of the heaven's remarkable realm earlier. They said that the chosen one had said words that he and Huang Fuisin were a group. At that time, he thought that it was just a plant by the chosen of God, just like framing Dongfang Shanhe. trying to stir up infighting among the 10 great families. But now it seems possible that the other side has played a trick with the lights.
This chosen one of God is a member of the Huangfu family. Of course, he couldn't be sure now.
Thus, with a flash of his body, he followed into the middle of the Huangfu family. He was going to see the true colors of the chosen one today.
After Song Tianli's doppelganger brought Dongfang Qingyun into the Huangfu family, he headed in one direction.
The room in this direction, he had previously released the other younger generations of the Huangfu family. His purpose was to let Dongfang Qingyun see these youngsters from the Huangfu family.
In that case, the Huangfu family couldn't even explain it if they wanted to.
When Dongfang Qingyun followed Song Tianli's doppelganger to the door of a room, he suddenly realized that Song Tianli had disappeared. He heard other voices coming from the room, and, hurrying to the window, looked in through the crack. At this look, his eyes went wide. Only to see that among the younger generation of the Huangfu family, those who were thought to be dead, gathered together and said something. A few minutes ago, Song Tianli had asked the doppelganger to wake these people up. Good imperial family, so you're hiding so deeply. Killing my son, I will definitely make you pay in blood. Dongfang Qingyun said, preparing to break the window. He was, by this time, overcome with rage.
What kind of person dares to break into my Huangfu family?
At this moment, someone shouted. At the same time, someone attacked Dongfang Qingyun from behind.
Facing the attack from behind, Dongfang Qingyun didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly turned over with a palm. Only a huge palm print flew out to meet the opponent's attack. Boom!
An earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the originally silent Huangfu family to instantly come alive.
Needless to ask, this person who was launching an attack on Dongfang Qingyun was none other than Song Tianli's doppelganger. He had lured Dongfang Qingyun here so that he could see that the young generation of the Huangfu family that was still alive did not end like this. He wanted to keep Dongfang Qingyun in the Huangfu family forever, so that he could deepen the misunderstanding between the two families and thus be immortal. The Dongfang family has no evidence of the deaths of Dongfang Wufei, Dongfang Wuyo, and Dongfang Wufei, and they don't know who did it. However, if Dongfang Qingyun died in the Huangfu family, then the Huangfu family would not be able to say anything at all.
His doppelganger had been paying attention, and Dongfang Qingxian, leading the Dongfang family, was close to arriving.
He would kill Dongfang Qingyun in front of Dongfang Qingxian as a member of Huangfu's family. What's going on?
Very quickly, the people of the Huangfu family all moved in as well. The younger generation of the Huangfu family was also attracted by the commotion outside the room and came outside.
Be careful, he's going to kill you all.
Song Tianli's doppelganger shouted at the Huangfu family. At this moment, he was wearing the face of Huangfu Wanli. The real Huangfu Wanli had already been taken down by him and temporarily imprisoned in the divine might space. Men, Dongfang Qingyun broke into my Huangfu family at night and tried to kill all the young masters and ladies. Kill him. Song Tianli then said to the other subordinates of the Huangfu family who had arrived. Hearing his words, the Huangfu family's subordinates rushed towards Dongfang Qingyun without saying a word. They don't need to discern the truth, they just need to follow orders.
What a Huangfu family, what a backpedal. Your Huangfu family is really good at calculating. Dongfang Qingyun said angrily.
He knew why Huangfu Wanli wanted to kill himself, it was because he was worried that he would tell the hidden secrets of the Huangfu family. By then, the Huangfu family would be a target. This was the main camp of the Huangfu family, and if he was alone here, he would definitely suffer.
So, it's important to get out in a hurry.
Thinking of this, without saying a word, he turned around and fled after slapping out a palm. He's going to spread the word about this to his own family. As he ran, he took out his cell phone and dialed Dongfang Qingxuan's number.
Big brother, I'm currently in the Huangfu family and I'm being chased by them.
Listen to me, that divine chosen is then someone from the Huangfu family. None of the younger generation of the Huangfu family died, everything in the Heaven's Pride realm was directed by them and done by them. After Dongfang Qingyun said this, he focused on escaping. And Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was pretending to chase him, had a smile on his face when he heard his voice on the phone. He had thought that Dongfang Qingyun would wait until he had met Dongfang Qingxian, but he did not expect that he would call to say so. To be honest, calling this operation, even he hadn't thought of it for a moment just now. Now that what needs to be said has been said, it's time to lay down the gauntlet. Thus, Song Tianli's doppelganger, who was wearing the appearance of Huangfu Wanli, increased his attack on Dongfang Qingyun. If it was just one-on-one, Dongfang Qingyun would not be afraid of one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers. After all, one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers was merely at the 5 prefecture realm. And Dongfang Qingyun was likewise in existence of the 5 prefectures realm. However, the Huangfu family's people could all be constantly chasing Dongfang Qingyun. Song Tianli was just acting like an old six, constantly sneaking in. Very quickly, the people of the Huangfu family surrounded Dongfang Qingyun.
A great battle has begun.
As time passed, the injuries on Dongfang Qingyun's body became heavier and heavier.
Song Tianli's doppelganger was observing the movements of the Dongfang family's personnel while sneaking up on Dongfang Qingyun.
Finally, Dongfang Qingxian led the people of the Dongfang family to the door of the Huangfu family. As it happened, under the deliberate guidance of Song Tianli's bilocation, Dongfang Qingyun also happened to appear. The time was ripe and Dongfang Qingyun's value was at its best. At that moment, Song Tianli moved. He suddenly descended from the sky while the rest of the Huangfu family was attacking Dongfang Qingyun.
Kiba whirlwind kick. He kicked out directly. Chapter 125 Firefight between the two great clans. Chapter 125 A firefight between two great families. Song Tianli's kick landed directly on Dongfang Qingyun's head. In an instant, Dongfang Qingyun's entire body was kicked out.
And his head turned 360 degrees straight around. His corpse landed right in front of Dongfang Qingxian and his group.
Shang Yun, Shang Yun.
Seeing Dongfang Qingyun who landed in front of him, Dongfang Qingxian cried out in a sorrowful tone. Dongfang Qingyun's eyes were glaring at this time, his eyeballs protruding and flowing with blood and tears, looking dead in the water. Only, he was no longer able to speak.
Imperial family, you all deserve to die. I want you to pay for the lives of my second brother, for my son, and for all those who died in my Dongfang family. Kill for me.
Dongfang Qingxian shouted and charged towards the Dongfang family. At this moment, he completely lost his mind. The Dongfang family was already sparsely populated, and in just a few days' time, he was now the only one left in the Dongfang family who had died.
The excitement for Dongfang Qingxian was simply too great. So, he exploded.
Only a powerful aura of the 6 prefecture realm surged out from his body, and in an instant, it swept over everyone in the Huangfu family. He slapped out his palm, and instantly, there were 2 subordinates of the Huangfu family, spitting out blood. Most of the Huangfu family's subordinates were existences at the 3rd Tibetan realm, or the 4th Tibetan realm.
Not very strong and usually relies on numbers to win.
Facing the furious Dongfang Qingxian, they had no resistance at all. Aside from Dongfang Qingxian, there were many other strong people from the Dongfang family who joined the battle. These were the people that the Dongfang family had secretly cultivated over the years, and among them, there was no lack of strong people of the 4 prefecture realm and 5 prefecture realm. Dongfang Qingxian, this time, had brought out all the people he had secretly cultivated.
Dongfang Qingxian, are you trying to start a war with my Huangfu family? Right at this moment, a loud cry rang out. Immediately after, Huangfu Junlin appeared and slapped his palm at Dongfang Qingxian.
Sensing the crisis, Dongfang Qingxian similarly slapped out his palm.
Boom!
The palms of the two collided in the air, and a layer of shockwaves immediately swept up with their palms as the center. This shockwave instantly swept across hundreds of meters, and the floor tiles on the ground, all of them, were lifted up layer by layer. For a while, the people from the Huangfu and Dongfang families were constantly retreating. And both Huangfu Junlin and Dongfang Qingxian simultaneously retreated tens of meters.
Huangfu Junlin, you have bullied people too much.
The blood debt owed to my Dongfang family must be repaid in blood. At this time, Dongfang Qingxian hated to the extreme. After saying that, he once again launched an attack towards Huangfu Junlin. When it comes out, it's a desperation move. This caused Huangfu Junlin to be puzzled. He didn't know what had happened that could make Dongfang Qingxian put up such a fight.
What about the blood money he was talking about?
Huangfu Junlin had just appeared, so he didn't know, exactly, what had happened.
Dongfang Qingxian, is there some kind of misunderstanding in this?
When did my Huangfu family owe a blood debt to the Dongfang family?
Huangfu Junlin asked as he backed up while beckoning. Misunderstanding? I misunderstood your mom's ass.
Today, my Dongfang family and your Huangfu family will not rest in death.
Dongfang Qingxian directly exploded.
He had become the head of the Dongfang family for many years and had never exploded into foul language. That's a first. As for Huangfu Jun's temporary claim of a misunderstanding, that was simply impossible. Let's not talk about what his brother said, that the chosen one of God was a member of the Huangfu family. Killed his son, his daughter, his nephew. Let's say just now, he had watched as Huangfu Wanli killed his own brother. How could it be a misunderstanding when his brother died in front of his eyes? Facing the unforgiving Dongfang Qingxian, Huangfu Junlin was also slowly beaten out of his true fire. A clayman still has 3 points of fire, not to mention, Huangfu Junlin is a family of the Huangfu family. At this moment, he saw that many of the subordinates of the Huangfu family were constantly falling down. These could all be piled up with the resources of the Huangfu family.
World, pass on the order of my family head. Yellow Tiger guards out. Huangfu Junlin said. Yes. Huangfu Tiancheng said and turned to leave. The Yellow Tiger guards were one of the Huangfu family's bottom cards, and would not be deployed until it was absolutely necessary. Now that the Dongfang family was coming on strong, it was impossible not to make a move. If this continued, I'm afraid that the other guards of the Huangfu family would be slaughtered to death. As Huangfu Junlin passed on the order, the entire Huangfu family shook. Roar! Very quickly, a tiger's roar came from the depths of the Huangfu family. Immediately afterward, countless people wearing yellow battle robes poured out from all parts of the Huangfu family and killed the people of the Dongfang family. With them on board, the Huangfu family stabilized the Dongfang family's attack. A battle between two of the top great families in the central state, such a matter could not be hidden from the other families. Soon, people from other clans came to watch the battle. Do you know what is going on? Why is the Dongfang family so frantic to attack the Huangfu family? The Shangguan family asked. I'm not sure, but by the looks of the Dongfang family, this is intended to be immortal. I wonder what the royal family has done. I just vaguely heard a sentence that seemed to indicate that the divine chosen who slaughtered the younger generation of our 10 great families was someone from the Huangfu family. What? Hearing this, the other families were stunned. Perhaps this was the only reason that could make the Dongfang family attack the Huangfu family so frantically. After all, the younger generation of the Dongfang family had all been slaughtered. The Dongfang family can be said to have no successor, and now that the murderer is known, it is naturally impossible to let it go. Can this be true? The man from the hearer's house asked. Although there were still people alive in the younger generation of their family, the heavenly prides that had entered his heavenly pride realm in the first place were all dead. Among them, it included the number one heavenly pride of their Wenren family, Wenran Xingxue. I'm not sure if it's true exactly. Just speculating based on their words. Let's go ask Dongfang Qingxian. Thus, immediately, the people from the other clans came in the direction where Dongfang Qingxian and Huangfu Junlin were fighting. This is something they have to figure out. This matter didn't just concern the Dongfang family, but also their clans. Only the eyes of the Dongfang family flashed with a hint of dissimilarity as they all felt that they were afraid that this matter could not be unconnected to Dongfang Jotian. After all, previously, Dongfang Jotian had said before that the Huangfu family was also within his reckoning. He would find a way to make the 10 great families fight amongst themselves. Now that there was a firefight between the Dongfang family and the Huangfu family, to say that it wasn't done by Dongfang Jotian, they would never believe it. It was just that they were unclear as to how exactly Dongfang Jotian had managed to do it. Thinking of this, the Oriental family's figure flashed and followed suit. Do the whole thing. The Oriental family, on the face of it, is also dead. Chapter 126 Breaking into the Huangfu family. Chapter 126 Breaking into the Huangfu family. During the firefight between the Dongfang family and the Huangfu family, Song Tianli took advantage of the chaos and utilized the old 6 trait to the extreme. He took advantage of the chaos and had a portion of his doppelganger, who turned into the Dongfang family's guards, kill the Huangfu family. There was also a part of the doppelganger that turned into a guard of the Huangfu family, killing the Dongfang family. These people's combat power was weak though. Even if they were killed, Song Tianli wouldn't get much combat power at a time. However, these guards are numerous and accumulate. When enough people are killed, the combat power gained is a huge amount. After all, Song Tianli, the old 6th, was now eating from both ends. Very quickly, he noticed that the people from the 10 great clans were coming towards Dongfang Qingxian and Huangfu Junlin. He didn't dare to lean in too close, but slightly allowed the doppelganger to pull away a little. Kill as many people as you can. Very quickly, several people from the 10 great clans teamed up to stop the attacks of Dongfang Qingyun and Huangfu Junlin. Gentlemen, let's be clear about what we have to say. But don't hurt the peace. One of the Bailey family said. Our Dongfang family and the Huangfu family are immortal, there is no such thing as peace. Get out of my way, or else, don't blame me for not being polite.
Dongfang Qingxian had already been taken over by anger at this time, and did not even think about whether or not saying this would offend people from other clans. Regarding his words, although the people from the 10 great clans sounded uncomfortable, they also knew that Dongfang Qingxian did not have much sense left at this time, so they did not pursue the matter.
Brother Qingxian, smooth out your chi first. It's not too late to fight after we've said what we have to say. Can you tell us why the Dongfang family is like this? The Bailey family inquired.
Brother Junlin, I wonder what exactly your Huangfu family has done to make Brother Qingxian so unconcerned.
At the same time, someone from the Shangguan family inquired about Huangfu Junlin. I don't know anything.
I only saw that Dongfang Junlin led the Dongfang family and directly attacked my Huangfu family. And when I questioned him about why, he wouldn't say, he just wants to be immortalized with my Huangfu family.
Huangfu Junlin said. He wasn't lying, he really didn't know anything at the moment. Put your mother's ass on the line, you guys are really capable of being framers.
The despicable, shameless, nasty and dirty things that your Huangfu family does, do you really think that no one knows about it?
Dongfang Qingxian once again exploded in foul language. Dongfang Qingxian, then tell me, what exactly has my Huangfu family done? Huangfu Junlin questioned.
How could he stand being scolded like that to his face?
This period of time, the divine chosen that's been making a lot of noise, don't tell me that it's not someone from your Huangfu family? Your Huangfu family's younger generation, on the surface it looks as if all of them died in the Heaven's Pride realm.
In fact, all alive in plain sight. But designed to kill my son, my daughter, my nephew, and the younger members of other families.
This matter, Huangfu Junlin, do you recognize it or not? Dongfang Qingxian questioned.
Pure nonsense, of the younger generation of my Huangfu family, other than Isan, everyone else also died in the Heavenly Pride realm.
Don't throw dirty water on my Huangfu family.
Huangfu Junlin said hurriedly.
If this matter was finalized, then their Huangfu family would definitely become a target. Throwing dirt? This is what my second brother saw with his own eyes, and for that, you killed my second brother to silence him. At the moment, his body is still lying there. Your Huangfu family, you still presume to deceive us.
Dongfang Qingxian said and pointed in a direction. The Bailey family's people followed the direction he pointed and saw Dongfang Qingyun's corpse. He hurriedly went forward to check and found that it was indeed Dongfang Qingyun, not someone else impersonating him.
It is indeed Dongfang Qingyun.
The Bailey family's man said with certainty. The moment his words came out, the people from the other clans all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ever since that battle 20 years ago, the 10 great families had never had an important person die in all these years. Although between the 10 great clans, there was quite a bit of friction, the ones who died were insignificant little people. This was the first time a figure of such status as Dongfang Qingyun had died. They instantly believed Dongfang Qingxuan's words. After all, given the Dongfang family's current situation, they would not falsely accuse the Huangfu family at the cost of Dongfang Qingyun's life. That meant that the Huangfu family was really the family where the divine chosen were. If that's the case, then they had nothing to do with it. After all, many of their family's younger generation had also died in the Heaven's Pride realm.
There are no chosen in our family.
The reason why Dongfang Qingyun died was because he infiltrated my Huangfu family and tried to attack and kill our family Isan. He admitted with his own mouth that jealousy arose in his heart because of the death of Dongfang Invincible. So, want all the other families' heavenly pride to die as well. At this time, the Song Tianli splitter who topped Huangfu Wanli's face stepped forward and said. He would first speak up for the Huangfu family, and then he would push the envelope and find a way to provoke more families into fighting. His words shook the others a bit. This reason did make sense. After all, Dongfang Qingyun only had one son, Dongfang Wufei. His death must have been a great stimulus to it. Otherwise, it was indeed impossible to explain why Dongfang Qingyun had appeared in the Huangfu family.
Fart. Tonight, the divine chosen infiltrated my Dongfang family and tried to turn against my second brother, but failed. So, my second brother went after the chosen one.
This pursuit led right up to the Huangfu family, and saw a scene where the young generation of the Huangfu family was still alive. As a result, they were discovered by the Huangfu family, and in order to prevent my second brother from passing on the truth of the matter, they chose to kill and silence him. If you all don't believe me, you can enter the Huangfu family to find out if the young generation of the Huangfu family is still alive.
Dongfang Qingxian hurriedly said.
Hearing him say that, the other clans looked at each other.
Indeed, to prove whether what Dongfang Qingxian had said was true or false, one only needed to enter the Huangfu family to take a look and see if the younger generation of their family were all still alive. If he was alive, then it would prove that what Dongfang Qingxian had said was true. Instead, it was Huangfu Junlin's words that were true.
Thus, a few people moved their bodies and were about to break into the Huangfu family to find out what was going on.
Stop. What kind of place do you guys think my Huangfu family is, breaking in whenever you want?
Without our permission, if you dare to enter the Huangfu family, you will not blame us for being impolite. At this moment, Huangfu Wanli stepped forward to stop a few people and said in an unkind tone.
He looked a little nervous. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. The evidence is realized. Huangfu Wanli's nervous expression was seen by the people from the 10 great clans.
This made them feel that Huangfu Wanli was a bit too nervous, like he was a thief. Brother under heaven, if you really want to intercept us, that would prove that what Brother Qingxian said is true. The Shangguan family member asked.
Wanting to make a mistake is not a good idea.
My Huangfu family walks the talk and sits the walk. There's absolutely no way I would do something like that.
Just that, as a top 10 family in the central state, is my Huangfu family not something you can just break into if you want to? If we let you guys in, then in the future, if other people want to enter the Huangfu family, won't they just find a reason to do so? You are also all people from the 10 great families. If someone wanted to break into your home, would you be willing to do so? Huangfu Wanli said loudly.
His words were so justified that no one else could find fault with them. However, in Song Tianli's opinion, even if there was a valid reason, it was still just a reason.
The people of the 10 great families had never been reasonable people.
So, that reason, it's not going to stop them. At this moment, the more he spoke for the Huangfu family, the more angry he would be after seeing the young generation of the Huangfu family in a moment. At that time, their anger towards the Huangfu family would be even stronger. It's like a spring that can only produce greater deformation when given a certain amount of pressure. Brother Wanli, this matter concerns our great clans. We are bound to go in and take a look.
If we really didn't find anything, we'll make amends to the Huangfu family again.
The Bailey family said. They were clear that Huangfu Wanli had a point, but they weren't being reasonable right now, only telling the truth.
If you don't want to see it, then you have something in mind.
The more they're not allowed to see it, the more they want to see it.
Good, then come on in, everyone.
If you find nothing, you won't blame my Huangfu family for being unforgiving. At this time, Huangfu Junlin spoke out. He didn't know about the younger generation of the Huangfu family still being alive, so he said with a clear conscience. In his opinion, although it was rude for these people to barge into the Huangfu family, it was the only way to prove the innocence of the Huangfu family when it came down to it.
Family master, we can't let them in.
Hearing this, before the others could say anything, Huangfu Wanli, played by Song Tianli, hurriedly said.
His expression looked as if he was in a hurry. Fourth brother, it's okay. We have a clear conscience and have no need to fear. Huangfu Junlin said in an extremely firm tone.
Hearing him say that he had a clear conscience, Song Tianli almost laughed out loud. If Huangfu Junlin really knew the current situation of the Huangfu family, I wonder if he would still be able to say such words. In a moment, when the people from the 10 great families entered the Huangfu family and saw those who were supposed to be dead, I wonder if Huangfu Junlin felt that his face was swollen.
Let's go in. The Shangguan family said to the other families.
After saying that, they didn't enter through the gate, but flew straight in. After all, if they were to enter through the front door, then the Huangfu family was afraid that they would be well prepared. Once they hid the young generation of the Huangfu family somewhere, it would not be an easy task for them to find them.
The battle has just begun.
Song Tianli said silently in his heart. The battle between the two sides stopped briefly just now because of the addition of these few people.
But it's only temporary. Next, an even more intense battle will break out.
The people from the 10 great families didn't know where those young people from the Huangfu family were, but he knew.
He'll be a beacon of light in the night, for these people, to show the way.
The people from the 10 great clans instantly released their senses after entering the Huangfu family.
They were sensing the human scent.
As soon as you notice someone somewhere, you'll be the first to go up and check it out.
This is a bit of a dumb way to do it, but it's the most effective way.
Meanwhile, in the room where those young men from the Huangfu family were, they each looked at each other.
Because none of them are currently in the clear.
Their memories were still stuck, they were in the middle of the Heaven's Pride realm, they were attacked, and then they didn't know anything else. When they woke up again, they were back at the imperial household. To be honest, they had thought that they were dead this time, but they didn't expect to return to the Huangfu family just like this. Before they had the chance to say or do anything, they heard the sounds of battle coming from the Huangfu family. This was followed by a loud noise. They were just discussing how they survived. Several young masters, several young ladies. You guys quickly hide with me first. At this moment, an underling of the Huangfu family appeared and said hurriedly. This underling, too, was one of Song Tianli's doppelgangers. Why, we just got back. Huangfu Yichan asked suspiciously. It's too late to explain. You guys quickly find a place to hide, or else if the others find out, it will bring about the end of the Huangfu family. This is an order from the family head. Song Tianli's doppelganger said in an urgent voice. Good. Although they didn't know why, since it was the order of the family head, they definitely obeyed. Thus, they followed Song Tianli's doppelganger towards a hidden underground base of the Huangfu family. Soon enough, it was in the middle of the secret base. This place, even in the Huangfu family, not many people knew about it. Song Tianli had inadvertently discovered it while lurking earlier. Right at this moment, Song Tianli's doppelganger took advantage of a few people's inattention and hurriedly sent an attack at the ground. There was a slight thud. This sudden sound, although subtle, attracted the attention of those few people from the 10 great families. They hurriedly flew in that direction as fast as they could. In a matter of seconds, several people arrived over the base, sensing some human scent. Exhausting cloud poem. The Shangwan family member let out a soft shout and directly slapped out a poem. In an instant, the stones above the ground were directly lifted layer by layer. Eventually, the entire underground base was fully exposed. The first thing the people from the 10 great clans saw was the young men from the Huangfu family who had a dumbfounded look on their faces. They may not be able to name these people, or match these people's names to their own. However, they could tell at a glance that these people were the younger generation of the Huangfu family. All present, none dead. Then that means that what Brother Qing Xian just said is true. The divine chosen, it's in the Huangfu family. The Shangwan family's man said as he looked at the younger generation of the Huangfu family. What is going on here? Huangfu Junlin said at this time with a puzzled expression. The young generation of the Huangfu family, it's fine if they're alive, but why doesn't he, who is the head of the family, know anything about it? Huangfu Junlin, aren't you going to give us an explanation for this? The people from Wen's family turned to look at Huangfu Junlin and questioned. The number one heavenly pride of the Wen family had died in the heavenly pride realm, so he had to seek justice. Chapter 128 Killing Important People. Chapter 128 Killing an Important Person. Huangfu Junlin was also stunned by the scene before him. He hadn't thought that all the young men of their Huangfu family were still alive, but were all hidden in this secret base. It would have been fine if it was just that, but they were also discovered by the other clans. Now that's real yellow mud in your pants, it's either or it's not. Wanli, what exactly is going on here? Huangfu Junlin asked as he looked at his younger brother, Huangfu Wanli. Based on his brother's behavior earlier, he was certain that his brother knew about this. I'm not really sure, it's as if a few of them came out of nowhere. Huangfu Wanli hurriedly waved his hand and said. What he had to do had already been done, and next, it was up to the performance of the crowd of the 10 great families. Only when the water became muddy again would he be able to fish in it. Huangfu Junlin, at this point in time, you are still acting. Really think we people are cuties? The Shangwan family roared loudly. In their opinion, Huangfu Junlin was merely pretending to be confused even at this time. Everyone, we really don't know about this matter. Huangfu Junlin still wanted to explain. However, the people of the 10 great families, in the face of this mountain of hard evidence, they were too lazy to listen to his excuses anymore. Huangfu Junlin, return my son's life. With a loud shout, the Bailey family attacked Huangfu Junlin. There were also quite a few deaths among the younger generation of the Bailey family. As the Bailey family made their move, the other families also started to make their moves. And, not only did they do it, but one by one they sent out a call for help. Since they knew that the Huangfu family was the family where the divine chosen were, they naturally wouldn't do nothing. Even if the Huangfu family didn't kill the younger generation of the 10 great families, they would still turn on the Huangfu family. The 10 great clans absolutely could not possess divine chosen, or else the balance that the 10 great clans had formed over the years would definitely be broken. They had turned on the Huangfu family not entirely because they had discovered that the younger generation of their family were all still alive. They just happened to be going along for the ride. Wanli, what is going on here? Huangfu Junlin asked as he looked at his brother.
Family master, I'm not sure.
I couldn't sleep earlier, so I was going to take a walk around the yard. I didn't expect to happen to see Dongfang Qingyun planning to attack and kill those juniors, so I happened to stop him. As a result, he tried to kill me, and in this moment of haste, I struck a little too hard and accidentally killed him. Just in time, Dongfang Qingxian then brought someone. What followed is all known to Big Brother. Huangfu Wanli recounted what happened in the briefest of terms. Song Tianli's role-playing was successful at this point, and so far no one had noticed his fake identity.
Our Huangfu family is being counted.
Although he knew this, Huangfu Junlin knew very well that the people of the 10 great families would not believe it when this was said. Or rather, a reluctance to go into detail. Moreover, at this moment, the attacks of the 10 great clans had already arrived at his side.
Wanli, I'm afraid my Huangfu family will suffer today. You take those kids, and some resources and leave. Preserve the bloodline for my Huangfu family. Huangfu Junlin said. What about you?
I'm the head of the Huangfu family, so naturally I have to live and die with my family. There was a sentence that Huangfu Junlin didn't say. If he didn't die, the people from the other clans, they wouldn't stop.
Big brother, I'm not leaving. I will also live and die with the Huangfu family. Song Tianli said loudly.
Wanli, this is not the time for heavy emotions. We must preserve the bloodline for the Huangfu family.
That's an order.
After Huangfu Junlin said that, he charged towards the rest of the 10 great clans. The battle was already about to begin, and there was no time for them to say more. Seeing Huangfu Junlin leave, a smile hung on Song Tianli's face. Wouldn't it be fun to hand over the descendants of the Huangfu family to him? However, the people of the Huangfu family couldn't die right now, and the 10 great families support, but they hadn't even arrived yet.
Big brother, I will preserve the bloodline for my Huangfu family. Song Tianli shouted and turned to leave.
Those people from the Huangfu family that he had just released, he was now going to take them away again. With the strength of the Huangfu family, there wouldn't be too many casualties until the support from the 10 great families arrived.
Even if people would die, it would only be minor people like guards.
Something like this couldn't hurt the 10 great families.
He's going to make a big deal out of it.
Thus, Song Tianli had his doppelganger play the role of the Huangfu family and launched a sneak attack on the important figures of the 10 great families.
As long as these people died, those people from the 10 great families would naturally give the Huangfu family immortality. It's like the Tagusa family.
After he killed Dongfang Qingyun, Dongfang Qingxian was overcome with anger and regardless, he wanted to be immortal with the Huangfu family.
The other families thought the same thing.
Therefore, he found one of the Shangwan family and used the shadow imitation technique on him. This person from the Shangwan clan, who was originally fighting other people, didn't even notice that someone would use a skill like shadow mimicry. After all, the battlefield was just too chaotic. What it would look like underfoot, no one even noticed. Quickly, he was immobilized by shadow mimicry. Such a skill caused him to stall his movements for a moment. However, a moment of mastery is enough to make a lot of things happen. He was instantly sent flying by his opponent, a member of the Huangfu family, with a punch.
As he fell towards the ground, Song Tianli's doppelganger moved. He appeared behind the Shangwan family and extended his palm.
Thunder flashed from his fingertips.
Goken hands. In an instant, the palm of Song Tianli's alter ego was directly aimed at the Shangwan family, pulling out a heart.
The opponent's heart, in an instant, shattered. As of this moment, this person from the Shangwan family was too dead to die.
Hose. Another person from the Shangwan family shouted loudly after seeing this scene.
After Song Tianli scored a hit, he hurriedly disappeared into the crowd as fast as he could.
As time went on, more and more people died. Song Tianli killed another person from the Gongyang family and another from the Northern Underworld family.
As for the guards of the Huangfu family and the Dongfang family, they were killed by his doppelganger, killing multiple of them. This increased his combat power by a large margin. Right now, his combat power had reached over 130,000. He knew that this was just the beginning. After all, the reinforcements from the other clans had yet to arrive. The real tussle has not yet begun completely. Just now, it could only be considered a warm-up. Finally, as Song Tianli waited, the other clans came. Hordes of people came from all directions and surrounded the Huangfu family. Chapter 129 Confronting the 9 Great Families with One's Own Strength. Chapter 129 Fighting the 9 Great Families with One's Own Strength. After seeing this scene, those people from the various great clans who were originally fighting with the Huangfu family's crowd all headed to where their family's reinforcements were. All of them recounted the matter of the Huangfu family in the shortest possible time. The Gongyang family, Shangwan family, and Beimhua family were enraged when they learned that someone from their own family had died in the Huangfu family. Today, we will definitely step on the Huangfu family to avenge eighth brother. The people from the Gongyang family roared in anger. What a good Huangfu family, to use our 10 great families as a pedal.
What? The chosen one of God is from the Huangfu family?
There would be no need for the Huangfu family to exist.
Hearing their own family members' narrations, the people of the 10 great clans all reacted vehemently, their bodies bubbling with murderous aura. Gentlemen, there is a misunderstanding.
My Huangfu family was framed, we have never plotted against you all. Taking advantage of this brief truce, Huangfu Junlin hurriedly explained. Through the battle just now, he was exhausted by this time. The aura in his body was also depleted. He wanted to see if he could take the opportunity to explain more. All of you, follow me to kill and avenge the eighth master.
Kill. Kill me.
However, the people from the other clans didn't even pay attention to Huangfu Junlin and led their respective clanspeople, then rushed towards the Huangfu family. Looking at the raging crowd, Huangfu Junlin sighed.
He knew that any more explanations would be useless at this point.
Only, so far, he still didn't know who, exactly, was targeting their Huangfu family. They, the Huangfu family, were simply more unjust than Sinus. Thinking of this, Huangfu Junlin flipped his palm and took out an elixir and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the aura in his body, which was originally about to be depleted, was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Back when he was in the Heaven's Pride realm, Huangfu Yisan had taken a similar elixir. As the family head of the Huangfu family, he naturally had such an elixir. There's no way out now but to fight to the death. They had planned to ask the Lord's family for help early tomorrow morning, but they hadn't expected something like this to happen this evening. It's really the world, the big gut. What he wanted to know most right now was who was secretly framing their Huangfu family. Otherwise, he will not die in peace. Without giving Huangfu Junlin much time to think, the personnel from the 10 great families had already arrived in front of Huangfu's family. And with that, a great battle was once again drawn. The 9 great clans joining forces was naturally not something the Huangfu family could fight against.
Both the number of underlings and the top cultivators were much worse. You guys are bullying people too much.
Right at this moment, a sudden furious voice rang out. In the next second, all of a sudden, countless densely packed silhouettes appeared in the middle of the Huangfu family. These people, numbering over 5,000. They appeared so abruptly that it was as if they had fallen from the sky.
Divine Chosen One's bilocation?
Seeing this scene, everyone present instantly came to a conclusion in their hearts. They had already heard from their own people about the Chosen One's detachment. These Divine Chosen's bilocations were extremely powerful, but once they were attacked, they would disappear. They would like to learn whether this Divine Chosen One was really so powerful. Thus, what was originally a battle between the 10 great families and the Huangfu family slowly turned into a battle between the 10 great families and Song Tianli's doppelganger. The people of the Huangfu family are just doing some auxiliary behaviors.
This sudden scene left Huangfu Junlin in a daze.
He had thought that their Huangfu family was being targeted. Unexpectedly, their Huangfu family really did have a divine chosen to help them fight against the 10 great families.
Could it be that God's chosen is really someone from my Huangfu family? If so, I wonder who it is. Huangfu Junlin said silently in his heart.
He was, at this point, not sure. If their Huangfu family really had a divine chosen, then even if their Huangfu family died or were injured today, as long as the divine chosen could live, it would be worth it. After all, as long as the chosen one of God was alive and given enough more time, sooner or later, their Huangfu family would stand at the very top of the 9 regions. However, what Huangfu Junlin did not know was that the reason why Song Tianli had used his detachment to deal with the people of the 10 great families was not to help the Huangfu family. Nor was it because the Imperials were his mother's family. The only reason he did this was because he didn't want the Huangfu family to perish too quickly. Because, once the Huangfu family's people died out, then the battle between the 10 great families would be over. That way, he wouldn't have any way to continue reaping the benefits of combat. This time, the people from the 10 great families who came to deal with the Huangfu family were not weak, but they did not send out their underpinnings. He dealt with it perfectly. His combat power would get a surge if he killed all of them and harvested their combat power. That way, even if he confronted the people of the 10 great families head-on, he would still have some certainty. Now that it was like this, it would be best if he could kill all of these people. Even if he can't be killed, the Wangfu family will take the blame. Absolutely no one will contact him, so he is safe. Just like that, Song Tianli began to fight against the alliance of the 9 great clans with his own strength. The people of the Dongfang family had always thought that Song Tianli was their Dongfang family's Dongfang Jotian, so the people who came to support them were all targeting the Wangfu family.
It didn't go against Song Tianli's doppelganger.
Song Tianli was currently at the 6th prefecture realm of existence, while his doppelgangers all had the strength of the 5th prefecture realm. Although the detachment would dissipate once it was attacked, a detachment of more than 5,005 prefecture realms was also extremely terrifying. Since he had already decided to fight the people of the 10 great clans in such a way, Song Tianli didn't hide anything. At this point in time, he attacked as simply and brutally as possible.
Sandstorm Burial. Odama Spiral Maru. Susanu. Thunder Cut. Suetun Water Dragon Bomb. With each of Song Tianli's bilocations, he was using a different attack. These attacks were extremely bizarre, and people from the 10 great clans had basically never seen them before. So, they just started responding with their hands full. In less than a minute, Song Tianli was like the god of death, reaping hundreds of lives. These people were not strong, but there were 300 or 400 of them. There are some, even up to 500. This wave of harvesting increased Song Tianli's combat power by more than 40,000. At this moment, his combat power had reached 180,000. According to Song Tianli's speculation, I'm afraid that after reaching 200,000 combat power, he would be able to break through to another realm. And the next realm of the 6 prefectures realm, that could be the Divine Path realm. It was just that he didn't know much about the specific divisions of the Divine Path realm. Because, there were very few cultivators of the Divine Path realm in the 9 states. Therefore, even with the Song clan's intelligence, there wasn't much information about the Divine Path realm. Chapter 130 Breakthrough. Chapter 130 Breakthrough.
Breaking through from the 5 hidden realms to the Chifu realm, Song Tianli mastered flight. Then breaking through from the Chifu realm to the Divine Path realm would definitely have a qualitative change as well. After all, this was a big realm boost.
Song Tianli didn't know what would happen after he broke through to the Divine Path realm.
So, he was still quite looking forward to it at this point. 200,000 fighting men, close at hand.
Tooth Tongue. 8 trigrams and 64 palms. Kiba Whirlwind Kick. Sankan Hands. Thunder Pear Hot Knife. Song Tianli's various layers of attacks were countless. However, for the 10 great families to be able to stand for so many years, they were naturally not drunkards, and still had 2 brushes. After the initial hand-wringing, he had now basically adapted to Song Tianli's attacks. One could only see the people from the 10 great clans forming a huge formation. These formations connected these people into a hole. Each hole, like a giant beast. In that case, it would be much more difficult for Song Tian Ideal to behead them. In that case, we can only use a big move.
Song Tianli's main body said, and it moved away from the Huangfu family as fast as it could. Mutual Multiplication Initiation Charms. This move had been used by Song Tianli back when he was in the Heavenly Pride realm. He used his own detachment as a detonation charm and kept blowing himself up. The explosion of an altar is an attack. Thousands of detachments exploding at the same time, that was thousands of attacks. The main thing is that these attacks stack. When these attacks were stacked, the effect was extremely terrifying.
Boom 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 boom.
Only a series of explosions could be heard, continuously. Instantly, with the Huangfu family as the center, a terrifying wave of energy continuously swept out to the surroundings. Whether it was the people from the Huangfu family or the people from the 10 great families, all of them were affected. In an instant, the huge beast formed by those guards of the 10 great families directly fell apart.
Poo poo poo.
One by one, those guards spat out blood from their mouths.
There were some weaker people who died instantly.
Those who were slightly stronger were not dead, but one by one, they were also seriously injured. Among them were some of the more important figures in the 10 great families. In addition to the casualties, the entire Huangfu family was almost leveled by the explosions that had just been superimposed. The Huangfu family, one of the top 10 families in the central state, had disappeared. After the shockwaves from the explosion cleared, the people from the 10 great clans began to search for anyone from the Huangfu family who still survived. Since he had already acted this time, he must drive the Huangfu family to extinction.
Things are either not done or they are done.
This has always been the code of conduct for the 10 great families. However, they realized that after a portion of the Huangfu clan's people died, the remaining portion of them all seemed to have disappeared. Huangfu Junlin had his people take advantage of the great battle just now to move all the important people of the Huangfu family.
Statewide manhunt.
So, the 10 great families quickly gave another order. Just like that, the remaining 9 great clans began to drive the people of the Huangfu family to extinction. The Huangfu family, once one of the 10 great families, was now a thing of the past.
This is something that no one thought about until yesterday.
Song Tianli had thought to take advantage of the chaos and continue killing the people from the 10 great families. However, he realized that ever since his combat power broke through to 200,000, it was as if something was about to be birthed in his body. This forced him to give up his pursuit of the people of the 10 great families and began to break through with all his might. After reaching 200,000 combat power, they reached another realm. Song Tianli had to consolidate now, otherwise, it would easily result in an unstable foundation. This was a lifelong event, so he could only give up his assault on the members of the 10 great families for the time being. Anywhere else would be easily searched for, so, just to be on the safe side, Song Tianli returned to the Dongfang family. The people of the Dongfang family had already accepted the fact that he was Dongfang Jotian, so he could live in the Dongfang family with the appearance of Dongfang Jotian. Even if the people of the Dongfang family guessed that he was the one who did what happened tonight, they wouldn't target him. He could consolidate his realm in the Eastern family with peace of mind. Not to mention, when he returned to the Oriental house, he did so unknowingly, without anyone noticing at all. Song Tianli arrived at Dongfang Jotian's bedroom, then split into 4 doppelgangers and had them guard his surroundings before he began his cultivation. At this time, he realized that the 6 chi mansions in his body formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, a ball of light was birthed.
A peculiar aura was emanating from the light mass. Song Tianli also didn't know what this peculiar ball of light was.
The only thing he could do now was to run the aura in the 6 Chifu according to instinct.
If only someone could instruct me. Song Tianli muttered. You don't have to figure it out on your own if you have someone to point it out to.
It was a pity that he didn't know any cultivators above the Divine Path realm. Dongfang Tiexian was a powerful person of the Divine Path realm, but Song Tianli couldn't go and ask him about it. Because, when you come into contact with such a strong person, it's easy to reveal yourself if you say too much. Anyway, he wasn't in a particular hurry right now, and with his tenfold efficiency, he could just take his time figuring it out. As the aura ran through his body, he began to immerse himself, slowly sensing. The path of cultivation is like building a building on a flat surface, there is definitely a rule to follow. No matter how many layers are constructed, the underlying laws remain the same. And, the construction is all stacked one on top of the other. Which is never going to change, even if the construction is extremely fast. So, Song Tianli began to observe. From the 5 divine deposits at the very beginning, to the 6 chi mansions that were opened up. As well as, by now, the ball of light wrapped around the center of the Chifu. He realized that they were all connected by connections. The divine collection is fundamental, just like the foundation of the earth. The divine collection is also the source of all power. In a sense, the sacred cache is the water pump. And the Chifu that opens up is like a reservoir. When the reservoir is big enough, it should be about to be farmed. Song Tianli guessed. According to his guess, what was birthed in the light mass should be the next stage. When the thing within the light mass was completely birthed, then it also meant that he had successfully stepped into the next stage of cultivation. Thus, Song Tianli quieted his mind and began to mobilize the Chifu to start speeding up the conception of the light mass. As time went on, the light mass grew larger and larger, giving the impression as if something was about to break out of the ground. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly the light mass directly exploded. An unknown object flew out from the mass of light and went straight to Song Tianli's brain. Boom! Instantly, a loud boom came from within Song Tianli's brain. Chapter 131 Essence Divine Power. Chapter 131 Innate Divine Power. The bombardment in Song Tianli's head wasn't his brain being blown apart. Instead, it was a huge wave of information that rushed into his brain. At this moment, he was rapidly digesting this huge amount of information. After a while, Song Tianli was able to digest all the information generated within his brain. Instinctive divine ability Song Long Rage. Song Tianli muttered. After one's strength broke through to the divine path realm, one would comprehend an innate divine ability. This divine power of life of Song Tianli's was to gather the energy of his entire body to form a circling pale dragon. It can sweep everything within a radius of thousands of meters. However, after this strike, if he didn't kill the enemy, he would basically be finished himself. This was because this strike would consume all the aura in the body. It was a desperate move, so to speak. It's all or nothing. It should never be used as a last resort. The cultivator's innate aptitude is like this: until the last resort, will never be used. An original fate avatar is one that is related to one's own destiny. At this time, Song Tianli took out a mirror and checked his combat strength. He realized that his combat power had actually reached 240,000. This has surpassed T Sung in the East. One must know that when he had checked on Dongfang Tiexiong before, his combat power was only about 210,000. He was now 30,000 higher than his opponent. In other words, if he wanted to, he could use the skill then to kill Tiexiong in the East instantly. Only, Song Tianli didn't want to do that. It was because if he was able to kill Dongfang Tiexiong openly and honestly, then his combat power would be able to grow to 450,000. It's a qualitative leap. However, Song Tianli also knew that it would be hard and difficult to kill Dongfang Tiexiong in an honorable manner. Dongfang Tiexiong, as the head of the Dongfang family and as the Shizun of the 9 great states, to say that he didn't have a bit of a bottom card, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. If the other party had played all their cards, I'm afraid that it would be Song Tianli who wouldn't necessarily be able to take advantage of them. Once the first strike failed, it would be even harder to kill it again. Unless, of course, one's strength gets skyrocketed. Taking out his cell phone and looking at the time, Song Tianli realized that he had actually spent 3 days on this consolidation of his realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed a tenfold efficiency boost, I'm afraid that he would have to shut down for at least a month. There's only 1 day left until the next random teleportation. Song Tianli glanced at the countdown in his mind and muttered. A day is not too much to say. If you use it to sleep, your eyes close and pass. Still able to do a lot of things if you do things. For example, in just 1 day's time before, the Huangfu family, one of the top 10 families, had become a thing of the past. Now that there was still 1 day left, Song Tianli was able to do a lot of things as usual. He walked out of Dongfang Jotian's room and headed towards Dongfang Taiying's room. His seclusion this time lasted for 3 days. He wanted to inquire how the situation of the 10 great clans had been during these 3 days. The reason why he went looking for Dongfang Taiying was because Dongfang Taiying had previously been subjected to an illusion spell by him using the other heavenly god. The current Dongfang Taiying was 100% loyal to him. Soon after, he met Dongfang Taiying. In these 3 days, how are the people from the 10 great families doing? Song Tianli asked bluntly. During these 3 days, the other great clans have launched a full-scale manhunt for the Huangfu family. The current Huangfu family has completely disappeared from the central state. Although a lot of people from the Huangfu family died, their roots weren't affected too much. The people from the Huangfu family, with the help of the Huangfu family's commercial channels, have already left the central state. As for where they will go, the people from the 10 great clans haven't found out yet. Dongfang Tiexiong narrated. The Huangfu family didn't die completely, some of the main members are still around. Will they ask the main family for help? Song Tianli asked. If the Huangfu family had really asked for help from the main family of Lulishu City, then the appearance of someone from the Huangfu family of Lulishu City would definitely change the current situation in the central state. They left the central state, and trying to ask the Lord's family for help is not something that can be done so easily. If the 10 great families want to ask for help from the main family, or to communicate, they must use the heavenly ladder. Once they use the heavenly ladder, they will definitely be detected. When the time comes, the other clans will naturally step in. Hearing Dongfang Tiexiong's explanation, Song Tianli's heart let out a sigh of relief. In other words, it was impossible for the Huangfu family to ask for help from the main family without alerting the other families. And once the commotion was made, the other clans naturally stepped in. At that time, they would still not be able to ask the Lord's family for help. Then what are the people from the 10 great families doing in the last few days? Song Tianli asked again. These past few days, the great clans have been extraordinarily quiet. In the previous battle, the great clans suffered considerable losses. Lately, I guess it's all been recuperating. However, all of them are secretly investigating the news of the Chosen of God. After all, as long as the Divine Chosen don't die, their hearts won't be able to settle down. Dongfang Taiying said. Then I'll add more fire.
Song Tianli said and turned to leave.
Previously, if he hadn't been in a hurry to consolidate his realm, he wouldn't have let those people from the 10 great families leave in peace. Now that he had broken through to the Divine Path realm, then it was time to be arrogant. Of course, this arrogance was only relative to before, it wasn't that, to strut to the 10 great families.
After leaving the Dongfang family, Song Tianli traveled to the Manhwa family.
There was no particular reason for traveling to the northern meditation house, it was simply because they were the closest to the eastern house. When Song Tianli arrived at the Manhwa family, he directly used the multiple shadow diversion technique.
In an instant, dozens of doppelgangers, using the art of sneaking, headed out into the surroundings. What Song Tianli did before was just a small fight.
For the retaliation of the 10 great families, it now officially begins.
Dozens of Song Tianli's doppelgangers stalked up in the northern meditation house.
Whenever he saw a disciple of the northern underworld family, Song Tianli would launch a sneak attack. His doppelganger was now at the strength of the 6th prefecture realm. If he launched a sneak attack, as long as he didn't run into people like the North Underworld family head, basically no one would be able to dodge his attack. Unbeknownst to the people of the North Mediterranean family, the shadow of death had already enveloped the entire North Mediterranean family. Time passed by minute, and the number of people from the North Evil family who died under Song Tianli's hands increased. The strong smell of blood finally caused some strong people to attack. After checking it out, they were surprised to find that the Northmore family had actually bled out.
This time, the entire Northmore family blew up.
And without hesitation, Song Tianli hurriedly left as fast as he could.
He's got a lot of catching up to do to get to the next one. Chapter 132, Confronting the Bailey Family.